Chapter 901 Return to Land. From the moment Sun Wanqi asked to go to the island to the time she met her final ending, Zhu Yonk didn't say a word. I don't know since when. Her heart began to slowly become indifferent. Or rather, it became realistic. She didn't dare to provoke Zhang Yi anymore because she was afraid that at any moment, she would meet the same ending as Sun Wanqi. Zhang Yi took a good rest in the room for a while. After an hour, he felt that the matter over there was almost done. Then he got up and asked Lao Tian to gather everyone on the boat to prepare to land on the island. This time, he gave weapons to everyone, including teenagers. The guns in the hands of these people pose no threat to Zhang Yi, Zhou Qi and the crew, but they are fatal to the unarmored pirates on the island. From now on, I will eradicate all the pirates on this island. Zhang Yi raised a finger and reminded them that you will all live here for a while. If there's anyone left alive, and they reveal your location. So what happens to all of you? You can refer to the pile on the beach. Everyone was horrified and nodded hurriedly. Then Lao Tian began to lower the boat and send everyone ashore. They began a thorough cleansing of the island, facing Zhang Yi and others who had absolute firepower advantage. These poorly equipped pirates on the island had no chance to fight back. There are also aliens among pirates. But in front of Zhang Yi, he was as weak as a 3-year-old child. And Zhang Yi casually shot through his head. It only took 2 hours for this small island to be cleared away by Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yi came to the pirate's lair. It was a warm and deep cave, which was very suitable for avoiding the severe cold in the icy apocalypse. The smell of blood inside was extremely strong. Corpses were everywhere, and the fishy smell made people want to feel sick. Zhang Yi called everyone here and told them, from now on, you will live here for a while. I will go back to Huashu Kingdom first, and then bring back reinforcements to take all of you back. When they heard that Zhang Yi was leaving, everyone felt a little uneasy, fearing that Zhang Yi would leave them alone. Zhang Yi repeatedly explained that the crew and Zhu Yonk would also stay temporarily, and everyone felt relieved. But this time, it was Zhu Yonk's turn to be scared. She ran to Zhang Yi in panic and begged Zhang Yi, don't leave me here. Can you take me away with you? Zhang Yi looked at her and said, I can only take one person with me at a time. Don't worry. Just wait here for me to come back. In fact, it is not impossible to bring 2 people. Zhou Qi and Zhu Yonk weigh only about 200 pounds together. But Zhang Yi had to guard against encountering enemies while traveling through space. So he needed to free up one hand. Besides, he only protected Zhu Yonk to save Zhu Zheng. And he didn't treat her as an important person. How could he risk it for her? Zhu Yonk felt aggrieved. But he also knew that his status in Zhang Yi's heart was far inferior to that of Zhou Qi. So he could only say, then you must go back quickly. I will be here waiting for you to come back. Zhang Yi asked Lao Tian to collect everyone's communication equipment to prevent them from accidentally operating it and leaking their current location. Then he left enough water and food for everyone to live for a period of time, and took Zhou Qi to prepare to leave the island. He hugged Zhou Qi with one hand, with the blessing of the combat uniform. The weight of more than 90 kilograms was actually very light for him, and would not consume much physical strength. Zhang Yi opened the door to 2 dimensions, headed north, and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Lao Tian led his men and stood guard at the entrance of the cave with weapons, and then silently waited in his heart for Zhang Yi to come back and take them away. Facts have proved that if there is no extra burden, Zhang Yi's ability to escape is absolutely first-rate. The maximum distance that he can travel through space once is about 1,000 meters. As long as he does not encounter a stranger who can forcibly restrict his displacement, he can escape from any trap. Even the Colombian Navy, which is known as the world's strongest navy, cannot search this kind of 2-person group. After more than half an hour, Zhang Yi and the others finally arrived on land. After briefly judging their current position, they adjusted their direction of travel. After another 10 minutes, they returned to Tian'ai City, which they had not seen for a long time. Looking at the tall landmark TV tower in Tian'ai City, Zhang Yi and Zhou Qi couldn't help but let out a long breath. 4 or 5 months have passed since then. They were finally back, and it felt like a century had passed. Zhang Yi turned on his communication device and contacted his family. I'm back. Soon, he was back in the warmth and comfort of his shelter. The whole family was overjoyed to see them back. Yang Xia, Yang Xinxin, and Lu Karen all cried with joy and rushed over to hug Zhang Yi. Hua meowed, jumped on Zhang Yi's head first, lay on his head, and licked his ears and side face, making Zhang Yi giggle. Fatty Sue and Uncle Yu were also very excited, but they had no chance to intervene. They could only look at Zhang Yi with a smile, saying, Great! You are back! This is probably the warmth of home. When people are tired from the journey outside, they always hope to give their mind and body a home. At first, this group of people just joined the group to keep warm in order to survive, but gradually turned into a family-like existence. And they didn't know anything about what happened on the sea during this period. When Zhang Yi finally closed all communications, he briefly mentioned the situation to Yang Xinxin. Therefore, they have been particularly worried about Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir's accident at sea during this period. Now that they are back safe and sound, how can we not be excited? A group of people pulled Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir and asked them about what happened at sea. Originally, Zhang Yi planned to go back immediately and bring Zhu Yonk back first. It doesn't matter if the others are left at sea. It's just that Zhu Yonk is Zhu Zheng's niece. If something happens to her, it will be difficult to explain to Zhu Zheng. However, this idea was temporarily forgotten the moment Zhang Yi returned to the shelter. He spent 4 months wandering at sea, which was really painful, especially when he was in the ice fog sea. The depressing, weird and dull atmosphere made him very irritated. Only at such times can people appreciate the warmth and value of home. Zhang Yi first went to take a warm hot bath, put on soft and clean pajamas, and then came to the living room. Yang Xia and Zhou Haimei were preparing food in the kitchen. Yang Xinxin, Lu Karen and the others were all looking at Zhang Yi expectantly on the sofa. They had a lot to say to Zhang Yi, and they also wanted to hear about Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir's experiences at sea. Zhang Yi drank steaming cappuccino and began to tell them stories about the sea. Chapter 902 Everything is making progress, +1. Zhang Yi narrated everything that happened at sea. When everyone listened, they couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamations. Sometimes he laughed at the behavior of the people on the boat. Sometimes, I feel worried about the dangers encountered on the road, especially after learning that Zhang Yi sank a Colombian Navy warship. It made people even more frightened. Among the Colombian Ocean Fleet, there is a top-notch stranger with a power index of 18,000 points. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and said to everyone calmly. Fatty Su couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. 18,000 points. Isn't that nearly 10,000 points higher than you, boss? Although the power index cannot absolutely represent the strength of combat power, if it exceeds that much, there is no doubt that the opponent's strength is overwhelmingly powerful. Uncle Yu also frowned and said anxiously that there was not even a single Epsilon-level alien in the entire Jiangnan region. What should we do if we encounter him? Zhang Yi shook his head and said calmly. Don't worry too much. There are people in the East China Sea region taking care of him. Even the top aliens cannot do whatever they want when facing forces with absolutely powerful weapons. No matter how powerful you are, if you are locked by an H submarine, the death of love with a range of 100 kilometers can kill you instantly. Unless he had Mayumi Takeuchi's special ability to sense crises in advance. Even Zhang Yi would not be able to survive in that situation. Yang Xinxin leaned on Zhang Yi and looked at him curiously. Brother, what are you going to do next? Do you want to go back to Blizzard City first, and then ask Zhu Zheng to send people to rescue people? Zhang Yi thought for a while and said, I plan to rescue Zhu Yonk first. A dark light flashed in Yang Xinxin's eyes. But brother, according to what you said now, the Colombian Navy must be trying every means to capture you. They have deployed a heavy blockade around the waters of Huaxu State. Even if you go to Zhu Zheng, they can't send a ship out. At the end of the day, you still have to move. Zhang Yi naturally understood this. He spread his arms, and as long as I showed up, then the Jiangnan region could release the news that I have returned with important information. By then, there will be no need for the Colombian Navy to block the sea area. That's not necessarily the case. Yang Xinxin said with a smile that if I were an officer in Colombia, I would continue to keep an eye on all Huaxu Kingdom's overseas operations, and be more cautious than before. At this time, the information about the source of God had been brought back by Zhang Yi, so he did not hide it from his family, and told them about the existence of such a thing. Yang Xinxin said that the information you obtained from the ocean area, then they may guess the specific location of the source of God. There is a high probability that it is not in Huaxu country. In this way, they will watch us more closely. Are you right? Zhang Yi smiled. There was nothing wrong with what you said. But this kind of thing is not something I need to worry about for the time being. Let Zhu Zheng and the others play the game. At the regional level, the matters involved become extremely complex. Yang Xinxin asked back. Brother, don't you want to get the source of God? There was a meaningful smile in Zhang Yi's eyes. He rubbed his hands and said that it depends on whether the benefits of obtaining it are proportional to the risks. Zhang Yi decided to adjust his condition to the best after a day's rest, and then go back to bring Zhu Yonk back and give it to Zhu Zhengjieocho. Then he told him the news about the source of God. and then let Zhu Zheng make arrangements. No matter how great the benefits of the Source of God are, his share is indispensable. After all, he currently has the highest combat power in the Jiangnan region. Zhu Zheng must rely on his power if he wants to obtain the Source of God in full view of the public. Yang Xinqi nodded, suddenly looked at the others and said, "You haven't been back for a long time. And we are not idle at home either. I have prepared some surprises for you. You can take a look. They will definitely help you." Zhang Yi looked at everyone curiously. "Then I'll have to look forward to it." Yang Xia excitedly came to Zhang Yi holding a huge lunch box. "Zhang Yi, try this." Her eyes were bright, and she looked at Zhang Yi expectantly. Zhang Yi reached out and took the lunch box, took out a piece of pastry, and stuffed it into his mouth. Soon his eyes lit up. The super energy provided by the superfood you made has increased. Yang Xia's supernatural food provides at least twice the energy as before. This is very important to Zhang Yi. You know, with his current power level, he needs to eat a lot of food to restore the power in his body after every battle. However, normal eating and digestion restore the superpower very slowly. And with the supernatural food provided by Yang Xia, he can have a special advantage in future battles, that is, he can afford to fight a war of attrition. Yang Xia received Zhang Yi's praise and laughed happily. She raised her chin, revealing her snow-white neck, and her slim figure made people unable to take their eyes away. "Of course, during your absence, others have been working hard. It's just that you didn't see it, because she made supernatural food. She ate almost as much as 10 people. And she ate until she felt like vomiting every day. Everyone in the shelter is not living an easy life. They knew that with Zhang Yi's talent, he would become even more powerful in the future. If you don't work hard to improve, sooner or later you will not be able to keep up with Zhang Yi. Therefore, everyone is working hard in secret. Even the incompetent Zhou Haimei works hard on studying food and spends 2 to 3 hours practicing yoga every day." Zhang Yi nodded. "You did a great job. Thank you for your hard work." It was rare for Yang Xia to be praised by Zhang Yi outside the bedroom. She couldn't help but feel a sore nose and little pearls spinning in her eyes. "It would be great if someone can help you." Uncle Yu and Fatty Su also hurriedly showed off their training results during this period. Uncle Yu and Fatty Su would go to Blizzard City every once in a while. The two have become accustomed to receiving special training. Uncle Yu has now enhanced his ability to the extreme gamma level, and his physical body cannot be strengthened any further. So he started to use foreign objects. For example, I became obsessed with large caliber weapons. As for Fatty Su, he went to Blizzard City to practice a very new thing. No one knew what he was training for. But every time he came back, he looked tired but refreshed. What Zhang Yi is looking forward to the most is still the mechanical expert Lu Karen. Over the past 4 months, she has divine machine management. His abilities have improved a lot, and the weapons he has developed are even more powerful. Chapter 903 Update Equipment, +2. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Karen expectantly. "Little Lulu, have you made any new inventions recently?" Lu Karen pursed his lips, with a nervous and somewhat proud look on his face. She looked at Huahua lying on Zhang Yi's lap. "Huahua, show it." Zhang Yi lowered his head and looked at Huahua curiously. Huahua stood up slowly and stretched. Then it shook its head, and a layer of silver light emerged from its neck. When Zhang Yi first came back, he found a silver collar around his neck. He didn't pay much attention to it, just regarded it as a decoration. But unexpectedly, the thing unfolded like a transformer in an instant, and then turned into a silver armor, covering the colorful black hair. All of a sudden, Huahua transformed into a majestic armored beast. "This stuff is a bit interesting." Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Lu Karen's proud smile was more than that. "Huahua, get bigger." Huahua jumped to the open space, not far away, and transformed into a giant beast that was 5 to 6 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. The chandelier was squeezed to the ceiling, making a rattling noise, and the living room could hardly accommodate it. However, the silver armor kept fitting its body, getting bigger as it grew larger. Zhang Yi was extremely surprised. "What technology is this?" Seeing Zhang Yi's shocked look, Lu Karen felt proud. "This is memory metal. After being forged by my hands, it can expand with the body shape. I spent a lot of effort in designing to achieve this effect." Zhang Yi walked over and touched her with his hand. The metal is extremely light, yet extremely tough. Huahua itself has extremely strong defensive power, but with the addition of this layer of armor, it will be able to collide even more unscrupulously in future battles. "Not bad. This effect is great." Zhang Yi praised repeatedly. Lu Karen came over, and was very happy to receive Zhang Yi's praise. Brother Zhang Yi, please give me your combat uniforms and weapons tonight. I'll help you remodel it and make sure it works better than before. Zhang Yi nodded without thinking. Okay. I'll trouble you. He could only rest for one night. And he had to go back to pick up Zhu Yonk and the others tomorrow. In other words, Lu Karen had to stay up late today to help him modify his weapons and combat uniforms. As her abilities improve, she will definitely be able to upgrade Zhang Yi's weapons and equipment to stronger versions, which Zhang Yi certainly desires. After everyone finished talking about their changes, Zhang Yi couldn't help but look at Yang Xinxin. She had been sitting on the sofa, elegantly crossing her legs and drinking milk tea. Zhang Yi walked over curiously, leaned next to her, and asked Xinxin with a smile. What about you? Have you prepared any surprises for your brother? Yang Xinxin looked up with a smile. Brother, Xinxin is an intellectual player. In our team, of course, I am the strategist. When you are away from Tian'ai City, I can manage this place in order. She told Zhang Yi about her arrangements for the major forces in Tian'ai City. 4 months is a long enough time. Although Zhang Yi's different space stores a large amount of materials. But as the strength of the strangers in the shelter increases, the amount of food they need to consume will continue to increase. Moreover, several major shelters also need long-term development. Without reasonable overall planning, there is no way to achieve sustainable development. Do you still remember Li Jian? Yang Xinxin asked. Zhang Yi nodded. Of course he remembered. What happened to him? Yang Xinxin said that although his ability is useless in battle, it is a magical skill in life. I have each shelter create a farm underground, and then use UV light to grow crops. Under today's special circumstances, this approach is not feasible, and the grain yield is extremely low. However, with Li Jian's ability, all this will be much easier to handle. Yang Xinxin laughed and said that he could increase the survival rate of food and even shorten the growth cycle of food. This is so useful for us. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, there are no useless superpowers. Only useless aliens. Everyone can play their due role as long as they are in the right position. Yang Xinxin said to Zhang Yi, I think we can find a way to help this kind of auxiliary alien improve his abilities. After all, they cannot actively obtain the source of superpowers, and it is difficult for them to improve their strength. Zhang Yi nodded. He had already thought about this. But currently we don't have this kind of technology. If we want to do it, we have to rely on the technology from Blizzard City. The only forces with relatively mature alien cultivation technology are the research department and Deng's technology. Zhang Yi smiled lightly, and dealing with them was not that easy. If you ask them to do you a favor once, you never know what price they will be asked to pay in the future. Yang Xinxin looked at Zhou Kier. Then it depends on Sister Zhou. As an expert in the medical field, Zhou Kier is naturally proficient in pharmacology. In addition, Lu Karen can help analyze the ingredients of the drugs, and they can obtain the main ingredients that help the aliens improve their abilities from the drugs they exchanged before. Maybe one day, they don't have to rely on Blizzard City, and can help people around them activate their abilities. After all, theoretically speaking, after the end of the world, many people have the potential to become aliens. It's just that if you want to truly become a stranger, you need a certain amount of opportunity. Talent plus luck. These two things are indispensable. The latter can now be provided artificially. Let's talk about these things later. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and lay on the soft sofa. He didn't like to manage too many people. It was very troublesome. I will bring a group of people back later, and then you can arrange work for them. Yang Xinxin nodded. Okay, brother. After dinner in the evening, Zhang Yi chatted with everyone for a while, and then went back to his room to rest. He has to set off tomorrow and return to the island in the South China Sea. That night, Lu Karen was busy in his studio. That night, Yang Xinxin slipped into Zhang Yi's room. During the day, there were some things she didn't say to Zhang Yi. Although the relationship between everyone in the shelter is now very harmonious, she is still only willing to tell Zhang Yi some very critical things. An idea came to her mind, an idea that was absolutely beneficial to Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi himself might not be willing to do it. The next morning, after Zhang Yi got up, he immediately came to Lu Karen's studio. After a busy night, Lu Karen lay on the workbench and fell asleep. However, the weapons and combat uniforms that Zhang Yi gave her had been transformed and were lying quietly in the box next to them. Chapter 904 Bounty at Sea. Zhang Yi walked over and looked at Lu Karen's sweet and innocent side face, and couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. His eyes were inadvertently cast towards the wall. Something caught his attention. It was a pair of silver-gray mechanical arms, slightly thicker than human arms. looking a bit rough and unpainted. But if you look closely, you can see that each joint is extremely finely made. Zhang Yi walked over and reached out to take it off, and found that it was not heavy. One piece weighed about 5 or 6 kilograms, and it is hollow inside. Apparently a new type of exoskeleton armor. This reminded Zhang Yi that Lu Karen had mentioned before that her biggest dream was to create a powerful humanoid armor. In such a season, large armored robots are definitely unrealistic, and small human exoskeletons are definitely the best choice. At this moment, Lu Karen woke up. Zhang Yi, elder brother. She rubbed her eyes and saw Zhang Yi playing with her robotic arm. She couldn't help but blush, and hurried over to grab it. It's not done yet. Can't show it to you. She quickly put the robotic arm into a tool box and closed the lid tightly. Why did Zhang Yi spread his hands and keep it a secret from me? Lu Karen's face turned red, and he was very embarrassed. It's like a middle school girl who just tried to write a romance, but was accidentally seen by her sweetheart. Now I just have a rough idea. Let's build it and take a look. It's still early for the finished product. Zhang Yi laughed out loud. Then I will look forward to your finished product. By the way, if you need any materials, tell me, and I'll have someone find them for you. This small exoskeleton does not consume much material. When Lu Karen heard what Zhang Yi said, he smiled and replied, Thank you, brother Zhang Yi. I have already contacted Xiaohong, Lian Xinqian and Chen Jingwan, and they have been very active in cooperating with me. Only 2 warships and dozens of tanks were dismantled. Zhang Yi's smile suddenly froze on his face. That is, 2 warships and dozens of tanks were demolished? Are you going to build a mechanical exoskeleton or an aircraft carrier? Lu Karen said weakly that if I want to build an exoskeleton armor that can adapt to temperatures as low as 100 degrees below zero, the core material needed must be the best metal. Ordinary steel is completely unqualified for use, and must be obtained from the core of military equipment. She looked at brother Zhang Yi innocently with her big eyes. Didn't you say that you would try your best to support me? Zhang Yi. Ahem. Of course. It's just some warships and tanks. You can dismantle them as you like, as long as it's enough. God knows. There are only 5 warships in Xiaoyu base. Lu Karen clapped his hands happily and said, I knew you were the best. Brother! Well, now we have half of the materials together. Zhang Yi almost fell to the ground. Half? Well, the remaining half will come up with ideas for you. Although it hurt a little. Zhang Yi believed in Lu Karen's ability, and he also understood that. As Lu Karen said, in the Ice Age, mechanical products were prone to various failures and extremely difficult to use. And with Lu Karen's ability, he naturally wanted to build a top-notch exoskeleton armor. She is a mechanical artist who has extremely high requirements for her works. And of course she strives for perfection. Zhang Yi is looking forward to what kind of thing she can create. If the effect is good, maybe a few more units can be produced, and he can play with it, or give Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue to use it. By the way, how is my equipment? Zhang Yi asked. He was planning to go out immediately. Lu Karen quickly took out Zhang Yi's weapons and equipment. Both Lei Shu and Bai Xiao have been readjusted. Their stability has been improved, and their range has also been improved. In addition, overall maintenance was done. The biggest change is still in your combat uniform. The previous combat uniform did not consider the issue of naval combat. During this time, I thought that you would definitely use it one day, so I added an underwater propulsion device, a compressed oxygen storage compartment, and an anti-pressure system. And micro-torpedoes are also installed on the arms. Lu Karen raised his arm in combat uniform and gently pressed a switch. Sure enough, 10 miniature torpedoes were revealed underneath, about 10 centimeters long and 10 millimeters in diameter. In addition, there is a box with a total of 1,000 reserve torpedoes. Zhang Yi was so happy when he saw this thing. This time when he went to sea and faced the Fin Dragon, he had a headache because he did not have underwater combat weapons and equipment. If there had been such a thing, and used in conjunction with its special abilities, the destructive power it could create would be no less than a conventional high-speed torpedo. No matter how small it was, Lu Karen had thought so carefully. He must have carefully made the improvement plan after worrying about him all day long. Thank you, Lu. I really like your transformation. Zhang Yi smiled happily. Lu Karen lowered his head shyly, twirling his fingers behind his back. Just like it. Zhang Yi thought for a while and said, Don't worry. I will definitely give you a state-of-the-art warship later and dismantle it for you. Zhang Yi had a premonition. He wants to go to the foggy valley of Star Island to find the source of God. Sooner or later, he will conflict with the maritime forces in the ocean area, the Colombian Ocean Fleet, the Marais Navy, and the Neon Maritime Self-Defense Force. When the time comes, he will definitely have to give those guys a surprise to thank them for causing trouble during Zhang Yi's voyage. Zhang Yi put away his weapons and equipment, then went back and changed into his combat uniform. After confirming that everything was fine, he left the shelter and rushed towards the South China Sea. But as the saying goes, God's calculations are better than those of others. After all, Zhang Yi couldn't consider all situations. There were also some accidents in the southern waters. Half a month ago, the Colombian Navy discovered that Zhang Yi was suspected of possessing information about the source of God. 5-star General Douglas personally ordered to capture Zhang Yi alive at all costs. However, due to the timely response of the East China Sea region, the Colombian Navy was helpless and could not spare much power to pursue Zhang Yi. In addition, Zhang Yi broke the cauldron and directly blocked all electronic signals, making their pursuit more difficult. At this time, the Colombian Ocean Fleet adopted another method, issuing a reward. In addition to the ocean waters, the southern seas, the starry seas, and even the southeastern seas around the territorial waters of Huashu Kingdom, forces large and small have received official documents from the Colombian Ocean Fleet. As long as they find any ship from the Huashu Kingdom appearing, if they can capture the people on board alive and give them to the Colombian Navy, they will receive extremely generous rewards. Even if you just provide information, you will get considerable rewards after confirmation. And located in the southern part of Huashu Kingdom's territorial waters, the King of the Starry Sea, the Tianlong Pirates, naturally also received this reward. Chapter 905, First Team. After receiving the reward order from the Colombian Navy, the Tianlong King did not hesitate and immediately ordered all 6 of his fleets to dispatch to search for the location of the Huashu Kingdom ships. In the previous battle in Tianhai City, the 4th Division of the Tianlong Pirates was wiped out. Later, the Jiangnan region and the Donghai region jointly carried out a clearance of the Tianlong Pirates. And in the following time, the Rose team from the Jiangnan region entered the Starry Sea and began to hunt the Tianlong Pirates, and tried to find the location of Tianlong Island. At this time, the famous Tianlong King had to hide in the bunker all day. He is not afraid of Team Rose. But once their location is exposed, within a minute, the god of death of love in Jiangnan region will come to them. Even as the overlord of the Sea of Stars, he would be wiped out by that kind of weapon. Therefore, the Tianlong King was very depressed during this period and hated the people of Huashu Kingdom. Therefore, this time he had the opportunity to retaliate against the Jiangnan region, and also had the opportunity to please the Colombian Navy and obtain generous rewards. For him, it could be said that he killed 3 birds with 1 stone. And of course, he was very happy. The place Zhang Yi arranged for Zhu Yonk and others was a place called Lilian Island. After Zhang Yiqing surrendered all the pirates on the island, he thought that no news would be leaked in a short time. But he didn't expect that this area was the sea area patrolled by the Tianlong Pirates. In order to search for information about Zhang Yi and others, they patrol the entire sea area every day. But on this day, when the pirate ship passed by Lilian Island, they found that the island was completely silent and there was not a single living person. This immediately aroused the vigilance of the pirates. The news was quickly reported to the headquarters of the first team and the ears of the team leader Nylet. These pirates are cautious by nature and are in the business of licking blood from the edge of a knife. If they are not careful, their heads will fall to the ground. Therefore, they are very concerned about any abnormal phenomena in the territory. After hearing the news, Nylet immediately called his deputy Guna. Guna, take someone over there and find out what happened there. A man came out of the cabin. A woman. A woman with a tall figure and a strange-looking weapon on her back. Guna has brown skin, which is almost black because she has been at sea all year round. Under the gray felt hat, it would be difficult to see her facial features clearly unless she opened her eyes to reveal the large whites of her eyes. But just looking at those eyes once will make people feel a chill on their backs, as if they are being stared at by a poisonous snake. Yes, Captain. Guna's voice was a little hoarse, and she turned and left directly after accepting the order. She took dozens of pirates with her and headed towards Lilian Island. Soon, they arrived at the island. As soon as they arrived on the island, the strong smell of blood aroused Guna's vigilance. She raised the corners of her mouth. It looked like there had been some brutal killings here. A group of pirates headed towards Lilian Island under her leadership. 10 minutes later, in the cave where Lao Tian and others were hiding, 7 or 8 crew members were directly killed. Their bodies had huge holes. as if some kind of strong acid solution had corroded almost regular round holes, which looked extremely weird. Li Zongyu was bleeding all over his body and fell weakly against the wall, with a gun put to his head. Lu Dehai and several men on the boat also tried to fight back, but in the face of absolute force, it was in vain. Lao Tian, a 7-foot-tall man, was picked up by Guna with one hand around his neck. She looked at the old man playfully and said in dialect, "Are you from Washu country? Then it's best to pray that there is someone among you that the Dragon King is looking for. If not." She stretched out a finger. The nails on it were sharp and slender, and with just one stab, it pierced Lao Tian's body armor and penetrated his chest. Ah! Lao Tian couldn't help but scream in pain. "Stop! The person you are looking for is me." At this moment, Zhu Yung couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to stand up. She knew there was no point in hiding. This group of pirates came here with a purpose. If she doesn't come forward, everyone here will go through severe torture. Not to mention that she couldn't bear the punishment herself. But with so many people on board, someone would definitely take the initiative to expose her identity. Zhu Yung felt that he might as well stand up. Maybe he could delay some time. She thought that she was Zhu Zheng's niece after all. These pirates were afraid of her identity, so they would give her some face. Guna saw Zhu Yung. There is a very disgusting temperament in Zhu Yung's body, which is the arrogance of a young lady. No matter how well she conceals it, the arrogance in her eyes and movements cannot be changed. "Who are you?" Guna asked in a low voice. Zhu Yung took a deep breath, and everyone was looking at her. Without Zhang Yi, she is these people's best hope for survival. She tried to calm herself down. "My name is Zhu Yung, and I am the niece of Zhu Zheng, the supreme commander of Jiangnan region. You'd better let us go. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to bear my uncle's anger." "Ah!" Before Zhu Yung finished speaking, Guna's slap fell hard on her face. Zhu Yung was knocked to the ground and blood came out of his mouth. Guna stared at her Jiangnan region fiercely. "That old guy is your uncle, right? Damn woman. Do you know how miserable your uncle has done to us?" Zhu Yung was stunned. Why was the unfolding of the plot different from what she imagined? "Isn't the other party afraid of her uncle?" Guna said disgustedly. "I hate self-righteous young ladies like you the most. Today I will give you a long memory." After she finished speaking, she gestured to the pirates next to her. 4 or 5 pirates showed lewd smiles on their faces. Yes, surrounded by Zhu Yung. In an instant, the blood all over Zhu Yung's body turned cold. Even though she had never experienced such a scene, she had seen it in movies. Of course she knew what was coming. Zhu Yung desperately called for help and begged for mercy. But the pirates just watched with amusement as the men surrounded Zhu Yung step by step. Although the other passengers on the ship couldn't bear it, they had guns pointed at their heads. And coupled with the absolute disparity in strength, rushing to act as a hero at this time was seeking death. So they could only lower their heads and not watch the scene. Zhu Yung howled and cried desperately, and her clothes were soon torn to pieces by the pirates. She wanted to die. But just as he was about to proceed to the last step, Guna cursed in a stern voice. The pirates immediately stopped what they were doing and returned to their positions. Guna looked at Zhu Yung, whose eyes had lost their luster and looked hopeless, with a mocking and cheerful smile on her lips. She was very excited to see such a proud young lady being tortured to the point of collapse. But as a pirate cadre, she knew how valuable the niece of the supreme commander of the Jiangnan region was. And there was no way she could really let anything happen to her here. As long as you scare her, no matter what you ask her to do next, she will cooperate honestly. How do you say that? Throw a punch first, then ask the questions all over. Chapter 906 Nyland. Guna is in a very good mood today. I originally thought I had just captured a small group of pirates who were wandering around. But unexpectedly, I caught a big fish. The commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region and Zhu Zheng's biological niece can definitely be sold for a good price. Perhaps the person from Huashu country whom Lord Dragon King asked them to capture was her. Because of the relationship at this level, Guna did not kill the remaining people, but asked people to guard them here. Then Guna took Zhu Yung and returned to Nero's ship to report the matter to him. She threw Zhu Yung in front of Nero like a garbage bag. She let out a scream and looked around in panic. Nylet has snow-white skin, a long hooked nose, a tall and strong figure, and a pair of cold and terrifying eyes. When had Zhu Yung ever seen such a battle? She had been scared out of her wits by Guna's previous operations. Her face was frighteningly white, and her whole body was trembling. She didn't know what kind of fate would greet her next. This woman is from Huashu Kingdom. She said that she is the niece of Zhu Zheng. The commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region, Guna said to Nilet. After hearing these words, Narrowed leaned forward slightly while sitting on the chair, squinting his eyes and looking at this frail woman. Zhu Zheng's niece? Can she be identified? Guna handed Zhu Yong's communicator to Nilet, which had Zhu Yong's family photo on it. It can be clearly confirmed that there is no problem with her identity. Nilet's narrow and cold eyes revealed a menacing smile, and the corners of his mouth were raised wide. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Can it? The captain of the 4th Division of the Tianlong Pirates is his younger brother. Therefore, Shu is his enemy. Nero looked at Suzaki Yunk, who was as limp as mud on the floor, with murderous intent in his eyes. This made Zhu Yunk's body tremble even more violently. All the pirates around her could clearly see her arms fluttering like butterfly wings. The pirates laughed loudly, like a group of jackals looking at a captured rabbit. Niluda said in a deep voice, "Didn't you find any stranger? And he's a powerful alien." He did not forget the order of the Dragon King. The huge bounty of the Colombian Navy is for a strange person with top strength. It is said that this guy sank a cruiser of the Colombian Navy and killed more than 100 elite Marines above, including 2 Delta-class aliens. Nilet couldn't believe that if such a person was among these people, he would be captured so easily by Guna. Guna said that there was only one alien among them, but he was very weak and was a piece of trash with only beta-level combat power. Nero's eyes narrowed, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. Arrested the wrong person? No. It's impossible. Niluda quickly realized that they had not arrested the wrong person. How could the niece of the dignified commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region go into danger alone and come to the Sea of Stars? That powerful stranger must be with her. It's just that for some unknown reason, we are not together for the time being. When Nero thought of this, he stepped down from his chair. Only when he stood up did people see how tall he was. He was about 2 meters tall. His muscular body is covered with knotted muscles. Years of fighting at sea have given him a strong physique. The heavy footsteps made Zhu Yunk's liver and gallbladder burst. She was at a loss at this moment, not knowing what the pirates in front of her would do to her. What made her collapse the most was that her clothes had long been torn to pieces, and could only barely cover part of her body. The emotions of coldness, shame and despair made her almost collapse. "What are you going to do?" She stared at Nero tremblingly, her voice no longer arrogant, only pleading and humility. Nilet knelt down and stared into her weak eyes. "Now, tell me exactly why you went to sea. Where is that powerful stranger next to you?" He raised his right hand and brought his index finger and thumb closer together. With a crackling sound, a pure white current suddenly exploded in the cabin. Then, there was Zhu Yunk's scream. A strong electric current passed through her body, and for a moment, smoke appeared all over her body. A warm current slowly appeared from the lower part of the body, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Under Nilet's electric shock, her body became uncontrollably incontinent. The laughter around him got louder, piercing Zhu Yunk's ears like needles. "Don't worry. You can answer slowly. I have plenty of time." Nero's smile was like a devil's. "No. No. 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 I say it all." Zhu Yunk's eyes were distracted, and she was almost crazy at this time. She would do anything as long as she was no longer subjected to torture. At a certain moment, she seemed to think of something she had forgotten for a while. Not long after she went to sea, she saw a group of women imprisoned by pirates. She recalled how those women were tortured in the end. The next day, Zhang Yi made complete preparations, then left Tianhai City and headed towards Luoyan Island. The power of the space system user becomes more and more prominent as his ability index increases. Although in terms of offensive capabilities, the space system does not have an absolute advantage. But in terms of comprehensiveness, so far, Zhang Yi has not encountered anyone better than him. Take the simple displacement ability as an example. Space jump. It can ignore all physical obstacles and complete the crossing within 1,000 meters. This method does not rely on any modern technology, and even the most advanced military technology cannot detect his existence. In other words, the maritime blockade that the Colombian Navy was proud of and believed to be impregnable was in vain for him. More than half an hour later, Zhang Yi finally found the location of Luoyan Island on the sea. But when he landed on the island, he felt an unreasonable feeling of depression in his heart. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be secretly alert. "Since I woke up," time echoes. After that, his premonition of the crisis became stronger. "I was only away for 1 day. Did something happen to the island? No. We left from the icy fog sea without turning on any electronic communication devices along the way, no matter how powerful they are. They can't find our location so quickly. If Suzaki Yunk and the others encounter trouble, it can only come from pirates in the surrounding waters. 2 white owls appeared in Zhang Yi's hands, and 2-dimensional shields guarded the front and back of his body. With his current strength, he doesn't have to worry about death even if he encounters the great pirate Dragon King. Anyone who plans to ambush him here would be dreaming. Zhang Yi came to the cave where Zhu Yunk and others were hiding, and took a careful look around, but found nothing unusual. He came to the entrance of the cave, threw 3 stones into it, and then coughed 3 more times. Soon, Lao Tian ran out from inside. Mr. Zhang, you are back, Lao Tian said with a surprised look on his face. Chapter 907, Surrounding and Killing Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi felt a little relieved when he saw Lao Tian. It seems that nothing happened to the people on the boat. But there may be other dangers around the island. Nothing happened during the day I left. Right? Zhang Yi asked. Lao Tian shook his head. Nothing happened. Everyone is waiting for Mr. Zhang to come back. With that said, Lao Tian stretched out his hand towards the cave and said, Come in and take a rest. Zhang Yi nodded and followed Lao Tian into the cave. But the first time after entering, he immediately noticed something was wrong. There are many fewer people in the cave. Zhu Yunk and some crew members have disappeared. The next moment, a violent explosion sounded from the cave. Zhang Yi suddenly came back to his senses, and in front of him was Lao Tian's attentive smile, reaching out to him to let him enter the cave. Zhang Yi's eyes slowly darkened. If it weren't for the ability of Time Echo, the sudden attack just now would have killed even him if he didn't react in time enough. While thinking, Zhang Yi figured out a lot of things. It is impossible for Lao Tian and the others to betray him, because they are not stupid enough to use themselves as bait and die with him. Zhu Yunk and others also disappeared. It means that after he left yesterday, there were other people on this island who left. Not only did he take Zhu Yunk away, he also set up this trap, waiting for him to fall into the trap. As for Lao Tian and others, they are probably controlled by some kind of ability. Now Lao Tian in front of him is just a puppet. Lao Tian is still smiling. Mr. Zhang, please come in. Zhang Yi looked at Lao Tian, smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go in. Not long after, there was a violent explosion in the cave. The flame shot into the sky, and the power exerted by more than 10 tons of explosives in a closed environment was extremely amazing. The mountainside was blown to pieces, and earth and rocks flew everywhere. A few kilometers away, a warship slowly approached. Guna held a telescope in her hand and looked at the violent explosion on the island with a proud smile on her lips. Success? Even a top-level Delta-level enhanced alien would have a hard time surviving the power of dozens of tons of explosives. That guy will lose most of his life even if he doesn't die. She waved her hand at her pirates and ordered them to go ashore for inspection. The gangsters roared and rushed to Luoyan Island in small boats. But a few minutes later, their short screams came from the communicator. Guna's face didn't show too much surprise. Instead, a cheerful smile appeared on his lips. Are you really alive? She didn't expect that she could really kill the codename of Jiangnan region with this method. Chaos. The top stranger. But, so what? Now, the first team has laid a dragnet around Luoyan Island. He will definitely die this time. Suddenly, something flashed in front of Guna's eyes. This fleeting thing became extremely slow before her eyes. When she saw the thing clearly, a fierce fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. That was a person. A man from Huashu Kingdom. Zhang Yi came through the air, aiming directly at Guna on the ship. Guna, on the other hand, pulled out the weird and huge sniper rifle from behind and pointed it in the air. Zhang Yi once again. Space shuttle. It only takes 2 seconds for him to reach Guna's ship. But the moment he appeared, a bullet came to him accurately. Buzz. Zhang Yi seemed to see the space in front of him fluctuate like water. It was the distortion of light caused by powerful energy, giving people the illusion of space distortion. Guna's speed was amazing, and she was able to capture Zhang Yi's moment in midair. However, the bullet still penetrated into the different space and did not hurt Zhang Yi at all. Guna suddenly lifted the felt hat on her head, revealing a ferocious and terrifying look. On her head, there were hundreds of eyes like a dragonfly, densely distributed on both sides of the head. Compound eyes. With such ability, she has super dynamic vision ability. In front of her eyes, ordinary people move as fast as in slow motion. She raised her gun again, still aiming at Zhang Yi in midair. Although her attack was once again swallowed by Zhang Yi using different dimensions. But in this case, Zhang Yi will not be able to use Space Shuttle ability to quickly approach. Do you think I can't kill you like this? Zhang Yi raised his hands and accelerated 30 times. 2 white owls fired out origin bullets, pointing directly at Guna's head. Guna's pupils shrank sharply, and in her field of vision, the speed of the bullet was still so fast that it was blurry. Seeing that she couldn't dodge Zhang Yi's shots, she was about to hate the northwest. At this moment, a splash of water suddenly rose from the sea water on the side. Dozens of thick tentacles extended from the sea water, blocking Guna's way. Puff! 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 More than a dozen tentacles were directly penetrated by the origin bullet. However, the toughness of the tentacle was beyond ordinary people's imagination, and it still blocked the origin bullet fired by Zhang Yi, saving Guna's life. The tentacles wrapped a black shadow and landed on the ship. He was a dark-skinned man. His body was not tall, but very strong. His naked upper body looked like it was forged from black iron. What is most concerning is his head full of dreadlocks, and the dozens of octopus arms extending from the ends of his arms. Be careful. Guna! He is the top combat power in the Jiangnan region. Naruga, the first mate of the first team, said to Guna. Or type ability user. Marine species. Ability codename. Prey and kill octopus. At this time on Yanlu Island, Lao Tian and others fainted, but they were lying intact in the deep pit after the explosion. That explosion looked scary though. But once Zhang Yi is prepared, it won't be a problem at all. The first time he entered the cave, he wrapped everyone in the cave with a Turel knot, blocking the power of the explosion. Although those people seemed to be under control and tried to attack Zhang Yi, it was very easy for Zhang Yi to incapacitate them. He knew he was in a trap. However, he still planned to meet the organizer to decide whether to leave everyone behind or make a final attempt to save these people. But when he saw that the people coming were not the Colombian Navy, but pirates from the Starry Sea, Zhang Yi started to smile in his heart. The worst outcome is that Zhu Yonk is caught, and the information about Zhang Yi has been learned by the other party. However, Zhang Yi's personal information is the core secret of Blizzard City. With Zhu Sheng's work style, it is impossible to allow a rookie like Zhu Yonk to obtain it. What's more, Blizzard City doesn't fully know Zhang Yi's real core secret, judging from the fact that the 2 strangers in front of him dared to challenge him head-on. Zhang Yi knew very well that these guys didn't understand their situation at all at this time. Chapter 908 Invalid Threat, +2. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, and he also put away the white owl in his hand. A cyberpunk-style, horizontal knife appeared in his hand. But just when he was about to take action and kill the 2 ignorant pirates in front of him, a voice suddenly sounded from a distance. You are from Jiangnan region. Chaos. Right? He is worthy of being the best among Jiangnan captains, with extraordinary strength. But now, you better not act rashly. Otherwise, you'll see this woman's head move. Zhang Yi looked towards where the sound came from. In fact, he had already sensed the existence of the ship. It was a steel warship with an old style. It was a model that was about to be retired in Huashu Kingdom. However, among the many small countries in the southern seas, it is a very powerful and popular commodity. Nilet, the captain of the first division of the Tianlong pirates, was sitting on the main gun with his legs crossed and his arms crossed. In his hand was an iron chain, the other end of which was tied around Zhu Yonk's neck. At this time, Zhu Yonk was lying on the deck like a dead dog. His breath was dying. His eyes were dull, and he looked like he had been beaten. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He could feel that the strength of the person in front of him must be extraordinary. There are not many people who can call him by his code name and still act so calmly and calmly. Are you the Dragon King? Zhang Yi didn't go to see Zhu Yonk either, although he promised Lao Zhu to protect her. Showing excessive care at this time will only make him restrained. At worst, Zhu Yonk is really dead, and Zhang Yi will say sorry to Zhu Zheng then. After all, he apologized, and Zhu Zheng was too embarrassed to blame him. Nilet shook his head. No, no, no. Although you are somewhat famous, it is not worthy of the Dragon King himself. Let me, Nilet, the captain of the first division of the Tianlong pirates, come and experience your strength, he said, reaching out and pulling the chain around Zhu Yonk's neck. However, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, this misju will die. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and frowned. Are you threatening me? Nilet laughed loudly and said sinisterly, I am just threatening you. So what can I do? As the captain of the Jiangnan region, you should understand the consequences of protecting the eldest lady of the commander's family at your disadvantage. Zhang Yi turned the holy sword in his hand slightly and sneered in his heart. He became more and more convinced of one thing. This group of pirates barely knew anything about him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be stupid enough to say such things. As soon as Nilet finished speaking, First Officer Naruga jumped up from the warship like a cannonball and rushed towards Zhang Yi. He actually walked on flat ground on the water, running towards Zhang Yi at extremely fast speeds, causing huge waves to fall where his feet landed. The person was still dozens of meters away, and his arms suddenly stretched out towards Zhang Yi. In an instant, dozens of huge octopus arms rushed towards Zhang Yi like spikes. Zhang Yi swung the sword with his right hand, and the black void power wrapped around the blade. As soon as the knife fell, the power of the void turned into a long snake, directly cutting off the dozens of arms neatly. Naruga's eyes flashed with disbelief. As a sea beast, his tentacles are very tough and have extremely high defensive capabilities. But when Zhang Yi cut his tentacles, it was as easy as cutting tofu. Naruga didn't dare to be too big and plunged directly into the ocean. A moment later, a wave of more than 10 meters high hit Zhang Yi. At the same time, Guna in the distance also raised her sniper rifle and launched an attack on Zhang Yi. With her dynamic field of vision, she could easily lock Zhang Yi's position. Moreover, the bullets fired by her weird sniper rifle are also very strange. They are white, bone-like bullets with extremely strong penetrating power. Beastman type ability user. Sea beast species. Insect mother. Guna. Her bullets are sea worms that she reproduces from herself. Not only is it extremely lethal, but as long as it breaks the skin, it can immediately enter the human body along the bloodstream, thereby turning the prey into her puppet. Guna and Naruga, one far away and one close, cooperated very well. As the two lieutenants of the strongest team of the Tianlong pirates, both of them have an ability index of around 8,000 points. They are extremely powerful aliens. It's a pity that today, they misjudged their opponents. The attack methods of the two are very good, but they are called absolute defense. It is difficult for Zhang Yi to pose the slightest threat. He just dodged, and he had already rushed hundreds of meters into the air. All Naruga and Guna's attacks failed. The next moment, Zhang Yi swooped in headfirst, the Holy Inquisitor in his right hand burning with raging void flames. Dozens of tentacles stabbed Zhang Yi from the depths of the ocean, but Zhang Yi refused to avoid it, allowing those tentacles to pierce into his alien space. Attacks on the physical level are almost useless to him. Waterproof. The man fell to the sea and directly used the new abilities he learned during the fight with the fin dragon. Fill the space with seawater, and you can move freely underwater. From then on, the deep sea was no longer Zhang Yi's weakness. When the person entered the water, the blade swept across, and the huge black flame was like a crescent moon, aiming at Naruga in the sea and slashing out. Naruga's pupils narrowed suddenly. He did not expect that the other party was obviously a stranger from the space system, but he could sneak into the bottom of the sea to fight with him. But he had no time to escape. The huge black flame turned into a huge blade. It was a very large blade, so huge that he could not escape the range of its blade. Boom! The huge sound did not come from an explosion, but from the sound of seawater rushing downwards from the surface of the water at high speed. The power of the void can swallow everything, including seawater. Also there is Naruga's body. With just one move, this pirate master with a power index of 8,200 points was split into two pieces by Zhang Yi. In line with the principle of not wasting money, Zhang Yi did not split his head open, but only cut off his head. Then he grabbed Naruga's head and rushed out of the sea. Guna and Nero were both shocked when they saw Naruga being killed instantly. They knew that Zhang Yi was very strong, but they didn't expect that the alien on land would have such powerful power when he reached the ocean. Naruga is in the ocean, but he once had a record of standing up to captain-level figures. Although he was defeated, he could still save his life. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the other party's abilities are not convenient for use at sea. In fact, Nero's idea was not wrong. If Zhang Yi had encountered an enemy like Naruga before he went to sea, he would really be helpless. But he has been fighting with the fin dragon at sea for too long and has gained rich experience in naval battles. Niluta already felt something bad in his heart. He stepped on Zhu Yong's back and lifted up the chains that restrained her, causing her neck to be lifted up violently. The suffocation made her roll her eyes. Chaos! Are you really not afraid that I will kill this woman? How dare you resist? Zhang Yi looked at him with emotionless eyes and said coldly, even if she dies, it was you who killed her. What does it have to do with me? Chapter 909 Weighing the Pros and Cons. If Zhu Yong died, Zhu Zheng would have some opinions on Zhang Yi. Even if he doesn't say it, this feeling cannot go away. However, that is not an issue that Zhang Yi needs to consider now. His ability to survive in the apocalypse until now does not depend on anyone's care. If it weren't for his own strength, Zhu Zheng would have used him as cannon fodder and died countless times. And even if Zhu Yonk died here today, as long as Zhu Zheng needs Zhang Yi's help, he will still be polite to him. Zhang Yi thought very clearly. After killing Naruga, he immediately set off to kill Guna. In a battle of this level, Nylet did not dispatch other pirates, because no matter how many pirates come, they will only die. Zhang Yi kills Guna, and the next step is to kill Nylet. The head of the captain of the first division of the Tianlong pirates is worth a lot of bounty. Zhang Yi licked his lips. And your origin must be very delicious. If Nylet dared to come to encircle and suppress him, he must have captain-level strength. Nowadays, only captain-level origins are of value to Zhang Yi, since the other party took the initiative to send it to your door. Of course he wouldn't be polite. By this time, Guna started to panic. And Nero didn't expect that Zhang Yi didn't take Xu Yang seriously at all. Guna faced Zhang Yi who was attacking her, while using the shooting ability of dynamic vision to interfere with Zhang Yi's space shuttle. At the same time, she opened her mouth as if chewing cud. Her throat wriggled a few times, and she spit out a lot of white worms from her stomach. Those bugs were in the shape of shuttles and flew towards Zhang Yi out of thin air. A large area of white flowers interfered with Zhang Yi's vision. He waved the sword horizontally in his hand, and the flames of the void swept away the insects in front of him. Guna has dived into the water and does not know where she is going. At this moment, Nylet realized that things were out of control and decided to use the last resort. He grabbed Zhu Yonk's head and lifted her up. Then Niluda yelled at Zhang Yi. Chaos! Since you don't care about this woman's life or death, then just watch her die. After Nero finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and threw Vermilion Skylark towards a pirate ship in the distance. Nylet's approach made Zhang Yi hesitate for a moment. Originally, he killed Zhu Yonk, but Zhang Yi had no scruples. But now that Zhu Yonk has a chance to save him, Zhang Yi needs to weigh the pros and cons. There is no need to leave a thorn in Zhu Zheng's heart. Even now, Zhu Zheng will say that he understands Zhang Yi and will not settle scores. But no one can guarantee what will happen in the future. Zhang Yi didn't have much time to think. He turned around and shuttled through several spaces to the pirate ship. Just when he reached out to pick up Zhu Yonk, a sense of crisis hit him unexpectedly. Zhang Yi was not surprised at all. Time Echo anticipated the coming crisis and issued a warning. He had seen what it was. Nylet's warships fired heavy torpedoes, and the cabins were filled with explosives. The moment Zhang Yi's hand touched Zhu Yonk, he opened it. The two worlds are bound together. Almost at the same time, a violent explosion occurred on the sea. The worst-case scenario is that when the knot between the two worlds unfolds, it is impossible to escape through space travel. The explosion will last for a long time, and he can only use different spaces to absorb the power of the explosion. Nylet stood on the main gun of the battleship, staring at the center of the raging explosion with a sinister look on his face. No matter how strong you are, if you have one more burden, it won't be that easy to withstand 2 more rounds of explosions. Although Zhu Yonk's knowledge of Zhang Yi's abilities was limited. After all, the two had been together for several months and still knew some information about him. Under Nero's electrocution, she had already confessed everything. This young lady is more spineless than you think. Therefore, even though Nylet knew that Zhang Yi was very strong, he still believed that he had a great chance of winning. Even from the data point of view, Zhang Yi's ability index is hundreds of points higher than his. However, the real combatants sneer at the so-called ability index. When facing an enemy on the spot, the influencing factors are more important than the ability index itself. The right time, right place, right people, and everyone is on his side. What does he have to lose? However, there was one thing that Nero didn't know. Looking at the entire Jiangnan region, Zhang Yi is the most unique existence. Other aliens are trying their best to improve the strength of their abilities, so that they can defeat their opponents faster. Only Zhang Yi was not that interested in defeating others, but was only thinking about how to survive. This also leads to the strange news that the power index is 9,700 points. The attack index is 9,400 points. And the defense index can reach 12,000 points. Niluda has never seen such a stubborn stranger. Especially one who is so stubborn and yet so powerful. In the world of pirates, there are a group of madmen who are naturally war mad. Therefore, when Zhang Yi carried Zhu Yonk and flew out unscathed from the explosion with the equivalent of hundreds of tons of TNT, his eyes changed. Zhang Yi returned to Luoyan Island carrying the dead dog like Zhu Yonk. But now, he did not relax. The 2 rounds of explosions just now had a great impact on his alien space. And he still needs to face Neurotus in his prime. So far, Zhang Yi still doesn't know Nilet's specific abilities and ability index. But Jiang and region officials once had information about the Tianlong King. It shows that its ability value is as high as 9,800 points. As the captain of the squad, Nilet's maximum points cannot exceed 9,500 points, which is lower than Zhang Yi's current 9,700 points. In addition, Zhang Yi is better at defense. At this time, Zhang Yi waited and believed that he was still in an advantageous state. Although the odds of winning are only 95%. You can still fight. Zhang Yi thinks that Nero's power index is around 9,500 points. In fact, Nero's ability index is only 9,300 points. However, Nilet believed that Zhang Yi's ability index was around 9,500. And he had already taken the initiative on the battlefield by virtue of his geographical location and first mover advantage. One of the two is crazy. The other is stable. So the difference in ability index is obviously too big. But a strange stalemate occurs. Nero decided to take the initiative. Zhang Yi was holding a vermilion skylark in his hand. And Nilet thought that it would make Zhang Yi fall into a trap and become a burden to Zhang Yi. This is the right time to take action. Guna! Neroda shouted. In the seawater, Guna's face slowly rose up. And she turned into her own body. It was a weird bug. The lower body was a crustacean with hundreds of legs. But the upper body was humanoid, combined with the hundreds of compound eyes on her head. It looks extremely weird and scary. The sniper rifle in her hand is part of her body, connected to her insect nest, and aimed at Zhang Yi in the air. Under the cover of a powerful sniper, Zhang Yi needs to deploy a two-dimensional not to defend. Therefore, his space-jumping skills were forced to be blocked. As for Nero, this is what he wants. Chapter 9:10 Thunder God Jellyfish. If you can be here, kill the captain-level stranger in Jiang'an region. Chaos. Lord Dragon King will definitely be very happy. You can also give a warning to those bugs that have recently disrupted the order of the Starry Sea. Nilet's body sank slightly, and then his whole body rose into the sky like a cannonball. Zhang Yi's attention needs to be divided. He was holding the half-dead Suzaki Yunk in his left hand. He could not let go of the person he had finally saved. Otherwise, he would be in trouble again if he was snatched away by pirates. In addition, he had to take care of Guna's sniper rifle and Nilet at the same time. However, Nilet's movements still attracted Zhang Yi's attention. When a pirate chooses to fly into the air, how does he attack? Zhang Yi raised his head slightly. Although the white sun in the sky did not have much temperature, it had a slightly dazzling light. Suddenly, Nilet disappeared in Zhang Yi's eyes. His shadow became dim and Zhang Yi couldn't see him. But the vision in front of him suddenly became slightly dim. It was as if the sky was covered with a thin transparent veil. The next moment, Zhang Yi knew what it was. A huge, extremely huge and transparent thing fell from the sky like a fishing net, and then completely covered the entire area where Zhang Yi was. But it wasn't a fishing net. Zhang Yi had never heard of anyone having the ability to turn a stranger into a tool. It was a huge transparent software that quickly turned into a ball in the air, and then completely enveloped Zhang Yi and Zhu Yang as if they were locked in a fish tank. Tianlong Pirates, captain of the 1st Division, and a user with orc-type abilities. Ability code: Thor Jellyfish. The area covered by the giant jellyfish is as big as a small island. It is worthy of being a mollusk. And the area it covers when spread out is really amazing. And after wrapping Zhang Yi, violent electric current began to flow out of the entire body of the Thunder God Jellyfish. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he already knew what kind of method Nilet was going to use. At this time, he cannot use Space Shuttle to escape, because an advanced Delta-level sniper was targeting him. As long as he appears in the outside world, there is a possibility of being hit. However, using the two worlds absolute not to resist such an attack would run the risk of overloading the energy and causing the defense to be penetrated. It was obvious that the opponent had learned about some of his abilities and had formulated tactics. Boom! Nilet would not give Zhang Yi a chance to think. Huge electric current began to gather from all directions, and then launched an indiscriminate concentrated attack towards Zhang Yi inside his body. A blinding white light bloomed in the air. Almost blinding. That kind of powerful current may have a high voltage of millions of volts. Zhang Yi turned on the anti-glare function of the combat uniform. In an instant, I already had a decision in my heart. Void Cage. With a wave of his right hand, the Holy Seal. The raging power of the void was released from the tip of the knife, and then turned into a large void curtain wall, quickly wrapping Zhang Yi and Zhu Yunk. There was lightning and thunder inside the Thor jellyfish, and the dazzling white thunder caused the surrounding dozens of sea miles to become translucent, like a huge supernova explosion. However, The roar of thunder and lightning only lasted for a moment, and then dissipated. The black void curtain wall around Zhang Yi slowly disappeared. But he and Zhu Yonk were unscathed. Zhang Yi's power comes from the void, and can swallow matter existing in reality. In principle, it is complete nothingness. Using the power of the void to form a barrier will form a natural vacuum zone between Zhang Yi and Thunder God Jellyfish. Without air as a medium, no matter how high the intensity of the current released by Neluda is, it will not be able to harm Zhang Yi at all. A dull voice sounded around Zhang Yi. Oh! Sure enough. There are some tricks. Can you block this move? After the words fell, Zhang Yi's ears keenly picked up a sound similar to the squirming of mucus. He raised his head slightly, and the top of his head was now covered with jellyfish soft bodies. Just on the ceiling of the jellyfish, a layer of sticky translucent liquid appeared, precipitating from the jellyfish's body. The next moment, the translucent mucus fell down like falling rain. Zhang Yi unfolds the knot between the two realms. After the liquid fell into the barrier, Zhang Yi discovered that it was a horribly corrosive liquid. But this discovery not only did not make Zhang Yi feel terrible, but instead brought a smile to his lips. Because judging from this level of corrosion, even if his alien space is filled up, it will take a long time for the corrosion to penetrate. Is that all it takes? I admire you so much. Zhang Yi already understood Nilet's attack method. He decided not to just defend, but to start a counterattack. The torpedo launcher in his right hand was aimed at the side. And with the special power, 10 torpedoes were directly fired. Boom! 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 The torpedo detonated violent vibrations on the jellyfish wall. However, after a burst of fireworks, Zhang Yi was shocked to find that the body of the Thunder God jellyfish only twisted violently. And then the energy of the explosion was resolved. The defense of mollusks is not weak either, Nilet said sarcastically. You're not the only one who's good at defense. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge jellyfish body suddenly landed into the sea water. The sea is his true home ground. He wanted to drag Zhang Yi into the deep sea. Zhang Yi sneered and said, "Where are you going? It's a little too early for you to be proud. Right? Since torpedoes don't work, try using a knife." The black flames of the void enveloped the Holy Inquisition. Rising violently into the sky, the black flame spiraled up and turned into a sharp awl, piercing the body of the Thunder God jellyfish. The body of the Thunder God jellyfish was lifted up high and extended to a length of hundreds of meters. Puff! Finally, the thick layer of software was penetrated by the flames of the void like a balloon. But Zhang Yi didn't have any happy expression. Instead he frowned. The gap that was penetrated was actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The nearby software rushed over quickly and filled the wound. Nilet's impudent voice mocked Zhang Yi. "Although I know you are strong, this is the sea, my home court. I can't be killed here." Zhang Yi grew up in Tianai City, and he often ate seafood. Of course he knew how difficult this mollusk was. Without a heart or a brain, this thing can be said to be harmless. In addition, the Thunder God jellyfish incarnated by Nilet is huge enough that no matter how Zhang Yi attacks, he cannot completely kill it. However, this ability also requires paying a sufficient price. A stranger like Nero cannot go ashore. Otherwise his combat effectiveness will not be as good as that of a deputy captain. However, this price is exchanged for absolute strength and difficulty on the sea. Chapter 9:11 Mollusks. Nilut's huge body fell towards the ocean, and he wanted to bring Zhang Yi into his domain. His incarnation of the Thor jellyfish is in the ocean, and is almost impossible to kill. Zhang Yi sneered. "I don't eat jellyfish." He suddenly opened a different space. Then in the next moment, he took out several huge cargo boxes from the alien space. Zhang Yi directly launched a miniature torpedo, hitting a cargo box. Suddenly there was a violent explosion. After a while, the inside of the Thor jellyfish looked like snow. White dust filled the sky and fell down along with the blue and white packaging bags and cargo box fragments. Nilet, who originally thought he had the initiative on the battlefield, suddenly let out a scream. His huge body shrank in an instant and became smaller rapidly. "What the hell? Sprinkle salt into my body." Nilet never dreamed that someone could conjure tens of thousands of kilograms of salt out of thin air. The body of a jellyfish is 98% water. Once it encounters a highly concentrated liquid, it will quickly dehydrate and become smaller. Therefore, table salt is a more deadly weapon to him than torpedoes. In fact, this salt attack caused Zhang Yi some pain. He did have a lot of salt in his warehouse, but that was enough for the rest of his life. At this time, he squandered tens of thousands of bags of salt. But I don't have time to think about such things now. I went back to Blizzard City and discussed with Zhu Zheng. It shouldn't be a problem to get a batch of salt. Just be useful. Zhang Yi repeated his old trick, taking out all the remaining salt in the different space, and then exploded it again. Now, Nyla didn't dare to forcefully use his body to take over. The feeling of being stuffed with salt in your stomach is like a nightmare. He quickly unwrapped Zhang Yi, and poof, falling into the sea with a crash. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to chase after him. He turned around and rushed towards Guna, who was aiming a sniper rifle at him from a distance. Guna had already fired the first shot, which was blocked by the Juejia of two realms without any suspense. She knew that she was no match for Zhang Yi, so she chose to run away. But Zhang Yi was determined to kill, and fired 10 micro-torpedoes in succession. Although this kind of torpedo is not as powerful as a heavy torpedo, the combined power of 10 of them is terrifying enough. And it can travel at high speed after entering the water. Guna's underwater speed is obviously not as fast as the torpedoes. She screamed, and was immediately blasted into the sky by a violent explosion. Zhang Yi held the holy seal in his hand, flew across the air, and cut the man and the gun into 2 pieces with one strike. He cut off Guna's head, stuffed it directly into the alien space, and then ran to Luoyan Island without looking back. Now, he and Nylet were one-on-one. Zhang Yi threw the unconscious Zhu Yunk on the ground, and at the same time quickly took out the supernatural food from the different space to replenish his lost supernatural power. Although he seems to be very calm now, several previous impacts have caused considerable damage to his alien space. Its own continuous activation ability consumes extremely serious amounts of energy. As a naturally steady man, he was in no hurry to pursue Nero. He doesn't yet know what Thor's jellyfish is capable of underwater. It's better to fill up the status on the island first, and then fight again. At that time, wouldn't it be up to him to decide whether to fight or leave? While Zhang Yi was replenishing his strength and recovering his condition, Nylet was not idle either. Orc-type ability users have a special skill. You can recover physical strength and energy by catching food. After using seawater to dilute the salt in his body, Nylet began to devour creatures around Luoyan Island to restore the energy in his body. Not long after, Zhang Yi was still thinking about tactics on the island, when he saw thunder and lightning dozens of meters long rising into the sky on the sea in front of him, like white pillars stuck in the sea. Crackling, thunder pillars blocked the sea one after another. Zhang Yi focused his eyes and looked around. He actually saw that the entire Luoyan Island was surrounded by such huge thunder pillars. If you go down from midair, you will see an extremely terrifying scene. In the sea area around Luoyan Island, which is only a dozen square kilometers in diameter, a jellyfish with an unknown size spreads out its body and quietly sinks on the bottom of the sea. And Nilet's body is as big as nearly 10 Luoyan Islands. Zhang Yi couldn't help but have a headache when he saw these thunder pillars. His displacement range is only 1 kilometer. However, the coverage area of the thunder pillar is extremely dense. If he is not careful, he will be hit due to misjudgment of the distance. He had seen what Nero was capable of. Even the highest level combat uniform would probably be penetrated. Zhang Yi didn't have the guts to touch high-voltage lightning with his body. Boom! 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 Several thunder pillars penetrated the earth and rocks directly from the shore of Luoyan Island and charged towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi picked up Zhu Yunk and quickly retreated. There are also unconscious crew members and people on Yanlu Island on the island. And Zhang Yi still has a troublesome woman in his hands. Zhang Yi would be quite confident if he left at this time. It's just that these people are afraid that they will all be killed. Zhang Yi looked at Lao Tian, Li Zhongyu and others lying on the ground and breathed out impatiently. It's really troublesome. So I'll give it a try. If you can kill him, you will be lucky and save your life. Otherwise, you will only be considered unlucky. Zhang Yi improves his physical condition to the best level through the supplement of supernatural food. He loaded the torpedo launcher with ammunition, and then prepared to go to the sea for the final battle with Nylet. But when he was taking things from another space, Zhang Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. A good idea came to his mind. Since we are dealing with seafood, there may be a simpler way. Zhang Yi does have an easier way. He didn't know Nero's ability underwater. And of course, he wouldn't bravely enter the water given his personality. Since he can't get down, it's better to force Nero out. Zhang Yi took out the fuel he had reserved from another space. A large part of them were originally obtained from the military supplies department in preparation for ocean voyages. Zhang Yi wanted a surprisingly large share, and originally planned to keep some for himself. But I didn't expect it to come in handy now. This throw is thousands of barrels of fuel. The oil barrel was thrown into the sea and exploded directly after touching the thunder column. The oil quickly spread on the sea surface, and then burned into a raging fire. The huge Thor jellyfish's body is 98% water, and once the water source is polluted, it will also corrode its body. The sea area around Luoyan Island is not large enough for these thousands of barrels of fuel to quickly spread to the entire sea area. Just as Zhang Yi expected, it didn't take long for the thunder pillars all over the sea to slowly dissipate. Nilet's body inhaled a large amount of fuel, which was extremely difficult to clean and could not be diluted with sea water, causing great damage to him. He knew that he could no longer fight in his current state, so he quickly swam towards the deep sea in the south. Chapter 9:12 King Kong Ankylosaurus. Now, it's time to switch offense and defense. Zhang Yi held the knife in his hand, jumped up, and flew in the direction of Nilet's retreat. This is a shallow sea with a depth of less than 100 meters. Nero's body was especially easy to spot at this time. After all, wherever he passed, there was a large streak of oil on the water. A teasing smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. He loaded the torpedo calmly, and then started launching it underwater. In this state, even Nilet will not be directly harmed by the explosion of the torpedo. However, the chain reaction caused by the explosion will continue to burn him. This means that my conditions are limited. Otherwise, I will give you a taste of H-sewage. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, the torpedo had already detonated the fuel in Canute's body. A raging fire burned under the water. Even though the temperature was quickly cooled by the sea water, the mollusk still shrank rapidly and suffered huge damage. Zhang Yi was very patient and chased Nero in the air in the direction he was going. There are thousands of miniature torpedoes in his different space, enough for him to play with Niluta slowly. Nilet finally felt the crisis of death at this time, but he could only continue to escape into the distance, trying to enter the deep sea to resolve this crisis. However, what he was waiting for was the continuous torpedo bombardment from above. But at this time, he didn't dare to use the ability of thunder and lightning, which would only make the oil inside his body burn and scorch his body. Zhang Yi's move was not cruel. It just took advantage of his weak spot. It's going to be a long night and many dreams, so let's speed up the pace. Zhang Yi chased Nero and fired hundreds of torpedoes, watching helplessly as his body shrank to 1% of its original size. Even so, it's bigger than a blue whale. But this is the sea after all. Zhang Yi needs to fight quickly to prevent other members of the Tianlong pirates from coming to support him. It was also to avoid causing too much noise and attracting the Colombian Navy. He raised the holy seal with his right hand and began to condense the power of the void. This is his most powerful killing move, but it consumes a huge amount of power. Gather all the power of the void to deliver the most powerful blow. Generally speaking, each shot can drain 1/3 of his superpowers. But now, facing the exhausted Nero, Zhang Yi felt that he could use this move to finish. It's time to send you on your way. Go to H.L. Zhang Yi raised the holy seal, and the power of the void began to condense crazily on the blade, making the blade look darker than the night. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly a thunder exploded in the sky. Boom! Huge thunder came from the sky, and the vision in front of Zhang Yi suddenly darkened. He felt a huge threat coming over him. At the same time, Neurotus in the ocean also laughed arrogantly and heartily. Ha ha ha! You are done. Over the entire sea area, strong winds gathered dark clouds, and the sea area hundreds of miles away suddenly became gloomy. Huge lightning flashes through the dark clouds like silver snakes. There was a roar of wind and thunder. A voice like Hong Zhongdalu came from high in the sky. You are? Chaos. Zhang Yi raised his head and glanced at the sky. Amidst the dark clouds in the sky, a winding black dragon stretched out its huge body, its tall dragon head looking down at Zhang Yi. Heaven Dragon King. Zhang Yi read word for word. You know who the other person is without having to guess. In the entire Starry Sea, the only one with the power to make Zhang Yi feel a sense of crisis is this overlord of the pirate realm, leader of the Tianlong pirates, Ankylosaurus, Li Fengxian. Unexpectedly, his ability is to transform into a black dragon. The pitch-black scales sparkled with metallic luster, and it looked as if nothing could destroy it. Zhang Yi's mood also darkened. One-on-one, he was not afraid at all whether it was Nero or the Dragon King. But 1 against 2. He obviously wouldn't fight such an uncertain battle. But now he wants to leave, and the Dragon King and Nero can't do anything to him. With this in mind, Zhang Yi's blade that was originally aimed at Nilet changed its direction and slashed towards the black dragon in the air. The black flames that pierced the sky came to the black dragon in an instant. The eyes of the heavenly Dragon King burned with angry flames. How dare you attack me and seek death? He roared, causing a violent storm. The heavenly Dragon King opened his mouth and spit out a raging jet of black flames. Along with the strong wind, the flames became more raging. This is a real flame, completely different from Zhang Yi's flame-like void power. But in terms of power, the two actually cancelled each other out in midair, and Zhang Yi's void flame had the upper hand. Call. The void swallowed up the black flames of the Heavenly Dragon King and eroded his body. However, the black steel-like body was not substantially damaged. But this phenomenon made Zhang Yi frown slightly and felt something was wrong. He is not good at offense. The Heavenly Dragon King's power index is as high as 9,800 points. But he fell behind in the confrontation with him. I always felt that something was not quite right with the Heavenly Dragon King in front of me. Seemed a little weaker than expected. But he didn't have time to think about the problem. Because of the ability of Time Echo, Nilet's counterattack has been sensed. While Zhang Yi was fighting with the Dragon King, Nilet rushed out of the sea and restored his human form. The soles of his feet were dripping with black oil, and his whole body was dirty. He looked extremely embarrassed. After transforming into a human form, he can quickly empty the body of oil. Nilet clasped his hands together and pointed his finger at Zhang Yi in a shooting posture. Thunder gun. A white thunder column with purple in it shot towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had already begun to think about quitting at this time. 1-on-2. And he didn't understand the abilities of the Dragon King. Although he couldn't lose, it would be difficult to win. No need to waste time here. He escaped Nero's attack by traveling through the void. Just as he was about to leave, the water beneath his feet surged up strangely. Zhang Yi didn't feel the crisis. So the sudden change was not from the enemy. Just when Zhang Yi was wondering what the hell this was, a huge bubble popped out of the seawater. It was a giant colorful bubble. After it surfaced, there was a huge steel battleship wrapped inside. The blisters burst and the battleship banged. It landed on the water with a loud sound, causing high splashes. A woman wearing a blue and white Navy uniform, a wide-brimmed hat, and a long sword on her waist looked at Zhang Yi with a smile on her face. Finally found you. Captain Chaos. Chapter 913 Mirage. The warship suddenly appeared from the sea, which surprised the three people present. Zhang Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly when he heard her calling his codename. Only when he saw the ice blue rose mark on her combat uniform did Zhang Yi understand who was coming. One of the 6 major investigation teams in Jiangnan region. Team Rose. And the person in front of him was undoubtedly Linghu Feishue, the captain of Team Rose. But Zhang Yi didn't expect that they were actually Navy. After Linghu Feishue appeared, she greeted Zhang Yi with a smile, and then turned her attention to the huge black dragon in the sky. He is not the true form of the Heavenly Dragon King. That guy. I've been tracking his location for months. He is very cautious, and has been hiding in a bunker somewhere in the Sea of Stars. And the one in front of us is just his clone. Zhang Yi suddenly realized at this moment why the oppression brought by the Heavenly Dragon King in front of him was not strong enough. It turns out that it is not the true body that has arrived. No wonder he appeared on the battlefield so quickly. The Heavenly Dragon King was furious after seeing Team Rose. Smelly bitches. If I weren't afraid of the power behind you, I would have killed you long ago. Linghu Feishue didn't care at all. She lowered the brim of her hat and said calmly, "So what? Why bother making excuses for your timidity? Since you dare to take action against Jiangnan region, you should know that today will happen." The Heavenly Dragon King breathed heavily, and his huge teeth clenched loudly. In his heart, he cursed Canute more than once. If that guy hadn't made his own initiative and sent troops to Tianhai City without authorization, how could the Tianlong pirates have fallen into the passive situation they are in today? Arrogant! Linghu Feishue, leader of the Tianlong dynasty, opened his mouth and spit out a stream of blazing flames. Linghu Feishue choked and drew out her sword. She spoke quickly to Zhang Yi and said, "I will deal with the clone of the Heavenly Dragon King, and you go and kill Nilet." After saying that, she jumped up and rushed towards the Heavenly Dragon King. She opened her lips slightly, and a colorful bubble enveloped her, causing her to fly into the air. The black flames were extremely hot, rapidly heating up the sea area within a few miles, melting the ice, and even the fish could not withstand the temperature and floated up. Linghu Feishue swept out with his sword, and a beautiful and dreamy scene like a fairy tale appeared in the air. There were countless colorful bubbles, flying quickly towards the Heavenly Dragon King, as if they were bursting out from a bubble machine. But these beautiful-looking bubbles exploded the moment they came into contact with the black flames. Boom! Colorful bubbles exploded one after another, with terrifying power, directly canceling out the Heavenly Dragon King's flames. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate, held the knife in his backhand, and chased Nilet. At this time, Nero was shocked. He had already realized that in a one-on-one situation, he was no match for Zhang Yi. So he dived into the sea again without hesitation. However, after dehydration, if you want to transform again, you must absorb a lot of water. However, the water sources in the surrounding sea areas have long been polluted and full of oil, making it impossible to transform again. He could only swim desperately to the bottom of the sea. However, at this time, Zhang Yi used 3,000 worlds, dived into the water, and chased him. Nilet took out 3 sea urchin-shaped mines from his pocket and threw them directly towards Zhang Yi behind him. Zhang Yi didn't even try to hide. The mine passed in front of him and then came out from behind. By the time it exploded, Zhang Yi had already caught up with him. Of course, Nilet in human form can't swim as fast as Zhang Yi, who is blessed with technology. He held the knife in his hand, and the power of the void swept towards Nilet like a long snake. Unwilling to surrender, Nilet formed 2 lightning chains with his hands to fight back. The power of the void and the lightning chains collided violently on the seabed. Nilet's lightning chains were shattered and turned into white points of light and disappeared into the sea. Zhang Yi had already stepped forward and fired the torpedo in his hand, as if it was free of charge. Nilet dodged left and right, unable to transform into the thunder god jellyfish form. He is only a human body and cannot withstand such a violent explosion. He couldn't bear it anymore, and forcefully began to absorb the surrounding seawater, transforming into a beast for the second time. Zhang Yi silently blew up dozens of barrels of gasoline on the seabed, right next to Nilet. Nero I %%. Zhang Yi looked at him coldly under the water. You now feel a little more solid. With that said, he aimed another torpedo at Nilet and shot it. There was a violent explosion under the water. Nilet's transformation was not completed yet. He was only halfway through. His body was not fully expanded yet, and half of his body was blown away. Zhang Yi looked at his body in the form of a mollusk and felt troubled. Where is the core of this origin? It's not easy to absorb. So he held the holy seal in his hand and said to Nero, surrender, and I can spare your life. You are a talent, and as long as you are willing to use it for me in the future, I will protect you. After hearing this, Nilet quickly responded, well, show your sincerity first. Put your knife away. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. No oil or salt is allowed. Do you really think I can't kill you at the bottom of the sea? Nilet didn't answer. Zhang Yi's combat effectiveness is indeed superior to his, but in jellyfish form. Unless he is drained of water. As a neurological creature, he can regenerate as long as any part of his tissue survives. It's not that easy to kill him. There is another possibility, which is to use up all his supernatural energy and force him to return to his human form. However, how can a top Delta level alien be so easily consumed? Zhang Yi was already a little impatient. This is the sea, and Nilet has been escaping to the deep sea area. If he is really allowed to dive into the deep sea, Zhang Yi will hesitate to pursue him, because 4 or 5 months of sailing made him deeply aware of the horror of the sea. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Okay. He began to condense the energy of the void again, focusing on the Holy Inquisitor in his right hand. Niluta had seen the power of this move. Even the clone of the Heavenly Dragon King could not block it, let alone him at this time. But Neurotus couldn't run away, so he could only hope that this move would cut off his body at most. However, soon he could no longer maintain this delusion. The power of the void in Zhang Yi's hand became stronger and stronger. And finally it was like a huge black sun appearing in the deep sea, making the deep sea even darker, as if falling into an endless night. In the middle of the huge black sun, Zhang Yi is the core. His cold eyes looked down at Nilet, the only white light in the eternal night. Nilet finally panicked. He seemed to see his own Death Star shining. I surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, the knife in Zhang Yi's right hand fell down. Above the sea, the clones of the Heavenly Dragon King and Ling Hu Feishue, who were fighting, suddenly heard a deafening sound. They couldn't help but look sideways, and saw a huge gully 1,000 meters long suddenly appeared on the sea. The sea water poured into it crazily, making a soul-stirring sound. Chapter 9:14 Defeat the Heavenly Dragon King. A moment later, Zhang Yi flew up to the sea carrying several broken pieces of Nilet's body. The power of the void swallowed up the sea water, and at the same time drained the water out of Nilet's body, making it impossible for him to maintain his transformed state. Then, Niluta was beheaded by Zhang Yi. Seeing Nero's death in battle, the Heavenly Dragon King looked up to the sky and let out a roar. Chaos. Guanghan. You are seeking death. Ling Hu Feishue's official title is Fairy Guanghan, a person who releases abilities. Ability code: A Midsummer Night's Dream. Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at the clone of the Heavenly Dragon King. He and Ling Hufeishua had been fighting until now. But there was still no winner. Zhang Yi judged that his clone only had about 70% of the strength of his original body. Ling Hufeishua sneered and asked, "Is it because you have a loud voice? If you really have the courage, you shouldn't be here." She put her left hand in front of her lips and gently blew a kiss. Countless colorful bubbles flew out and surrounded the clone of the Heavenly Dragon King. Violent explosions soon occurred one after another. However, the damage this caused to the clone of the Heavenly Dragon King was very limited. Ling Hufeishua was helpless. The defense of this armored dragon was comparable to that of a heavy armored battleship. Even if it's just a clone, it's difficult to cause substantial damage with her large-scale AoE attacks. Zhang Yi silently put away Nilet's head. "I'll do it." After he finished speaking, his left hand began to take out supernatural food from the alien space to replenish energy, and his right hand began to condense the power of the void. The Heavenly Dragon King lost his right-hand man and became angry. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and strong winds blew. Bolts of lightning descended from the dark clouds high in the sky and struck Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishua indiscriminately like sharp swords. "Let's do it together." Zhang Yi raised the Holy Judge in his hand, and Ling Hufeishua raised his sword in understanding. The black sharp blades slashed into the air, and Ling Hufeishua's blade also glowed with colorful brilliance. There was actually a rainbow rising up into the sky. The two of them joined forces to strike, shattering the Heavenly Dragon King's thunder and lightning, stabbing his huge body hard. Just listen to the click. With a sound, the huge clone cracked like glass, and then quickly spread to the whole body. The Heavenly Dragon King knew that his clone could no longer be maintained, but he still looked at Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishua with the most resentful eyes. "Remember, I will never let you go. Sooner or later, I will bite you to death one by one and turn you into my food." Unfortunately, after saying the harsh words, the body of the Heavenly Dragon King suddenly collapsed and disappeared into the sky. The sky slowly cleared up. The dark clouds slowly dispersed, and the sea around Luoyan Island was as calm as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yi also ignored Tianlong King's warning. He looked at Ling Hufeishua, who was not far away. Ling Hufeishua also looked at him with a playful smile. The two of them met for the first time, and they worked together to defeat the enemy. I guess it was fate. But this time, even if Ling Hufeishua didn't show up, Zhang Yi could theoretically defeat the clones of Nilet and the Dragon King. However, he did not expect such a clone method. In actual operation, it may be that they chose to retreat out of a prudent style. Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishua landed on the deck of the Blue Rose. Only then did the members of Team Rose run out of the cabin. They did not participate in the battle just now, mainly because the enemy was the clone of the Heavenly Dragon King. And even if they won, there would be no substantial gain. Therefore, there is no need for a life and death fight. Zhang Yi glanced at them and found that, as the rumor said, they were all women. And they were all beautiful women wearing blue and white navy combat uniforms. There are many cool ones, gentle ones, petite and cute ones. In an environment like the end of the world, it is extremely difficult to form an alien army composed purely of women. But Ling Hufeishua did it and made Team Rose, with its outstanding strength, no less powerful than the other teams of the 6 major investigation teams. No one dared to regard these female soldiers as flower vases. This has to be admirable. The female soldiers on the ship were also looking at Zhang Yi with curious eyes. Chaos. This codename is now so famous in the Jiangnan region that it has even been heard in other regions. Most people believe that Zhang Yi is now the strongest person in the Jiangnan region. Women are naturally attracted to beauty, which is the same as men are naturally attracted to beautiful women. So they looked at Zhang Yi eagerly, and even couldn't help but smile ambiguously. Ling Hufeishua just glanced at them without restraining them. Women are free to look at the men they want. She believes that this is also a kind of self-confidence. Ling Hufeishua inserted the long sword into the scabbard, walked up to Zhang Yi, and then stretched out her right hand. "Captain of the Rose Squad, Guanhan." Zhang Yi took a deep breath and shook hands with her. "Chaos. But to be honest, I don't really like the leader who calls himself the Tengu Squad. You know, it was just a temporary team. And I'm not a bitch either." Zhang Yi's humor made Ling Hufeishua couldn't help but smile. "You are so funny. But I have to admit that you are indeed the #1 master in the Jiangnan region. In the sea, it is extremely difficult to kill a master like Nilet." Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he heard the words, "#1 master." On the surface, he is not a vain person. It's just that Ling Hufeishua seemed to have something in her words, which made him care. "On the surface? Then do you know anyone stronger than me?" Ling Hufeishua's smile grew even stronger. I've never seen anyone weaker than you. Zhang Yi laughed dumbly, and did not continue to pester. Ling Hufeishua's words were either a deliberate attempt to change the subject, or they really meant something. Anyway, thank you for coming to support me. After Zhang Yi saw them, he felt much more at ease. Although he didn't know how Team Rose found him. Now that they had an organization, Zhang Yi no longer had to worry about saving the lives of the people on Luoyan Island. There is also a group of people on the island that I brought back during my mission. Could you please take them back to Jiangnan region? Just send it to Tianhai City. This is what Zhu Shuai promised me before. Who would have thought that after Zhang Yi made this request? Ling Hufeishua gently shook her head. It's not that easy to go back now. Zhang Yi showed a strange expression. Why? Ling Hufeishua lowered the brim of his hat, and said seriously that the noise this time was bigger than you imagined. The Colombian Navy has completely blocked the sea area. Even if our ship returns, it will be discovered by them. Chapter 9:15 Guang Han's request. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Ling Hufeishua continued. It seems they care about you very much. This is the first time I have seen an action of this scale in my life. Zhang Yi certainly understands that it is worthwhile for the Colombian Navy to do this, because the source of God can help aliens achieve genetic jumps. Once obtained, it is possible to create one or even multiple Epsilon-level aliens. Therefore, in order to obtain the source of God, all major forces are willing to do whatever it takes. But Zhang Yi didn't panic at all. He pinched the bridge of his nose and asked calmly what was our Navy doing? Can't you ask them to come over and take care of you? The Navy Zhang Yi was referring to was naturally the East China Sea region. Who knew that Ling Hufeishua smiled disapprovingly. Do you think you will become stronger if you go to the territory of Donghai region? She stared at Zhang Yi, her eyes radiating a cold blue light. I believe the Donghai region is also very interested in the secret in your hands. So once we ask for help from Donghai region, there is a high probability that we will be invited to drink tea in Donghai region first. When the time comes, if you don't reveal the secrets in your hands to others, I think your tea drinking days will last longer. Zhang Yi does not deny this. Even though Jiangnan region and Donghai region are two major forces in the same country. But there are still times when brothers compete with each other. In order to persuade the Donghai region to take action, Xu Shen must have revealed the news about the source of God. Then, of course, people may have the idea of eating alone. Zhang Yi also had some difficulties at this time. Even if he could use space to travel back, the members of the Rockflow group on the ship had information about Star Island. As long as it is interrogated by professionals, the secret of Star Island will definitely be discovered. However, if Zhang Yi was asked to kill all the people in the Yinlu group here, he would indeed be a little reluctant. If it wasn't a matter of life and death for him, he would not be willing to kill someone who had no grievances against him. After thinking about it, Zhang Yi still said to Ling Hufeishua, this conflict will be resolved as soon as I return to Jiangnan region and appear in public. At that time, it will make no sense for the Colombian Navy to continue to block the sea area. So I will put you on your boat first, and I will go back to the Jiangnan area first. Ling Hufeishua looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. How do you go back? Zhang Yi touched his nose. He naturally had some secret methods to get around. So you don't need to ask any more questions. Hearing this, Ling Hufeishua said nothing more. She was just ordered to come here to support Zhang Yi, and she would never ask any other questions that shouldn't be asked. So she nodded. Okay. Where are everyone? Zhang Yi pointed to Luoyan Island in the distance. It is on the island. Come with me. Xu Shuai's niece is also on it. In the Starry Sea. In a bunker deep in an island. Tianlong King Li Fengxian suddenly opened his eyes, and then covered his head in pain. His clone ability is called Mirage, although it can be projected from a long distance. But once the clone is destroyed, he himself will also suffer backlash. Damn. These hateful guys have already destroyed 3 of my fleets. Are they trying to force me to a dead end? At this time, he could only be helpless and furious, because he didn't even have the courage to show up. Even the overlord of the Starry Sea and the king of pirates. But compared with the real top forces, it is still so weak. All it takes is one death of love to wipe out the pirate king. Strength. I must obtain stronger strength to stabilize my position in the ocean. The Tianlong king had a headache for a long time before he slowly recovered. Enduring the tingling feeling, he slowly recalled the information that Narrowed had conveyed before his death. Zhu Yonk had already collected all the information under his electroshock therapy. Although neither Zhang Yi nor Zhu Sheng told her the secret of the source of God. But after spending 4 or 5 months at sea with Zhang Yi's current group, she more or less learned some secrets. For example, the secrets of Li Zhongyu are related to aliens. and may have a lot to do with causing people to mutate and making aliens stronger. For example, Li Zhongyu is from Tsingtao. When Tianlong King got the information, he vaguely noticed some clues. He is more sensitive than anyone about this matter. Because at the beginning, the reason why he was able to quickly grow from an ordinary pirate in the Starry Sea to the dominant pirate king was because he once found a special substance in the deep sea. From then on, he started his strange path. I must seize this opportunity. Once I break through the current bottleneck and become a Epsilon-level alien, even Huashu Kingdom will not dare to act rashly against me. The Heavenly Dragon King secretly made a decision in his heart. Zhang Yi took the people from the Rose team to the island. Seeing so many unconscious people on the island, Linghu Feishua let out a long sigh. What a big project. Her men had already moved over quickly to check the bodies of those people. Zhang Yi said that they seemed to be controlled by something. Although I killed the caster, you should be careful about what will happen if I don't protect them all. As soon as he finished speaking, a female soldier with neck-length hair and an eye patch covering her left eye picked out a white bug from the passenger's mouth. She picked at the squeaking white bug with the tip of her knife. This is called a tongue depressor. It will live under the host's tongue and control the host's movements. The person you are talking about should be Guna from the first team. We have fought against her several times. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Since you understand, I'll leave it to you to operate it. Other crew members began cleaning the passengers of the tongue depressor. At this time, Linghu Feishua called Zhang Yi aside. Captain Chaos, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Let's talk first and listen. Linghu Feishua said, You killed Nero. I want his origin. Of course, I won't ask for your things in vain. You can make conditions. Whether it's weapons, ammunition, food, or even supernatural medicine. I can give it to you. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Linghu Feishua's condition was actually this. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? You want me to give you the origin of an alien with a power index of 9,000 plus? Linghu Feishua said calmly that with your current power level, the effect of absorbing the source is no longer significant. But it's just right for me. Zhang Yi declined to comment. He knew that most of the captain-level aliens in Jiangnan region would find it extremely difficult to improve their ability index after reaching 9,000 points. For example, Deng Shitong received a lot of resource cultivation at the beginning, but eventually the speed of improvement slowly stopped around 9,300 points. However, he is different from Deng Shitong. Zhang Yi sometimes feels that his body is like a bottomless pit, and this process of absorbing the origin of evolution is far from over. Chapter 916 Danger is coming. Zhang Yi has known for a long time that the upper limit of his ability is definitely more than Delta level. But it's the same as the original Yuan Kongya. The further you advance, the more power sources you need to acquire. Once you pass that level and officially break through to the Epsilon realm, your abilities will also undergo qualitative changes. He saw this clearly from Yuan Kongya back then. So he unceremoniously rejected Linghu Feishua's transaction request. Sorry. I still have some use for Nero's origin. If I have a chance next time, I'll exchange with you, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Linghu Feishua's expression looked a little regretful. This is the origin of a captain level. Of course she knew how difficult captain level aliens were to kill. Let's take this as an example. If you want to kill Nillet in the sea, if Zhang Yi's strength is not much stronger than him, he will not be able to kill him at all. Even so, Zhang Yi spent a lot of effort. I really need this source. You can offer me a price. As long as I can afford it, we can negotiate. Linghu Feishua looked at Zhang Yi very seriously. She wants to progress so much. If it were anything else, Zhang Yi might really be willing to take it out and treat it as a friend. After all, Linghu Feishua came all the way to do him a favor. It's just that the captain level origin is too precious and Zhang Yi cannot exchange it. Zhang Yi touched his nose. There is someone around me who needs this thing more than you. Hope you can understand. Linghu Feishua sighed helplessly. Indeed, a captain-level origin can allow a Delta-level superpower to quickly grow. I see. Although she was a little regretful, she didn't dwell on it any further. Zhang Yi watched as the people from Team Rose woke up Zhu Yonk and others, and then sent them to the ship. However, after Zhu Yonk woke up, he seemed to have become stupid. Her eyes became wise, and she didn't even recognize Zhang Yi when she passed him. What Zhang Yi didn't know was that Zhu Yonk had suffered a heavy blow at the hands of Nilet. Guna had her clothes stripped off in public, completely humiliating her dignity. Nilet's electroshock therapy caused serious problems in her brain. The female soldier who sent Zhu Yonk to the boat suddenly let out a surprised cry. Zhang Yi looked back and saw a patch of wet ground on the snow. Zhu Yonk actually became incontinent. This is indeed a very normal phenomenon after being shocked. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. It seems that although Zhu Yonk saved his life, he may not be able to take care of himself in the future. At least she is still alive. And Zhu Zheng can't fault me. Zhang Yi shrugged and didn't take this seriously. Just when he was about to say goodbye to Ling Hufeishua and leave Luoyan Island to return to Tianhai City, Gu Yufei, a member of Team Rose, suddenly covered her head and fell to her knees with a painful expression. No! Oh no! They are warning me! Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishua looked at Gu Yufei. Zhang Yi frowned. What's going on? Who is giving the warning? Ling Hufeishua's expression turned serious. Gu Yufei's abilities, Arya, can communicate with living beings. She is able to receive frequencies that ordinary humans cannot. At this time, in Gu Yufei's ears, the dolphins that had been helping her before came from the distant place with a rapid warning sound. Something very scary is coming this way. Run away! Gu Yufei shouted loudly. But not long after she finished speaking, Zhang Yi also felt the change in the seawater. Around Luoyan Island, the seawater suddenly rose a lot and overflowed onto the beach. From the direction of the sea, a long white line is quickly becoming clear. Ling Hufeishua's expression suddenly changed. Tsunami! Of course. An ordinary tsunami would not make Team Rose so vigilant. In Zhang Yi's mind, a person flashed through his mind at the speed of light. On the sea, he was the person he feared the most. That is what Zhu Zheng reminded him. The strongest person in the Colombian Ocean Fleet. The Epsilon-class stranger with a power index of 18,000 points. But why did he appear here? With just a little thought, Zhang Yi had the answer in his heart. The Tianlong pirates tipped off the Colombian Navy. This group of pirates traveling across the Starry Sea originally wandered among the major forces. They themselves have offended the Washu Kingdom. And now they must rely on the Colombian Navy. Zhang Yi didn't even think about it. I withdrew first. He left these words behind. Then directly started the space shuttle and fled north. But a moment later, he returned to Luoyan Island again and stood beside Ling Hufeishua. Ling Hufeishua glanced at him and said jokingly, I didn't expect you to be quite loyal. No one escaped. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Do you think I don't want to? There is no escape. Around Luoyan Island, in the sea more than 10 nautical miles away, an extremely terrifying scene appeared. Densely packed, billions of giant sea beasts have surrounded the entire sea area. Huge tsunamis are caused by the movement of underwater creatures. No matter which direction Zhang Yi escapes from, he will inevitably face the endless tide of sea beasts as far as the eye can see. The huge sea beasts were terrifying in both size and momentum. Among them, there are even captain-level deep-sea beasts that are comparable to fin dragons. Zhang Yi had never seen such a terrifying scene. To put it bluntly, if such a huge force hits the Jiangnan region, Blizzard City will not be able to survive for 2 hours without the death of love. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi took out Nero's head and began to absorb his essence on the spot. At this moment, Zhang Yi also felt the ultimate sense of oppression. He hadn't even seen the controller of the Leviathan Tide yet. There is no doubt that it is the mysterious strong man from Colombian Epsilon. The members of Team Rose also turned pale. But they showed extremely high combat literacy. They did not panic, but quickly prepared for the battle. The crew opened all missile launch bays, and the Blue Rose battleship was their greatest reliance. Ling Hufeishua's right hand rested on her sword. When she accidentally saw Zhang Yi's actions, she couldn't help but be stunned. If you absorb his origin, can you continue to improve your strength? I guess so. Zhang Yi just responded vaguely. And this sentence made Ling Hufeishua's pupils shrink slightly. Of course she understood what this sentence meant. For her and most captain-level aliens, the upper limit in their lifetime is the Delta level. They may not be able to cross the 10,000 point threshold in their lifetime and achieve qualitative change. Therefore, the further they go, the more difficult it is to increase their ability index. There is only one person like Zhang Yi who has not been cultivated by big forces, but has exceeded 9,600 points of supernatural power index at a terrifying speed, and continues to increase the value. He is not a Delta-level existence. No wonder Zhu Shuai wants you to carry out this task, she said softly. Chapter 917 Absolute Power. Luoyan Island has been surrounded by countless terrifying sea beasts. Those huge figures rise and fall in the seawater. Just looking at their size makes people tremble from the bottom of their souls. Ling Hufeishua spit out a huge colorful bubble from her mouth, and then attached it to Zhang Yi's body. Soon this layer of bubbles fit Zhang Yi's body. This is my ability, Coating, which increases your defenses and allows you to move and breathe underwater. Ling Hu Feishua reminded Zhang Yi, and did not forget to give blessings to his team members. Coding. Ability. Zhang Yi couldn't help but say that he has really comprehensive abilities. Both offensive and defensive. Nothing to say. However, the situation he was facing now made it impossible for Zhang Yi to remain calm. Although the tide of sea beasts was dangerous, it would not kill him. As long as he exerts all his strength, he can still escape from the tide of sea beasts. However, he still doesn't know where the mysterious Epsilon level alien is. If you don't know the strength of the opponent and rush to escape with all your strength, you may put him in a huge crisis. In fact, Zhang Yi didn't have to wait long. Soon, a whale as huge as a hill emerged from the tide of sea beasts. All the sea beasts paid homage and respectfully made way for them. On the head of the huge whale stood a man wearing a mask and a Colombian Navy combat uniform. He crossed his arms. His protruding double chin was covered with sparse beard, and he looked down at the blue rose in front of him. There is a natural arrogance permeating him. The Navy of Washu Kingdom? But he looked like he was not from Donghai region. You are the ones who sank the Copernicus at sea. Right? Lord of the Sea. John Cardiles asked his question with an indifferent expression. Ling Hu Feishua replied, You recognize the wrong person. That matter has nothing to do with us. We are the Coast Patrol Force affiliated with Jiangnan region. There was a look of contempt on the corner of Cardiles' mouth. I don't care about that. He pointed down. Now, all kneel down for me. If you want to survive. Zhang Yi said to Ling Hu Feishua that there seems to be no more discussion. What will happen if we are caught by the Colombian Navy? Ling Hu Feishua glanced at Zhang Yi in surprise. However, she still replied that they will use all means to dig out the secret of the mission from you. Zhang Yi shrugged. Xian said, If I am really caught, I will never give them the chance to torture me to extract a confession. He went on to ask, Do you know what he is capable of? Ling Hu Feishua replied that there was only one ability that she knew of so far. That means he can control sea life below Delta. Zhang Yi quickly began to analyze the battle situation in his mind. The ability index is a comprehensive ability assessment of a different person. This data comes from the official. Although it is not absolutely accurate, it must be the most reasonable judgment based on the currently available information. If Kadili's ability can control so many sea beasts, it means that his personal combat power will not be too outstanding. Otherwise, his comprehensive ability is definitely far more than 18,000 points. Zhang Yi then told Ling Hu Feishua his guess. Ling Hu Feishua glanced at him and said speechlessly, Even so, when he dares to appear in front of you and me, it proves that his personal combat power is not something that Delta-level aliens like us can compete with. What's more, her eyes are scanning the countless deep-sea behemoths in all directions. It's hard for us to deal with them now. Zhang Yi has a different view. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his confidence in escaping increased a lot. As long as Cuddy Lady's personal combat power does not exceed him by too much. So with his current strength, he still has a good chance of blocking Cardile's attack and then slipping away quickly. But in that case, Team Rose and those on the ship would not survive. He had no choice but to care about the life and death of others. Cadiles frowned in anger when he saw that Zhang Yi and Ling Hu Feishua did not obey his orders. You guys are really naughty. I don't like naughty children. It's time to teach you a lesson. He waved his right hand lightly. The next moment, many of the giant sea beasts surrounding Luoyan Island began to gather momentum. Some opened their mouths wide. Some pupils burst into colorful light. And giant SH.LS more than 10 meters long opened their SH.LS. Terrifying auras began to gather. These strange beasts ranged from low level to high level. But there were actually 20 or 30 captain level auras. Such an attack made Ling Hu Feishua's face turn ugly. Madman. She didn't expect that Cartiers would directly strike hard. Because according to common sense, the top brass of the Colombian Ocean Fleet must want to keep people alive to obtain information. But she didn't know that Cartiers had always been known for being crazy in the Ocean Fleet. Douglas was unwilling to use him unless he had to. Ling Hu Feishua gritted her teeth and decisively took the number 5 compound for herself. Faced with a casual attack from an Epsilon-level alien, a captain-level alien must use all his strength to deal with it. Coding. Ling Hu Feishua took a deep breath, and then exhaled huge colorful bubbles one after another. Layer after layer. The entire blue rose was wrapped up. At the same time, she also gave the order to launch missiles. Even so, Ling Hu Feishua's heart was sinking. She had no choice but to pin her last hope on Zhang Yi. I hope this one has absolute defense. The so-called top master in Jiangnan region can play a role. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and took the number 2 compound for himself. He hasn't reached the desperate moment yet. so he won't use a drug like number 5 compound that consumes a lot of money. Then, he unfolded the Turel knot within Ling Hufeishua's coating. Missiles flew high into the sky one after another, and then dragged their blue flame tails towards the beast tide. An astonishing vibration erupted in the sea, and large swaths of sea beasts were directly blown to pieces. Even captain-level sea beasts would be severely damaged by such a powerful energy impact. However, they have been controlled by Cartiers, and have long lost their self-awareness. They don't even have the idea of evading. They only know how to destroy the battleship according to the will of the Lord. The energy attack of the beast tide also reached the outside of the Blue Rose in an instant. Those 10 layers of coating couldn't withstand the attacks of dozens of captain-level sea beasts. And they didn't even last for 5 seconds before they shattered layer by layer. The hearts of everyone in Team Rose were in their throats. But those colorful supernatural attacks slowly lost their luster in front of the last layer of defense. Zhang Yi's 2 worlds Jujia, and quickly shattered and disillusioned them. Chapter 918 Lord of the Storm. Zhang Yi blocked the attack of the sea monster wave. This made the smile on Cardiel's face fade a lot. There is such a person? He could not imagine that his attack would be blocked by a Delta-level alien. At this time, Zhang Yi also felt the pressure from the Epsilon-class aliens. Cadelius can make these sea beasts attack without risking their lives. But Zhang Yi doesn't want to risk his life with them. He planned to run away. Goodbye. If we are destined to meet again, good luck. Zhang Yi turned around without hesitation and ran in the opposite direction of Cardiel's without hesitation. And his move obviously attracted Cartier's attention. A cruel smile curved his lips. It seems that you are the guy who destroyed the Copernicus. In the sea, the tide of beasts boiled, and those mysterious and powerful sea beasts roared and attacked Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi ignored these intensive attacks and fled at full speed. However, what he didn't expect was that Cartier's abandoned the Blue Rose and chased him. Cadilles dives to the bottom of the sea and travels through the water at incredibly fast speeds. Waiter. As a stranger who can control all the spirits of the ocean, he can also control the seawater. His speed underwater is countless times faster than on land. Zhang Yi's eyes were a little solemn. There were too many sea beasts around, and various attacks were coming, making it impossible for him to open the dimensional door and escape. And just relying on the ability to fly in the air, Cardiel's will soon catch up. Zhang Yi raised his right hand and fired micro-torpedoes to create chaos. But before the energy of the underwater explosion had time to spread, it was pinched by Cardiel's with both hands, and then completely wrapped up in a ball of seawater, and disappeared into thin air. Cadelius rushed out of the sea, like a swordfish, roared into the air, and then casually stepped on the head of a giant sea beast. A gel-like liquid appeared in his hands, which expanded rapidly, as Cartier's hand shook violently. The colloid turned into water droplets all over the sky and shot towards Zhang Yi quickly. Zhang Yi was suspended in midair, feeling the amazing pressure, and immediately opened the dimensional gate for defense. But just for a moment, he felt a strong sense of separation. The gelatinous liquid was cutting through his space like a knife. Is this the gap in strength? Zhang Yi's eyes began to become solemn. The last time he faced such a huge crisis was when he faced Yuan Kongya. But at that time, he knew that he had the capital to drag it out. However, right here and now, even though he has become the leading expert in the Jiangnan region, but his opponent is also an Epsilon-class alien with more actual combat experience and even greater strength. Cardiel's put his hands on his hips and smiled, showing his white teeth. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. It really makes me look up at you. However, you'd better be obedient now, so that I can take you back to do business. Otherwise, if I accidentally kill you, it will be an ending that no one wants to see. He shrugged, looking helpless. But there was clearly a playful look in his eyes, like a cat catching a mouse. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. He still had one last resort that he had not used. That's compound number 5. He knew that it was a drug that could stimulate the human body's potential. According to this theory, when he uses it, his strength will be greatly improved in a short period of time, reaching the level of Epsilon. In that case, not even Cardiel's could stop him from escaping. It's interesting to say that although Zhang Yi has always been resistant to the chemical drugs in Blizzard City, but at a critical moment, this thing can really play an important role. Zhang Yi is not willing to put his life in the hands of others. He took out compound number 5 from the alien space. Just when he was about to take it, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from his ears. On the eastern horizon, a black light flashed like a shooting star. But the meteor did not disappear, but quickly approached here, and became bigger and bigger. That whistling sound came from that mysterious object. When Kata Lady saw that thing, his eyes became serious. Zhang Yi looked at the black object with some surprise. The reason why he was shocked was because he didn't know what it was. To the naked eye, it looked like a black top spinning at high speed and flying toward the sea. In an instant, the black top arrived here. Just to describe it by the standards of a top, it is a bit too big. Even bigger than any sea beast that appears in this sea area. Puff! 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 The black top quickly passed over the sea. In an instant, countless sea beasts were directly cut into powder. Large pieces of flesh and blood flew out, like a meat grinder rushing into a pig pen. Zhang Yi didn't even have time to react. The huge black top broke through the sea beast's encirclement, and then quickly stopped spinning. Finally, boom! A sound fell in front of him. The sea water was splashed hundreds of meters, almost splashing Zhang Yi's face. Only then did he see clearly what it was. Sea turtle. A huge turtle. A giant black turtle several times the size of the blue rose appeared between Zhang Yi and Cardiles. You dare to touch the people of my country. Huashu, Lord of the Ocean. Have you stretched your hand too far? The giant turtle's mouth actually made a dull sound, speaking authentic Mandarin. Only then did Zhang Yi understand. The one who came to support him was the Epsilon-level alien from Huashu Kingdom. The second war zone of Huashu Kingdom has the combat power second only to the headquarters Shengjing region and the East China Sea region with the strongest navy. As expected, they also have Epsilon-level experts. When Kata Lady saw the giant turtle, the smile on his face faded, and his eyes became obviously more serious. Big turtle, I didn't expect you to come too. Zhang Yi was still surprised by the arrival of two Epsilon-level powerhouses. At this time, the blue rose had already arrived near him, hiding behind the giant turtle. Ling Hufeishua's face had always been relatively calm. She looked at Zhang Yi and said that when I came here, I encountered Cardiles, so I know that he has been looking for your location. Therefore, I contacted the Donghai region in advance and asked them to send people to support. She glanced at the huge black turtle in front of her. He is one of the 4 spirits in the navy of the East China Sea region. Xuanwu. Chapter 919 inviting you to tea. The expression on Ling Hufeishua's face was unclear. But Zhang Yi knew in his heart that facing a foreigner like Cardiles, who was far superior to them, asking for help from the East China Sea region was the only option. No one will have trouble with his own life. Xuanwu stood between Cardiles, Zhang Yi and Qianwei team, like an indestructible mountain. However, how could Cartiers give up the upcoming mission so easily? He put his hands on his hips and sneered. Then suddenly he burst into rebellion. Countless sea beasts let out distant and terrifying roars, and then began to gather their force and prepare to launch energy cannons. Cardiles opened his right hand, and countless gelatinous water droplets condensed behind him, shooting toward Xuanwu. Xuanwu's eyes stared at him. Facing Cadile's attack, he opened his huge mouth. A black beam of light instantly penetrated the entire sea area. The huge black light pillar was tens of meters wide, easily shattering the energy attacks of the sea beasts, and smashing the sea beasts in the entire sea area into powder. At this moment, Zhang Yi was extremely shocked. The power of Epsilon is so powerful and transcendent. Delta-level aliens were too weak in front of them. Cardiles controlled the raw water and fought with Xuanwu to their heart's content. However, after one move, except for the huge waves and howling winds in the entire sea, neither of them suffered any harm. Xuanwu said in a deep voice that this is not the first time that the two of us have fought, and there will be no results if we continue to fight. Moreover, his eyes rolled up and looked into the air. If you don't leave, our help will be coming. Cardile's expression couldn't help but change. After all, this is a place close to the East China Sea region, with the firepower coverage of the East China Sea region. It is completely possible to carry out targeted bombing on him from thousands of kilometers away. Even an alien at the level of Epsilon must be in awe of the death of love. What's more, Xuanwu appeared here today, and he was really not sure that he could defeat Xuanwu and bring that man back. Well, you are in luck this time. Cardiles glanced deeply at Zhang Yi, then turned around and flew south quickly like a fighter plane. Due to the speed, it even stirred up a large ring-shaped sonic boom mist on the water surface. Xuanwu watched Cadiles go away, and then he let out a dull sound of relief. Fortunately, I managed to scare this guy. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help asking loudly, "Is there any problem?" Xuanwu glanced at Zhang Yi with his huge eyes and said angrily, "The Battle of Epsilon was extremely dangerous, and the guy was known to be a lunatic. I'm not willing to fight him to the death. Moreover, if we seriously fight, you will have almost no chance of surviving." Regarding this point, Zhang Yi was non-committal. He admitted that Cadiles and Xuanwu were very strong, But if he really wanted to escape, the aftermath of the 2 attacks would not kill him. Crocodiles fled with the tide of leviathans. Some of the remaining sea beasts have just regained consciousness. Xuanwu said, "I'm hungry." Then he ignored Zhang Yi, Ling Hufeishue and others, pounced on them, and started bloody hunting. Although his body is extremely huge, like a hill, he is extremely flexible in the seawater. Those giant beasts of the deep sea can only be preyed upon obediently in front of it. Even a giant beast as big as him would be easily torn apart by its sharp claws. Zhang Yi looked at the dark skin and felt that it was like a steel fortress on the sea. "It's time for me to leave." Zhang Yi turned around and flew towards the north. But a dull sound sounded in his ears like thunder. "Is it too rude to leave without saying goodbye?" As soon as Xuanwu's voice fell, the sea in front of Zhang Yi rolled up like a bed sheet. One wave after another was hundreds of meters high, blocking Zhang Yi's path one after another. In the sky, huge storms began to gather, falling from the sky into the sea, turning into terrifying giant tornadoes. Zhang Yi's body was affected by the strong wind, and his flight was greatly affected. And looking around, the entire sea area was covered with huge tornadoes, and he couldn't even use space to travel. These epsilons are all monsters. Zhang Yi began to have bad thoughts in his mind. At this time, Xuanwu suddenly opened his big mouth and pointed it at Zhang Yi. A huge suction force came from his mouth, dragging Zhang Yi back. "Now that you are here, come and have a chat with me." Zhang Yi did not feel Xuanwu's malice because time echoes. No warning was issued. At this time, it was obvious that he was unable to compete head-on with Xuanwu. Zhang Yi gave up the idea of resisting and allowed Xuanwu to suck him into his belly. "Originally, I thought that Xuanwu's body was a space made of flesh and blood. But after flying in, Zhang Yi realized that it was not that simple." After entering through the throat tubes on both sides were actually filled with the toughest metal. There were lights on the walls, so it wasn't dark. The copper and iron walls around the pipe are spiral-shaped and extend all the way in. It looks like a large gun barrel. Zhang Yi landed on the ground and subconsciously looked at the space around him. Not long after, Ling Hufeishue also flew down from above. She landed next to Zhang Yi and looked around with a surprised look. At this time, dense splashing sounds came from the surroundings. Zhang Yi was wary, but did not dare to act rashly. "I saw a group of huge crustacean creatures crawling out from the corners around the pipe. The body is about the size of an adult, and the shape is somewhat like a crab. But it has more than a dozen legs than a crab. The carapace on its body is silver and looks very strong." "Chaos. Guanhan. Come in." Such a voice came from deep within Xuanwu's body. Zhang Yi was completely shocked. Could it be? Is Xuanwu actually a giant mechanical turtle? His reason told him that this was absolutely impossible. Such a huge mechanical turtle would be impossible to build without years of mechanical manufacturing. And its activities are too flexible. If it is really machinery, it can only be said that Huashu country's military industry is hundreds of years ahead of foreign countries. With such curiosity, he and Ling Hufeishue walked towards Xuanwu's body under the escort of the group of crustaceans. After a while, they came to a huge white room. Thinking in terms of location, this should be the area in the center of the abdomen. But instead of seeing the intestines and stomach, they saw a huge and gorgeous room. The decoration inside is splendid and elegant, showing the utmost elegance and luxury. Sitting next to the tea table in the room was a young man with a blue light all over his body, looking at them with amusement. Chapter 920 Compound Number 3. Zhang Yi asked, "You must be Xuanwu?" The young man took a slow sip of coffee. "It can be Zhang Yi." The young man pointed towards the sofa next to him, motioning for Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue to sit down and talk. Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue looked at each other. The two of them have arrived at Xuanwu's territory, and they will make peace with themselves as soon as they come. So they sat on the couch. The young man then said leisurely that I am Xuanwu. But what you see is not my true body. As for my true body, it is outside of you. Well, technically, you are in my belly right now. Seeing Zhang Yi's surprised look, the young man explained, "This huge turtle is my true body, and what you see is my spiritual body." That's it. Zhang Yi didn't expect it to be like this. This was the first time he had seen a so-called spirit body. But his eyes fell on the coffee in the young man's hand. Can a spirit body still drink coffee? The young man smiled slightly and let go of his hand. The coffee cup turned into a pile of mosaics and disappeared. The coffee table in front of him also disappeared. Although the spirit body cannot drink coffee, it can give me the happiness of drinking coffee through data. The texture, taste, and aroma are transmitted directly to my brain. And you don't have to bear the side effects of overeating. Xuanwu even said with some pride that even the pleasure of X can be obtained directly through data. How about it? Isn't it very convenient? Zhang Yi was surprised after hearing this. Unexpected? Is this still possible? But if this is your body? Then. He looked at the various furnishings in the room. It also reminds me of those steel fortress-like buildings in Xuanwu's body. Isn't it possible for you to restore your human form? Xuanwu's eyes were lowered. Ah. That's right. My mutation is irreversible. I can only maintain the appearance of a giant sea turtle. And I have to stay in the cold deep sea on weekdays. But there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that. I'm a diver. By the way, I also have an English name. Dave. At this time, Linghu Feishua crossed her legs, looked at Xuanwu and asked, "Where are you taking us?" Zhang Yi and Linghu Feishua have been controlled by Xuanwu and cannot escape. Zhang Yi could give it a try by taking drugs. But doing so is extremely risky. And even if you succeed, you may be seriously injured. He wouldn't take that risk. Hearing this, Xuanwu raised a teasing smile. Do you even need to ask this? Of course I'm escorting you back to the Donghai region naval base. Linghu Feishua's eyes became a little sharp. Zhang Yi looked as usual, but his eyes became a little deeper. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. When it comes to external relations, Jiangnan region and Donghai region can be brothers. But once external conflicts are resolved, they will also compete with each other. Zhang Yi holds information about the source of God in his hands. And the Donghai region certainly wants to pry open his mouth and obtain the information. At present, the situation is stronger than the people. And it is useless to say more. We can only see how Zhu Zheng communicates with the Donghai region. However, it is impossible to expect Zhang Yi to keep his mouth shut and keep secrets under severe torture. But for now, Zhang Yi must first test the attitude of the Donghai region. Linghu Feishua stared at Xuanwu and lowered the brim of her hat helplessly. In the face of absolute strength, incompetence and rage are meaningless and will only bring unnecessary trouble to oneself. Xuanwu snapped his fingers. Soon, those giant crustacean bugs crawled over. 2 bugs came to them, then opened the carapace on their backs, and took out 2 blue potions. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble, but you two should cooperate with my work. How? Xuanwu looked at Zhang Yi and Linghu Feishua with a smile. Zhang Yi looked down at the potion and asked if I could ask. What is this? Xuanwu didn't answer, but Linghu Feishua had already spoken first. Compound number 3. A potion that can temporarily disable aliens and turn them into ordinary people. Zhang Yi thought for a moment. It is obviously unwise to risk your life with Xuanwu at this time. The Donghai region just wanted to obtain the information in his hands, and would not harm his life. So Zhang Yi directly took compound number 3 and injected it into himself. Linghu Feishua glanced at Zhang Yi and gave herself an injection. They are smart people, and know that there is no point in struggling in vain. Linghu Feishua suddenly said that since we have fallen into your hands, there is nothing to say. But can we contact the district? Report on the current situation. Xuanwu spread his hands. Don't be nervous. We are allies. And you two don't have to be hostile to me. I'm just following orders. And I saved your lives. Didn't I? According to the agreement, the information in Chaos Hands should have been shared with the East China Sea region. Zhang Yi smiled and said, if this is the case, then why use this method? Xuanwu held his chin and thought for a second. This is the meaning of the headquarters. Maybe the senior people think that it is better to take the initiative in their own hands. You're right. Zhang Yi responded lightly. He could already feel that the power in his body was being quickly suppressed. Compound number 3 is a rare potion that he cannot redeem in the region. I didn't expect it to have such a powerful effect. It's strange that it has to be open to the outside world. It seems that this is a weapon controlled by the headquarters, specially used to suppress powerful aliens. He closed his eyes and secretly tried to communicate with another space. Unexpectedly, it was successful. Zhang Yi secretly thought that compound number 3 could suppress the movement of supernatural energy in the body, but it seemed to have no effect on some special non-consuming abilities. After all, the drug has only been developed for about a year, and its capabilities are not yet that comprehensive. Zhang Yi knew what was going on, since he can still use space. Even if his ability in the offensive dimension becomes weak, his strongest defensive ability is still retained. Xuanwu suddenly smiled and said, don't be so nervous. I am just doing some processing for you according to the process. Perhaps one day, everyone will be on the same battlefield, fighting for a common goal. There's still a while to go back. Do you want to play cards? Strange colors flashed in Linghu Feishua's eyes. Why not? Zhang Yi looked at Xuanwu. What's the point of just playing like this? Why don't we add some bonuses? Xuanwu looked at him curiously. Oh, are you making some crooked ideas? But let me tell you in advance, I am the most strict-tongued man in the world. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and took it as an exchange of information. As the most advanced combat forces in our respective theaters, we already have information that the other party is interested in. As you said, we are allies, not enemies. Don't worry. You can refuse to answer questions that are too sensitive. Xuanwu thinks Zhang Yi's proposal is very good. He smiled and nodded. That was nice. Then let's get started. Chapter 921 Becoming a Prisoner. Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishu had joined Xuanwu's bet. What we are playing is landlords. And the stakes are a problem. If sensitive areas are involved, you can refuse to answer and cannot change it. Because sometimes, refusing to answer is also an answer in itself. In other words, not only do you have to win, but you also need to be careful with the questions you ask. Otherwise the other party has the right to refuse. Playing cards is an area that Zhang Yi is good at. When he worked in the warehouse, he often played cards with his colleagues. And the most important thing is that he can cheat. The cards used by Xuanwu are not special. They are already in Zhang Yi's warehouse. And as long as you put away 1 or 2 useless cards when playing cards, you can greatly improve your winning rate. Then at the beginning of the next round, the cards are put back when the cards are drawn. In this way, you can be unaware of the presence of ghosts. For experienced card players, this method is not difficult to discover. However, Xuanwu obviously did not have such high gambling skills. And he did not expect that Zhang Yi could use his powers to cheat. The three of them sat around a table. And a few minutes passed quickly. Zhang Yi wins more and loses less. Unless the opponent is Tianhu. Or he deliberately lets his opponent go. He can't lose at all. This process is an exchange of information for the three of them. The three of them were very secretive about their abilities, and did not discuss them in detail. However, Zhang Yi asked Xuanwu and Ling Hufeishu how their respective abilities were awakened. Ling Hufeishu lowered the brim of her hat, and answered very simply and directly about the experiment of the science department. She looked at Zhang Yi and Xuanwu and said lightly. In short, it was an experience that was so painful that people don't want to remember it. Xuanwu raised his eyebrows. I was about the same. But there were some differences. Zhang Yi looked at him curiously. What's a different approach? Xuanwu said lightly. Before the ice came, I was a diving club owner with some wealth. After the end of the world, several partners and I took a boat, intending to escape to a small island near the equator to avoid disaster. He pouted and spread his hands. Later we had a little conflict. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin. A small conflict? What happened next? Later, Xuanwu's expression was somewhat reminiscing. So they threw me into the sea and fed me to the sharks. Speaking of this, he also joked that there are many great white sharks in that sea area. When he bit me, he almost tore me in half. It hurt. It hurt. He smiled. But there was a deep and dark light in his eyes. Poor God. I didn't die. Zhang Yi laughed and I understood. Because of the fear of the deep sea and the fear of sharks. You chose to become a giant sea turtle in this way. That thick carapace and huge body are for self-protection. Right? Maybe so. Who knows? Xuanwu said leisurely. But you really are a genius. Ling Hufeishu sighed sincerely. You are born Epsilon. A unique talent that is unique among hundreds of millions of people. Xuanwu disagreed. After the end of the world, there will be countless people like me who have experienced death. It's just that my luck has improved a little bit. The two looked at Zhang Yi and asked him about the conditions for awakening his powers. Zhang Yi coughed. First of all, I was a warehouse manager at that time. The two of them nodded and said there was nothing wrong with it. This was reasonable. Secondly, I was also killed by people around me. Zhang Yi ignored his rebirth. When it reaches his mouth, it becomes a supernatural power that awakens at the time of death. He must have reservations about his abilities. And he knew that Ling Hufeishu and Xuanwu must have something they didn't say. The three of them asked each other along the way, automatically skipping any sensitive questions as no one would cross the line. However, the exchange of information was completed in a very friendly manner. Suddenly, Xuanwu put down the cards in his hand and said to Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishu that it was time. Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishu knew that they had arrived at the military port in the East China Sea region. Zhang Yi thought for a while and put down the cards in his hand. Wang Jia added 3 twos. Last question. If we come ashore, how will your people treat us? Xuanwu shrugged. I really don't know this. I am only responsible for carrying out the tasks. and other matters will be left to the civilian officials. Click, click, click. The parasitic beetle in Xuanwu's body crawled over. Xuanwu pointed at the two people outside. Please get out. As Xuanwu's spirit body. He cannot leave here. And its body will probably never come ashore again in this life. This Epsilon-level alien from the East China Sea region, who was once thrown into the sea to feed sharks, will spend the rest of his life with the endless sea of ice. Zhang Yi stood up. We will meet again soon. Xuanwu held his chin in one hand, smiled and responded well. He hoped that next time we would travel together as comrades in arms. Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue left Xuanwu's body under the escort of Beetle. They walked out of Xuanwu's mouth, and the cold sea breeze outside blew their faces. In front of you is a huge harbor lined with warships. The Blue Rose has been controlled by Xuanwu, and was brought back by it. The Rose team members above were also invited down. The girls looked at Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue with angry looks on their faces. It was somewhat comical not to think that they would be captured by their own allies. Zhang Yi didn't have much expression on his face. He is not a soldier. Nor does he have the dignity of a soldier. In short, he is just a part-time worker. And he will not keep silent for Zhu Zheng. Flexible response is the way to go. Ling Hufeishue's expression was different from his. There was a sneer on her face, and her razor-sharp gaze was hidden under the brim of her hat. At the port, a group of soldiers in combat uniforms surrounded a few officers-looking people, waiting for them here. The two leaders had the rank of Major General on their shoulders. One wears glasses and has a soft face, while the other has a narrow scar on his eye and a cold face. After Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue came out, Scarface waved his hand to the soldier next to him. Immediately, two heavily armed soldiers took out their handcuffs and walked towards Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue. Zhang Yi slowly narrowed his eyes, and Ling Hufeishue was also furious. What does Donghai region mean? Are we being treated as prisoners? Scarface sneered. Faced with a stranger of your strength, you can't be careful. At this moment, the officer wearing glasses next to him waved his hand. Brotherly, they are guests. We'd better treat them politely. He looked at Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue with a smile. What's more, they had been injected with compound number 3. They were as smart as them, and would not put up unnecessary resistance. Not to mention Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue were injected with compound number 3. Even if the two of them were in their prime, it would be difficult for them to make any waves at the East China Sea region military port. Xuanwu was watching from behind them, narrowing his eyes. He walked up to Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue and said with a smile, Welcome both of you to Donghai City. Liang Ximiu, Director of the Intelligence Department of Donghai Region. This time, I came here to receive you two on the order of Commander Li Guangxiao, the Supreme Commander of the Donghai Region. After saying this, he stretched out his hand to the side to make way. You two have worked hard at sea, and we have prepared food and rest rooms for you and the members of Team Rose. This way. You two. Please. Zhang Yi looked at Ling Hufeishue. Ling Hufeishue didn't say a word. At this point, they could do nothing except retain some integrity. Chapter 922 Zhang Yi's Confession. Ling Hufeishue walked forward. Zhang Yi followed beside her. The members of Team Rose on the other side were escorted by soldiers to Donghai City. Along the way, many soldiers from the Donghai region were watching nearby. They looked at these people curiously. After all, those who came here this time were not ordinary people. Zhang Yi. This code name. Chaos. The investigation captain is the top expert in Jiangnan region. Team Rose is all women, and there are many beauties among them. Such a team itself is particularly eye-catching, so it attracted a lot of discussion from the soldiers in the East China Sea region. Look! 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 I like the third girl. She has a really nice figure. It's different for me. I like the second one. Her legs are very long and would look sexy if she wore stockings. Hee hee. I like them all. The two people over there are the investigation captains of Jiangnan region. Right? It seemed that the female captain seemed a bit imposing. But that man was a bit careless and didn't have any military temperament. Very average. The soldiers were commenting around, looking at Zhang Yi and others as if they were precious animals. A coldness flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. As one of the largest war zones in Huashu Kingdom, the East China Sea region has strict military discipline and cannot allow soldiers to do such outrageous things. There is only one possibility for the current situation. Someone deliberately wants to humiliate them in order to suppress them and achieve their own goals. In Zhang Yi's heart, that long-lost emotion arose again. In troubled times, only fists are the last word. Otherwise, no one will give you respect. Not even so-called allies. Behind Zhang Yi and the others, Li Tianyang looked at the scene in front of him with a meaningful smile on his lips. The #1 master in the Jiangnan region and the #1 beauty in the army are both arrogant people. If you don't suppress their arrogance first, they must not be able to hand over information so easily. Liang Ximi glanced at Li Tianyang and smiled. I'm just afraid that going too far is not enough. Brotherly. After all, we in Jiangnan region are brother regions, and we still rely on their supply of food and technical support. Don't take things too far. Li Tianyang snorted lightly and said disapprovingly. Without our East China Sea region to deter the sea and guard the country's borders, where would they be able to live freely? If you want to get something, you always have to pay some price. They have lived a happy life for too long, and they should remember it for a long time. Besides, this time, they have provoked the Colombian Navy. Without our help, they would have perished in the sea. Even if they have grievances, they have to be swallowed by me. Liang Ximiu just smiled but didn't say much. Li Tianyang has always had this strong character. Otherwise, he would not be able to be the director of the East China Sea Region Operations Department. Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue were escorted to a RV. The soldiers around them were quite polite to them. After all, they were not enemies, so they didn't really treat them like prisoners. Facing two captain-level figures, even though Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishue were injected with compound number 3, they were still very wary. A tiger that has been anesthetized is still a tiger, and no one dares to stroke its whiskers easily. Several cars drove into Dahai City. Zhang Yi looked at the buildings outside through the window. It is somewhat similar to Blizzard City, but it is a little bit simpler, and there are no tall buildings. It's just that various watchtowers and fortresses can be seen everywhere in the city. From the tall sentry tower, a long machine gun muzzle extended, aiming at the sky and the outer edge of Dahai City. This place is a bit more chilling than Blizzard City. Even the air smelled salty and damp. Not seawater, but the smell of blood. Zhang Yi secretly thought in his heart that it was no wonder that the East China Sea region was so powerful. It had to face many powerful forces in the Southeast Sea all day long. Without strong strength, it would not be able to withstand it. I thought that the Jiangnan region was dangerous enough, but now it seems that they are relatively comfortable. Not long after, Zhang Yi was sent to one residence after another. Ling Hufeishue was detained separately from him. Although it is said to be a detention facility, the equipment provided in the room is quite complete. The person responsible for guarding him was an imposing soldier. Although Zhang Yi doesn't have a combat power goggle, he can see through this person's strength. But judging from his iron-blooded temperament and the current situation, his strength at this time is at least at an everlasting level. The man said to Zhang Yi, "You can rest here for the time being. If you need anything, please let us know at any time, and we will try our best to satisfy you." Although the tone was harsh, the attitude was still polite. Zhang Yi nodded and had no objection. He ordered some food and water, then plopped down on the couch in the living room. There was a bookshelf next to the wall with a row of books on it. Zhang Yi picked up one and started reading. And all his performance at this time was clearly visible under the eyes of the intelligence department. Liang Ximiu and others appeared in the monitoring room of the intelligence department. Not only Zhang Yi is monitored here, but Ling Hufeishue and other female team members are also monitored. But they also have basic professional qualities. For example, female staff are responsible for monitoring the members of Team Rose. In the camera, everyone's performance is different. Ling Hufeishue sat on the sofa, as motionless as an ice sculpture. They didn't even eat or drink the water and food they sent. The same goes for the members of Team Rose. Only Zhang Yi should eat and drink, as if nothing was wrong. Liang Ximiu was a little surprised. He is such a big-hearted person. I really don't know whether I should say that he has a high psychological quality, or that he has a good heart. He is a master. The people in the intelligence department looked at Zhang Yi and frowned. He doesn't even look like a professional soldier. Because professional soldiers have received special training, they will not behave like this after being captured. However, the investigation captain of Jiangnan region is definitely a ruthless character. What's more, he is the one with the highest supernatural power index among their captains. Camouflage. This must be his disguise. Liang Ximiu's thick glasses reflected a deep light. It seems that it is a bit difficult to pry out the information we want from him. Don't be anxious. We have plenty of time to slowly get the news out of him. Having said this, Liang Ximiu looked at a female staff member with a ponytail on her left. Xiaoli, how are the people brought back on the ship doing now? Li Hongyu quickly replied that they had all been poisoned by a narcotic alkaloid and would not be able to wake up for a while. I have sent them to the medical department, and the answer they received there is that their lives are not in danger, and they will regain consciousness in 12 hours. Liang Ximi nodded. Those people will also ask one by one after they wake up. I think they may have important information on them. Chapter 923, He is Too Scary. After Zhang Yi checked into the reception office of Donghai City, he acted as if he had stayed in a hotel. He knew that the Donghai region had no grudge against him, so it was naturally impossible for him to harm him. People just want to know about source of God information. He had thought about it, and whenever the other party came to ask, he would answer decisively, so as not to suffer any physical pain. Zhang Yi asked himself that he was not a tough guy. Besides, a good guy wouldn't suffer any immediate losses. There's an old saying that goes well. Life is like that. If you can't resist, it's better to just enjoy it. This kind of lay-down mentality and behavior made the intelligence department of the Donghai region a little confused. Therefore, they first interrogated Team Rose. After not getting any useful information, he started to talk to Zhang Yi in detail. This morning, Donghai region provided Zhang Yi with a very sumptuous meal. There is a lot of fresh seafood among them, probably all caught on the same day. A large table is filled with food, allowing Zhang Yi to eat with confidence. Zhang Yi was not polite. He had lobster legs in one hand and grilled squid in the other. His mouth was full of oil. After he had eaten and drank enough, someone came over to clear away the dishes. At this time, the interrogators who had been waiting outside for a long time looked at each other, then pushed the door open and walked in with firm steps. Liang Ximi gathered all the elites in the intelligence department together, including psychology experts, micro-expression experts, and language experts. Wait for the characters. The two interrogators, Li Hongyu and Chen Liang, are also elites among the elites of the intelligence department. In this case, they can easily tell if Zhang Yi is lying. The biggest trouble is that Zhang Yi refuses to speak and completely refuses to cooperate. If that happens, Liang Ximi will have a headache. They have ways to pry open Zhang Yi's mouth. But if those methods are used on allies, they may completely create a rift with the Jiangnan region. Because of this, Liang Ximi's expression was extremely solemn today. Li Hongyu and Chen Liang put away their worries and walked into Zhang Yi's room. Hello, Mr. Zhang Yi. I wonder if you are satisfied with this meal. Li Hongyu smiled and pointed out Zhang Yi's name. Zhang Yi seemed not to hear it. While picking his teeth, he smiled and replied, It's okay. The seafood here is good. Even better than that in Tianhai City. Chen Liang had a professional smile on his face. There are some things we would like to learn from you. We also hope that you can cooperate with our work. After all, he had already thought of his words. First, he would lower Zhang Yi's defensiveness, and then slowly break through. Who knew that Zhang Yi interrupted him before he was halfway through speaking? I know what you are going to ask. I just want to know. Is there any information about the source of God? I'm telling you that. When Zhang Yi said this, he was still picking his teeth carefully. A piece of lobster meat got stuck between his teeth, which was very uncomfortable. Chen Liang's smile froze on his face. This elite member of the East China Sea region's intelligence department, who has been in the industry for 12 years, was suddenly out of control by Zhang Yi. No, brother. Why don't you play your cards according to the routine? Chen Liang was confused. All he has learned is how to extract information from other people's mouths. But he took the initiative to explain it as soon as he came up. What happened to all the hard preparations he made? At this time, Liang Ximi's voice came from the headphones. He couldn't explain it so easily. It must be his plan. Keep asking. Chen Liang calmed down. Ahem. It would be best if you could cooperate. We really want to get information on this. Can you tell us more about it? Zhang Yi said it. And he said it in great detail. Li Zhongyu and Zhang Weiwei both fell into the hands of the Donghai region. As long as they wake up and ask, they will know. So there is no point in hiding it. The source of God was discovered in a place called Foggy Valley on Star Island. Zhang Yi said it as if it had nothing to do with him. This coordinated move brought the Donghai region intelligence department to its biggest crisis in history. The micro-expression expert said in disbelief that his expression was flawless. I didn't see any signs of lying. Liang Ximi's eyes widened. He looked at Zhang Yi under surveillance and said in disbelief. In other words, has he reached the point where he can even deceive himself? First of all, you must believe the lie you made up, so that after telling it, you can deceive anyone. It is indeed chaos. It is worthy of being the #1 combat force in Jiangnan region. Psychologists also gave their own opinions. From his words and deeds, I saw no signs of lying. He was so natural, as if what he said was the truth. After saying that, he put his hand on his forehead and hit the table in pain. He is the most difficult opponent I have ever encountered in my career. Liang Ximia's forehead was about to shed cold sweat. How should they deal with such a difficult opponent? Among the crowd, a young girl in her 20s saw everyone's reaction and couldn't help but said softly, "Could it be that everything he said was true?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on her. There were all kinds of looks, including mockery and pity. Some people shook their heads, turned their heads and snickered, and some looked sympathetic, as if looking at a child. Liang Ximia looked at the new member and said solemnly, "Xiao Lu, now is not the time to joke. You have to understand that what we are facing is an extremely powerful person, who is the most difficult person to deal with in Jiangnan region. What we have to do is to pry out the information about the source of God from his mouth. This is an S-rank mission. Do you think he would be so stupid as to tell us everything directly?" Xiao Lu's face turned pale. She realized her recklessness, and couldn't help but regret it in her heart. She has studied information science for many years, but she still makes such stupid mistakes. She quickly apologized and asked the leader to forgive her wrong remarks. Liang Ximu had no time to answer her, and continued to ask Li Hongyu and Chen Liang to question Zhang Yi seriously. The two also became serious, and used everything they had learned in their lives. An hour later, two people walked out of Zhang Yi's room. As soon as they went out, the two couldn't help but collapse on the ground weakly. Chen Liang's eyes were full of pain and despair. The interrogation techniques I have learned for many years are completely useless in front of him. Li Hongyu leaned against the wall, his eyes dull. Every question we asked, he answered flawlessly without any flaws. Sure enough, a cautious person like him might have already thought about everything that might happen today. He was probably prepared to be captured by the Colombian Navy, which is why he responded like this. I don't know what to do anymore. Chapter 924 Veritaserum. The intelligence department was dumbfounded by Zhang Yi's frankness. Maybe it's because of Zhang Yi's aura. Or maybe it's because the source of God is a top priority in their hearts. So they didn't believe that Zhang Yi would really tell them the truth so easily. However, they have not yet been able to prove this, because the so-called intelligence itself is something in the brain. Zhang Yi seemed to tell them that he had eaten rice for lunch today, telling them such important information. How could they believe it? How did they know that Zhang Yi had already been mentally prepared? Even if they were told the news about the source of God in the East China Sea region, it would be difficult for them to go to Star Island to obtain it, because there is a blockade by the Colombian Navy in the middle. Secondly, the worst-case scenario is that the East China Sea region monopolizes the source of God. But for Zhang Yi, he did not have the idea that he must obtain the source of God. It's best if you get it, but it doesn't mean you can't survive if you don't get it. Well, to put it simply, it means lying flat. However, Zhang Yi could lie down, but there was no way to drag this matter on forever. The Donghai region took away Team Rose and Zhang Yi, and it was soon known to the Jiangnan region. There is no impermeable wall in the world. The battle in the Southern Sea area was too eye-catching. Once you investigate, you will know what happened. Zhu Zheng immediately called Li Guangxiu and asked him to send the person back. The specific details of the conversation between the two are not known. Just after the call ended, Li Guangxiu called several important officials over. These include Chief of Staff Zhu Lianxiao, Minister of Intelligence Liang Ximia, and Minister of Operations Li Tianyang. After everyone arrived, he said straight to the point. The Jiangnan region spoke to me and asked us to send the people back. We are brothers and allies with Jiangnan region, and we don't want to break up and make things too ugly. So you have to find a way to find out the information about the source of God. When Intelligence Minister Liang Ximio heard this, he frowned and said, "In fact, Zhang Yi has already explained the whereabouts of the source of God. However, we are still unable to confirm the authenticity of his remarks." He repeated Zhang Yi's words. Star Island? Li Guangxiu knocked on the table. If the thing was really there, it would be a bit difficult. If it's somewhere else, at least they can send someone there to verify. If you want to get to Star Island, you must pass through the defense line of the Colombian Ocean Fleet. Just kidding. We were still tense before. Now who dares to go there? Li Guangxiu had no choice but to tell Liang Ximiu to think of more solutions. After 3 days at most, if there is still no progress, Zhang Yi and others can only be sent back to Jiangnan region. After all, other regions are watching too. If he makes things too ugly and ruins his reputation, he may leave a bad impression on the other 5 regions in the future. As the main force of coastal defense, the Donghai region still needs help from other regions, especially the support from the Jiangnan region. You can't get things done. Liang Ximi frowned and walked out of the office. Time was running out, and he had to find a way to make Zhang Yi tell the truth. However, torture cannot be used. and it can only be done through observation and verbal induction, which is actually very difficult to achieve. At this moment, Chief of Staff Chu Lianshao came over and said with a smile, "Lao Liang, are you still worried about this matter?" Liang Ximiu smiled bitterly and asked, "Can you not worry about it? After all, these are not our enemies, but people from the Brotherhood. The methods are indeed somewhat difficult to use." Chu Lianshao said to him mysteriously, "I have a way. You come with me." Liang Ximiu looked at him in surprise, and when he saw Chu Lianshao's determined expression, he left with him. After the two left, Chief of Operations Li Tianyang showed a cold smile, then took several of his subordinates and walked towards the place where Zhang Yi was imprisoned. What is Zhang Yi doing at this time? He stayed in the Donghai region for the third day and had to answer questions from intelligence department staff as a daily routine. Other times, I read a book or turn on the TV and watch old movies. He had to answer the same questions every day, which made him a little irritable. He obviously talks about everything, but the other party still grabs him and refuses to let go. Can it make him happy? While Zhang Yi was waiting for the routine interrogation in the room, the door was opened forcefully, and he saw several different faces. They were several soldiers with cold expressions. They walked into the room without saying a word, and then someone put down a glass of water in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi frowned. "What does this mean? Do you want to poison me?" Li Tianyang walked in from outside with his hands behind his back. He sat opposite Zhang Yi, staring at him intently. "Heal you? No. You are of no value to us when you are dead. But you are of greatest value to us when you are alive." He pointed to the glass of water on the table. "Don't worry. This glass of water does not contain any toxins. It has only one function. To make you tell the truth? I admit that as a soldier, you have very excellent professional qualities. You even almost fooled everyone into thinking you were just an ordinary person. However," he stared at Zhang Yi and pointed at his eyes, "you can't hide it from my eyes. I know you've been lying all this time. Don't try to do this trick. It won't do you any good. So now, drink this glass of water. Answer all my questions obediently. If you don't cooperate, I will have to use some means that you don't want to see." Zhang Yi fell into silence. He slowly closed the book in his hand and placed it on the table. Then he stared at the glass of water. After a few seconds, he reached out, took the glass of water, and slowly put it into his mouth. A winner's smile appeared on Li Tianyang's lips. He was a little proud. Liang Ximiu was just too cautious. If he had used strong methods earlier, he would have gotten all the information they wanted. Why bother? After Zhang Yi drank the glass of water, his eyes became blurred not long after. He shook his head vigorously. His eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and his body fell weakly on the sofa. Li Tianyang stared at him and asked Zhang Yi slowly, "Tell me, where is the source of God hidden? Exist? Exist? I cannot. Answer me. Where is the source of God hidden?" Li Tianyang increased his tone. Zhang Yi's expression showed a painful struggle. After a long while, he said intermittently, "Exist? Somewhere between Marais and Star Island." Li Tianyang said in a deep voice, "Then why did you say you were in Wuku?" "Because Foggy Bottom is dangerous, and I want to delay your finding." "What exactly? Where exactly was it found?" "Just between Marais and Star Island. Nautical miles." "Found. Source of God. In the sea." Chapter 925 The Communication Game Between Regions. Li Tianyang got the information he wanted and left Zhang Yi's room with satisfaction. But they didn't see that after they left, Zhang Yi had a sarcastic look in his eyes. He didn't understand why these people didn't like to hear the truth, but instead liked to hear lies. Zhang Yi told them the correct location, but they thought it was a scam. Zhang Yi provided a vague and specious place, but they thought it was true. And Zhang Yi didn't know that the reason why Li Tianyang was so confident was entirely because Zhang Yi had been injected with compound number 3 and his abilities were suppressed. If you swallow the Veritaserum under such circumstances, you will 100% tell the truth. However, no one knows that Zhang Yi can use his thoughts to connect to different spaces, so he can still use his powers even if they are suppressed. In the past few days, he seemed to accept all the food sent from the East China Sea region. But in fact, he quietly transferred them to the dimensional gate in his throat. And he ate secretly under the quilt at night when he was sleeping, including the Veritaserum that Li Tianyang asked him to drink today. He didn't even drink a sip. However, Zhang Yi felt very unhappy about Li Tianyang's behavior. The method of pouring Veritaserum has been used. It is indeed quite despicable. It's really unpleasant to feel that others are just a knife and I'm a fish. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. If I could be stronger, How could they be so bold? To put it bluntly, it's still a matter of not being strong enough. Sure enough, in this world, being strong is the most important thing at any time. Some slight changes occurred in Zhang Yi's heart. Donghai region. All the humiliation this trip has given him will one day be repaid 100-fold. Of course, that is only if he has the strength. Zhang Yi is very vindictive. After Li Tianyang got the so-called correct answer, he happily went back to Li Guangxiu to report the situation. On the way, he met Liang Ximu, who came back confused. Because Chu Lianshao called Liang Ximu to another place, and rambled on for a long time without giving a solution to the problem. It wasn't until I met Li Tianyang halfway that I learned the truth from him. It turned out that this was Li Tianyang's deliberate way of getting rid of him. I used the simplest method and gave him truth serum directly. He said everything. Li Tianyang's face was filled with pride. I have told you a long time ago that he is just a prisoner now. There is no need to spend so much effort with him. Just do it hard and that's it. After hearing this, Liang Ximu's expression changed drastically. Li Tianyang, are you crazy? You gave Veritaserum to the investigation captain of Jiangnan region. Do you know what this means? A captain-level alien must possess certain core information in a large region. And giving him truth serum was tantamount to spying on the core secrets of other regions. Therefore, Liang Ximu never dared to have such an idea. Only a lunatic like Li Tianyang would use such crazy methods. Li Tianyang didn't take it seriously at all. He smiled and patted Liang Ximu's shoulder. Don't worry so much. The strength of Jiangnan region is displayed here. And now they need our military support even more. He put his hands behind his back and said calmly, let's talk about it. Even if we don't take action, do they have the strength to obtain the source of God alone? Now that the matter has come to this, Liang Ximu has nothing left to say. He could only sigh. Okay. Go and tell the commander the news. Let him make the decision. Li Guangxiu left proudly. After Liang Ximu thought for a while, he first returned to the intelligence department. An investigator came over and reported something to him. We have investigated the survivors that came with chaos. One of them, Li Zhongyu, has been confirmed to be the discoverer of the source of God. And the location of the source of God he mentioned was exactly the same as what chaos had provided before. Liang Ximu frowned, then relaxed naturally. It is impossible for a character like chaos to leave such a hole. Therefore, the words that came out of his mouth must have been planned in advance by chaos. But we still have to be careful. We can just sort out this information and send it to the commander. Soon, Li Guangxiu received 2 reports submitted by Li Tianyang and Liang Ximu. Both reports pointed to the country of Star Island. Li Guangxiu was more inclined to Li Tianyang's report, because he didn't believe that Zhang Yi could still withstand the effect of Veritaserum even if he lost his powers. The interrogation drugs used by the military today are no longer comparable to those used decades ago. As long as you take it, no matter how strong your willpower is, you won't be able to resist it. Therefore, it can be judged that the source of God is in the sea area between Star Island and Malai Kingdom. The situation is not good. Li Guangxiu thinks this matter is not simple. The Kingdom of Malai is now relatively close to Columbia. As for Star Island, it is just a small country with a population of tens of millions. After the end of the world, this country is close to existing in name only, with only a small population still living on that land. It is very difficult for the East China Sea region to bypass the Colombian Navy and go to that sea area to obtain the source of God. Li Tianyang gave his own suggestions. We can send an elite force to that area on a nuclear submarine to conduct careful reconnaissance. Since the existence of the source of God can be discovered by an ordinary person, it must have relatively obvious characteristics. Chief of Staff Chu Lianshao said that doing so may expose our purpose. We must not be careless about this matter. Considering that we may be discovered by the Colombian Navy, we must make foolproof preparations. He looked at Li Guangxiu and said cautiously, you must know that once we send troops to Star Island, the only opponent we will encounter may not be the Colombian Navy. The most likely possibility is that they were formed by a joint force formed by Colombia. It would be very dangerous to confront them head-on with our own strength. Li Guangxiu looked at Chu Lianshao. What do you mean? Chu Lianshao told us about the news about the source of the gods. We know it. And the Jiangnan region also knows it. Now that we have the initiative, we should not do things too badly. Otherwise, if we eat alone and the Jiangnan region publicizes the matter, it may lead to a breakup. So it is better to send people like Team Rose and Chaos back and negotiate the price with them again. Then our 2 regions will work together to increase our chances of success. Chapter 9:26 Four Spirits. Chu Liangshao's suggestion obviously made Li Tianyang dissatisfied. He snorted coldly and said, since we already know where the source of God is, why bother sharing it with others? In my opinion, let our elite soldiers and generals sneak over and get the source of God directly. If it doesn't work, let Xuanwu take action. He could completely avoid the sonar search of the Colombian Navy without being noticed. At worst, when we get the source of God, we can give some compensation to Jiangnan region. At that time, they had no other choice but to nod in agreement. Chu Lianshao shook his head and sighed, saying that this would be a bit risky. Nowadays, our biggest enemy is external forces. Why do we have such deep calculations with our brothers? Li Tianyang sneered and said that his brothers still want to settle accounts openly. A family should also have elders and younger ones who respect each other. Li Guangxiu listened to the two arguing for a long time and made a decision in his heart. Okay, don't argue anymore. He sat on the chair, stroking the corner of the table with his right hand, and made a decision after thinking for a long time. 3 days later, someone was sent to send Team Rose and Chaos back to the Jiangnan region. Just say, we are protecting them for safety reasons. In addition, according to what Minister Li said, people were sent on submarines to explore the area between Malai Kingdom and Qingdao. Be prepared. As for Xuanwu, don't let him take action. Xuanwu has completely transformed into a giant sea turtle and spends most of his time sleeping on the bottom of the sea, because every action it takes consumes huge amounts of energy. As the trump card of the Donghai region, Li Guangxiu would not easily use Xuanwu. Li Tianyang and Chu Lianshao accepted the order and went to arrange their work separately. After Zhang Yi woke up, he immediately flew into a rage and shouted angrily that he wanted to see Li Guangxiu. He punched the sofa, making a deep hole in the sofa. How dare you use torture methods on me? This is simply shameless. Extremely obscene. Is this still a regional practice? As for Zhang Yi's attitude, the personnel responsible for guarding him could only pretend not to hear. Liang Ximu and the staff of the intelligence department were very embarrassed. If you use such despicable methods against your own people, if you used it in the past, you would have to go to a military court. But now is the time when some rules are no longer so clear. Zhang Yi's mood remained a little angry in the next few days. Personnel from the intelligence department no longer went over to question Zhang Yi. Just provide him with all the supplies he needs in life. 3 days flew by. Chief of Staff Chu Lianshao brought someone over and opened Zhang Yi's door. Captain Chaos, how are you recuperating in our East China Sea region these days? Chu Lianshao asked with a smile. Zhang Yi glanced at him coldly, but did not reply. Chu Lianshao didn't feel dissatisfied at all, and said with a smile that we are here to take you back. Please get ready. Our special train will leave soon. Zhang Yi sat up from the sofa with an expressionless face and walked towards the door. Not long after, he took a military vehicle and arrived at the subway station of Donghai City. Ling Hu Feishua and Qiang Wei's team had already arrived. In the compartment next door, Lao Tian and other crew members and passengers on the ship were sitting. Zhang Yi and Ling Hu Feishua looked at each other, their faces as cold as ice. And they said nothing. People from the Donghai region put them on special trains. Zhang Yi and Ling Hu Feishua, as captains, both enjoy a separate luxury carriage. Chu Lianshao smiled and said that it would take a week for the effects of the medicine to wear off on their bodies, so they would have to rest for a while after returning. Zhang Yi sat on the subway seat and had closed his eyes. Chu Lianshao didn't care. He counted the number of people, and after confirming that nothing was missing, he asked the humanitarian escort next to him to leave the humanitarian escort task to you. You must deliver our valued guests to Blizzard City safely. Don't worry, Chief of Staff. With us here, there won't be any problems. After the words fell, several people walked into the carriage. But after they appeared, Zhang Yi's instinct suddenly felt a strange feeling. That is the instinctive reaction when encountering powerful creatures. He looked up and saw 3 people in front of him. 2 men and 1 woman. One has long hair, a Chinese character face, and a strong build. He has a bald head, slightly pale skin, and extremely sharp phoenix eyes. There is also a woman with long hair with a hint of burgundy color, delicate face, and standing with her arms crossed. Zhang Yi immediately realized that these people were captain-level experts. But it's no wonder that this escort mission is very critical. If something happens to Zhang Yi, Ling Hu Feishua and others along the way, I'm afraid Jiangnan region will completely break with Donghai region. It is not even impossible that a war will break out because of this matter one day in the future. Everyone, are you the investigation captain of the Donghai region? Zhang Yi asked calmly. The long-haired man shook his head. No, In our East China Sea region, there are only fleet commanders. I am Qinglong. They are White Tiger and Suzaku respectively. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. In the East China Sea region, the 4 more famous masters are the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku and Xuanwu among the 4 spirits. He has already met Xuanwu. He is a powerful Epsilon level master. Then the 3 people in front of him, even if they are not as terrifying as Xuanwu, are definitely top-notch strong men. The East China Sea region is so cautious that they actually asked 3 members of the 4 spirit fleet to escort us back. Ah, Zhang Yi said slightly sarcastically. Given his current situation, he should indeed be angry. The 3 of them didn't care about Zhang Yi's attitude. Several people sat down opposite Zhang Yi. Suzaku opened her mouth to speak. Her voice was as clear as a lark. No, this mission was not originally carried out by us. It's just that we are all very curious about you. So we wanted to come and meet you. Baihu took out a bottle of white wine and 4 wine glasses from his pocket, while Qinglong took out a lunch box with some peanuts and fish skins in it. The strongest person in the Jiangnan region. This title inevitably makes people curious. Rather, we have admired your reputation for a long time, Qinglong said with a smile. Baihu shrugged and stopped by the Jiangnan area to see the scenery of Jiangnan. This can be regarded as reasonable fishing. Several people had smiles on their faces. Zhang Yi looked at the 3 of them and didn't know what these guys were going to do. But since he is here, he can just accompany him if he has any tricks. Since he wanted to drink, he would drink. Anyway, he has plenty of ways to divert the drinks. But soon, he discovered that he was worrying too much. These people all have very cheerful personalities. When talking to him, they mostly ask about some life experiences, and also share each other's experiences in the apocalypse. Perhaps after reaching their level, they rarely meet people worth talking to. After all, there are very few people who are qualified to let them communicate. Zhang Yi could more or less feel their emotions. Looking at the Jiangnan region, everyone is in awe when they meet Zhang Yi now. How many people dare to have a drink with him? The last time he went to Blizzard City, he met Chen Xiaoxiao who dominated the city. She was so excited that she just wanted to run over and reminisce with Zhang Yi. But after taking a few steps closer, her expression suddenly changed. Zhang Yi clearly saw her bowing down and calling Captain. Chapter 927 Provocation. After Zhang Yi chatted with the 3 of them, he felt that their personalities were very refreshing. Involuntarily, he also opened up the topic. However, he still deliberately mentioned the source of God. He raised his glass pretending to be casual. You have obtained the information about the source of God. I thought the East China Sea region would send you there. Unexpectedly, you came to perform escort missions. This is quite strange. Even if there is the source of God, it should be given to you first. Right? There were confused looks on the 3 people's faces. The source of God? What it is? The expressions on the faces of the 3 people were very real, and did not seem to be fake. The key is that now that Zhang Yi has confessed everything, there is no need for them to lie. Zhang Yi smiled secretly in his heart. This was pretty much what he expected. If you are not a participant in the mission, you will not know the secret of the source of God. If he hadn't been going to the ocean to perform the mission, Zhu Zheng wouldn't have told him. There was a surprised look on his face, and you didn't know? Real or fake? Then, he told all 3 people about the origin of God. That thing is said to allow people to break through genetic limitations. To put it simply, it is able to cause the alien stuck at the delta level to produce secondary mutations, unlock the genetic lock, and open the door to Epsilon. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 3 people changed instantly. Today, the 3 of them are already the top strangers in the East China Sea region. However, among the 4 spirits, there are still strict levels. Compared with Xuanwu, the gap between them is simply a day and a day. Sometimes, they even feel that they are just there to make up the numbers. It was only because Xuanwu Mengying Chuan asked for that title that the other 3 were gathered together. It's not Epsilon. There's almost no way to fight back against the real Epsilon. Even if the 3 of them put together, it's not enough for Xuanwu to fight alone. Of course they hope to break the genetic constraints and become more powerful aliens. Zhang Yi drank a glass of wine. His eyes were a little blurred, and he said casually, "Don't worry. Good steel should be used on the blade, not on the back. If the East China Sea region can obtain the source of God, it will definitely be used on one of the 3 of you. When the time comes, I have to congratulate him." Zhang Yi's words made the 3 of them feel an inexplicable emotion. Although they are not stupid, they know that Zhang Yi's words are deliberately intended to sow discord. But they cannot deny that what Zhang Yi said is the truth. If there was only one chance, who would give it up? At this time, Zhang Yi murmured but couldn't tell for sure. If there is such an opportunity, I believe that there may not be only 3 people who hope to obtain the source of God. The Donghai region is full of talents, and the 3 are the top experts. But in terms of talent, there may not be anyone who can match you. He chuckled and I told the truth. If I were Li Guangxiu, I would definitely give that thing to those closest to me. After all, in the end of the world, only your own people can be trusted. Qilong suddenly laughed. Brother Chaos, what you said is a bit too exaggerated. Commander Li is selfless and focuses on the peace and stability of the East China Sea region and the coastal defense priorities of Huaxu State. He will definitely deal with it impartially. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes. 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 I drank too much. Ha ha. After he drank a glass of wine, the expressions of the 3 of them had already changed somewhat. Zhang Yi smiled secretly in his heart. It's quite interesting to discuss the Donghai region in this way. If in the future, the source of God is obtained by the East China Sea region and is not given to these 3 people, I am afraid people will be scattered. Only, when he thought of the source of God, a coldness flashed deep in Zhang Yi's eyes. His original plan was to hand over the information to Zhu Zheng. Facing the Columbian Ocean fleet at sea, it would be difficult to obtain that thing from the Jiangnan region alone. Even though Zhang Yi has space powers, he has always been cautious and unwilling to take risks. Spatial ability is not absolute. His previous encounter with Cartiers had already taught him a lesson. In front of a strong man with absolute strength, even he is in danger of being killed. Therefore, Zhang Yi feels that it is the best way for Jiangnan region and Donghai region to join forces. However, Donghai district chose the villain's behavior and imprisoned Zhang Yi. This made Zhang Yi very unhappy. As long as there is a chance, he must give Donghai region a try. Zhang Yi stopped talking and did not continue the conversation. It was enough to plant a seed in the hearts of the 3 of them. It took about half a day before they arrived at Blizzard City. The 3 of them were purely curious about Zhang Yi personally, so they came over to take the opportunity to see him off and get to know each other. They had no other purpose. After dropping him off, they went back. The team that came to greet Zhang Yi and Qianwei's team was more grand. For the first time, Zhu Zheng came to the station to pick someone up in person. Almost all the senior officials of the entire combat command center were present, and the surrounding area was heavily guarded. Zhang Yi got out of the car, and Zhu Zheng immediately came over and held his hands. You have suffered during this time. Zhang Yi looked touched. Working hard to serve the region. Linghu Feishua and others also got out of the car, and Zhu Zheng arranged for someone to send the members of the Rose team and Lao Tian and others to the reception area to receive them happily. As for Linghu Feishua, Tu Yunlai was in charge. Obviously, compared to Zhang Yi, Linghu Feishua's status was much lower. Zhu Zheng took Zhang Yi's hand and got into the car and drove towards the combat command center. The person driving the car was none other than First Guard Sun Luxuan. Sun Luxuan was driving in the front, and Zhu Zheng and Zhang Yi were sitting in the back seat. He said to Zhang Yi in a deep voice, "Have you been treated badly in the Donghai region?" Zhang Yi said calmly, and hit compound number 3 to seal my powers. It will take another week for the effects of the medicine to wear off in my body. And now I am just an ordinary person. Moreover, they made me drink Veritaserum, and I told them the location of the source of God. Zhu Zheng's face suddenly darkened. What a Li Guangxiu. He did this to me. Zhang Yi looked at Zhu Zheng. What are you going to do? I'm afraid they'll get there first. Zhu Zheng frowned deeply. Now that your abilities are blocked, our combat power is insufficient. This is a big problem. The inhibitor is too powerful, and there is no way to remove it. But don't worry. I won't let this matter go. Haha. If Donghai region wants to eat alone, I will never agree. Zhang Yi nodded. I believe you have your own arrangements. But I'm too tired now, and want to go back and have a good rest. You can see it? After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he closed his eyes, looking tired. Zhu Zheng looked at him with some distress. Then Zhu Zheng let out a long sigh. Thank you for your hard work. You should take a good rest. Don't worry. Just stay in Blizzard City. No one can affect you anymore. I will provide you with the best healing environment. Chapter 928 Subtle Changes in Blizzard City. Zhang Yi spent nearly 5 months wandering at sea during this trip. During this period of time, he experienced too many things and even passed by the edge of death. If you were a little unlucky and met Cartiers, you would probably have been buried in the sea long ago. Even a leader like Zhu Zheng can't ask for more from Zhang Yi. He only thinks Zhang Yi is a good comrade. Zhang Yi shook his head. I'm so tired and I just want to be with my family. Zhu Zheng nodded. What you need most now is the warmth of your family. Well, you rest here for a day, and I'll have someone take you back tomorrow. In addition, for this mission, I can give you 2 billion points. You can exchange items freely. Zhang Yi raised his eyes, and included compound number 3. After using the drug that could suppress aliens, he became interested in it once. That thing is awesome. If applied properly, it can be very effective. Of course, it is not realistic to inject this drug into the enemy during battle, but there's always a chance to use it. Right? Zhu Sheng smiled slightly. It was a banned drug. In principle, if it was not a special operation, even the captain level could not obtain it. He held up a finger, but this time, I can make an exception for you. You can redeem up to 3 copies of compound number 3. Zhang Yi nodded. The two people came to Zhu Zheng's office, and Zhang Yi informed Zhu Zheng of the location of the source of God. At this time, the East China Sea region had already begun sending people to Star Island. After Zhu Zheng heard this, he fell into deep thought. Star Island. There is something less than ideal about that place. It is now under the control of the Colombian Navy. Zhang Yi shrugged. Which sea area is not his? Except for the internal sea of Washu. The ocean area is basically controlled by the Colombian Navy, because the ocean fleet is blockaded around the waters of Washu Kingdom. If they want to cross this chain, they must collide head-on with the ocean fleet. Zhu Zheng nodded. This may not be a bad thing. At least, it is not so easy to succeed in the East China Sea region. He planned to have a good talk with Li Guangxia later. The two chatted for a while about what happened at sea. Zhang Yi told Zhu Zheng everything. One of the things made Zhu Zheng very happy. That is, after a series of battles, and absorbing the origins of Fin Dragon and Nilet, Zhang Yi's power index has been greatly improved. According to Zhang Yi's estimation, it should be 9,800. Click around. Okay. This is really great news. Ha! My Jiangnan region will soon have its own Epsilon. Zhu Zheng smiled very happily. He walked over, patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder, and looked at him with kind eyes. Zhang Yi, you are my key training target in Jiangnan region. I will devote all my resources to help you level up as soon as possible. Zhang Yi shook his head. At present, it seems that only aliens or beasts above the captain level, or the so-called source of gods, can help me. Others, it is difficult to have any effect. Zhu Zheng pondered for a moment, frowned slightly, and said that this was indeed a problem. But don't worry. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, you will be the best candidate. Zhang Yi nodded without thinking much. Just eat the pie that your leader paints, but don't take it too seriously. Then he mentioned Zhu Yong's matter again. Ms. Zhu's performance at sea is very good, and she has always cooperated well with my work. It was because she worked too hard that she was accidentally captured by thieves and suffered some abuse. Zhang Yi looked at Zhu Zheng, and was a little worried about her physical condition. Zhu Zheng frowned. He still valued this niece very much. Zhang Yi was very good at talking, and gave him enough face to facilitate Zhu Yong's gold plating. However, the fact that Zhu Yong was captured made him somewhat worried. But Zhang Yi cannot be blamed for this matter. Under those conditions, apart from Zhang Yi, no one in the entire Jiangnan region could escape unscathed. At the very least, Zhu Yong saved his life, and did not lose his arms or legs. You've done your best. As long as she's still alive. Zhang Yi nodded and said to himself, now that I can keep her coming back safely, you can't find anything wrong with me. The two chatted casually for a few words, and then Zhang Yi stood up and left. He knew that Zhu Zheng still had a lot of things to be busy with. For example, he still had to communicate with the Donghai region, and his work has been reported, so it doesn't take up much of Zhu Zheng's time. Zhang Yi left Zhu Zheng's office. Everyone who saw Zhang Yi along the way was extremely respectful. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded at them. But slowly, he discovered a strange phenomenon. In the new combat command center building, it seems that the number of aliens has increased. There were many strange people in the past, but now the number has at least doubled. He raised his eyebrows, and said to himself that maybe Lao Zhu was afraid of being assassinated, so he strengthened his defense. After going downstairs, he saw Tu Yunlai coming from the corridor. Zhang Yi said low to him. Mr. Tu, long time no see. Tu Yunlai immediately frowned. Chaos. Please call me by my codename when working. Call me Zhurong. Zhang Yi touched his nose and wished minister. Long time no see. Tu Yunlai sounded awkward, but he didn't correct him. I heard that you were injected with compound number 3. You'd better be careful during this period, and don't leave your residence casually. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. thanking him for his concern. He looked around and found no sign of Ling Hufeishue, and couldn't help asking where was Guang Han. Tu Yunlai said angrily that she was not successful in performing her mission and was captured. According to military regulations, she needs to be detained for a week. Zhang Yi's heart sank slightly. Is being captured by the Donghai region considered a prisoner? Tu Yunlai said that it was fortunate that she was captured by the Donghai region. If she fell into the hands of the Colombians, it would not be as easy as a week of confinement. Our attitude towards prisoners has always been so strict. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and said faintly, So do I. No. You are different. You brought back important information. And Tu Yunlai stared at Zhang Yi. You are Zhu Shuai's savior. These words seemed to explain a lot of things. There was a playful smile on Zhang Yi's lips. But he didn't delve into anything further. He waved goodbye to Tu Yunlai and then left the combat command center, intending to find Bailey Chongqing to find out if anything had happened in the Jiangnan region during his absence in the 5 months. At the same time, he also sent a message to Liang Yu, asking her to come to Blizzard City to pick him up. Chapter 929 Population Increase. Zhang Yi left the combat command center, and Zhu Zheng asked someone to give him a car. He called Bailey Chongqing and learned that Bailey Chongqing was training at this time. Upon learning that Zhang Yi wanted to see him, Bailey Chongqing immediately said that he would come over immediately. The two met at the same place, at the password bar. More than half an hour later, the two people arrived in the private room of the password bar. But this time, Zhang Yi also experienced the treatment given to Gao Chongkong. Drinks are free, and there is also a VVVIP membership card. At this time, he seemed to be the biggest star in Blizzard City. Zhang Yi doesn't have much feeling about this. Things like reputation go as quickly as they come. But having said that, it's quite cool to enjoy it. When I met Bailey Chongqing, he knew the rules quite well. He first asked Zhang Yi if it was not convenient to tell him what he had done during this period. Zhang Yi said calmly that he was going to see, and it would be useless to tell you the specific contents of the mission. This is true. The source of God does not mean much to the Vice Captain Bailey Chongqing. Even if he gets it, he won't use it on him. Tell me about anything interesting happening in Gangnam region recently. Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing clinked their glasses, drank half a martini and said, You have been gone for too long. Bailey Chongqing took a deep breath and seemed quite emotional. During your absence, we did not receive any complex tasks, and spent most of the time training in Blizzard City. However, there is one thing that has a big impact. He touched his chin. Recently, Blizzard City has begun to recruit people on a large scale, bringing in a large number of survivors from the outside world. Now the population of Blizzard City has reached 3 million. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Has the resource problem been solved? Without enough resources, it is simply impossible to sustain a large population. Food and energy are two core issues. Bailey Chongqing said that there has indeed been improvement in this aspect. And it is said that the credit is due to the Ding Group and the Scientific Research Department. In short, I can see new people coming into the city every day recently. Even the number of strangers has increased. He spread his hands, which is also the norm in the last days. After the region has passed through the period of chaos, it will definitely usher in a stable situation. Slowly, humans will adapt to the end of the world, survive, and thrive. Zhang Yi nodded, which was considered a good thing. In other respects, it's the same as before, and there's nothing strange about it, Bailey Chongqing said. Zhang Yi understood the current situation and had no more gains. However, Bailey Chongqing's words made him curious about the current state of Blizzard City. 5 months have passed, which is enough time for Blizzard City to undergo earth-shaking changes. It is even possible to give birth to more powerful aliens. After all, he is not the only one making progress. Everyone else is also working hard to move forward. Moreover, new powerful aliens may appear. Zhang Yi looked at his watch and saw that it would still be some time before Liang Yu arrived in Blizzard City. So he picked up a bottle of wine and asked Bailey Chongqing to take him to the city for a visit. Bailey Chongqing nodded, and the two left the bar. Bailey Chongqing drove. Zhang Yi sat in the passenger seat, opened the window, and let the icy cold wind blow on his combat uniform. The strong alcohol entered his throat, and his body felt very warm. Bailey Chongqing took Zhang Yi around Blizzard City. Sure enough, the population increased, compared with the desolation at the beginning. It is now lively. When he came to the construction building in Area E, Zhang Yi happened to see a group of ragged survivors who had just been brought here by soldiers. But very suddenly, Zhang Yi saw a flash of red light, which instantly made him open his somewhat apprehensive eyes. The survivors lined up to receive some fruits from a staff member. Red fruit. Blood red. This thing. Isn't it the fruit of the blood vine? Zhang Yi's eyes became a little sharp. But Bailey Chongqing said naturally, yes. Although the blood vine was destroyed, we intercepted some of the roots and brought them back. Unexpectedly, the Ministry of Scientific Research used technical means to cultivate it into a new type of food. Zhang Yi glanced at Bailey Chongqing. This plant is poisonous. Everlasting smile. Don't underestimate the methods of professionals. That kind of thing has been taken care of a long time ago. What about the energy source of the blood vine? I remember that the original blood vine used corpses to obtain energy and bear fruit. Bailey Chongqing rubbed her nose. This is it. Zhang Yi. You have to know that the most important thing for us now is to keep more people alive. So, he gave Zhang Yi an ambiguous look. Zhang Yi understood immediately. They cannot tolerate cannibalism. However, if the corpses of the deceased are used as nutrients to make food, it will not be so difficult for people to accept. Most importantly, it can also prevent prion infection. That's right. I won't eat it anyway. Zhang Yi said. I don't eat it either. This thing will only be provided to survivors who have newly joined Blizzard City. That is, people in Area E. Bailey Chongqing said casually. Suddenly, Liang Yu's voice came from Zhang Yi's communication device. Zhang Yi. I'm in Blizzard City. Where are you? Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Wait at the subway station for a while. I'll be right over. Zhang Yi glanced at Bailey Chongqing. Let's go, and take me to the subway station. Bailey Chongqing asked if he wouldn't stay in Blizzard City for a while longer. That friend of yours really likes coming over. To be honest, Blizzard City's service industry is booming now, and many of the employees are stars in the past, he said with an ambiguous look. After all, this is the only value they can provide. There are too many people in Blizzard City, and it is impossible to make everyone abstinent. Therefore, this oldest industry still needs someone to do it. But now, this kind of industry has become public, and everyone is trying to survive, which is understandable. I do not need. Zhang Yi waved his hand. He usually gets car sick and doesn't like taking the bus. A private car is more suitable for his shape. Bailey Chongqing pouted. If you change your mind next time, you can come to me, and I will show you the way. Zhang Yi laughed loudly. You should keep it for yourself. The two of them showed smiles that all men understand. Bailey Chongqing stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove towards the subway station. Soon after, Zhang Yi arrived at the subway station. Liang Yu was wearing a silver-gray combat uniform, holding Long Ming in his arms, standing on the steps waiting for him. As soon as she saw Zhang Yi, she walked over quickly. Although her tone was a little cold, there was clearly unconcealable worry in her eyes. Didn't you say you'd be back soon? Why did you go so long? And you can't get in touch? Do you know? We are worried to death. There was a little accident. I will tell you more carefully when I get back. Zhang Yi smiled and put his arm around her shoulders, bid farewell to Bailey Chongqing with one hand, and then walked into the subway station with his arms around her. Chapter 930. Rest for a while. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu got on the subway and left Blizzard City to return to Tianhai City. As for the other people on the ship, they stayed in Blizzard City. They are all involved in this secret mission, so they need to be questioned by Blizzard City. Zhang Yi has already leaked the secret of the source of God to the East China Sea region, so other things no longer matter to him. It was a routine matter in Blizzard City, and he had no objection. Only this time when he went back, he was surprisingly silent. He has been sitting silently on the chair with his arms folded, his eyes without any light, seeming to be deep in thought. Liang Yu frowned slightly when he saw this. She sat down next to Zhang Yi with concern, coughed slightly, and asked if something troublesome had happened. Zhang Yi raised his head and glanced at her, his expression indifferent. Not really. He let out a long sigh and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. For a long time, he has claimed to be a Buddhist person and never likes to compete with others for things. As long as I can live a happy and stable life. That's all. But this time he went to sea, which caused a lot of fluctuations in his heart. People who are not strong enough cannot stand in this cruel world. It sounds nice. The Donghai region is an ally, and Zhu Zheng originally promised Li Guangxiao that it would be okay even if he gave them the information about the source of God. But that feeling still made Zhang Yi feel a little uncomfortable, especially after experiencing the incident where Li Tianyang forced him to drink Veritaserum. He felt even more humiliated. And all this is just because he is not strong enough. That's all. Maybe. I really need to change my way of living. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. Liang Yu blinked and asked curiously, What kind of lifestyle do you want to change? Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. I don't know either. Maybe you will understand it gradually. Still on the train at this time, Zhang Yi would not reveal his feelings casually, because there must be monitoring equipment in this car. Keeping your mouth shut quietly is the best option. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and stopped talking. Liang Yu had no choice but to be like him. Not long after, the two returned to Tianhai City and arrived at Xiaomaishan subway station, which they had not seen for a long time. The two people walked out of the subway. Zhang Yi felt a little uncomfortable as he felt the power in his body being suppressed. But fortunately, different spaces can still be summoned. Zhang Yi took out his snowmobile and returned to the shelter with Liang Yu. After Zhang Yi returned home, everyone was waiting for his return with a little worry. Seeing that he was safe and sound, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Brother Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly lose contact? Yang Xinxin came over and asked with a worried look if there was any accident outside. Zhang Yi sighed. It's hard to describe in one word. He returned to the house, changed out of his combat uniform, put on his casual clothes, and sat cross-legged on the sofa with his bare feet, drinking hot coffee brought by Yang Xia while telling them about his experiences in the past few days. When it was learned that Zhang Yi fought with the Tianlong pirates one after another, and encountered Epsilon of the Colombian Navy, and was finally taken away by the East China Sea region and interrogated, everyone was scared and angry. It's simply too much. Zhang Yi, you are a hero. You brought back extremely important information. They did this to you. Even Uncle Yu, a veteran, feels shameful about Donghai region's behavior. They imprisoned you and gave you Veritasirum. This is definitely a serious crime that will require a military court. Zhang Yi laughed disapprovingly when he heard this. Times have changed a long time ago. Each of the 6 regions has great jurisdiction. For something like the Source of God, it's worth doing this. Now that the mission is over, Zhang Yi no longer hides the existence of the Source of God from everyone. And it is very easy to talk about it. Fatty Su held his big face and sighed. It's so frustrating. The most important thing is that the East China Sea region has obtained the information about the Source of God. So it must have been the first to get there. These words really made everyone feel unhappy. Zhang Yi worked hard at sea for 5 months, and finally brought back information about the Source of God. As a result, Donghai region picked the fruit. Zhang Yi couldn't say that with a faint smile. If the East China Sea region hadn't held back the main force of the Colombian Navy from the front, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to bring everyone back from the sea. Moreover, with his arms crossed and his eyes dark, I set off smoke bombs for them, which was enough to delay them for a certain amount of time. How can it be that simple to cross the blockade of the Colombian Navy and find the Source of God under their noses? Uncle Yu swallowed his saliva and hesitated to speak. But after looking at the other people in the room, he lowered his head and suppressed his thoughts. In fact, it was not just him. Many people in the room had this idea. Today's Zhang Yi has an ability index of around 9,800 points. It is a certainty that he will officially reach Epsilon level combat power in the future. But what about everyone else? The gap with Zhang Yi will only widen. But if they can get the Source of God, maybe they all have a chance to achieve a breakthrough. Even Huahua jumped onto Zhang Yi's lap, raised her head, and looked at him eagerly, her eyes full of desire. Zhang Yi smiled and reached out to stroke its head. This matter will not end so easily. If the Donghai region wants to get the Source of God, it will never be that simple. There was something extraordinary surging in his eyes. A few days later, Lao Tian, Li Zhongyu, and others were sent back. Zhang Yi had already told Zhu Zheng the most critical information. The others were only routinely investigated. And in fact no more useful information could be obtained. Zhu Zheng sent people back as promised to increase the population of Tianhai City. And Yang Xinxi will naturally be responsible for arranging all this. So it's no problem. Zhou Qir is responsible for picking people up. When seeing Lao Tian, Zhou Qir asked, "Do you know how Vyunk is doing now?" When Lao Tian heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He scratched his messy hair. When we were in Donghai region, he lived not far from her. According to the medical staff, there seemed to be something wrong with her brain. Lao Tian pointed to his temple, where he was going crazy because he had been hit by high voltage current. Zhou Qir sighed slightly in his heart. If Zhu Yunk hadn't been so troublesome and had left more favorable impressions on Zhang Yi, none of this would have happened today. Because in that case, Zhang Yi would definitely go back to save Zhou Qir as soon as possible after sending her back. But now, who can be blamed? She can only blame herself for being ignorant. Chapter 931 Recall. During the week when Zhang Yi went home to recuperate, no one was idle. Zhu Sheng urgently recalled all the investigation teams out in the entire Jiangnan region. Any urgent mission. The key props that can allow people to advance to Epsilon. Source of God. Everything becomes less urgent. On this day, an unkempt figure, wearing a tattered cloak, appeared in front of the huge 30-meter-high wall of Blizzard City. Through the long eyelashes, a look of deep emotion looked at the city wall that seemed to never be breached, and soon turned into a deep sigh. He walked to the city gate. Under the huge city gate, there is a small door that can accommodate one person through. Before people get close, they are already warned by the voice of the robot. Stop the comings. Please verify your identity. The man thought for a moment, took out a golden card from his pocket, and then raised it. Soon, the robot completed the recognition of the incoming person. Captain of the Celestial Team. Deng Shitong. Codename. Erlangshan. The defenders couldn't believe their eyes. The once aloof and arrogant investigation captain, the noble son of Jiangnan, is now dressed like a beggar. But there would be no problem with the robot's verification. They hurriedly opened the door and went to greet him. It has been several months since Deng Shitong left Blizzard City. He did not bring any of his men with him. Nor did he report his whereabouts to the Deng family. Just one person, going to the most dangerous area of Jiangnan region to experience. For the first time in his life, he realized the cruelty of the end of the world. Walking alone in the vast ice and snow. I experienced the crisis of death several times. Even the most ridiculous time was when he was resting in a cave, and was almost killed by a beta-level poisonous snake. If he hadn't carried the antidote with him, he might have become the captain with the funniest death method in the Jiangnan region. He did not expect that cold-blooded animals would still come out in the cold season. But soon, he realized the crux of the problem. The era of great mutation had arrived, and the world was completely unable to think using the logic of the past. There are crises everywhere outside. When a person walks outside, he is walking on thin ice. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot guarantee that he is absolutely invincible. This created a feeling of fear in his heart. I also quickly understood why there were strange people like Zhang Yi. Months of hard training have brought about great changes in his state of mind, and also completely changed his fighting style and fighting philosophy. Life and death fights, most of the time, rely on more than just personal strength. Calculating circumstances and even luck are key factors. Just like in the Colosseum, even without fangs and claws, an adult bison can use its brute force and sharp horns to kill lions and tigers. Deng Shitong saw the city guards and greeted them with a smile. Such a friendly attitude even made the city guards a little uncomfortable. The leader of the city guard hurriedly asked people to arrange vehicles to take Deng Shitong into the city. Deng Shitong did not refuse. He wanted to go to the new combat command center first to meet Zhu Sheng. After Deng Shitong left, the leader of the city guard suddenly sighed. This is the fourth one. The captains who are outside are all here now. Here in the Donghai region. According to Li Guanxi's order, Li Tianyan arranged an elite investigation team to go to the sea between Qingdao and Malai Kingdom to investigate the source of God. The funny thing is that they did not believe the real destination Zhang Yi provided them straightforwardly, but believed the smoke screen. As a result, of course, nothing was gained. Since the area is close to the Malay Kingdom, their submarines did not dare to surface. Therefore, the investigation cannot last too long. Li Tianyan believes that just because the sea area is large, it is understandable that the results will not be available for a while. He had no doubts about what Zhang Yi said to him later. After all, Zhang Yi didn't have any powers at that time, and he drank a dose of truth serum that humans would never be able to resist. And the other side, the Tianlong pirates, Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishu had teamed up to destroy the Dragon King's Mirage Dragon clone, and also killed his most capable subordinate, Captain Nilet. This made the Dragon King extremely angry. Before he died, Nero told him the news he had learned from Zhu Yonk. Although he did not know the location of the source of God, Zhu Yonk also vaguely knew that there was something very important located where Li Zongyu had been. Combined with Li Zongyu's identity as a teacher at Sangdo Noble School, this made the Heavenly Dragon King realize that the source of God was probably on Star Island. However, although Star Island is small, it is still a country. It is also extremely difficult to find a source of energy in a country. But for the Heavenly Dragon King, the source of God is something he must get, because he has lost too much. Now there is a huge crisis of strength. When encountering transcendent forces like Columbia or Huashu, he could only be at the mercy of others. And if he wants to change this situation, he must break his own limitations and be promoted to an Epsilon-level alien. Once he succeeds, even the transcendent forces will change their attitude towards him. Therefore, The Heavenly Dragon King also gathered a group of elite men and began to think of ways to move toward Star Island. When the outside world is turbulent, what is Zhang Yi doing? Compound number 3 has a 1-week sustained release period. During this time, he stayed at home, playing with cats and walking dogs. Yes, he has an extra dog in his house. The dog was raised by Xing Tian's goddaughter Zhou Lingling. But it was at Zhang Yi's home at this time. After organisms mutate, they seem to become smarter than usual. Huahua's IQ is no less than that of humans. Lei seems a little dumber, but can already understand human language. Lu Karen helped them create a set of translation tools. In fact, it is a device that receives their brain waves and then converts them into language. As a result, Huahua and Lei both had a black scarf-like translation device on their necks. Huahua was still lazing all day long, stretching out and lying on the carpet in front of the burning fireplace. Lei is a big dog, and its ability is only at the gamma level, which is far behind Huahua. Therefore, it knows its status very well at home and tries its best to please everyone. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, with Lei lying under his feet as his footrest. Lei, your name is a bit too childish. I feel that at this time, speaking out is not powerful enough. How about you change your name to Black Panther? Woof woof. Lei called twice, but her big head kept shaking from side to side, obviously dissatisfied with the name. My name is Lei. This is the name given to me by my master, whether you like it or not. My name is Lei. Zhang Yi held his chin with the back of his hand. But in the future, when you go out to fight with others, I'm afraid that they will laugh to death after you announce yourself. Chapter 932 I will act like a lone wolf. No matter what Zhang Yi said, Lei was unwilling to change her name. Although dogs have lower IQ than humans, their loyalty is unmatched by humans. Zhou Lingling is its owner, so Zhou Lingling calls it Lei, and he only recognizes this name. Even if Zhang Yi is very powerful, he still fears him. But the basic principles cannot be abandoned. Zhang Yi smiled and rubbed its big head with his foot. This thing is really big. The key is that it can't deform like Huahua. So on weekdays, it is just that big in the room, like an oversized black plush toy. And it has a built-in heat preservation function. To be honest, it's quite fun. At this moment, Zhang Yi's satellite phone rang. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw that it was a video call from Zhu Sheng. There was a playful look in his eyes. Now a week has passed, and his powers have completely returned to their original state. The purpose of Zhu Sheng's search for him was naturally to act for the source of God in Qingdao. Zhang Yi knew that the Donghai region wasted too much time in that wrong place. And later he slowly came around to it. But obviously, it would be extremely difficult for them to monopolize it, because no one is sure about the movements of the Colombian Navy. Zhang Yi answered the phone, and the video showed Zhu Sheng's always kind face to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, how have you been resting recently? Are you better? Are there any side effects? Zhang Yi said lightly, I think so. I have been feeling weak all over the past few days, and I can't muster the energy to do anything. So I just want to lie down at home. As soon as Zhu Sheng heard this, he knew that Zhang Yi was okay. He smiled and said that now that his body is recovered, he should seize the time to visit Blizzard City. Waiting for you now. The investigation captains of Blizzard City have already returned, and they are just waiting for Zhang Yi to go back, start a combat meeting, and then decide on the next move. Hearing the words, combat meeting, Zhang Yi suddenly sneezed for some reason and felt a chill in his back. He frowned and asked, didn't the Donghai region succeed? It's too late for us to leave now. And without the assistance of the East China Sea region, we would not be able to break through the blockade of the Colombian Navy. Zhu Sheng said with a smile that God is helping us this time. Most areas of Star Island, especially around Foggy Valley, were shrouded in a huge fog that appeared inexplicably, covering more than 6 cities and more than 20,000 square kilometers. Most of the country was shrouded in fog. This type of fog cannot be detected by satellites and is highly toxic. If you want to explore, you can only use primitive means. Therefore, the Donghai region has not found a good method in a short time. Now they are asking for trouble. They have wasted time there. And they have also attracted the attention of the Colombian Navy because of the commotion. So this time, they took the initiative to come to us for cooperation to form a joint armed force to enter Star Island to find the source of God. Zhang Yi was not surprised at all when he heard the news. Foggy Valley was originally a dangerous area shrouded in miasma all year round. Now that we have the source of God, any changes will not be surprising. But, cooperate with Donghai region? Hee hee. Zhang Yi sneered, his face full of disdain. and a hint of disgust flashed deep in his eyes. Zhu Zheng knew that Zhang Yi still resented Donghai region for his rude behavior towards him. He quickly comforted Zhang Yi. This is an extraordinary time. I know that Donghai region has done very offensive things to you. But right now, cooperating with them is our best choice. If you really want to express this, the only way is to make yourself stronger. Believe me, mountains and rivers meet each other. When you are strong enough, sooner or later, they will ask for your help. At that time, it's your chance to take revenge. Not now, because we are indeed inferior to them in terms of strength. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment and sighed. I see. I will rush to Blizzard City immediately and follow the arrangements of the headquarters. Zhu Zheng nodded happily. That's it. When you go out, face is given by yourself. And there is no point in sulking when you are poor. After the two ended the call, the angry and unwilling expression on Zhang Yi's face immediately disappeared. Donghai region? This time I have plenty of time to have fun with you. He looked at Hua Hua on the sofa and Lei on the carpet, and raised his eyebrows. It's time for us to go. Zhang Yi bid farewell to his family members. This time, he didn't bring anyone with him, but a cat and a dog. But no one in the family raised any objections. Lu Karen sent equipment to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's eye checked it carefully. Every detail of the brand new combat uniform was not missed. To describe this combat uniform as being armed to the teeth would be an underestimation. It could even be said that it is armed to the teeth. It's time to take a trip. Zhang Yi said goodbye to everyone in the family, and got into the car with only Hua Hua. As for Lei, because she is too big, she can only run next to her. But this is no problem for it, as it runs through the snow as fast as the wind. Watching Zhang Yiyuan go, everyone in the family had different expressions in their eyes. Liang Yu's eyes were slightly lonely, but she soon felt relieved. Zhang Yi naturally had his own considerations if he didn't take her there. And this time, the task of competing for the Source of God is of great importance. I'm afraid captain-level figures will be dispatched on a large scale. Even if she followed him, she would be in great danger. This is true for her, let alone others. There was a hint of almost crazy excitement in Yang Xinxin's eyes. This time, brother, please give them some surprises. Zhang Yi brought Hua and Lei to Jiangnan district. Before he had time to rest, Bailey Chongqing came over to greet him immediately. After all, Zhang Yi is now nominally the captain of the Tengu team, and Bailey Chongqing and others are his subordinates. Captain, you are here. Zhu Shuai asked you to go to the Combat Command Center and said that as soon as you arrive, a high-level meeting will be started immediately. At that time, all captains of the investigation team will participate. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, I understand. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi with some surprise, but did not see the shadow of Liang Yu or Yang Xinxin, Zhou Qir and others. I only saw a very big dog and a black tabby cat lying on its head. You didn't bring anyone here this time? Bailey Chongqing asked curiously. Zhang Yi said calmly that there was no point in bringing more people on this mission. The headquarters can send more people there, because searching for the Source of God requires a large number of people to conduct it in the most primitive way. But Zhang Yi would not let those around him take risks. Chapter 9:33 Operation Star Island Operation Meeting. Bailey Chongqing didn't dare to ask too many questions. He didn't know anything about the Source of God. But judging from the current situation in Blizzard City, something big was about to happen. You know, even when the eclipse caused a headache for the Jiangnan region, there was no such large-scale recall of all investigation teams. Bailey Chongqing drove Zhang Yi to the Combat Command Center. When he entered the hall, he passed by a man wearing a thick military coat. The two people glanced at each other at the same time. The man's face was wearing a white mask, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. His slender body was completely covered by a dark brown military coat. Zhang Yi smelled an extremely strong smell of blood from his body. Bailey Chongqing hurried over and said, Captain, he is the captain of the iron-blooded team. Lilong. Bailey Chongqing looked at the man's expression full of fear, as if he didn't want to get too close to him. However, Li Long seemed to realize who Zhang Yi was when he heard the conversation between the two. He touched his hat with his hand and nodded to Zhang Yi. You are the captain of the Tengu team. Chaos. Admired for a long time. The voice was hoarse as if coming from a rusty paint bucket. Zhang Yi nodded. Mr. Lilong, nice to meet you. Before the two of them had time to talk, a black-haired beauty in professional attire came over and said with a smile, Captain Chaos. Captain Lilong. And everyone else was already here. Please come to the conference room. Both of you. Zhang Yi nodded and followed the black-haired beauty. Bailey Chongqing was only the vice captain, and was not qualified to participate in this high-level meeting. So he stayed below and waited. But when passing by the front desk, Zhang Yi heard a somewhat familiar voice, which seemed to be arguing with someone. He couldn't help but glance over there. It turned out to be an army officer who was declaring activity funds. But it seemed that for some reason, he got into a quarrel with the clerk in charge. We all work for the region. Do you need to make things difficult for others? We have to risk our lives every day when we go on missions. But you made a few typos here and refused to let me pass. You are simply going too far. I want to report you to the superiors. But the woman in gray uniform with a strange expression showed a strange smile. If she tilts her head and wants to sue you, then sue me. You don't think people will be afraid, do you? I am more shameless than you think. What a fun person. Zhang Yi was slightly startled. He didn't expect that Zhu Yonk would now go to the command center and work as a front desk clerk. But looking at her appearance always makes people doubt her mental state. If Zhang Yi hadn't understood that she had been severely tortured in the hands of pirates, he would have even thought that Zhu Yonk had sucked it. And Zhu Yonk in this state obviously no longer meets Zhu Zheng's standards for cultivating confidence. If he is thrown into this position, he will most likely be given up. But now, she can only live by making things difficult for others. After all, as a relative who was devolved from the leadership, others could not take her too seriously. Finally, Zhang Yi saw the Yan Yunwei officer leaving angrily. He shrugged. Things are unpredictable. Zhang Yi and Li Long got on the elevator going to the upper floor. After a while, they arrived at the conference room. Most of the people sitting here are old faces. Tu Yunlai, Deng Shentong, Deng Yuanbua, Zhu Sheng and others were all there. Ling Hu Feishue, like him, also appeared at the scene after the effects of compound number 3 wore off. Although there is the shame of being captured, the Jiangnan region is now employing people and allows her to perform meritorious service. However, there were 2 faces at the scene, and Zhang Yi was indeed very unfamiliar. Sitting not far from Deng Shentong, there was a guy with white hair and a cold face. But not scary, because he looks a bit handsome. And he looks to be only 16 or 17 years old. So he looks like a middle school student. Opposite him, sitting dignifiedly, was a woman with gray hair, wearing a black uniform, and her eyes were covered with black cloth. Zhang Yi couldn't help but wonder. One of these 2 people must be the captain of the devil team. But who is the other person? While Zhang Yi looked at everyone, everyone was also looking at him. Zhang Yi is now the most powerful person officially recognized by the Jiangnan region. Although the alien strength and ability index cannot be absolutely linked, Zhang Yi saved Zhu Zheng's life and forced Gao Changkong to retreat, making him the most recognized master. It's hard to say whether the captains here think so. People are afraid of being famous, but others are afraid of being strong. It is only natural that Zhang Yi will be noticed. When Zhu Zheng saw Zhang Yi, he smiled and said to Huan Chaos and Li Long, "Come and sit down quickly. Just waiting for you." Strictly speaking, this meeting was mainly about waiting for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's position is to Zhu Zheng's left hand, closest to him. After Zhang Yi sat down, Zhu Zheng first introduced the 2 newcomers to him. The handsome white-haired boy is the captain of the Devil Squad. Codename Gluttony. The mysterious woman with the black eye patch is a newly formed team, Night Crow Squad. Captain. Her codename is Jingwei. A newly formed team? Has a new captain level been discovered so quickly? Zhang Yi suddenly realized that in the 5 months since he left Jiangnan region, this place had undergone earth-shaking changes. It is normal for things to change and people to change. Zhang Yi did not dwell on this, but simply asked if the meeting was in such a hurry. Did he get any news? Zhu Zheng nodded. Everyone present already knew the basic situation. The operation in the East China Sea region failed, and there was also friction with the Colombian Navy. The situation is not optimistic, and it is even possible that the Colombian Navy will discover the location of the source of God. The region has decided to join forces with the Donghai region to find the source of God. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but frown. If the Colombian Navy is allowed to obtain the source of God, it means that they will have 2 Epsilon-level strangers. That is not good news for the entire Huashu kingdom. How did they find out? Deng Shentong asked in confusion. The actions of the East China Sea region would not be so reckless, and they would not be discovered so easily. Lan Xinqing said with some gloating that it was impossible to say. And the Colombian Navy was not just for nothing. Who makes them want to backstab us and act on their own? This can be considered retribution. Zhu Zheng glanced at him, and Lan Xinqing immediately shut his mouth. Zhu Zheng continued to say that this time, both of us will dispatch a group of top strangers to participate in the mission. My opinion is that since our strength is weaker than the Colombian Navy and weaker than the East China Sea region, we must concentrate our efforts on big things. Therefore, every investigation team must be dispatched. There is a stack of documents in front of Zhang Yi, all of which are various materials collected by Jiangnan region. He flipped through it and found that there was some information on the aliens in the East China Sea region and the Colombian Navy. Qin Long, whose real name is Su Xiaolong, is a former Marine Corps major, a person with orc-type abilities, unknown ability, suspected to be a giant sea beast. Zhang Yi looked at the information in his hand and listened to Zhu Zheng's speech. Zhang Yi actually knew everything Zhu Zheng said. Others are nothing more than commonplace things. This time, our headquarters will send people to the mission area together with people from the Donghai region. Whichever side discovers the source of God first will get 60%, and 40% will go to the other side. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi asked Zhu Shuai calmly, "Can the source of God be divided?" Zhu Zheng laughed, and we didn't know this question either. Everyone present looked strange. I don't even know what the source of God is. So this information is too scarce. Zhu Zheng Dao so in order to solve this problem. We also came up with a way. If the source of God really cannot be divided, then it must be paid with corresponding resources. Deng Shitong asked back. But there is nothing more valuable than an Epsilon-level alien. Right? Lan Xinqing answered on behalf of Zhu Zheng that the quality was not enough. So he had to make up the quantity. Chapter 934 Refused to form a team. Lan Xinqing's answer made every captain smile jokingly. It's a beautiful thing to say. But everyone wants to get the source of God and become a higher-level Epsilon-level alien. Tao Tai folded his arms and said carelessly. In other words, our first goal is to seize the source of God, then give them the corresponding supplies to complete the task. Zhu Zheng's eyes became deep. In theory, this is indeed the case. The mission this time is not easy to complete. The East China Sea region is a war zone, and the number and strength of top aliens are also higher than ours. So be careful. If you have the chance, you can use the source of God directly. In short, whoever has this ability should use the source of God. Zhu Zheng had to say this, because at that time, even if he strictly prohibits it, the captains will not listen to him. Zhang Yi's heart moved slightly, and he glanced at Zhu Zheng. Xu Zhenke had promised at the beginning to give him priority in using the source of God. As a result, now, the story has changed again. Zhu Zheng pretended not to see Zhang Yi's gaze, and the matter had been settled. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will set off for Donghai region on time, then head to the mission area. You must adjust your condition. You must be prepared to collide with surrounding forces. Everyone nodded and did not put forward any more opinions. After arriving at Star Island, everyone relied on their own abilities. In the final analysis, they relied on strength and some good luck. No one is a chick, so there is no need to ask unnecessary questions. And naturally, the region has also opened up the supply of all the weapons and equipment needed for this mission except for Zhang Yi. The meeting ended neatly in less than 20 minutes. Zhang Yi didn't say a few words from beginning to end, because he has been a participant from the beginning and can imagine the current situation. After everyone left, he caught up with Zhu Zheng. Zhu Shuai. Zhu Zheng turned back and looked at Zhang Yi, his eyes not surprised at all. I knew you would come over. What I promised you before may be a little difficult now. We are not the leader in that battlefield, and you can only fight it on your own. But if you have any other needs, feel free to ask. Zhang Yi shook his head. That's not why he came. He knew Zhu Zheng's difficulties, and he didn't care. I haven't thought of what I need yet. I'll tell you if I need it later. But I have one request. This time, I won't take Bailey Chongqing and others with me. I'll go alone. Zhu Zheng and Sun Luxuan both looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Are you going alone? Zhu Zheng asked if you knew that that place was very dangerous. In addition to being riddled with highly corrosive poisonous miasma, it also needs to pass through the blockade of the Colombian Navy. There is a high probability that our actions will be discovered. Although I know that your ability to save lives is very good, but in an area where it is completely impossible to tell the direction and full of poisonous miasma, it is too dangerous for one person. Zhang Yi nodded. I know all this, but it is precisely because of this knowledge that I am unwilling to take others there. My abilities tend towards defensive counterattacks and assassinations. I'm happier if I move alone. Teamwork has never been my strong suit. Besides, there are so many captains there, so having too many people may not be a good thing. After Zhu Zheng thought about it for a while, he nodded, and it was true that your time to get used to the team was too short. I can also see that you don't want to be a leader at all. In that case, it's up to you. However, Evergreen will be sad. Zhang Yi curled his lips slightly. He could join other teams. I believe that with his strength. The vice-captain would not do it casually. Zhu Sheng put his hands behind his back and said seriously that he had never interacted with other teams. Even if he did, it would be dangerous to suddenly participate in such an important operation. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and just looked at the arrangements. Zhu Sheng has no choice. Okay. Since you insist, I respect your opinion. Anyway, with your strength and style of doing things, I believe you can perform well even if you act alone. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded to thank Zhu Shuai. Zhang Yi went to the military supplies department alone to receive a large amount of supplies. It's nothing more than tons and tons of heavy weapons. Hundreds of tons of TNT and C4 explosives, healing drugs, anti-venom, and a lot of food. In short, he filled up his quota. Anyway, if you don't take the things in Blizzard City, you won't get anything. And if you take them, you won't suffer any loss. Others have to be careful with their budgets, fearing that carrying too many supplies will affect the battle. Zhang Yi is afraid that the quota is not enough. Just when he was receiving supplies, Bailey Chongqing suddenly came over. Captain Chaos, I want to talk to you. Bailey Chongqing glanced at the quartermaster next to him and said to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi glanced at Bailey Chongqing. What about the mission? That's right. Why did you choose to go it alone? And you don't take any of us? Bailey Chongqing's expression was a bit ugly. After the battle at Eclipse, he and the rest of the team never took on any decent missions. If this continues, his people will be destroyed. Zhang Yi said lightly that it is not convenient to tell you the content of the task. Anyway, remember, I am doing it for your own good. Just kidding. He just thought it would be troublesome to bring these guys with him. Bailey Chongqing was stunned for a moment. His brows furrowed slightly. His expression hesitant. After a long time, he carefully asked if it was a very dangerous mission. Zhang Yi Dao, didn't you see who were attending the meeting? The importance of this mission is beyond imagination. Even if you go there, you will be in great danger, let alone the others in the team. Bailey Chongqing said with some confusion. However, other members of the investigation team seemed to be participating in the operation. Zhang Yi Dao, but you should also know what kind of person I am. We are friends. Right? Bailey Chongqing scratched his head and said yes. Zhang Yi said with a smile. If you are really in danger, I shouldn't be able to care about you. You have very good professional ethics. But I am used to being a lone wolf. I am not a Bian Zhenwu. And I do not have a great spirit of sacrifice. So I suggest that you treat me as a private friend and that we can have a drink and chat together if nothing happens. But when it comes to the battlefield, don't be a comrade with someone like me. He gently punched Bailey Chongqing on the shoulder and didn't talk about that, so that our friendship would not deteriorate. Bailey Chongqing touched his shoulder. Zhang Yi had already counted the supplies and left the military supplies office. Bailey Chongqing was left alone and melancholy. Chapter 935, I only believe in myself. Zhang Yi came to Blizzard City this time and acted completely like a lone wolf. I haven't expressed much since I attended the meeting. After the mission was over, he quietly received the supplies alone, returned to his residence, and fed the cats and dogs. This attitude surprised many people. But thinking of Zhang Yi's previous experience at sea, everyone thought that he might not have gotten over that experience yet. So they all thought it was understandable. For this mission, Jiangnan region is naturally very attentive and has made sufficient preparations in all other aspects. But I won't go into details here. To put it simply, in order to complete the search, Deputy Director of Operations Situ Xian was sent to lead a team, and 500 professional investigators were arranged to accompany it. This evening, the lights were still on in Zhu Xing's office. He sat at his desk, his hands crossed to support his chin, and his tightly furrowed brows showed his state of mind at this time. For this mission, he has great ambitions in his heart. However, it is actually extremely difficult to achieve your goal. The most critical point is that he doesn't have enough strength in his hands. Today's 5 major investigation teams. The Night Crow Squad has just been formed, and the Tengu Squad has become disorganized due to Zhang Yi's Buddhist lineage. If we really want to go to Star Island, I'm afraid it will be difficult to form effective combat effectiveness. The most critical thing is that they do not have a suitable leader to lead the team and support the entire team. Ding dong. The electronic sound prompts. Zhu Shuai, the captain of the Night Crow Squad. Jingwei, requests to see you. Upon hearing the word Jingwei, Zhu Zheng immediately said let her come in. Soon after, Jingwei, wearing a black combat uniform and his eyes covered by a layer of black gauze, came to Zhu Zheng. Zhu Shuai. Her voice was cold, like a machine without emotions. Zhu Zheng looked at Jingwei and said leisurely, "Have you seen me today?" Jingwei nodded. "Seen. I feel like he is very strong." Zhu Zheng also nodded. "Don't forget your mission. He is an absolute conservative, and it is safest for you to stay with him during this operation." However, Zhu Zheng's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he could be used when necessary. After all, things like the source of God are very important to the region. Jingwei raised his right hand to his temple. "Yes, Zhu Shui. I know my mission very well." Zhang Yi returned to his residence in Blizzard City with a large amount of supplies. Hua Hua and Lei Lei are waiting here for his return. After Zhang Yi returned home, the first thing he did was to prepare food for them. Both guys are big eaters. Fortunately, Hua Hua didn't need much energy before transforming into a giant to fight. But every time it participates in a battle, it will eat food for dozens of people. Not only Hua Hua, but Zhang Yi, Liang Yu and others are all the same. Nowadays, the energy consumed by supernatural powers is converted from food. The higher the level of aliens, the higher the energy requirements for dietary intake. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's alien space has sufficient supplies. Otherwise, if they continue to develop in their current state, the food may not last for decades. For ordinary wild aliens, even if they have high talents, they would not dare to fight with others due to lack of food, or they would not be able to obtain sufficient energy supplies. However, fortunately, Jiangnan region has sufficient supplies. They adopted special food production and processing methods, and were able to feed more and more people. Supporting strangers is no problem at all. This is why, every time Zhang Yi comes to collect supplies, he takes them openly. Say it as a joke. Every time an alien like Zhang Yi takes action, the energy consumed may be no less than dispatching a large battleship. The alien has become a strategic weapon in the new era. It is expensive to build, but has a very high cost performance. Fortunately, Yiren does not require much maintenance on weekdays. This is the only good news. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa and prepared a small mountain of food and drinking water for them. Then he sat on the sofa and took out a hamburger and Coke from another space to eat. His expression was very indifferent. This is very different from the busy units at all levels in Blizzard City today. And all this was just because he knew one thing clearly at this time. That is, during the next trip to Qingdao, it will be difficult for the district to help them. It is also unrealistic to expect the East China Sea region, the main party responsible for this operation, to help them. He has to rely on himself to get everything he wants. What's more, he noticed something wrong from Zhu Zheng's attitude. Not only because Zhu Zheng threw his previous promises behind him, it was even more because Zhu Zheng did not appoint him as the overall person in charge of this operation. If we think about it from a conventional perspective, the Jiangnan region is clearly weaker than the Colombian Navy and the East China Sea region. Then the best way is to concentrate on doing big things. It is the best choice for him, who is currently the strongest in the Jiangnan region, to lead the team and the 5 investigation teams to act in unison. Zhu Zheng said nothing about this matter. This shows that Zhu Zheng is still wary of Zhang Yi. This cannot be said to be a mistake. As the supreme commander of the region, he was stabbed in the back by a trusted subordinate just half a year ago. Therefore, Zhu Zheng did not want to see Zhang Yi's family dominate. But I'm a little curious. Besides relying on me, who else can he rely on now? Zhang Yi frowned while eating his burger. Puzzled by this, Zhu Zheng needs strong strength as the basis of his power. The other members of the investigation team basically have relevant powers behind them in Blizzard City. If either party becomes bigger and stronger, Zhu Zheng will feel uneasy. Because of this, Zhang Yi's existence seemed so precious. Zhang Yi knew that unless a new stranger appeared who was easier to control than him and had strength that was not weaker than him, Zhu Zheng's attitude would not change so quickly. Could it be that during the 5 months I left, he discovered new seeds? This is very possible. Zhang Yi took a bite of the burger, his dark pupil shining brightly in the night. Soon, he raised the corners of his mouth. This is very reasonable. And this is what the supreme commander of a region should do. Don't trust anyone. Only trust the power in your hands. Zhang Yi didn't feel any loss in his heart. He and Zhu Zheng originally just used each other. He cooperated with Zhu Zheng's work because Zhu Zheng could provide him with the greatest convenience in this position. I'm afraid you made the wrong calculation this time, Zhang Yi said lightly. Chapter 936 Gathering Troops. That night, Zhang Yi's residence welcomed a guest, Deng Shentong, the captain of the celestial team. After not seeing him for many days, he has become a bit older now. His skin color is no longer the aristocratic white in the past, but has more pigmentation. You can even see the sparse stubble on his chin. It can be seen that Zhang Yi has not stopped practicing in the Jiangnan region for nearly half a year. The two exchanged brief greetings. Zhang Yi directly asked him the reason for his visit tonight. Do you, the Deng family, have any special plans for this trip to Qingdao? Zhang Yi stared into Deng Shentong's eyes with a smile. Although he knew that it was impossible for Deng Shentong to answer his question, he still wanted to test it. But unexpectedly, Deng Shentong answered directly. Of course. My goal this time was very clear, which was to obtain the source of God. Not just me. Everyone has the same purpose. After all, in the apocalypse, strength is everything. Only the strong can have the right to speak. Zhang Yi nodded. Then why did you come to me? If that were the case, we should be competitors. Deng Shentong smiled. What you said seems to be correct. And you should be the person in the entire Jiangnan region that I can most regard as my opponent. But our real troubles don't come from within. Zhang Yi said lightly. You mean Donghai region? Deng Shentong then said that even the Colombian Navy and many countries in the southeastern sea area, for such a large-scale operation, the possibility of being discovered is very high. There may be a big melee at that time. Deng Shentong couldn't stop sighing. Zhang Yi said that since he decided to go, he should be mentally prepared. In the past 6 months, I think your mentality has become more mature. Not so scared. Right? Hearing this, Deng Shentong looked out the window with distant eyes. Of course I'm afraid. If I wasn't afraid before, I didn't have all. But now, I already know how cruel the world is. Even the most powerful people will be killed. They may even be killed for inexplicable reasons. Zhang Yi's heart moved slightly. In this case, if it were Deng Shentong back then, he would never be able to say it. It seems that he has undergone a great transformation in the past 6 months. So, what is your purpose in coming to me? Cooperate? Zhang Yi said with a smile. Deng Shentong shook his head. You're a very smart guy, and I can't convince you. You don't even want to take the evergreen with you, which shows that you plan to walk in the mission like a lone wolf. Zhang Yi? So when you come here this time, you don't just say hello to me, right? Deng Shentong touched his nose. At least I admit that you are very strong. If necessary, I hope we can join forces, rather than being hostile to each other. Zhang Yi's heart slowly sank. Deng Shentong said it very clearly. In front of the source of God, there are no friends. Donghai region and Jiangnan region will secretly plot against each other. Even those who are also members of the Jiangnan region investigation team will disregard the so-called comrade-in-arms relationship for the slightest chance of being promoted to Epsilon. There was something Zhang Yi did not say to Deng Shentong. The so-called key to promotion to Epsilon didn't mean much to him, because Zhang Yi, who has a power index of 9,800 points at this time, does not have this limit. Just killing more powerful aliens and absorbing the source is enough. But it is true that as he gets closer to the 10,000 point level, the improvement brought by absorbing Delta-level aliens becomes smaller. If I really want to break through that boundary, I don't know that I have to kill the opponent's powerful alien. But in this mission, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole stalks behind. He will become Epsilon in a way that others cannot imagine. Hope so. I have always been a person who does not offend others unless they offend me. Zhang Yi said. Deng Shentong smiled and nodded. That's fine. After he said that, he stood up, and it was getting late. It was time for me to leave. I have to meet other people later. The other people he was referring to were naturally the captains of other investigation teams. But just when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped. By the way, there is something I hope you will pay attention to recently. Deng Shentong looked back slightly, looked at Zhang Yi, and said meaningfully, recently, Blizzard City seems to have undergone some changes. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, yes. After all, I have been away for half a year. Half a year is enough time for many things and people to become different. Deng Shentong nodded and left Zhang Yi's house. However, his words made Zhang Yi even more convinced that something big must have happened secretly in Blizzard City. And perhaps a big storm was brewing. This kind of aura has been noticed since the first day he came back. As one of the real power organizations in the Jiangnan region, the Deng group must know something. But Deng Shentong would not tell him directly about that kind of thing unless there was an exchange of interests. It's really troublesome and nerve-wracking. Zhang Yi rubbed his temples. But it's not that troublesome. As long as I get stronger, powerful enough to dismantle all unknown fears. Zhang Yi's eyes were bright, and there was a smile. During this trip to Star Island, he will definitely give everyone a big surprise. The next morning, Zhang Yi took Hua and Lei Lei to the Blizzard City subway station to gather. Along the way, When I saw the two animals next to Zhang Yi, the surrounding soldiers and strangers all cast strange looks. The other investigation teams are all ready to go, each carrying a large amount of weapons, equipment, and strategic resources. There was no one around Zhang Yi. Only two animals. However, in the apocalypse, cats and dogs are not as easy to see as usual. Even for a stranger's family, it is difficult to support them. Therefore, when some female strangers saw Hua Hua and Lei Lei, love suddenly filled their eyes. Ling Hu Feishua saw this scene from a distance. Although she still had a cold face, her eyes, that occasionally glanced here, still betrayed her heart. Zhang Yi came to the front as if no one else was around. The team he was in was very empty with only himself, a cat and a dog. The surrounding area was already filled with people, because it was not just a few major investigation teams that went there this time. The three armies have not moved, and the food and grass go first. To organize a large-scale battle mission, the logistics must be done well. There are hundreds of support staff alone, not to mention the scouts, who need to be the vanguard to enter the poisonous miasma area of Star Island to open up roads. All in all, the number of personnel dispatched from Blizzard City this time must be thousands. Zhu Zheng, the supreme commander of Jiangnan region, delivered an important speech for this mission. The speech mentioned that Jiangnan region and Donghai region have been brotherly war zones with harmonious relations since ancient times. This mission is based on the spirit of solidarity, mutual assistance, and win-win cooperation. We are proactive and work hard to achieve the early restoration of a normal living environment in Huaxu country. Chapter 937 Showing Fist. What Zhu Zheng and others said went into Zhang Yi's left ear and came out through his right ear. He only remembered some key information. This trip to Star Island will be led by the Donghai region. So next they will take a special military train to Donghai City, and then go to Star Island from Donghai City. Zhang Yi estimated in his mind that he would either take a submarine or use Xuanwu, a super biological battleship, to sneak to the vicinity of Star Island. This is to avoid being discovered by the navies of Colombia and surrounding countries. After all, at this time, 80% of the Colombian Navy already knew the news about the source of God, and was also working hard to search for its whereabouts. Then the other side is bound to keep a close eye on all actions in the two regions. After Zhu Zheng finished speaking simply and clearly, Zhang Yi and others entered the carriage one after another. Zhang Yi and the Night Crow team were in the same carriage. This newly formed team gave Zhang Yi a feeling of silence and death. Not as cold as an ordinary soldier. It feels like a machine. Of course, this does not mean that they are robots. Zhang Yi can still distinguish between living people and machines. It's just that the 8 members of this team, including the captain Jingwei, never exchanged a word with him from beginning to end. And their expressions and movements didn't even change. After entering the special train, they sat down quietly on their seats. Just maintain the same posture from beginning to end. And you can't even see any movement on their part if you don't observe carefully from beginning to end. Zhang Yi didn't know where they came from, but he didn't care either. The world is so big, and there is so much he doesn't know. If he wants to find out everything, he will be busy. So he took out his headphones, sat quietly on the train, and listened to music. Nothing unusual happened along the way. The special train was speeding like a giant dragon in the underground tunnel. After more than 3 hours, it slowly began to slow down and finally stopped. After a week, Zhang Yi came to Donghai City again. They walked out of the special train. Outside, Situ Xian took some staff and had a formal exchange with the officials of Donghai City who came to receive them. But among these people, Zhang Yi saw a familiar face. The director of the Donghai City Operations Department, Li Tianyang. Zhang Yi's brows immediately furrowed when he thought of the way that guy had given him truth serum before. Li Tianyang soon noticed Zhang Yi. He kept a straight face and a foul expression. But after seeing Zhang Yi, this expression became even more ugly. His eyes as sharp and malicious as a poisonous snake. Zhang Yi naturally understood the reason for his behavior, because Zhang Yi later tricked him and provided him with false information. As a result, the East China Sea region was busy in the waters near Qingdao. Zhang Yi secretly laughed in his heart. It was Li Tianyang's fault. Obviously he told the other party the real information from the beginning. But Li Tianyang didn't believe it and insisted on playing tricks with him. Li Tianyang suddenly strode towards Zhang Yi. Chaos. Aren't you going to give me an explanation for what happened last time? Do you know how much time we wasted because of you? And we were almost discovered by the Colombian Navy. 2 deep-sea frogmen were also lost. This is all your fault. Li Tianyang scolded Zhang Yi sharply. And he was accompanied by 3 of the 4 spirits in the East China Sea region. This may be his confidence. Zhang Yi drooped his eyelids. His hands naturally dropped to his sides, and said lightly, "What? Are you still reasonable?" Hua was still lying lazily on Leilei's head, but her squinted eyes showed a slit, looking at Li Tianyong, Qi Long and others. If Li Tianyong dares to take action here, there is no doubt that Zhang Yi and Hua will fight back immediately. However, Li Tianyong is not the kind of fool who would take action at such a time. He stared at Zhang Yi with a gloomy expression and said coldly, Okay, I underestimated you. Chaos. You are really smart. But remember, after this mission is over, I will find a time to settle the ledger with you. He thought he was smart, and went to give Zhang Yi the truth serum without permission. I thought I had made a great contribution, but I didn't expect that my work was in vain and my target was almost exposed. This incident made him lose face among the top officials of the Donghai region. He naturally blamed Zhang Yi for all this. Situ Xian coughed, walked over and said with a smile, Minister Li, if there is anything we can discuss later, may I? Li Tianyong glared at Zhang Yi, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. From beginning to end, his expression had a hint of the arrogance of a superior, not only to Zhang Yi, but also to the entire Jiangnan region delegation headed by Situ Xian. Confidence comes from strength. Their military strength is superior to that of the Jiangnan region in all aspects, and they can indeed be arrogant. This attitude can be clearly felt by everyone present. This made everyone feel a little unhappy, but they didn't explode on the spot. Time waits for no one. Take them, and set off immediately. Now we have to race against time. Li Tianyong glanced at his watch and said to Situ Xian in a cold voice. Situ Xian smiled and nodded. What you said is, please lead the way. We will go there right away. Li Tianyong got into a military vehicle and headed towards the seaport. Zhang Yi crossed his arms with a sneer on his face. The expressions on the faces of Deng Shitong, Ling Hufeishua and others were a little ugly. Although I knew it would unfold like this, it still made me feel very unhappy when I actually encountered it. Deng Shitong said leisurely. This sentence can be regarded as expressing the aspirations of everyone in the Jiangnan region. The investigation team that traveled across the Jiangnan region came to someone else's territory and was threatened as soon as they came up. It seemed that Li Tianyong was targeting Zhang Yi, but in fact, it made all the investigation team lose face. Is this warning us? The captain of the iron-blooded team, Li Long, said in a hoarse voice. Situ Xian clapped his hands and said to everyone with a smile, Okay, everyone, don't worry about these little things. As the main force in defending the sea area, the East China Sea region has shouldered most of the pressure for us. They have some emotions, and we should understand. However, I believe that everyone will cooperate well with each other in the next tasks. Don't take this matter to heart. Let's go! Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, with a playful smile on his lips. What Situ Xian said in the scene was quite good. Everyone also knew that now was not the time to get emotional. So they all boarded the military vehicles prepared by the Donghai region. More than 1,000 people headed towards the seaport outside Donghai City. When they arrived at their destination, they saw soldiers from the Donghai region already lined up here. The port was surrounded by soldiers with live ammunition and extraordinary momentum. Before they even got close, they felt a sense of killing. Show off your power? Showing fists? Zhang Yi saw the scene through the window and sneered in his heart. The person in charge of this operation in the Donghai region is Li Tianyong. And Zhang Yi doesn't have any good impressions of that guy. He wants to ask people from the Jiangnan region for help, but also wants to suppress the Jiangnan region. He is really both responsible and independent. If you were really that awesome, wouldn't it be great if you all went to Foggy Bottom and faced the oppressive power of the Colombian Navy? Zhang Yi said lightly. Chapter 938 I owe it to you. After people from Jiangnan region arrived at the port, Li Tianyong looked back at them with a contemptuous smile on his lips. Comparing them with the people from Jiangnan region can highlight the strength of their Donghai region. He said to the communicator, Xuanwu, get out of the water. A moment later, the seawater around the port suddenly surged violently. Ling Hufeishua and Zhang Yi had met Xuanwu before, so they were not too surprised. However, it was the first time for others to come here. For a while, they saw the large-scale surge of seawater and did not know what happened. Is there something underwater? Is it a submarine? No, it's impossible. The submarine definitely doesn't make such a big movement. Is it some new type of weapon? Amidst the discussion among a group of people, Xuanwu's huge head poked out like a hill. Then, its island-like body began to emerge from the water. A black deep-sea beast and a giant turtle with a body length of several hundred meters appeared in front of everyone. Deng Shitong, Lilong and others tightened their eyes. It was the first time even them felt the powerful pressure and shock. Deng Shitong took a deep breath, frowned and said, "An Epsilon-class alien? Now, what else do we have to fight for?" To put it bluntly, even the lowest level of Epsilon-level aliens can defeat a group of them. The huge Xuanwu in front of us, as the highest combat power in the East China Sea region, is certainly strong. Even if it appears, then Jiangnan region has almost no chance in this mission competition. Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishua looked at each other, understanding each other's thoughts. Although Xuanwu is powerful, it is limited by its size and cannot land. In other words, they still have a chance to obtain the Source of God. But if Xuanwu were to raid the formation near Star Island, it would indeed bring a huge sense of oppression. Li Tianyang was very satisfied with the expressions of the people in Jiangnan region. He spread his hands and said with a smile, "Let me introduce. This is the ace of our sailing fleet in the East China Sea region, Xuanwu. And this time we went to Star Island and took it." Situ Xian squinted his eyes, and it was easy to see the shocked expression on his face. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Unexpectedly, even Xuanwu was dispatched. It seems that this time, your Donghai region is determined to get that thing. Li Tianyang smiled and said to Situ Xian that we are brothers in the war zone. And Minister Situ doesn't need to worry. After we get that thing, the resources we should give you according to the agreement will not be less at all. Situ Xian smiled. That would be the best. While everyone else was focusing on Xuanwu, Zhang Yi was carefully observing the others around him. This time, the Donghai region also dispatched a large number of top-level combat forces. The Four Spirits Fleet, this time all Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku Xuanwu were dispatched. Moreover, the combat power of several other fleets were also among the crowd. Standing behind the Four Spirits, looking carefully, there are two teams composed of top aliens. Xuanwu opened his big mouth, revealing the huge passage inside. Li Tianyang stretched out his hand and motioned for Qinglong and others to go in first. After all the people from the Donghai region entered, it was the turn of the people from the Jiangnan region. The space in Xuanwu's body is very wide, and it has long been built into a super battleship. It is not a problem to accommodate thousands of people. This time, the Donghai region also arranged hundreds of professional investigators to cooperate with the aliens in the investigation. Moreover, there are specialties in the arts, and aliens may be better at fighting, but they are not that good at searching. And the entire 6 cities around Foggy Valley were completely covered by the poisonous miasma. The magnetic field there fluctuates greatly due to the existence of the Source of God. Not only is it impossible to navigate using satellite systems, you can't even use a compass. When you enter the poisonous miasma area, you can't even distinguish the southeast from the northwest. Then these professionals become particularly important. In order to prevent everyone from completely losing contact, the Donghai region has specially prepared a new set of communication chips that can be installed on everyone. In this way, the command center can keep track of everyone's location and communicate with them. Zhang Yi silently took Hua and Lei into Xuanwu. After everyone boarded the ship, Xuanwu closed his huge mouth and then slowly sank into the water. It will set off from the deepest part of the sea, cross the ocean, and then set off in the direction of Star Island. Li Tianyang and Situ Xian summoned all captains and went to a conference room in the middle to hold a combat meeting. We will land in Bator City on the coast of Star Island, and then split into 2 teams and set off. Their respective leading reconnaissance troops are responsible for exploring the path, and then leaving markers as guidance. The alien troops will follow up later. Now the entire Kirishima is shrouded in a poisonous miasma, and the island is filled with dangerous unknown creatures. So everyone must be careful when the time comes. When they heard this, Deng Shintong and others raised their eyebrows. Dangerous unknown creatures? Donghai region did not inform Jiangnan region in detail about this matter. However, this may also be one of the reasons why Donghai region needs to join forces with Jiangnan region. If the Source of God was really so easy to obtain, they would not be so kind as to share it with the Jiangnan region. Li Tianyang sat on the chair, with a 3-dimensional map of Star Island in front of him. He held a baton in his hand and pointed it at an area randomly. Among the teams in Jiangnan region, you are weak, so you set out from Jifeng City. Several teams from our Donghai region are heading forward from Caladorang. Our troops were divided into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing the route arranged by Li Tianyang, the expressions of everyone in Jiangnan region changed slightly, because according to the map, Jifeng City is the farthest from Wugu, and obviously Caladorang and Wugu are the closest. And there is another biggest problem. That is the location of Jifeng City, closer to Neon and Marais. According to previous speculations, the Colombian Navy has been keeping an eye on the two regions of Huashu Kingdom, hoping to obtain information about the source of God. So now, they may have locked the area around Star Island. But they just don't know the exact location. And if the two regions jointly operate and dispatch troops on such a large scale, it is impossible to completely hide it from the Colombian Navy. It should be a matter of time before someone comes to your door. At that time, the main pressure from the Colombian Navy will most likely be the alien team from the Jiangnan region located in Jifeng City. This arrogant and unreasonable distribution plan directly made the captains of Jiangnan region change their faces with anger. Zhang Yi sneered and said, "Minister Li really made a good calculation. You want all the benefits. But we have to bear the risks." Li Tianyang snorted coldly, stared at Zhang Yi and said, "This risk is all brought by you. Naturally, you have to shoulder the responsibility." He still gritted his teeth when he thought of that incident. "If you hadn't given us wrong information, we would have obtained the source of God long ago." Zhang Yi glanced at him. "What should I do to you?" "You?" Just as Li Tianyang was about to have a fit, he was persuaded by the adjutant next to him. "Minister, calm down." Li Tianyang kept a straight face. "In short, this operation is led by our Donghai region. This arrangement of mine was carefully considered." Chapter 939 Arriving at Star Island. Situ Xian turned his head sideways and said with a smile, "Of course, we don't doubt Minister Li's friendliness and strategy. However, our Jiangnan strength is weak, but it is placed in a dangerous place, which is inevitably unacceptable to us." Li Tianyang explained that there are many dangers on the island, and the closer to the foggy valley, the more serious the danger. He put his hands in and said in a deep voice, "We have sent people in to investigate before. There is a terrifying mysterious creature around Foggy Valley. All the people sent to investigate were dead, and no one survived. According to the fragments of intelligence we obtained, the closer we get to Foggy Valley, the more terrifying the creature becomes." Li Tianyang looked at Situ Xian to see if this was groundless. "You Jiangnan region should know. The information Shengjing gave us once mentioned the strange beasts that exist around the source of God." Situ Xian squinted his eyes and knocked on the armrest with his right hand. "The most detailed information about the source of God now comes from the part shared by the Shengjing district. And they did mention that when they first discovered the source of God in the Qinling Mountains, they encountered extremely strange events and the indescribable guardian." Li Tianyang continued, "saying that your strength is weak. So letting our troops from the East China Sea region approach the core area first is most beneficial to the success of the mission." At this point, he sneered, with a bit of teasing on his face. "Moreover, you don't really think that you can obtain the source of God, right?" The Donghai region and the Jiangnan region joined forces. From the very beginning, their purpose was just to help them clear up some troubles. For example, the Colombian Navy may arrive, as well as the forces of other surrounding countries. Please help us with peace of mind. When the source of God is obtained, your benefits will naturally be indispensable." Li Tianyang knocked on the table hard. "If strangers from Colombia and other countries really show up, you will be responsible for being there and helping us delay time." Li Tianyang's tone and attitude made Deng Shitong and others frown. It also made them realize more profoundly that without strong enough strength, they would not have the capital to negotiate with others. The strength of the aliens in the East China Sea region is far beyond theirs. Li Tianyang can tell them without any scruples that you are only here to help us obtain the source of God. Even though they were angry, they couldn't refute it. After all, this is where the strength lies. Deng Shitong glanced at Zhang Yi subconsciously. Zhang Yi was actually picking his ears with concentration. It seemed that Zhang Yi didn't care at all about Li Tianyang's arrogance. However, considering Zhang Yi's always acting style, Deng Shitong was also very helpless. Their number one master is like this. What else can they do? But no one could blame Zhang Yi for not being tough enough. Among so many people present, Zhang Yi was the only layman. If it weren't for the fact that captains from Blizzard City were too weak, why would Zhang Yi be allowed to hold the title of number one in the region? Deng Shitong took a deep breath and said no more words. But he, Li Longling, Hu Feishua, and others all had a look of reluctance deep in their eyes. There is an undercurrent surging in everyone's heart. So what if there are disadvantages? As long as there is a chance, they will try to get the chance to be promoted to Epsilon. Situ Xian turned his attention to Zhang Yi and other captains. Seeing Zhang Yi's nonchalant attitude, he told Li Tianyang to do what Minister Li said. Even if you want to negotiate terms, you still need capital. The Donghai region has given enough face and promised to compensate the Jiangnan region for its resources after obtaining the source of God. Even Zhu Zheng tacitly agreed in his heart that he could not get the source of God. Among the main combat forces, Zhang Yi, who currently has the highest ability index, did not say anything. Naturally, others would not take this as the one who stood out. Now, they are in Xuanwu's belly. No one dares to underestimate the young man sitting aside drinking tea in his spiritual form. Half a day later, Xuanwu snorkeled from the bottom of the sea and finally arrived near Qingdao, an island country on the sea. The huge body set off huge waves with a roar and surfaced. Looking from a distance, one can see that in the country of Star Island, a large area is already shrouded in a rich poisonous miasma. Even if they wear combat uniforms and go to the island, everyone must take antidotes on time to prevent the poisonous miasma from invading the body. The space tens of meters above this island country is covered in gray, and the range visible to the eye is no more than 10 meters at most. Xuanwu's big mouth opened, and the vanguard troops from the two regions took the lead, taking out their assault boats and swimming in different directions. According to the plan, they will first conduct a professional exploration, leaving road signs for the subsequent alien troops, and then guide them to find the direction of Foggy Valley as quickly as possible. Zhang Yi and others came to Xuanwu's mouth. A large group of people gathered here, and it didn't seem too crowded. Xuanwu's spirit body was also among the crowd, standing at the forefront of the strangers in the East China Sea region. Everyone looked at this Epsilon-level stranger, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. Even the chief of operations Li Tianyong, an officer who was used to being arrogant, smiled and tried to please him in front of him. After a while, the vanguard came ashore first. Then, according to the original plan, the leading troops from the Jiangnan region headed towards Jinfeng City, and the leading troops from the Donghai region headed towards Caledorang. But at this moment, Xuanwu's brows suddenly frowned tightly. He just said such a sentence lightly, leaving everyone confused. The person Xuanwu mentioned obviously refers to a specific person. Li Tianyong couldn't help but ask Xuanwu, "Who is here?" Xuanwu didn't look at the people around him, but suddenly disappeared from his main body's mouth, and appeared on his main body's head the next second. His eyes stared into the distance. In the distance, at the end of the sea and the sky, a huge white line stretches for hundreds of miles, approaching rapidly this way. In that direction, Cardiles came over with a giant whale on his feet, and a wicked smile on his lips. Beside him, hundreds of huge deep-sea beasts and countless marine creatures made distant and terrifying roars, rushing toward the combined forces of the two regions. Lord of the Sea, Lord of Storms, these old enemies on the sea, who had been facing each other for a year in the ocean area, met again. Xuanwu issued a warning to everyone. The Colombian Navy has discovered us. Something wasn't right. They were coming too fast. Perhaps we have already exposed our traces. Xuanwu's voice was low, but it brought great pressure and panic to others. Everyone's expression was extremely serious. Are they about to have a decisive battle with the Colombian Navy here before they land? Although in terms of strength, the top combat forces in their two regions will not be afraid, but they are really not qualified to participate in the battle between the two Epsilon levels. When the time comes to fight, I'm afraid most people will become cannon fodder. Chapter 940. I'm very good at escaping. No one expected that as soon as they arrived at Star Island, they would encounter the Colombian Navy. The way Cardiles appeared was so shocking. In the sea, absolute power. The method of controlling all spirits is simply a bug, especially when fighting in groups. He alone is as powerful as a huge fleet. At this point, even Xuanwu can't match it. Perhaps he is not afraid of Cardiles in one-on-one combat, but his ability in group combat is not as good as Cardiles. At this time, Cardiles was the leader, followed by dozens of warships. Obviously this time the Colombian Navy was well prepared. It was as if he already knew they would come. Li Tianyong's face turned a little pale. At this moment, the difficulty of the task instantly increased by several levels. Although they are also prepared, sooner or later they will be discovered by the Colombian Navy. But they thought they could at least seize the opportunity. Now, there is no advantage left. What exactly is going on? Why is the Colombian Navy here? Li Tianyong's eyes turned red. An officer next to him came over and told him that it was not just the Colombian Navy that came this time. We discovered that there were also warships from Neon, Scylla, and Marais in their fleet. This time, they are a combined fleet, waiting for our arrival right here. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene became even more depressed. Deng Shitong had a gloomy face, frowning and asked, "How could this happen? Could it be that? Are we each other's undercover agents?" An officer from the Donghai region shook his head. This is absolutely impossible. A jammer has been installed in Xuanwu's body. Even if there is an undercover agent in this operation, it is impossible to send the signal out. Li Tianyong suddenly turned his head and stared at the people in Donghai region. Especially Zhang Yi. Is this the news you leaked? Zhang Yi put his hand on Leilei's soft fur, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Situ Xian put his hands behind his back and said slowly, Minister Li, don't be so excited. Do you think it's possible for us to do something stupid like this? Li Tianyong was also so angry that he said angry words. In fact, he also knew that it was impossible for Jiangnan region to do such a thing. If the source of God falls into the hands of the East China Sea region, they can also get a lot of resources. But if they fall into the hands of the Colombian Navy, they will gain nothing. And it will also cause damage to their own interests, regardless of any lofty ideals. Purely from the perspective of self-interest, people in the Jiangnan region would not do such stupid things. At this time, Qilong expressed his thoughts. I have a guess that perhaps they have roughly known the location of the source of God through various signs and intelligence fragments. It's just that they can't know the specific location of the source of God. But we know that we will definitely send out troops to search. Therefore, they have always deployed their forces in the surrounding sea areas. And when we showed up, they might have discovered us and followed us. Suzaku, the female captain among the four spirits, looked at the enemy in the distant sea and expressed her opinion. It is also possible that with that Epsilon, Lord of the Sea, related, regarding the information about the Lord of the Ocean, the East China Sea region has limited information. After all, Xuanwu has never fought against Cartiers, so he naturally doesn't know if he has any hidden cards. Situ Xian said that the matter has come to an end, and we can only try to find ways to deal with it. We don't dare to start a war lightly, and the other side is also wary. Or should we first see what their attitude is? Li Tianyong had a gloomy face and nodded slowly. This time they gathered the top forces from the two regions, and the other party also gathered alien forces from multiple countries. If there really was a fight, I don't know how many people would die. Regardless of victory or defeat, there will be heavy casualties, resulting in a sharp reduction in the combat power of the region. This is not a situation they want to see. The huge tide of sea monsters is getting closer and closer, and each of those mountain-like deep-sea monsters exudes a frightening sense of oppression. They are twisted, powerful and strange, and have mutated into ugly and grotesque shapes. Some of them can even be unclear from what kind of creature they are. The ferocious appearance and ear-piercing howls made many warriors in the two regions look solemn. If there was a fight, how would they deal with so many sea monsters? I'm afraid it only takes Cardiles alone to annihilate half of them. Those below the captain level are powerless to fight back against such a true appearance. This is also an important reason why Cardile's ability index is set at 18,000 points. He is a true war machine. One person is comparable to a large modern fleet. The sea monster tide, and the combined fleets of Colombia and other countries stopped at the sea 6 or 7 nautical miles away. They did not attack. Li Tianyong received a call request from the Colombian Navy. When Li Tianyong heard this, his expression was gloomy, but he still turned around and walked towards Xuanwu's body. As the second person in charge of this operation, Situ Xian naturally followed him. This call was a bit long, more than half an hour. Zhang Yi rested there leaning on Leilei's huge body like a normal person, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Others have no way of knowing the outcome of the negotiation and can only wait here. But compared to Zhang Yi, everyone else was more or less nervous. After all, the current situation is about to start a fight. Seeing Zhang Yi fishing there, Qilong couldn't help but come over and ask, "Why are you so generous? How long has it been since this happened? And you're not afraid of a fight?" Zhang Yi gave him a reassuring gesture that it was okay. "What I am best at is escaping." As soon as these words came out, the expression on Qilong's face froze instantly. Deng Shitong and other strangers from the Jiangnan area had embarrassed looks on their faces. They all turned their faces to the side, trying to say that they didn't know Zhang Yi. The strangers in the East China Sea region couldn't hold back their laughter. The dignified number one person in the Jiangnan region, a master codenamed Chaos, was thought to be a ruthless character. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a guy who arrived at the battlefield and only thought about how to escape. It's really funny. Are all the people in Jiangnan region like this? Alas. After all, I have stayed in a comfortable place for too long. There are no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys are kings. If he were in our region, he would probably only be an ordinary fleet commander, not even ranked among the four spirits. It is a must. Which of our four spirit fleets is not a first-class strongman who has experienced hundreds of battles? Facing the comments from people around him, Zhang Yi didn't care at all. He had no interest in being a hero. So why should others worship him? This thing can't be used as food. So it's not of much use to him. Chapter 941 Departing from Star Island. After a long time, Li Tianyang and Situ Xian came out of Xuanwu's body. Situ Xian's expression was still that of a good old man, with a faint smile. But this smile was slightly uncomfortable. And Li Tianyang's face was even darker and ugly. He put his hands behind his back and told everyone that we have reached an agreement with the Colombian Combined Fleet. Both parties rely on their own abilities to enter the Star Island to find the source of God. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone depends on their ability? Doesn't that mean we have to fight the other side's Epsilon? Xuanwu is too big and difficult to land. But the opponent can. Are we going to fight against the Lord of the Sea? That's obviously a fatal thing. Even Zhang Yi looked slightly sideways. He had fought against Gardeals before, and knew how terrifying the guy was. Even after leaving the ocean, his strength is definitely not what a Delta-level alien can imagine. If that were the case, their operation would be a complete joke. Don't worry. The Epsilon-class aliens from both our sides will not land on the island to participate in this battle, Li Tianyang said loudly. The only people who will compete with you are strangers from the other country. And all you have to do is to get ahead of them and seize the source of God. His eyes suddenly became fierce. Of course, if possible, it would be best to eliminate them as much as possible in this place. The mission level this time is S level. Every time you kill an enemy stranger, you will be rewarded based on your merits. You can choose from the resources of the two regions. The two regions said top-notch aliens. So why not the other party? If enough of the opponent's top combat power can be eliminated here, especially the captain-level aliens, it will definitely cause a big blow to the opponent. Zhang Yi understood the meaning of Li Tianyang's words. The Epsilons on both sides check and balance each other. If the Lord of the Sea lands, all their other troops on the sea will be killed by Xuanwu. So even if Cartier survives, none of their top brass will be spared. Everyone is not stupid, and will not play this kind of house-changing style of play. By letting aliens below Delta level take action, the situation can be controlled within an acceptable range. After hearing this, Deng Shitong and others couldn't help but nodded. What Zhang Yi analyzed is indeed very reasonable. Deng Shitong leaned over and asked quietly, now that the plans of the East China Sea region have been disrupted, there is no need for us to act in full accordance with their instructions. Zhang Yi glanced at him and said, if the Colombian Navy doesn't come, you will obey their orders. Deng Shitong smiled. And several other investigation captains also had slight smiles on their lips. Obviously, everyone wanted to go together. Although the alien troops from Colombia and other countries have joined, it has increased the difficulty for them to obtain the source of God. But the more chaotic the situation, the greater their chances. As the saying goes, wealth can be found in danger. The two regions made an agreement with a joint force, and both parties immediately arranged for their alien troops to enter the huge poisonous miasma area of Star Island. However, there were some minor changes in the arrangements for this operation. There are more competitors, and everyone has to race against time. On the one hand, we have to be wary of friendly forces, and on the other hand, we have to be wary of hostile forces. Friendly forces will only prevent you from getting the source of God, but enemy forces will kill you. Situ Xian looked at Li Tianyang. Now that a third-party force has appeared, our actions must be replanned. We can't continue doing this, especially the reconnaissance troops. When they encountered the other party's aliens, they were almost completely wiped out. Li Tianyang said that as a soldier, he should have the consciousness to sacrifice his life for the country. As long as they can buy us time, it's worth their while to die. Now we are not playing house, but a life and death struggle. I won't be merciful. Situ Xian remained silent. Li Tianyang suddenly smiled and said, if you want to withdraw your people, that's fine with me. However, they must all go to the battlefield. Li Tianyang pointed at Zhang Yi and others and said. Situ Xian chuckled. Look what you said. You people in Donghai region are not afraid of death. But we people in Jiangnan region are afraid of death? A haze passed through his heart. But now, in order to compete for the source of God, the scale of the war has escalated. That's right. This is no longer a simple treasure hunt, but a war of huge scale. After the end of the world, the rules of the world have changed. If the strength of the aliens is quantified, then the strength of each investigation team is comparable to a powerful army with the most advanced weapons. The number of people on this battlefield may be far less than in the war before the end of the world, but it has gathered more than 50% of the power of the two major regions of Huashu Kingdom, as well as the Colombian Ocean Fleet and surrounding countries. Therefore, Even if they knew that those weak scouts would most likely die, they still had to do this. I believe that the Colombian Navy will choose the same approach, Li Tianyang said coldly. We can't afford to lose. He suddenly looked back and looked at the strangers in the two areas. Now, go for it. Rush to your battlefield and take back the source of God. The three teams, Blue Dragon, White Tiger and Suzaku, took the lead in arriving at Star Island by speedboat. They will go to Foggy Bottom as quickly as possible with the help of scouts according to their prior arrangements. It's time for us to set off. Zhang Yi touched Hua Hua and Leilei's hair. Deng Shitong nodded and said that you were right. It is time for us to take action. Chaos. What are your plans? Zhang Yi glanced at him expressionlessly. I'm not talking to you. Deng Shitong? Zhang Yi smiled and said, I am talking to my cat and dog. You are such a familiar person. As Zhang Yi spoke, he took out a speedboat and left alone with Hua Hua and Leilei. Deng Shitong and Liang Jingwei Taotai looked at him, speechless. The #1 expert in Jiangnan region just walked away alone. What a lone wolf. Deng Shitong stroked his forehead helplessly. It doesn't matter. I will take action. The captain of the devil team, Taotai, walked over. He was not very old, but he looked like a very handsome silver-haired boy. However, it seems that due to his age, he is not very tall. Only 1.6 meters tall. I don't plan to act with you either. After he finished speaking coldly, he also selected a speedboat, and then took the members of his investigation team and set off towards Jinfeng City. Upon seeing this, other members of the investigation team also began to land on the island. However, no one has any plans to cooperate with others. Jiangnan region does not have the ability to dominate everyone with absolute strength. There is Xuanwu in the East China Sea region, and Cartier's in Colombia. In the Jiangnan region, even though Zhang Yi is called the #1 master, he is not Epsilon after all. This makes other captains, except Deng Shitong, more or less not convinced. Without a backbone, gathering together will only hinder each other, and no one is willing to listen to others. And on the other hand, since the goal is to find the source of God, then acting separately can increase the probability of finding it. Hug together to keep warm. What if someone else gets there first? What's more, if the source of God is found, even people from the same region will become competitors. Chapter 942 Start hunting. The joint forces kept a sufficient distance from them to prevent friction and collision. They came to another direction of Star Island and also dispatched elite alien troops. For this mission, the Colombian Ocean Fleet is also determined to win. However, they also know that they are far away from the mainland. If several major regions of Huashu Kingdom join forces, they will be at a disadvantage. Therefore, in order to make up for this disadvantage, Navy Commander Douglas chose to win over several surrounding allies to participate in this operation. As Colombia's loyal younger brother, Neon, both the Kanto and Kansai organizations sent top alien warriors to support him. Silla on the peninsula, in order to please Colombia, also sent a large team of aliens. In addition, due to its geographical advantage, the Marais Kingdom in the southern seas learned the information early and also participated. In addition to these forces, the most core combat force is still the alien special forces of the Colombian Ocean Fleet, the Locks of Hell. Unlike the Huashu Kingdom, the Colombian Navy did not scatter the top aliens. Instead, they gathered them all together and formed an alien super force with absolute strength. Every stranger who can enter this army is a being with extremely terrifying strength. There are only 7 people in this team, but each one has the strength of captain level or above. And their captain is naturally the #1 general in the Navy, John Cardiles, codename Lord of the Sea. However, even Cardiles, who possesses transcendent strength, cannot absolutely suppress the brilliance of others within the Locks of Hell. All of them are powerful beings with a formidable reputation in the Navy. The person responsible for commanding this operation was Chief of Staff Graham Horn of the Ocean Fleet Command. Before the joint force set off for action, he solemnly reminded everyone to remember their respected tasks. The most important purpose is to find Holy Sapphira, the presence. That is our biggest goal. But it would be even better if we could easily hunt down the strong men of Huashu Kingdom. John Cardiles, the captain of the Hell Locks, was lying on the chair with an indifferent smile on his face. Mr. Horn, you can rest assured. As long as I am here, they will never be able to take away a hair from the sacred source. Horn has long been accustomed to Cardiles' tone of voice. He smiled and looked at Cardiles. But there might not be any hair on that thing. Then put mine in. Ha ha ha. Cardiles laughed wildly, but no one dared to criticize his vulgar jokes. On one side of the huge square table, a man wearing a western cowboy felt hat pressed the brim of his hat, looking lazy. But the 2 pistols decorated with gorse on his waist were particularly eye-catching. It's the middle of the 21st century. And it's really outrageous that there are still people using revolvers. What's even more outrageous is that the bearded man next to him actually has a huge compound bow behind him. The representatives of Neon Scylla and Murray sat upright and listened to Horn's speech honestly. In terms of strength, they are all sons of the Colombian Navy. This time I came here and was ordered to serve as a war assistant. Horn looked at them. His ice blue eyes filled with smile and warning. As for our foreign friends, first of all, thank you very much for coming. After this battle is over, regardless of the outcome, your organization will receive military assistance and friendship from our Colombian Navy. For those who have made major contributions, such as discovering the source of God, or killing enough foreigners from Huashu Kingdom, we will reward it with a lot of resources. Horn opened his arms. But there is one thing I hope you don't forget. That is, once you discover the source of God, you must report to me as soon as possible. The water at the source of God is too deep, and you cannot grasp it. Giving it to our powerful Colombian Navy is the best choice. The strangers from the other 3 countries did not dare to have any opinions, and quickly nodded in agreement. With Cadiles here, to put it bluntly, if anyone really dares to take advantage of the source of God, even if he gets it, he will not survive in the end. No one who can come here is stupid, and would not do such stupid things. But if there is a particularly suitable time, that is another story. Okay, let's go! After Horn gave the order, these aliens immediately left the huge cruiser without any delay and landed on Star Island from the opposite direction to the aliens from Huashu Kingdom. After the strangers left, Cardiel sat on the chair board and picked his ears. Hey, is it worth going to all this trouble? As long as I go there alone, I can kill them all. By then the sacred source will be ours. Horn smiled and looked at the island country in the distance. Cardiels, don't underestimate your opponent. Although Xuanwu cannot land on the island to fight, once you set foot on land, your abilities will be weakened. You are the #1 combat force in our ocean fleet, and you should not put yourself at risk. What you should do is, when we have a naval battle, use your ability to summon the tide of deep sea beasts, which is powerful enough. Cardiels curled his lips. That was really boring. He crossed his legs up on the desk, with a mischievous smile on his lips. If you don't let me go, won't I go? Let's wait until those guys are found first. Then, I will appear like a hero and kill all those guys from Huashu Kingdom. Zhang Yi set foot on the coast of Qingdao. Not far in front of us was a huge poisonous miasma that was tens of meters high and enveloped 6 cities. This gas comes from underground and is extremely toxic. If it enters without taking any safety measures, a normal human will die in half a minute. So naturally, since the end of the world broke out on Star Island, except for a few people who escaped, all the people in these 6 cities died. Zhang Yi put gas masks on both Huahua and Lele. Let's go. Our hunt begins. Huahua's eyes also became excited. Is it finally time to take action? Listening to those people nagging me all the time makes me sick. Lele's voice also came to those guys angrily. I felt that none of them had good intentions. I didn't like them. Zhang Yi reached out and stroked their heads, smiling and saying, "You are right. There is no need to ignore them. It is enough for us to just believe in ourselves." He sometimes prefers animals to people. Lele. Search for prey. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and looked at the thick fog that was so thick that it was almost impossible to dissolve it. Okay, boss. Lele calls Zhang Yi his boss because Zhang Yi is not his master. But Zhang Yi is his master's boss. It moved its huge paws. Its upper body crawled on the ground, and a faint light appeared from its eyes. Then, within a few kilometers, the breath of all living things poured into its nasal cavity without fail. A dog's nose is always more sensitive than a human's, especially a mutated devil dog, which is even more powerful at searching for prey. On the other hand, it has an excellent sense of direction. This allowed Zhang Yi to clearly identify the direction even without the help of the scouts, so as not to get lost in the depths of the fog. This is also the reason why Zhang Yi brought a hound with only Gamma level to Star Island. Chapter 943. What I want is something others can't think of. Have you confirmed the direction? Are we heading in the direction they are? Zhang Yi stroked Lele's thick hair with one hand and asked with a smile. Woof. It should be in this direction. Its big nose arched toward the left front. Okay. Let's set off. Zhang Yi opened the dimensional door with a wave of his hand. And then he and Huahua Lele disappeared directly into the poisonous mist. The next moment, They appeared somewhere ahead. After Lei confirmed the direction again, he pointed it to Zhang Yi. And then Zhang Yi walked in that direction. Lei's nose is very clever. And Zhang Yi's space shuttle can no longer be described as fast, but as a general displacement ability. This gave him a full advantage on the island. In a duel between strangers, it is particularly important to seize the opportunity. At this time, Zhang Yi will enter this huge fog earlier than others and carry out a hearty hunt. But at this time, in the command room, inside Xuanwu's body, the expressions of Li Tianyang and others changed drastically. Through the positioning communication chip on each person, they can confirm their location in the 3D map model and communicate in real time. Originally, in their plan, all strangers who entered the poisonous miasma area would lose their direction, making it impossible to penetrate quickly. However, a strange and abnormal light spot appeared on the 3D map. In just a few minutes, it has traveled from the southeast of Jifeng City to the northwest of Jifeng City. Who is this? Is he crazy? Li Tianyang's eyes were shaking violently. Others also looked at each other. It is the chaos of the Jiangnan region. Chaos? After Li Tianyang confirmed the person, his frown deepened. But he was more puzzled. We can clearly see from the map that the location of Foggy Valley is in the center of the 6 cities. The poisonous miasma should also be emanating from there. But the direction chaos was heading in was not only not close to that area. On the contrary, it is further away. Moreover, it is closer to the location of the joint forces. Yes, it can be clearly seen on the map at this time that although Zhang Yi is very fast, he is getting further and further away from the Foggy Valley. We even reached the area close to the landing of the coalition forces early. What the hell is he doing? Li Tianyang raised his head and glanced at Situ Xian. But Situ Xian was also puzzled. No one could understand Zhang Yi's intention. However, no matter how you look at it, Zhang Yi running into that position is a good thing for others. Because not only was he far away from the area where the source of God was, he was also the first to encounter the Colombian combined forces. A sneer appeared at the corner of Li Tianyang's mouth. And he seemed to be a guy who likes to play personal heroism. Very good. Just go and stop them. I will remember your contribution. Zhang Yi took Hua and Lei to the northwest area of Jifeng City. This place used to be very prosperous, even though most of it is now buried by ice and snow and eroded by poisonous miasma. You can still see high-rise buildings standing like a steel forest. Zhang Yi searched nearby and saw the tallest building, which was an ideal sniping point. But he hesitated for a moment and gave up here. Instead, after changing targets several times, he found a building that was slightly taller, but not that obvious. He understands the commanding heights. And other strangers must also understand that it is too obvious and easily attracts attention. Zhang Yi brought Hua and Lei to the building and hid in an office. The glass in this office is basically intact without much cracking. And there are many tables, chairs, benches, and documents inside. Zhang Yi leaned behind the window and set up his sniper rifle. Hua lay on the dog's head, and Lei lay obediently in front of Zhang Yi, so that Hua and Zhang Yi's heads could be on the same level. Master, why do we have to ambush here? If you keep waiting like this, you don't know when the enemy will take the bait. Isn't it too troublesome? Zhang Yi calmly told it that the people who came this time were all elites. And there were even more captains. No one is stupid. Do you want me to lead you to take the initiative and jump out to hunt others with great fanfare? He touched the sniper rifle in his hand and narrowed his eyes with a smile. No one expected me to be here. No one thought that when everyone else was focused on seizing the source of God, I would come here to hunt down strangers. In this way, as long as someone appears in this area, he will be dead. Boom. Ending the battle with one shot is much simpler than a hard chase. And the risk is very low. Hua lay lazily on Lei's head. You are the boss. You have the final say. Although it looks lazy, there is a fierce light flashing in its eyes from time to time. Both it and Lei are using the hunting instinct of beasts to search for all nearby creatures. That's right. From the very beginning, Zhang Yi's plan for this trip to Qingdao was different from others. The source of God? What it is? The 2 superpowers, as well as many medium-sized countries with considerable strength, participated in it. There were even 2 Epsilon-level aliens holding the battle. The major forces mobilized almost all the top aliens that could be mobilized. In such an environment, they just want to fight for that source of God, and then become the target of public criticism. No matter how you think about it, the price/performance ratio is really too low. However, there is a resource that is no less important than the source of God, or even more important than the source of God. but others have passively ignored it. That is the origin of the captain-level alien. The source of God is equivalent to a key that can help people break through genetic limitations. But for Zhang Yi, this effect is not big. All he needs is the origin of enough powerful aliens or beasts. And how easy is it to encounter a captain-level prey once? According to the normal speed to improve the strength. I don't know if I have to wait until the year of the monkey. But this time, the Battle of Star Island gave him an extremely huge opportunity. Let him hunt the aliens to his heart's content and obtain their origins. There are as many as 2 digits of captain-level aliens here, and even more at the vice-captain level. Taken together, it is definitely not something that can be compared to the source of a god. Instead of taking great risks, snatch the source of God under the eyes of the Epsilon-level aliens. It would be better to slaughter herds of cattle and sheep in this fog. This is why he chose not to bring anyone with him, but only Huahua and Lele to Star Island. They can very well help Zhang Yi search for prey. The alien companion will only become a problem for Zhang Yi when he hunts high-level prey. I don't need the source of God. I can still become Epsilon. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. As long as you hunt enough aliens. That's it. Chapter 944 Mind. No one could imagine Zhang Yi's crazy plan. There is no one like him who has enough strength and courage to do this. Because hunting down captain-level people is meaningless to ordinary Delta-level aliens. They cannot break through by absorbing the captain-level essence. In a sense, Zhang Yi is a wild Epsilon. If he, like Xuanwu and other captains, chooses to join the high-level leaders of the region, he will work for the other side wholeheartedly. Then, he will also be trained by the entire region with all efforts. Not to mention becoming Epsilon. It is not impossible for his power index to surpass that of Cardiel's and Xuanwu. But he didn't do that because he was Zhang Yi, and he didn't want anyone to restrain him. Therefore, the power he wants can only be obtained through his own method. Zhang Yi's plan is very simple. The area covered by Foggy Valley is about 20,000 square kilometers, which is roughly the area of 3 Tianhai cities. Without satellite navigation and the inability to use a compass, the alien will also become blind. Except for a very small number of aliens with special powers. They must rely on scouts for investigation, or spend a lot of time groping to find the location of Foggy Valley. And from Foggy Valley, determine the correct underground entrance to the source of God. This period of time will take at least a week. And this period of time is enough for Zhang Yi to hunt. Having Huahua and Lele means he has 2 extra pairs of eyes, 2 pairs of eyes that are far stronger than human eyes. 10 minutes later, Lele suddenly pricked up her ears. It said to Zhang Yi, "Boss, someone is coming." In that direction. Should be 13 people. Zhang Yi nodded and looked outside through the one-way glass of the window. A thick poisonous miasma enveloped everything around it. With a visual range of no more than 10 meters. He slowly closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly. A white light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, an invisible wave centered on him and began to spread in all directions. With him as the center, all spatial fluctuations within a radius of 3,000 meters were accurately presented in his mind. Mind realm? Zhang Yi realized the ability. As a top-level space system user, he has always been very sensitive to the fluctuations of space. After returning from the sea, his power has also been greatly improved, and his perception of space fluctuations has sharply increased. This also gave him a more powerful detective skill, although it was an ability he had just realized. In Jinfeng City, which is full of poisonous miasma, the movement of any object would cause fluctuations in the poisonous miasma airflow, which would help Zhang Yi capture their location. Soon, Zhang Yi saw their location. He didn't even need to use his eyes to see where they were. Zhang Yi put his hand on Glacier's trigger and started aiming. Mind realm. Search for enemies and confirm their location. Precise shooting. To lock. At this time, the joint forces that landed from the other side of Star Island were also divided into multiple teams to start operations. Here in Jinfeng City, the first to arrive was Scylla's alien team. As a small country on the peninsula, Scylla was originally weak and not worth mentioning after the end of the world. However, due to the presence of the Colombian garrison on the island, they were able to preserve their national identity. Therefore, after Douglas gave the order for this operation, they excitedly sent a group of the best aliens in the country to the battlefield to show their loyalty. Jinfeng City. Appearing in this direction is Cui Yonghao, the master of Scylla Warangdo, with a power index of 7,600 points, and the so-called Spider Valkyrie, a Taekwondo master with a power index of up to 8,000 points. They led their disciples and scouts, and walked slowly through the poisonous miasma. Director Che. The direction we chose is very safe, and is the furthest away from Foggy Valley. Presumably no stranger from Huashu Kingdom would pass by here. Cui Yonghao smiled, and said to Cha Zaishi next to him. Hearing this, Cha Zaishi snorted disdainfully. What is there to be afraid of? Just a stranger from the Huashu Kingdom? If I meet them, I must let them taste the power of my Taekwondo heavenly destruction style. Upon hearing this, Cui Yonghao smiled and nodded. That's right. My Warando kicking skills are not a joke to them. The two masters were accompanied by their disciples, and scouts sent by Silla. Because their overall strength was weak, Columbia did not place them in important battlefield areas. But I couldn't bear the overzealousness of the Silla people, and cried out to come and help. That's why they were asked to land in Jifeng City first and serve as the vanguard to inquire about the situation on the island. Several scouts walked cautiously ahead. Since a compass cannot be used here to judge the direction and determine the location of Foggy Valley, they must rely on primitive and professional methods. For example, through ley lines, or referring to local landmarks. A scout looked at the map on the helmet display screen, looked left and right, and quickly found the most iconic tall building in Jifeng City. He pointed there, and was about to say something. But suddenly, a sharp sound broke through the air. Puff! Blood splashed all over the sky. The scout's legs were still standing on the ground, and his entire upper body was shattered into powder. The two masters and their disciples, who were still complimenting each other, suddenly changed their colors. Unexpectedly, there are enemies here. Be on guard. Be on guard now. Cha Zaishi shouted in a low voice not to panic. Find the enemy in the dark. As soon as he finished speaking, his body underwent drastic changes. The body began to swell. The skin turned strangely black, and a large number of hard and shiny hair appeared. Click! The Taoist uniform on his body was torn to pieces, revealing his terrifying appearance. It was a huge black spider over 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, with 8 thick arms. The densely packed compound eyes on his head actually have a 360-degree view, allowing him to see everything around him without any blind spots. Zhang Yi silently changed his ammunition. In his mental field, he can feel all moving human figures. However, he could not judge the opponent's strength, let alone see the opponent's appearance clearly. But none of this matters. They all have to die anyway. It doesn't matter who comes first and who comes last. Boom! Another shot was fired, directly penetrating a distance of 3 kilometers, killing another person. This time it was Cha Zaishi's disciple who died. After Lei Shu was transformed, he was able to perfectly integrate with Zhang Yi's abilities. He can use the power of space to remove the powerful recoil of the sniper rifle and swallow up the explosion after the shot is fired. Therefore, the opponent could not judge his position through the sound of gunshots, and could only hear the sharp whine of bullets piercing the air. Chapter 945 Silla Team. 2 people had been killed. The cause of death was inexplicable, but they were all turned into rubbish. Lei Shu's power was too powerful. But Zhang Yi also judged from the effect of the sniper attack that the person he killed was not a powerful stranger. Because the strong ones, who can come here, will not be broken into pieces so easily. However, his sniper attack still left traces. The powerful impact directly drew a long and narrow trace in the poisonous miasma. The eyes on the head of the spider demon that Cha Zaishi transformed suddenly captured the trajectory. It turns out to be there. He suddenly jumped into the air and hung on the wall of a tall building, and then sprayed out white spider silk from his tail, hung on the wall, and rippled in the direction of Zhang Yi. Cui Yonghao's feet were very fast. When he realized that the opponent was a powerful sniper, his body turned into an afterimage and disappeared. And he found a building as a bunker. Spread out immediately. Surround me in that direction. And find the sniper for me. Cui Yonghao and Cha Zaishi issued orders to all the strangers around them. His body is very huge, but with the spider silk as thick as a rope, he can swing very flexibly between tall buildings. Using the cover of the building, he quickly approached the building where Zhang Yi was hiding. There was only one thing Zhang Yi did, and that was to replace the bullets of Gujing Wudwa. Silver bullets. Holy silver bullets. The closer the distance, the stronger the insight into the mental realm. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and saw the huge spider approaching. Boom! With the shot, a huge cylindrical passage immediately appeared in the space in front of him, and all the poisonous miasma around it was stirred away. The spider demon's body was rippling in the air, and the next moment he felt a terrible death crisis envelope it. Puff! He was aware of the danger, but did not avoid the terrifying blow. A large transparent hole appeared on the spider SHL, which was as dark as steel, and purple liquid gurgled out. The body of the spider demon was thrown away with the inertia. He looked at his body in shock. He could not accept it no matter what. His strong body was actually penetrated by a gun. But the heartbreaking pain reminded him that this was not an illusion, but a real injury. Ah! Cha Zaishi cried out in pain. His huge body swayed in the air and hit a building. His screams made the others suddenly change their expressions. The battle had just begun, and one of their two leaders was seriously injured. Cha Zaishi's body was very huge, and this blow did not kill him completely. He struggled and fell to the ground. His eyes filled with fear. That guy is not something we can deal with. He is too powerful. I must escape. Otherwise, I will definitely die. Cha Zaishi figured everything out in an instant and planned to escape without hesitation, dragging his seriously injured body. But the next moment, a fishy wind hit from the side. Cha Zaishi saw a giant beast covered in black steel-like hair and with terrifying eyes approaching him. Ugh! Wawa rushed over and bit off his head in one bite, then started chewing it with relish. There were many strangers from Scylla nearby. Seeing this scene before me, my legs went numb. One of the two masters, Cha Zaishi, the most famous alien in Scylla, was killed so easily and became a meal for alien beasts. Get out of here! Chui Yonghao, the master of Warangdo, roared angrily and rushed over. He twisted his body, obviously intending to fight, but his body swayed as if dancing. Along with the dance movements, he kicked his legs high, and a fierce whirlwind of energy came from his legs, cutting through the poisonous miasma and hitting Hua. Hua picked up Chui Yonghao's body and disappeared directly into the poisonous miasma. Chui Yonghao's attack was easily dodged by it. Cats are top hunters, especially good at ambushing and killing. When it hides in the thick fog, humans have to worry about their necks at any time. Master, their strength is very weak. Zhang Yi received the signal sent by Hua. After he heard the other party's Jaligula speaking in Scylla, he figured out who the other party was. It turns out that he is from Scylla. No wonder he only has so little strength. Forget it. Let's just treat you as an appetizer. The other party didn't even have a captain-level figure, so it was really just for entertainment. Zhang Yi had no intention of going out to fight, because this is the vanguard. What if he fights these people for a long time, and then high-level aliens from Columbia appear? Therefore, he just silently replaced Lei Shu with holy silver bullets, then locked the target and fired. This is a very boring hunt. A sniper with a power index of 9,800 points hunts down a group of strangers with a power index of less than 8,000 points. Zhang Yi shot one at a time, and no one could escape his sniper attacks. Once locked by him, it will be a certain death. Puff! 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 Scylla's strangers fell one after another. They originally planned to use the encirclement method to catch Zhang Yi hiding in the high-rise building. But before they even had time to take 10 steps, 3 of them were already reduced to rubble. Chui Yonghao's expression changed drastically. He already knew that the other party was not on the same level as himself and others. Why can we meet such a powerful existence in Jifeng City? Didn't they all head to Foggy Bottom? Although he said this, he still jumped up in the air. His 2 strong thighs quickly rotated in the air, and then turned into a fierce wind. This attack was not aimed at the building in the direction of Zhang Yi, but at the poisonous miasma around it. The turbulent airflow surged out in all directions, and for a moment, it was like a level 9 storm. As he stirred, the poisonous miasma in all the surrounding spaces began to surge violently. A playful smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Very smart. He discovered the truth about my insight into the target. The essence of insight in the mind field is to discover the fluctuations of poisonous miasma in space, so as to confirm the existence of enemies within a 3-kilometer range. But Chui Yonghao used the strong wind to directly disturb the poisonous miasma and influence his judgment. He is worthy of being Scylla's top alien, and his fighting ideas are very clear. But Chui Yonghao didn't know that Zhang Yi didn't just have one pair of eyes. After Hua and Lei determined their location, they entered the thick fog. 1 cat and 1 dog, one on the left and one on the right, determined the other party's position, and then convey it to Zhang Yi through the communicator. Zhang Yi calmly changed the bomb, and then pulled the trigger again. Chapter 946 Penetration. Chui Yonghao was planning to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but he couldn't even take care of his disciples. Facing such a terrifying opponent, it is already very difficult for him to survive. So why should he care about anything else? But soon, his scalp became numb and his back felt cold. At this moment, he felt as if someone had pressed a sharp sword just 1 millimeter in front of his eyeballs. Run! Chui Yonghao decisively tried his best to run towards a building not far away. His leg skills are very powerful, so his ability to escape is also top-notch. Zhang Yi's bullet was aimed at him, but it missed him and grazed his scalp. Cui Yonghao ducked to the back of the building and felt a warm feeling on his head. When he reached out and touched it, he discovered to his horror that the bullet had just passed by his head. But a long and narrow scar had appeared on his head. Oh! It has some strength. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. But he was not surprised. The opponent looks like a person with enhanced abilities, so it's not surprising that he has keen intuition and amazing speed. There's no rush. Let's take our time. What should Zhang Yi be anxious about? He was here to hunt, and there were many prey in front of him for him to choose one by one. Cui Yonghao's breathing became rapid. He hid behind the building and began to calculate the escape route in his mind. There were 3 buildings between me and the sniper. As long as I didn't run out, he couldn't hit me. But his bullets are too fast, so I can't escape every time. So, how about a counterattack? The moment this idea appeared, Cui Yonghao immediately shook his head crazily. No. 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 That is the same as seeking death. At this moment, Cui Yonghao heard a cry. Master, are you okay? Several of his disciples ran over. Out of fear. Their faces that had turned white due to plastic surgery now became even whiter. Several disciples of Che Zaishi also gathered around, and they placed all their hopes on Master Cui Yonghao. Cui Yonghao looked at them, and a good idea suddenly came to his mind. He said to these strangers that I have seen through his strength. He's just a stranger with long-range attacks. As long as we get close, he will turn into a lamb for us to slaughter. But now, I need to pinpoint his location. His right foot was twisted on the ground, and half of it was stuck in the snow. How can it be so easy to kill me while floating on the water with my iron legs? You helped me create opportunities, and let me confirm his position. Then I have a unique skill. I can get close to him instantly, then kill him. Seeing Cui Yonghao's confident look, these strangers felt much more at ease. A disciple asked Master Dao, "What do you want us to do?" "Yes, if you want us to do anything, just ask us," Cui Yonghao said in a deep voice. "It's very simple. You spread out and move towards his location from all directions. Attract him to shoot. As soon as he shoots, I will confirm his position in an instant and then kill him." Hearing what Cui Yonghao said, all the disciples looked at each other with hesitation. They had already seen the opponent's strength, and instantly killed Taekwondo Master Cha Zaishi with one shot. If they go there, isn't it equivalent to committing suicide? Seeing everyone's hesitation, Cui Yonghao's face darkened and he scolded. Without even this bit of courage, how can one be called the elite of the Great Silla Republic? Have you forgotten your mission on this trip? It is to show the courage and strength of our Great Silla Republic in front of other countries, so that they will not dare to look down upon us. If you don't dare to act, you will only be killed one by the other party. Under Cui Yonghao's coercion and inducement, the disciples had no choice but to cooperate. At least they tried, and the probability of death wouldn't be too high. In the end, all the disciples had no choice but to agree and go shoot Cui Yonghao to lure the stranger. After everyone discussed it, they jumped out from behind the building in an instant. 7 or 8 people approached Zhang Yi's building from 7 or 8 different directions. Zhang Yi raised the corners of his mouth. There was no need for a sniper rifle at all. But 2 white owls were taken out. Facing this level of aliens, a pistol is enough. The silver bullets cut through the thick poisonous miasma, and actually produced wisps of sacred light in this hazy space. Zhang Yi's shooting speed was very fast. Under the 30-fold acceleration, the speed of his shooting was almost like afterimages. Puff! 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 The disciples who attacked him were beaten to death one by one. The holy silver bullets penetrated their chests. The huge impact knocked them backwards and fell to the snow. Hua, who had been waiting secretly for a long time, quickly rushed over and cleared them away. And what about Cui Yonghao? He saw the death of his disciples, and the fear in his heart became more serious. But the threat of death made his body instinctively act quickly. The moment Zhang Yi fired, his legs turned into a gust of wind, and he ran quickly along the building into the distance. He had already planned his marching route, and there were various buildings in the middle. The sniper couldn't take aim at him at all. Even if you take aim, you can't snipe. This Silla Warango master has no dignity of a strong man at this time, and is only thinking about how to escape. Run? What do you think? Zhang Yi sighed, and held Leishu again. Boom! Cui Yonghao ran wildly into the distance. He wanted to go back to the small country they gave birth to and raised him. Although there are not many people there, Cui Yonghao is a godlike existence there. Being flattered all the time made him think that he was already invincible. That's why he was so arrogant that when the Colombian Navy came to recruit, he volunteered to sign up. He originally wanted to dance to his heart's content on the stage of this great country and make his name as the master of Warango famous all over the world. But he didn't expect that within an hour of setting foot on this battlefield, he would face the crisis of death. Forehead. Suddenly, Chui Yonghao stopped. He lowered his head in astonishment and looked at his chest. There, bright red blood flowed out, and soon turned into a seeping black due to the cold temperature. There, a hole the size of a bowl was opened. It was transparent from front to back, and light could even be seen. I actually got shot? Chui Yonghao's mind was already blank. Why? He didn't understand that he had already planned his escape route, so he shouldn't be hit. But why didn't you escape? Chui Yonghao slowly turned around, wanting to take a look at the enemy. And behind him, there was an extremely strange scene. The thick poisonous miasma was cut open, revealing the path of the bullet, which was a long and narrow passage. Behind him, there were bullet holes penetrating through a building. If he could look more carefully, he would find that bullet holes with the same path appeared among the dozen or so buildings between him and Zhang Yi. This blow, even though he thought he was very safe hiding behind the building, but he never expected that Zhang Yi could penetrate his body even though he was separated by more than a dozen buildings. This is the strength of the top alien sniper. Chui Yonghao slowly fell to his knees and soon lost the breath of life. In the thick fog, a giant black beast came out, then bit Chui Yonghao's body and started eating in big mouthfuls. Chapter 947 Little Elf. Hua and Lei gathered the bodies of the strangers together. Zhang Yi contacted the command center on Xuanwu and uploaded their images. Li Tianong, Situ Xian and others were in the command center, quietly waiting for the battle to begin. However, at the beginning, the several forces were very cautious and usually did not conflict, so they didn't expect that news would come back so soon. Zhang Yi's message belt image was directly displayed in the center of the ring platform in the command center through a 3D screen. Zhang Yi asked calmly if these people could confirm their identities. Little did he know how much this behavior shocked everyone. Situ Xian's eyes lit up, and his mouth almost broke into a smile. The attitude shown by the Donghai region has always been disdain for the strength of the Jiangnan region. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi showed his hand so quickly and saved their face. Even Xuanwu couldn't help but walked over and blinked curiously. Oh, it turns out to be chaos. This guy's strength is very good. Li Tianyang frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. The men were quickly identified. The official responsible for battlefield statistics and reporting said, Chaos. These people are from Silla. The one who confirmed their identity is Chui Yonghao, the master of Silla Warango, with a power index of 7,600 points. And Taekwondo master Cha Jaehi, codename Spider Demon, with a power index of 8,000 points. The strength of other aliens is below 6,000 points. We have compiled your results. You can redeem the rewards after you come back. Zhang Yi nodded. Okay, I understand. With that, he ended communication with the command center. Li Tianyang saw the smile on Situ Xian's lips, snorted coldly, and deliberately raised his voice and said, He's just a low-class alien from Silla. He was the #1 master in the Jiangnan region, and it was no big deal to kill so many of them. Situ Xian nodded with a smile. You are right. I think so too. To be honest, I am also looking forward to seeing the performance of the Donghai region. The muscles on Li Tianyang's face moved, and finally turned into a cold snort. Simple and beautiful words. Are you really treating these two strangers like trash? Even if the combat power is only 7,600 and 8,000 points. He is already a master in the alien field, and is a deputy captain in a large area. And Zhang Yi cleanly eliminated them within half an hour at the beginning of the battle. What is this if not strength? The Colombian Navy Command Center also received information that a team from Silla was completely wiped out at the beginning of the war. But no one took it to heart, because the strength of this team as a whole is not strong. Their core focus is still on other areas, especially the members of Hell Locks. Zhang Yi searched these people's supplies. As for Chui Yonghao and Cha Zaishi, they were fed directly to Hua. Lei looked on with envy. Hey, it would be great if I could also devour evolution. It had a sad look on its face and sighed. Zhang Yi patted its big head. This is your fate. Accept the reality. After this mission is over, I will prepare a super large portion of dog food for you. Woof. Hua finished cleaning up the corpses of these aliens, and Zhang Yi took the remains into the alien space to avoid leaving them outside and attracting the attention of others. After cleaning the scene, he took Wawa and Lele and moved immediately. They should be spreading their operations. Now that someone is here, there won't be a second team in a short time. Let's go. Our hunting operation has just begun. Zhang Yi and Wawa jumped on Lele. The devil dog sniffed, keenly observing everything around it. And then after confirming a direction, it began to run quickly towards that direction. In Bator City on Star Island, a group of Colombian scouts were fully armed and moving forward cautiously. They moved at a leisurely pace, trying to observe everything around them. And from time to time, we have to use the pre-apocalyptic map to confirm the surrounding buildings and determine our position. Their mission is to lead the way for the alien troops. After confirming the correct direction, leave a marker. More than a dozen Colombian soldiers cooperated with each other tacitly, not sparing any prominent landmarks around them. As a soldier passed an abandoned building, his device suddenly captured a burst of crisp laughter. The scout suddenly became cautious. He once again determined the source of the laughter and made sure that he had not heard wrongly. The source of the sound was obvious. It was in the building next to him. There would be no auditory hallucinations because the capture equipment on his body clearly gave him a clue. The scout raised the assault rifle in his hand and slowly walked towards the ruins. When he stepped into the ruins, the sight before him made him widen his eyes. He saw a little elf jumping happily on top of the ruins. Yes, it's an elf. Because he could make a judgment without any hesitation. It was definitely not any kind of animal that had ever existed in the world. The little yellow elf is not even as tall as a calf. It has a long body with limbs and a long head, like a banana with arms and legs. But it looked so cute, jumping around among the broken walls of the ruins, humming a song that was incomprehensible but refreshing. The scout was stunned for a moment. But soon, he told the captain of the scout team the news. Soon, this group of scouts arrived among the ruins. When they saw the elf, they were all stunned, because the sight in front of them was something they had never seen before. But so many people suddenly appeared, and it seemed that someone had exposed their existence, causing the elf to become alert. It jumped up and down, and quickly ran towards the depths of the ruins. Quick! Keep up with it! The scouts had a vague feeling that this elf was related to the target they were looking for. They chased the elf in the direction of his escape without hesitation. As I chased him deep into the ruins, the sweet and crisp magical sound in my ears became louder and louder. After a while, they tracked down a collapsed pit, which was the basement of a building. These scouts looked at everything in front of them, and they were all stunned. Wherever you look, a bright yellow warmly illuminates the large space in the basement. There are actually hundreds of those yellow, cheerful little elves here. They were chirping and jumping happily, seemingly not caring about the uninvited guests. Oh, my God! The captain of the reconnaissance team couldn't help but ask, "Is this paradise?" Chapter 948 Mysterious and Terrifying. Those cute elves, those jumping elves, are lively and cute, exuding a warm yellow light. This is a magical creature that only exists in fairy tales and legends. The reconnaissance force transmits the images in front of them to the Columbia Naval Command Center in real time. Major General Graham Horn's eyes widened with excitement. There is such a magical creature? But John Cardiles joked on the side that he was too happy to say goodbye too early. Maybe it was a mouse mutation. As soon as he finished speaking, an unusual picture appeared in the image. Those cute little elves have completely attracted the attention of the reconnaissance troops. None of them noticed that something huge came out of the shadows. 2 big feet came out of the darkness and stepped on the ground. A scout raised his head and saw what was in front of him. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and then murmured, "How cute!" It was a giant beast that was 3 meters tall. It was furry, but its whole body exuded aqua blue brilliance. It looks like a huge stuffed toy, with big eyes, a chubby body, and 2 antlers on its head. I believe that no woman in this world can resist its temptation. But this lovely mysterious creature just smiled brightly at them. Then it suddenly opened its mouth, and an unimaginably huge mouth popped. With one sound, he bit off half of a scout's body. Everyone was stunned. Those scouts were immersed in this beauty just now. They did not expect that such a cute creature would suddenly kill people. Shoot! Shoot! The captain reacted first, raised his rifle, and started shooting. But the bullets had no effect on the magical creature. It opened its big mouth, but the inside was not as cute as its appearance. It was densely packed with sharp teeth. A long scarlet tongue popped out of the mouth, covered in disgusting mucus. Puff! Its tongue swept across the air, and the bodies of all the scouts in front of it were cut in half from the middle. And then plopped. Thump! He fell to the ground in pieces. The yellow elves on the ground jumped up happily. opened their mouths, exposed their sharp teeth, and started to gnaw. Everyone in the Navy's command center looked solemn when they saw this scene. Is there such a terrifying creature in the depths of the poisonous miasma? It was so fast that I didn't even catch it. An alien officer took a deep breath. Its strength was definitely at the Delta level. And it was also a high-level Delta. If there were many such creatures on this island, then in this operation, our biggest threat may not only be the alien troops of Washu Kingdom. Johnny eliminated the Scylla team without much effort. Soon, he decided to change his position and look for new prey. There are strangers taking action in the 6 cities of Star Island. He is not in a hurry and takes his time step by step, because among the strangers who came on this trip, there were also beings with particularly outstanding strength. He needed to take those prey seriously. At the same time, you must ensure your own absolute safety. In such an environment, Huahua and Lele, 2 wild beast friends, provided him with huge help. The news of the destruction of the Scylla team reached the ears of every stranger in the joint force. They knew that there were aliens from Washu Kingdom in the northeast of Jifeng City. However, Zhang Yi had already gone to another place at this time, and the enemy did not know his location at all. Moreover, after his first success, Zhang Yi became more familiar and began to move closer to the landing of the joint forces. Instead of approaching the center, start from the edges and slowly close the circle. He will not rush directly into the enemy's formation recklessly and fight against the many powerful combat powers of the Hell Locks. But he knew that the other party, like them, would slowly take scattered actions. Sooner or later, someone will be left alone. Zhang Yi established his sniping point in another direction of Jifeng City. If you land from Kanho City and go to the central area of Kirishima, you must go southwest. So he stayed on this inevitable path. After waiting for several hours, sure enough, Lele reminded him again. Boss, someone has appeared in the north. Zhang Yi heard this and put his hand on the sniper rifle. Number of people. Distance. Lele carefully closed her eyes to investigate, her black nostrils opening and relaxing. The number of people is probably between 10 and 20 people. The distance is more than 5 kilometers. Great. I get it. Zhang Yi opened his mental realm, and then quietly waited for the enemy to arrive. In the distance, coming from the north, is a team of strangers from the Marais Kingdom. The leader was one of the strong men of the 2 major forces in the Marais Nan Saavedra. Because the destruction of the Scylla team served as a precedent, the alien team in Malai Kingdom increased their vigilance. They chose to avoid that area and then slowed down their operations. Saavedra believes that their area of operations is more than 20 kilometers away from where the stranger from Scylla was killed. And in such a dense mist environment with poisonous miasma, it is impossible for the murderer to arrive here in a short time. Compared to the Scylla people, they were much more cautious and cherished their lives. Saavedra told the strangers under his command that we are not as good as Columbia and Huashu. This action is just to gain the friendship of Columbia. So there's no need to go all out. Remember the principles of our actions, and cooperate with Columbia's Hell Locks. As long as we are careful enough not to penetrate deep into the core area, there will be no danger. Next to him, another stranger, Urbit, questioned, but how did Scylla's team be destroyed? Hearing this, Saavedra frowned slightly, then straightened his brows, and said that maybe they were unlucky and met a foreigner from the Washu Kingdom who had just landed on the island. Or, there was a meaningful smile on his face, which was caused by his own hands. Bard was a little surprised when he heard this. Saavedra said lightly that the Scylla people and the Neon people had always been at odds with each other. With the ruthless style of Neon's group of wolves, it was really possible that they would take the opportunity to attack behind their backs. When it came to the Neon man, Saavedra's eyes became much more cautious. Those guys are the ones I least want to have as companions. You never know what vicious actions they will do. Hearing this, the strangers around him nodded, agreeing very much with Saavedra's view. Puff! After a crisp sound, Urbit exploded into a ball of blood mist. Chapter 949 Smoke. Urbit's sudden death caught the entire Malay team by surprise. Before they could even react, 2 more strangers fell to the ground one after another. Half of one person's body was directly blown to pieces, and another person had a big hole in his chest. Enemy attack. The Malay strangers immediately dispersed. Saavedra stood motionless, but frowned deeply. What a powerful enemy! I didn't even feel the speed of his attack. Their team of aliens includes many top melee masters. For most aliens of their level, snipers are of little use. The speed of bullets is not as fast as their reaction speed. However, this time, they didn't notice it until the bullet shattered everyone. This is a terrible enemy. Saavedra understood that this person was probably the powerful stranger who killed the Scylla team. Saavedra opened his mouth and blew out a long stream of white smoke. Chase! He gave orders to the aliens around him. According to the law of conservation of alien abilities, aliens with strong long-range means usually do not have overly strong melee capabilities, unless the opponent is an alien whose level is much higher than them. However, Saavedra believes that Jifeng City is the farthest away from Wugu. So the people who appeared here are just the strangers responsible for delaying the opponent, not the main force. In this case, they will have a chance to counterattack their opponents. Saavedra made a sign of encirclement and suppression. Immediately there were two heavily armed enhanced aliens, their muscles bulging out like lightning, running towards the direction of the bullets. One on the left and the other on the right. An alien took out the sniper rifle from behind and instantly completed the action of raising the gun, opening the safety and aiming. It's so obvious. What an amateur sniper. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. And then he pulled the trigger. A powerful energy wave instantly penetrated the thick fog and went in the direction of Zhang Yi's bullet. Boom! 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 3 bullets. The sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded almost at the same time. Before the two strangers who wanted to surround Zhang Yi and the sniper who raised his gun realized what had happened. Only the remains of their bodies were left, turning into a mist of blood. Zhang Yi frowned. Why are the aliens who appear here so weak? Strangers below the captain level are only worthy of being treated as cat food. Saavedra originally formulated a battle plan and planned to capture the alien. However, suddenly, the tragic death of a stranger next to him made his pupils shrink. Instant kill. That sniper is easier to kill the people around him than a chicken. Could it be that? Did I guess wrong? The person the other party arranged to hunt us is a top-notch alien. Before he could finish his murmuring, the familiar sound that broke through the air struck him again, and then penetrated his chest. Saavedra lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a big hole there. But the next moment, a proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that this kind of attack is ineffective against me. There was no blood flowing out of the huge hole in his chest, because his body is slowly turning into white mist. Nan Saavedra. Ability. Smoke. Codename. Hai Laoong. The characteristics are alien. His body was penetrated, but he did not suffer any harm. Saavedra laughed. It is your greatest misfortune that the sniper met me! He laughed wildly, his voice getting louder and louder, spreading out as the poisonous miasma spread, and his body quickly turned into smoke, hiding in the rich poisonous miasma. Zhang Yi felt all this and raised his eyebrows. Oh! Another very interesting special ability user. Among all aliens, if the enhancement type is the simplest and crudest existence, then the trait type is the most elusive, because their abilities are simply impossible to guess or figure out. Wawa has transformed, and she and Lele are staring around. They knew that the enemy that turned into smoke could attack from any direction at any time. Zhang Yi raised his sniper rifle unhurriedly. Let's clear the place first and then talk. Several more rounds of origin were ejected, and 3 strangers from the Murray Kingdom fell to the ground. Low-level aliens are almost no different from ordinary people in such a battlefield, and they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. However, Saavedra is no cannon fodder. Wawa suddenly let out a sharp cry. It turned its head, opened its mouth, and let out an atomic breath that penetrated the space. A ghastly laughter echoed in the air. Saavedra's figure slowly emerged in the air, but it was transformed by smoke. Wawa's attacks were of no use to him. As a traitor, can I be immune to physical attacks? Zhang Yi took his time and fired 3 holy silver bullets from Bai Xiao with his backhand. The bullet cut through the smoke, but directly blew away the smoke, and the smile on Saavedra's face remained. Can't the holy silver bullet work either? Zhang Yi whispered. His attack stopped, but Saavedra's attack began. He casually threw his right hand forward, and more than a dozen clouds of smoke turned into balls and flew towards Zhang Yi and Huahua Lele. The dozens of smoke balls left his hand and quickly turned from white smoke into real grenades. Boom! The entire floor where Zhang Yi was located was shattered in an instant, flying away, and the tall cement pillars also began to break. Zhang Yi waved his hand, and the smoke dissipated. All the power of the explosion was swallowed up by him. Then he moved his right hand slightly forward and returned all the power to Saavedra. However, he only blew away the smoke. Soon Saavedra's laughter sounded around again. Give. 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 It's useless. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. His head emerged from the poisonous miasma again, and his huge hooked nose gave people an extremely sinister feeling. His eyes were equally sinister. Then let me kill you slowly. Saavedra's abilities are not particularly powerful. But in Kirishima, this poisonous miasma that covers the sky is the perfect environment for him to perform. So much so that even if he encounters a powerful captain-level stranger, he can still take the initiative on the battlefield. Bow! 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 In the poisonous miasma, clouds of smoke transformed into human shapes. Soon, an army formation of 100 smoke soldiers surrounded Zhang Yi and Hua Lele. In their hands were smoke weapons, firearms, rocket launchers, and grenades. Then, they started bombarding Zhang Yi and the others indiscriminately. The mist that was originally smoke turned into real weapons as soon as they got close to Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yi also immediately realized that one of the opponent's abilities was to materialize the mist into a truly lethal weapon. Although it looks very bluffing, its power is nothing. Zhang Yi directly launched the two-realm knot, and all the power erupted from the weapons was swallowed up. In principle, it is still your own ability, but it has changed the way of attacking. All fancy and meaningless, Zhang Yi said with a sneer. Chapter 950 Devouring Everything. Seeing that his offensive methods were ineffective, Saavedra couldn't help but restrain his arrogant smile. Invalid attack? So how about you try this trick? He opened his mouth wide and took a sharp breath. All the poisonous miasma around him began to rush towards him crazily, and was finally swallowed fiercely by him. The poisonous miasma in the surrounding area was evacuated, and Saavedra's body expanded rapidly, turning into a giant more than 10 meters tall. His right hand condensed a huge rocket launcher, and his left hand condensed a large cannonball more than 3 meters long. Then he aimed at Zhang Yi's feet and fired fiercely. Zhang Yi saw that his attack method was actually a weapon with supernatural powers. The size of the volume represents the strength of the attack power. So, there is no need to hardware it. Under the 30-fold acceleration, Zhang Yi reacted very quickly and chose to use Space Shuttle to avoid this attack. Hua and Lele's reaction speed was no slower than Zhang Yi's, and they jumped far away in advance. The cannonball landed in the building and exploded the next moment. The entire building was blown to pieces. Rubble flew, and a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose over the ruins. At this time, Zhang Yi had already arrived behind Saavedra. The right hand of the Holy Inquisitor swept across, and a huge blade of void aimed at his head and slashed hard. But when this huge void blade passed by Saavedra's body, he changed from a solid body to a smoke form, causing almost no damage. Didn't I say that? This level of attack has no effect on me. Saavedra sneered and turned around. The huge barrel in his hand turned into a submachine gun, and bullets shot towards Zhang Yi like a rain of light. Every bullet that comes close to Zhang Yi will turn into a super bullet with powerful lethality. Dimensional Gate. Zhang Yi casually opened the dimensional door and completely swallowed up these attacks. Then he backhand opened the second dimensional door beside Saavedra and reflected the attack back to him. But no matter what Zhang Yi did, he could not kill Saavedra in the form of smoke. As Saavedra said, his ability is unique in this poisonous miasma and is almost difficult to kill. Saavedra looked at Zhang Yi coldly. You are very strong. It can be seen that you should be the first-class strong man in Huashu Kingdom. Right? But why do you appear here instead of fighting for the source of God? A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. Everyone here carries communication equipment, but Zhang Yi will not take the initiative to open it unless necessary. The other party may also pass the intelligence collected here to the command center of the Colombian Navy. Therefore, he would not answer any of Saavedra's questions. Just ask Satan. 2 silver grenades appeared in Zhang Yi's left hand, and he aimed them at Saavedra and threw them. Saavedra sneered and said, Didn't I say that? Physical attacks for me. Yes. Before he could say the 3 useless words, an extremely dazzling silver light burst out in front of him. Saavedra's body was riddled with holes, and his body began to shrink. This thing is a weapon that can be effective against aliens. Saavedra immediately realized the nature of the weapon. It's not that the holy silver bullets are useless to him, but because he is in the form of smoke. His body is too huge, and the loss of part of his body will not have much impact. However, the grenade Zhang Yi used was a weapon that was more expensive and more effective than the holy silver bullets. The holy silver grenade. The cost of a holy silver grenade is approximately equal to 100 holy silver bullets, but it is more suitable than holy silver bullets for dealing with opponents whose single target damage is ineffective. Saavedra looked sullen. It really hurts. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and laughed, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. He turned around and fell directly into the huge poisonous miasma behind him. Laughter once again surrounded me from all sides. Zhang Yi's eyes swept across the surrounding space coldly. Saavedra is hidden within the miasma, and his location cannot be determined at all. Moreover, there is no way to effectively attack him. An ability with a power index of more than 8,000 points has caused me more trouble than an alien with a power index of 9,000 points. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. This is why, even with a power index of 9,800 points, he still has to hunt with caution. Huahua and Lei jumped next to Zhang Yi, bared their teeth, and stared at the surroundings with fierce expressions. They are so keen that they can directly detect that Saavedra is around. However, he is not in one place, but everywhere. In this way, even they don't know how to effectively kill each other. What a damn bug! Huahua cursed fiercely. Saavedra was hidden in the poisonous miasma, and she was worried in her heart. The opponent is obviously stronger than him. Although the opponent cannot cause fatal damage to him, he cannot hurt the opponent. He knew he had caught a big fish. In the fog, he solidified the smoke, formed a communicator, and then contacted the Columbia Navy Command Center. I have discovered a powerful foreigner from the Huashu Kingdom here. I can pinpoint their location. Please send people over quickly to surround and kill them. Naval Command Center. After Graham Horn got the news, he frowned immediately. He held his chin in one hand, puzzled. Why are the strangers from Huashu Kingdom heading towards the area on the edge of the poisonous miasma, and also want to take action against the alien troops of Scylla and Murray? Doing so is pointless in obtaining the source of God. At this time, McCurdy, a naval officer next to him, said, maybe he was on a hunt. Hunting? Everyone around him looked at him. At this time, Cardiles was not on the warship. He was bored and didn't know where to go, so he went to find a female officer for entertainment. As a result, the atmosphere in the command center became much more relaxed. Kaludi looked at the three-dimensional map and calmly pointed to the area where Saavedra was. Within one day, the other party attacked the alien team of our joint force twice in succession. This was clearly targeted, not accidental. So I think the other party's purpose may be to hunt down the aliens in our joint forces, rather than looking for the sacred source of matter. The most likely possibility is that they have formed a division of labor. Some people harass us, while others are responsible for finding the sacred Sapphira. After hearing this, Horn thought calmly. If the other party really has such a purpose, then he seems stupid enough. Even if they want to interfere with us, there is no point in just killing some weaklings in that remote direction. Chapter 951. Destroy 2 teams in one day. Horn didn't take Zhang Yi's hunting actions to heart. In his opinion, Zhang Yi is just a timid guy who only dares to hunt the weak, but it poses no threat to their core strength. The hell's luck. Therefore, he did not give any response to Saavedra's request for help. Because of the powerful combat power of the Navy, there was no time to spend a lot of trouble for him. The alien troops from other countries only exist as auxiliaries. Saavedra received no response from the Colombian Navy, but Zhang Yi's response came. He whispered a few words to Huahua Lei, and then a cat and a dog quickly ran wildly in both directions. Saavedra looked at everything in front of him, still wondering, what are they going to do? It's useless. Physical attacks can't hurt me at all. Here, I am naturally in an invincible position. Even if I can't kill you, I can still use the poisonous miasma to escape. However, Huahua and Lei ran further and further away, showing no signs of stopping to attack. Saavedra didn't know what Zhang Yi had planned, but he didn't stop attacking. The great poisonous miasma surged around him, and huge poisonous insect beasts appeared one after another, and then launched an attack on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi paid no attention to this. He glanced around him coldly, and knew that Saavedra was hidden in this poisonous miasma. Then he stepped on the ground with both feet, and his whole body instantly rose into the sky. Saavedra raised his head and looked up into the sky, wondering what Zhang Yi was planning to do. Is this an attempt to escape? He suddenly sneered. It's useless. In this place, as long as I lock your position, you can't escape anywhere. I will always be by your side. You must be a high-level alien. As long as I can kill you, I will receive a huge bounty from the Colombian Navy. He did not have any extravagant hopes for the source of God, knowing that it was not something he could get his hands on. From the beginning, he was determined to make only limited profits. Zhang Yi flew thousands of meters into the air, all the way to the edge of the poisonous miasma. Then he looked down at everything at his feet. A dim light condensed in the palm of his right hand, and the unstable dark matter in the void twisted and jumped like lightning. It seemed like a beast that was about to break free from its cage at any time, but was restrained by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's hands faced each other in midair, and the unstable dark matter became more and more crazy, condensing the void, the dark world. Saavedra was still curious whether Zhang Yi was planning to escape or had other intentions. But suddenly, an extremely dark light appeared in his eyes. The extremely dark light swallowed up all the surrounding light, and was a material existence darker than darkness. The next moment, he saw a huge black sun appear in the sky. It also seems to be a circular dark space that seems to be able to swallow everything in it. The threat of death instantly enveloped him. Saavedra's pupil shrank, but he had no chance to escape, because when he saw the huge black sun, it had already reached the ground in an instant. Silently, a huge black sphere of darkness emerged from the ground, with a radius of several kilometers. It directly enveloped everything around it. On Star Island, in the southeastern area of Jinfeng City, a huge black sphere emerged from the vast poisonous miasma. Almost at the same moment, there were strangers in several places on Star Island who noticed this. They turned their heads to look at this area in unison, with a hint of fear and fighting spirit emerging from their eyes. Qi Long from the East China Sea region squinted his eyes and looked in this direction. This direction is Jinfeng City? What a powerful energy wave. This destructive power is at least 9,600 points. Who will be there? In another place, Deng Shentong, wearing a luxurious silver combat uniform, led his team of gods to move forward among the ruins. Feeling the familiar aura, he raised his head, and a silver brilliance flashed in his eyes. Passing through the thick poisonous miasma, he captured the wisp of the dark sun in full bloom. Zhang Yi. He has become stronger again, Deng Shentong murmured to himself. He couldn't help but clenched his fists. I thought that I had become much stronger after going through arduous training in the past 5 months. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi did not fall down at sea. I have to work harder. He raised a competitive smile at the corner of his mouth, flicked the silver cloak on his body, and let's go! We must get the source of God. In Makibo City near Foggy Bottom, a cowboy wearing a felt hat and 2 revolvers at his waist raised the brim of his hat and looked thoughtfully in the direction of Jinfeng City. I seem to have noticed an interesting power. He is Hell's Locks, Vice Captain Yasin Canero, the strongest person under Cardiles. He is known as the first genius of the ocean fleet. Unlike Cadiles, he is a natural awakener, and in the minds of many people, once he breaks through the realm of Epsilon, he will definitely be more powerful than Cardiles. He whistled leisurely, followed the marks left by the reconnaissance troops, and moved forward unhurriedly. Zhang Yi slowly landed on the ground, and the surrounding area of several kilometers had been cleared away, leaving only a smooth and huge circular pit on the ground. Hua and Lele ran to Zhang Yi. Lele curiously asked the boss, "Has that person been done? Already swallowed up by the dark world?" Zhang Yi said lightly, "Since it can't be wiped out with a single attack, then it's better to devour the entire area together. His void power can swallow everything." Saavedra's defensive abilities, which he thought were invincible, seemed so ridiculous in the face of superior abilities. However, he is still somewhat powerful. Zhang Yi glanced at his palm. A mere alien with more than 8,000 points was able to force me to use the power of the void. His death was not in vain. Zhang Yi took out supernatural food from the alien space to replenish his strength. On the other hand, he turned on the communication device and sent a message to the command center to report the results of the battle. "I am Chaos, and I have just wiped out an alien force from the Mirai Kingdom in the direction of Jinfeng City." This time, Li Tianyang and others couldn't sit still at all. It's been less than a day since the operation started, and everyone else is adapting to Kirishima's environment and looking for a way forward. And Zhang Yi has actually completed 2 consecutive kills. Xuanwu also said on the side that once it can be said to be luck, but twice it is not. That guy. What does he want to do? Suddenly, Xuanwu's eyes lit up, and I seem to understand his plan. Chapter 952 Hamed Boon. At the Combat Command Center, everyone was still shocked by Zhang Yi's performance. Xuanwu's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Li Tianyang looked at Xuanwu and asked Xuanwu, "Do you have any ideas?" Xuanwu glanced at Situ Xian, who just smiled and said nothing. Xuanwu held the back of his head with both hands, sat lazily on the chair and said, "When I first came into contact with Chaos, I knew he was very strong. Moreover, he definitely has Epsilon level potential." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. What? Epsilon. Everyone was extremely shocked. Even Situ Xian narrowed his eyes, and a strange light flashed from his eyes. Li Tianyang glanced at Situ Xian in disbelief, then looked at Xuanwu and said, "It's impossible. If there really is such a person in Jiang'an region, I think they will definitely train him at all costs. How could he still be at Delta's level? In their common sense, this is something unimaginable. For example, when Xuanwu discovered his huge potential, the commander-in-chief of the theater, Li Guanxiao, personally signed an order to mobilize the resources of the entire region to train him. Situ Xian clasped his hands behind his back and frowned slightly at this time. An officer from the East China Sea region said leisurely, I heard that Chaos is not a stranger from Blizzard City, but comes from the outside world. And his relationship with Blizzard City does not seem to be a subordinate relationship, but a cooperative relationship. After saying this, Li Tianyang immediately understood. Oh, so that's it. Haha. This does seem like the style of your Jiangnan region. Li Tianyang raised the brim of his hat, his eyes a little contemptuous. As a soldier, although he has a tough style, he will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. But that's because he's loyal to his position. But this kind of suppression of geniuses for personal purposes also made him feel disgusted. Situ Xian smiled and did not answer. Everything was Zhu Zheng's plan. So what could he do? From the beginning to the end, the resources provided by Jiangnan region to Zhang Yi were nothing more than some weapons, food or medicines that he exchanged points for. Because Zhu Zheng was also worried that Zhang Yi would become too powerful and uncontrollable. Then he will become the second Gao Chongkong. Xuanwu held his head and said calmly, that's why Chaos chose this place as a hunting ground. Captain-level aliens and above are a very rare species. And each captain-level alien requires a large amount of resources from the region. It is very difficult to see one on ordinary days, let alone hunt him down and then devour the source to upgrade. But here, aliens above captain level are everywhere. Xuanwu was very smart, and he quickly saw through Zhang Yi's purpose. A cold light flashed in Li Tianyang's eyes. He suddenly thought that if Zhang Yi really had the potential of Epsilon, then if he continued to develop on Star Island, it would be possible to cross that limit by then. If that happens, and Epsilon is no longer in the state of Star Island, won't he definitely become the final winner? Li Tianyang's expression became more and more gloomy. This situation was not what he wanted to see. Situ Xian's face was a little dark. He touched his chin without saying a word, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Probably, he also guessed what Li Tianyang was thinking, which was very dangerous. Today's Jiangnan region is in great need of Zhang Yi's power. And at the Colombian Naval Command Center, with Savadra's death in battle, and the video data he passed to the command center before his death, General Horn's attention was immediately attracted. This is a very powerful alien. Definitely the leader in the alien field of Huashu Kingdom. 2 teams were wiped out in one day. This man was extremely dangerous. He didn't take Zhang Yi to heart at first. They only want to make small fuss in the outer areas of the poisonous miasma. Just let the alien troops of the Allies contain him. The core task is to let the Hell Locks fight for the source of God. However, Savadra didn't even last 5 minutes before he was killed by the mysterious stranger. This finally put pressure on Horn. We now know that there is a powerful alien from Huashu Kingdom who has been hunting the alien team of our joint forces. And he was so weird that he was able to find the location of 2 alien teams in the thick poisonous miasma. This is the scariest thing. This is a hidden danger and must be eliminated. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would die at his hands. Zhang Yi is strong, and they are not afraid. But a powerful enemy also has the ability to hunt and kill at any time in the poisonous miasma. This has to be guarded against. Lieutenant Colonel Kaludi suggested that for the sake of safety, it is not appropriate to use the refueling tactic. I think it's better to just let the people from Hell Lock hunt him. The Chains of Hell, the strongest alien force in the Colombian Navy. Everyone who can join, it is the top alien powerhouse. General Horn looked at the 3-dimensional map. Who is the member of Hell's Lock who is closest to there, and has the ability to deal with such aliens? After a while, he got the answer he wanted. It's Hemed Boone. Horn nodded and asked him to go on this hunt. It was really appropriate. In Yuming City, east of Jinfeng City, a team of Colombian aliens is heading towards the depths of the poisonous miasma. Every alien wears black combat uniforms and holds the most advanced laser weapons in their hands. This weapon, which uses high-energy lasers to kill enemies, is Colombia's latest weapon technology. In the era of great mutation, ordinary weapons are no longer effective. However, this high-energy laser weapon still has the ability to kill aliens. In the center of the team, a man wearing a cloak suddenly stopped. As soon as he stopped, the others immediately stood still, maintaining vigilance and pointing their guns in all directions around them. The man's long blonde hair stuck out from under his cloak. His face could not be seen clearly. Only his strong chin could be seen. He is Hell's Lock's member, Hamed Boone. You have a new mission. So don't rush to Foggy Bottom just yet. Not far from you. There is a hunter from Huashu Kingdom. You go and get rid of him. Hearing this, Hamed Boone just said lightly, give me his information. The information is unknown. We only know that he is a sniper. And he seems to have great strength. Boone sniper? Interesting. I get it. He ended his call with the command center. Then he gave instructions to the team members around him. You continue to blaze a trail here. Be careful to hide yourself and not be discovered by others. He looked at the tall and heroic man next to him. This was his adjutant Remagrian. Megorian. You and I are going to hunt a man. Chapter 953. Is this the source of God? Boone is very smart. He understands that on this battlefield, fighting is a matter for the top aliens. The low-level aliens or reconnaissance troops are only responsible for assisting, rather than participating in the core battle, since they were going to hunt down a sniper whose information was unknown. Bringing too many team members would not help. So, he only took his adjutant with him, and then followed Horn's guidance and returned in the direction he started. This is a hunt in a poisonous miasma, without the assistance of precise instruments. I don't know how long it will take to find Zhang Yi, but as a professional soldier, he has plenty of patience. Boone's men saluted him respectfully, and then watched Boone and Megorian leave, disappearing into the thick poisonous miasma. Zhang Yi hunted and killed 2 alien teams. But for him, this was just a training exercise. First get familiar with the rhythm of this kind of hunting, and then start from the outer area and move deeper. My goal is to hunt down aliens with a power index of at least 9,200 points. Because the further back you go, the more difficult it will be to improve your abilities. For example, when Zhang Yi had a power index of 9,600 points, killing the 9,200 point Fin Dragon would probably increase his power index by 100 points. But the closer you get to the threshold of 10,000 points, the smaller the improvement you get. This also means that he must kill more powerful aliens. Only in this way can we completely reach the realm of Epsilon. Marae and Scylla are both small countries, and the aliens sent over are not strong enough. I think. Still, Hell's Locks and the Neon aliens are even more delicious. After all, compared to Marae and Scylla, even Neon can be called a powerful country. Zhang Yi reached out and stroked Huahua's head, whispering that it was time to go deeper into the poisonous miasma area. We have to find some interesting opponents too. Right? Huahua squinted her eyes. I also wanted to eat something good. Zhang Yi smiled and said, very good. Then let's go. Lei lay on the ground, sniffing hard with his nose. The smell of living things circulating in the air, even from a long distance, would be keenly captured by it. Boss, if we want to go deep into the poisonous miasma area, we have to go in this direction. Its nose points forward and to the left. Zhang Yi raised his hand and opened the dimensional door, and a huge circular passage appeared in front of him. Well, let's go! The latest news from the command center has been confirmed. Chaos destroyed the 2 alien teams in New Rome Lai. Killed Scylla, Spider Demon, Tengen, Malais, Hai Laoang. The battle report was synchronized in real time by the command center to the ears of every stranger present. This was Li Tianyang's suggestion to inspire every combatant on Star Island. Sure enough, everyone was encouraged when they heard that Zhang Yi had annihilated 2 alien teams in a row. That guy really loves to show off. On the devil team side, Captain Lu Huang, codename Gluttony. The little man raised the corners of his mouth, revealing sharp tiger teeth. We can't let him perform alone. It's time for us to take action. Deng Shentong, Lilong and others were also inspired. They might not say anything with their mouths, but they accelerated their movement with their feet. Deng Shentong is moving forward. In this area, the field of vision is extremely restricted. But for Deng Shentong, this restriction is minimal, because he is the embodiment of light. As long as there is light, his eyes can see through everything. If he were not afraid of exposing himself, he could even turn himself into a light source to illuminate the way forward. As he was walking forward, a pleasant laughter suddenly sounded in his ears, echoing deep in the thick fog. Everyone immediately became alert. Several team members looked around cautiously, but the laughter echoed around them, making it difficult to determine the source of the direction for a while. Is it an enemy? Deng Shentong looked up and looked elsewhere leisurely, as if, not really. His gaze penetrated the thick fog like a hawk, and deep in the fog, he saw a very strange existence. They were several pure white creatures with silvery moonlight shining on their bodies. They were not even as tall as the knees, but they were as cute as a small crescent moon. The moment he saw them, Deng Shintong's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt his DNA move. And there was an instinctive impulse driving him to get that creature. Is this true? The source of God? Deng Shintong's face was full of astonishment. This was the first thing he thought of. I originally thought that the source of God should be some kind of, or energy body. But I didn't expect it to be a living thing? No. He couldn't be sure. But he had to catch the elf and investigate. Deng Shintong didn't have time to call his subordinates. So he lowered his body and rushed in that direction like lightning. After a few breaths, Deng Shintong passed through the thick poisonous miasma and arrived at the place where the group of elves were. They looked at Deng Shintong innocently. And the silver-white moonlight on their bodies was so intoxicating. After seeing Deng Shintong, they did not run away in fright. Instead, they ran over with smiles and danced happily around Deng Shintong. Their mouths made strange but pleasant sounds, as if they were singing some ancient song. Deng Shintong didn't dare to be careless. His hands were covered with silver gloves and possessed supernatural powers. He turned into an afterimage and captured an elf. At this moment, a familiar feeling arose deep in his heart. That is the feeling of absorbing the origin of a foreigner. Deng Shintong was extremely excited. Could it be this? Is it the source of God? He almost didn't hesitate and started to devour this power right then and there. The elf was slowly devoured in his palm. But there was no sign of fear or anger at all. It just peacefully turned into wisps of pure energy and entered his body. Deng Shintong felt so comfortable that he almost shouted. This pure energy is more satisfying than absorbing the origin of a stranger. Just this little elf increased his power index by at least 50 points. Comparable to a stranger with a power index of over 8,000 points. There is no mistake. This must be the source of God. Deng Shintong looked at the dozen or so elves in front of him. His eyes filled with passion. He did not choose to report the intelligence to the command center. Instead, he must first devour all the elves in front of him. In that case, his power index could soar by hundreds of points. However, the next moment, a huge sense of crisis enveloped him. Those elves were singing and dancing happily, as if they were performing some kind of sacrifice and summoning ceremony. From the depths of the mist, a huge white elf walked out. It was as cute as an oversized stuffed toy. Its big eyes looked very cute, and it had elf-like horns on its head. But when it saw Deng Shintong killing an elf, its cute eyes suddenly turned blood red. An extremely fierce and terrifying force burst out from its body in an instant, sweeping towards Deng Shintong. Chapter 954 Taper Elias. The moonlight covered the entire area. Ice blue light erupted from the giant elf's body, and in an instant, all the surrounding areas were covered by the biting cold wind. Deng Shintong was wearing a special combat uniform, but in an instant, his clothes began to freeze. Snapped. The silver light blessed by the holy body of Deng Shintong's body flashed and directly shattered the ice. But then, there was an extremely raging ice and snow storm. Deng Shintong's feet had no roots and were blown hundreds of meters away by the storm mixed with huge ice chunks, smashing countless dead trees along the way. So strong. The power of this elf is probably even greater than mine. You can't fight with strength. You have to outsmart them. Deng Shintong made a judgment in his heart in an instant. At the same time, a strong impulse arose in his heart. Just absorbing an elf gives him energy that can increase his power index by 50 points. If we kill this big one, is it possible to be directly promoted to the Epsilon realm? Unexpectedly, this time, the luckiest person is me. A smile appeared at the corner of Deng Shintong's mouth. One day after landing on the island, he unexpectedly found something that several major countries were fighting over. But just when Deng Shintong wanted to chase after him, he was shocked to find that the huge elf and a dozen small elves had disappeared. They missing? Deng Shintong stood there blankly. After a while, his subordinates all followed him. Captain, are you okay? What happened just now? Deng Shintong glanced at Bai Chunyu and said lightly. Maybe we have found the source of God. He told several people about the situation. These are direct descendants cultivated by their Deng family, and are worthy of trust. After Bai Chunyu listened, he said excitedly, doesn't that mean that you had the opportunity to advance to the Epsilon realm? The thing in Dangshan Passage is very strange and very strong. So it's not that easy to catch. He sighed. If he missed it this time, he didn't know when he would meet next time. But he clenched his fists and his eyes were full of desire. But it must not be able to jump far. It is nearby. We must find it. He had already made a judgment in his mind. That weird little elf should be some kind of energy body. Although it has terrifying power, its fighting methods and skills are very lacking. So after repelling Deng Shintong, he immediately chose to escape. In this case, their hope of catching that guy will be even greater. Yes, Captain. Bai Chunyu and others received the order and immediately began to spread out, looking for traces of the strange creature in the nearby area. Deng Shitong lowered his head and looked at his right hand. He began to miss the feeling of improving his strength. He has almost reached his limit, and now every step forward is extremely difficult. And here, he found an opportunity for a breakthrough. Will that lucky person be me? No. That person must be me. He clenched his fists and said with firm eyes. The celestial team began searching for clues around where the mysterious creature was found. A member of the god team stepped into the fog. He found some footprints on the snow, like those left by elves. In the thick fog, a hard carapace slowly poked its head out. It was a ferocious monster, its whole body shrouded in a dark blue carapace, and its dark luster was as sharp as a knife. Its long mouth opened. A puff of white smoke came out, and green saliva flowed down its lower jaw. The investigation team realized the danger and stopped moving forward. The next moment, two huge scythes stretched out from the poisonous miasma and swept towards his head. The investigating team member's pupil shrank, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spit out a large web of spider silk, covering his head. Laugh! 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 The white spider web was torn to pieces in an instant, and the monster revealed its true form. It turned out to be a giant mantis more than 3 meters tall, but judging from the combat uniform covering his body, he is an orc-type, insect-type alien. Discover the enemy. The investigation team member informed everyone about this through the communicator, and then his cheeks bulged high, and a large ball of white mucus spurted towards the opponent. The mantis with a knife flapped its wings and rushed at high speed in midair, but it could not avoid the large area of mucus, and many joints were stuck. The investigating team member opened his mouth, and his jaw cracked open, revealing a huge and ferocious mouthpart and huge fangs, and bit into the mantis. The mantis's eyes widened, and he tried his best to break free, but the white mucus was more difficult to bind than glue. His side could cut through steel, but it had no effect on the slime on his joints, and he couldn't dodge it for a while. It was about to be swallowed by the investigator's mouthparts. At this moment, the poisonous miasma was suddenly dispelled, and a thick arm more than 10 meters long grabbed his side. The investigating team member was caught off guard, and was grabbed by the huge arm like a bug. With just a little force from that arm, the bones and internal organs of the investigating team member were shattered. Puff! He spit out a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, and his eyes gradually dimmed. The arm slowly retracted, and several people walked out of the thick fog. The leader had curly chestnut hair, a mustache above his lips, and a deep and gorgeous combat uniform. When Mantis saw the man, he quickly knelt down to Dadak. Subordinates. Your subordinates are incompetent, so you have to do it yourself. Please punish me. This alien team comes from the country of Murray, and what appeared here was the strongest man in the Murray. Taper Elias. He glanced at the mantis coldly, pointed at him and said, Don't underestimate your opponent. The foreigners in Huashu Kingdom are not weak. He has his hands behind his back. Even if he is a subordinate of my Tapel Elias. Do not be arrogant. Deep in the poisonous miasma, a silvery ray of light broke through the thick fog and arrived at the battlefield in an instant. Deng Shitong saw the twisted body on the ground, and his narrow peach blossom eyes became cold. He looked at the stranger opposite. Jiangnan District. Captain of the God Team. Erlang Xianqing's engine. Who are you? Tapel raised the corners of his mouth and his handsome mustache twitched, always giving people a playful feeling. You ask me? Okay. You heard me clearly. He put his hands behind his back, stood proudly, and said with an extremely proud attitude, I am the #1 expert, the #1 collector, and the #1 noble in the Murray Kingdom, the immortal star of Anase City, the wisest genius of the Elias family in the past century. Now, I am the god of Malay country, the pride of the Elias family. Tapel Elias. Tapel gave him a litany of names. He does not have a code name that ordinary aliens have, because in Murray, whenever a strong person is mentioned, everyone will mention his name. Tapel Elias. The name itself represents supreme glory. Chapter 955 Giant God Dadak. Elias stretched out a finger and pointed at Deng Shitong. You are honored to meet me, but your life will also end here, unless you are willing to surrender to me. A sneer appeared on the corner of Deng Shitong's mouth. A mere Malay man is not qualified to be so arrogant in front of me. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying strong wind hit Elias' head. Elias's eyes glanced to the side, only to hear boom. There was a loud noise, and the huge impact produced radiating airflow. dispersing all the poisonous miasma within several miles around. However, after the poisonous miasma rolled out, it was quickly squeezed in again. What? Elias used his arms to protect his head in time, but his body was still knocked hundreds of meters away by the powerful impact. He didn't know what he was hit just now. In the void, Deng Shentong's figure slowly emerged. But Deng Shentong, who had just been standing there, slowly dissipated. Eyes can deceive others. Deng Shentong thought silently in his heart. Praise of light. His ability allows him to control light. And at the same time, he can create illusions in people's eyes. Now he has grown up, and is no longer the gentleman who pursues magnificence and nobility. He is just a warrior who pursues victory to gain honor. From the moment he appeared in this area, what all the strangers in Malai Kingdom saw in their eyes were all illusions. Clang! The long foil sword was pulled out from Deng Shentong's waist. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. And then Elias saw a string of blood flowers splashing in the air. In an instant, all 5 of his men were pierced through the heart by Deng's magical power. The long and narrow foil only left a bright red plum blossom on their chests, making their death so poignant. Elias's face instantly darkened. Fighting an undeclared war is what a despicable mob does. You are really not elegant at all. He responded with a sword from behind. All I want is victory. Only the winner is qualified to end the battle in a magnificent manner. Deng Shentong's sword pierced Elias' combat uniform, and was about to pierce his heart. And at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Elias's body suddenly began to release fiery airflow, like a jet fighter, directly flying Deng Shentong away. Deng Shentong struggled to insert his sword into the wall of a ruins in the air, and then hung it on the wall to stabilize his body. But Elias's explosion did not stop, and the raging heat swept indiscriminately in all directions, blowing away everyone around him. As the rich steam slowly dissipated, a huge figure slowly stood up. It was a behemoth that was more than 30 meters tall, and its whole body was covered in brown hard armor. When he stood up straight, the tall buildings around him seemed dwarfed. This is the ability of Tapel Elias, Giant God Dodogong. Deng Shentong frowned slightly, feeling that there was terrifying power inside this body. Elias turned his head and looked at Deng Shentong. Mortal, you are trying to kill a god. This is a capital crime. As soon as he finished speaking, his huge arm turned into an afterimage and drew towards the location of Deng Shentong. Boom! The huge high-rise building was directly swept away from the waist, and half of the floors fell down, and Deng Shentong's figure has disappeared from the place. Can you be invisible? Haha. Blind arrogance. Elias' huge ears moved. He has a huge body and unparalleled physical strength. In addition, his cell activity far exceeds that of ordinary people, and he naturally has extraordinary 5 senses. He suddenly punched the ground hard, shattering the earth, and his right hand sank into the ground like it was stuck in mud. Then, he took out a green scepter more than 10 meters long from the depths of the earth. Deng Shentong suddenly jumped into the air. Facing such a huge creature, ordinary attacks would not be effective at all. We must find a way to attack his vital points. For example, the heart or the head. But the attack method must be effective. Otherwise, if a sword penetrates his body, it may not even be able to penetrate the muscles. His left hand pulled out a long and narrow silver pistol with elegant violet patterns on it. Boom! An origin projectile fired into Elias's eye. That huge body, with an unimaginable reaction speed, swung a blow casually, and the green scepter knocked away the bullet. Deng Shentong's body turned into an afterimage, constantly flying around Elias, and the bullets in his hands kept shooting at Elias. Even though the huge body has high-speed reactions, the reaction speed in such a small area is not as fast as Deng Shentong. Crack! There was a chaotic sound, like firecrackers exploding on Elias's body, and sparks appeared in many places all over Elias's body. But this kind of attack couldn't break his heart at all. You 4 gods. No idea. Your attack has no effect on me. Elias raised the scepter in his hand high, and then smashed it down on Deng Shentong's head. Deng Shentong's body flashed with silver light, and he dodged the blow with a quick roll. But at this moment, a shocking loud noise came from behind him. A hole was ripped open in the ground. Broken buildings, earth and rocks flew everywhere, and a building in front of me collapsed due to the shattering of the ground. Deng Shentong's pupils narrowed slightly. If the blow was solid, even he would lose half his life. The terrifying power possessed by Elias in front of him is too astonishing. My ability index is only 9,400 points, while his is at least 9,500. Deng Shentong made a judgment instantly based on his own experience. He knew that he had encountered an extremely difficult opponent this time. He can dodge the opponent's attacks countless times. But as long as he is hit once, the battle is basically over. Therefore, he must be extremely careful. Deng Shitong stopped on the ground, and Elias' eyes turned around instantly. Although the light was distorted, and he couldn't see Deng Shitong's face clearly, he was still able to judge Deng Shitong's position with his excellent five senses. Is it here? Insect. Another sweeping blow. An unpretentious sweep towards the area where Deng Shitong was. With his huge wingspan and the blessing of the scepter, this blow directly covered a fan-shaped area with a radius of nearly 30 meters. Deng Shitong retreated again, and his eyes met Elias's. Great Sumeru fantasy. His body burst into a burst of cold white light, like a sun appearing in front of Elias' eyes. The giant couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He blocked the light in front of his eyes with his hands. But when he opened his eyes again, the whole world in front of him suddenly changed. This is no longer a star island shrouded in poisonous miasma, but his hometown, the huge estate of the Ilias family. His family was having afternoon tea on the green lawn, and his beautiful wife was wearing a purple dress. Elegant and beautiful. His son is smart and cute, and is sharing interesting things at school with his wife. The servants around them looked at them with smiles, holding teapots and snacks in their hands to serve them. Not far away, there was the sound of gardeners pruning branches and leaves. Phantom? Elias thought of this immediately. But this illusion was too real. So much so that he could clearly hear his wife's laughter and the clatter of iron scissors. Chapter 956. My family is quite rich. Elias knew that everything in front of him was an illusion. But they were too real. At this moment, his wife suddenly looked at him. Then with a bright smile on her face, she picked up her long skirt and ran towards him. A mocking smile appeared on Elias's lips. Do you want to use this despicable trick against me? Madness. He swung the scepter in his hand with all his strength and killed his wife. But the illusion in front of him did not disappear. He could even clearly see the tragic state of his wife turning into a bloody corpse. There was a burst of screams all around. Lord Dado. What are you doing? Father! You actually killed your mother. The screams were endless. Even though Elias knew that these were all fake. As a human being with emotions, he could not remain completely indifferent to this all-too-real illusion. At this time, a long sword quietly appeared on the back of his head. Blessings of the Holy Eucharist. On the surface of Deng Shitong's body, a sacred and brilliant silver brilliance enveloped his whole body. The purest light represents powerful power. The silver brilliance extended to his sword Griffith and stabbed Elias hard in the back of the head. Click! There was a crisp cracking sound, and Elias's body bone shattered like a thick metal carapace. But this blow also caused Elias to react quickly, before the sword edge could penetrate the outer carapace and enter the brain. Elias slapped Deng Shitong hard with his backhand. That was a slap that was thicker and bigger than the gate of Deng's courtyard. Deng Shitong's sword edge got stuck in his carapace, and the moment it was pulled out, he was too late to dodge the palm. Puff! Deng Shitong was shot straight away, passing through thousands of meters of ruins and jungle like a cannonball. He struggled to stabilize his body in midair, holding the sword in his right hand to support the ground. A stream of blood slowly spilled from the corner of his mouth. The sword strike just now did not kill Elias, but instead caused him to be seriously injured. I underestimated his defense. Although the use of the Great Sumeru environment can create illusions and affect Elias's five senses, but the pain in his body was real, and it would make Elias find his place instantly. The most difficult thing is to break through the armor-like skeletal SHL on his body. Elias did not pursue him. He was still immersed in the fantasy. As long as Deng Shitong doesn't take the initiative to lift the Great Sumeru illusion, he will never be able to get rid of this situation. Elias stood there, frozen in place as if frozen. He knew that he had to find a way to break this illusion. Otherwise, he would have to be passively beaten. Think about it. How did I get tricked? By the way, it was light. I saw his light. So, if I close my eyes, is that okay? Anyway, everything in front of him was an illusion, and his eyes had lost their function. So Elias chose to close his eyes and isolate himself from the light of the world. When everything in front of him turned dark, all the noisy sounds around him also disappeared. An ecstatic smile appeared on his lips. Hey, that's all. On the other side, a new round of attacks from Deng Shitong also arrived. He took out 2 silver balls from under his robe and threw them at Elias' feet. A moment later, an astonishing explosion exploded at Elias' feet. Elias' painful groans came from the scene. The hard carapace on his legs actually cracked, and large amounts of blood flowed down like spring water. What kind of weapon is this? It can actually hurt my body. Elias shouted in disbelief. This is a special explosive designed to deal with high-level strangers like you. 2 more silver balls appeared in Deng Shintong's palm. Each of them was as powerful as a tomahawk missile. But there is one pity. Its cost is too high, and the materials required are extremely difficult to obtain. The most important thing is that Deng Shitong is not Zhang Yi, and he does not have the conditions to carry a large number of players. Otherwise, given the strength of the Deng family, without saying too much, it would be no problem to carry 300 to 500 pills on him at a time. I don't have any other specialties, except that my family is relatively rich. Deng Shitong couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he had been unwilling to admit that his strength came from his family. He felt that he was born strong and could reach the top even without relying on the strength of the Deng family. Therefore, when performing tasks, he will try his best to avoid using products of Deng's technology. Now he figured it out. As long as you can win, you can use everything you have. Winning is everything. Elias sneered. Are you richer than me? I own the entire country of Malai. Deng Shitong glanced at him coldly. In this small country, how can we talk about wealth? The wealth I am referring to is the foundation of technology, rather than just money. Although Elias's legs suffered some injuries, they looked horribly scarred and bleeding. But compared to his huge body, this injury is not a big problem. Very good. This time, I will be on guard. He clenched the scepter in his hand and raised his ears to listen carefully to the sound. His superior 5 senses allowed him to still judge the weapons attacking around him even if he closed his eyes. Deng Shintong's body moved around him at high speed, turning into a round silver vortex. He saw the right opportunity, swung his broad cloak, and dozens of silver explosive bombs shot towards Ilias in an instant. Only one of these bombs is real. Guess which one it is? Ilias's movements were sluggish for a moment. Deng Shintong's voice gave him a psychological hint. If every bomb was real, he would definitely fight back all the bombs with all his strength. But if most of them are fake, there will be no point in fighting back against the fake ones. However, Deng Shitong might also be lying. These dozens of silver balls may be the kind of explosive bombs that can hurt him. After a brief moment, Ilias made a judgment. Since you don't know which one is real, just take them all back. A roar came out of his mouth, and he held the green scepter with both hands. His huge arms were so fast that after images appeared. Ping 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 pong. Like playing baseball, he counterattacked the bombs that hit him one by one. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a real explosive bomb exploded the moment it touched the scepter. Among the explosive bombs thrown by Deng Shitong, only one was real. And he was not in a hurry, because he knew that it was completely unrealistic to kill Elias solely by relying on explosive bombs. He was just creating chances, and then finding Elias' weaknesses. Chapter 957 Gentleman Showdown. Closing his eyes did have an effect on his actions. Even with extraordinary 5 senses, he can determine my position, and even small explosives can be accurately bounced back. But he didn't dare to open his eyes, so what he relied on was most likely his hearing. Deng Shintong's left hand lightly pressed on the combat uniform on his right arm. The SH.L of the combat uniform opened, and 6 micro-robots flew out from inside. In the Ice Age, high-power energy-consuming robots have been gradually eliminated on the battlefield. But this gadget that runs on tiny batteries can still play a role. Deng Shitong quickly gave them instructions. 6 micro-robots flew in 6 directions around Elias. Now, let's get started. Deng Shitong issued the order. The next moment, these 6 micro-robots made a deafening sound. The sharp sound pierced the ears like needles. Deng Shitong used the principle of sound wave cancellation early, and has used sound waves of opposite phases to cancel out this noise. But for Elias, this sudden noise instantly plunged him into great pain. His brain felt like 10,000 steel needles were piercing it, and he immediately covered his ears in pain. But this sharp sound wave would still penetrate into his ears even if he covered his ears, irritating his eardrums. You can't see with your eyes, and you can't hear with your ears. What else are you going to do to fight back now? Deng Shitong held his sword and rushed towards Elias quickly. This time, his target was Elias's left foot, whose outer carapace had been exploded. Puff! The long sword made a huge gash, and blood spurted out like a waterfall. Elias' left foot tendon was severed directly. He howled in pain, and fell to his knees because his left foot could not support his body. After Deng Shitong rushed forward and stopped, he planned to repeat his old trick and cut off Elias's other foot. Damn bugs. Go to H.L. At this moment, Elias let out a roar of pain, and his body began to expand rapidly, with hot white steam emitting from all parts of his body. For some reason, Deng Shitong suddenly felt uneasy. It was a near-death threat. He immediately stopped rushing forward, without hesitation, and quickly retreated towards the rear. It was just as he expected. The body of the giant god Data Gong incarnated by Elias suddenly began to expand violently, and white steam rose into the sky like a heat wave. In just a short moment, it was like a huge bomb started to explode. The trump card of giant god form. Human nuclear weapons. Erupting the power of the giant god Data Gong at once will trigger a violent explosion with an explosion range of 2 kilometers. The raging heat wave swept in all directions, sweeping away all the surrounding buildings and dead trees. The thick snow on the ground melted and then evaporated. Deng Shitong was very alert and escaped immediately. But he was still swept by the shock wave of the explosion and was severely knocked away. He felt a burst of heat behind him, and a big hole was burned into his combat uniform. Fortunately, with the protection of the holy body, he was not seriously injured. But his throat felt fishy and sweet, and he couldn't help spitting out another mouthful of blood. My chest was aching in waves. If I had been in the core area of the explosion just now, I might be dead now. Deng Shitong thought with lingering fear. Battles between high-level aliens are so dangerous, and one can lose one's life if one is not careful. In the area outside the battlefield, the alien members of the two teams were also fighting fiercely. But the movement here made their liver and gallbladder split. In battles above the captain level, they are no longer in the same dimension as them, and they are not qualified to intervene at all. At this time, both parties could only pray for their captain, and could no longer provide any other help. Deng Shitong stood up slowly. He took out a healing medicine from his pocket, and stuffed it into his mouth. As for the compound, he doesn't plan to use it yet, unless he had to. He didn't want to use something that overdraft his body, because overdrafting your strength at this time is equivalent to automatically withdrawing from the competition for the source of God. He was not willing to give up this overwhelming wealth to others. This battlefield has been completely cleared, and the poisonous miasma has spread far away, making it impossible to get close to it in a short time. Elias regained his human body. He held a green scepter and walked towards Deng Shitong step by step. His combat uniform has turned off the visual system and turned on the active noise reduction function. Deng Shitong could no longer use the same trick a second time. However, Deng Shitong also made a judgment. It's impossible for him to use that kind of hugely consuming skill a second time in a short time. You do have some strength. But now, I have figured out your abilities. After Elias said that, he reached out and pulled out a sharp sword from the green scepter. It was a Western sword, and the tip of the sword was pointed directly at Deng Shitong's head. Next, let's have a duel between gentlemen. The two of them had almost used each other's trump cards in a life-and-death fight. So what follows is a head-to-head battle with real strength. Deng Shitong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and assumed a classic fencing posture. Okay, let's fight. As soon as the words fell, the two figures disappeared from the place at the same time, and then rushed to the opposite side. Fencing combat is very dangerous. It is a piercing weapon. However, unlike sports fencing, its sides are also edged. Therefore, in addition to having powerful piercing ability, it can also use the side blade to open a hole in the enemy's body. When the sword is drawn, the blade will not leave the enemy's center line, causing a huge sense of oppression. Just one mistake, and it will pierce your heart. The sound of the swords clashing was like raindrops falling on rocks. Crackling and crackling. Both of them regard themselves as nobles. Both are good fencing players who have practiced fencing since childhood, and both have strong close combat capabilities. Therefore, the battle was extremely tense, and soon there were obvious blood stains on both of their bodies. Puff! Elias found an opportunity and penetrated Deng Shitong's lower abdomen with a sword. Deng Shitong also took the opportunity to pierce his shoulder holding the sword. Trading injury for injury makes it difficult for no one. The two endured the severe pain and separated. The first thing they did was to take out the medicine to stop the bleeding and start healing. Otherwise, at this temperature, they will quickly lose their combat effectiveness due to frostbite. And when the two of them were fighting desperately, their strength was almost exhausted, and their bodies were seriously injured. A bullet shot from the depths of the miasma and penetrated Elias's head. Chapter 958, Watch Your Back. When Elias fell, there was still a look of shock and confusion in his eyes. He didn't know why, but the world in front of him suddenly darkened. Also confused is Deng Shitong. His nerves were tense immediately, and he was about to escape. At this moment, he heard a familiar voice. You are really risking your life by making such a big noise. A circular passage appeared in midair, and Zhang Yi appeared in front of Deng Shitong with Hua Hua and Lei Lei. He carried a huge silver-gray sniper rifle on his shoulder and looked at Elias's body on the ground with a smile. Open. Zhang Yi? Seeing that it was Zhang Yi who was coming, Deng Shentong's body instantly relaxed. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand and made a gesture of silence. He had said many times that he should be called by his code name when working. Zhang Yi didn't just arrive here. He showed up a few minutes ago. It's just that he is waiting for Deng Shentong to consume Elias to the extreme. At that time, Elias's attention will be distracted. Only in this way can Zhang Yi succeed with one blow. Thanks. Deng Shentong suddenly covered his chest, and there was a little more blood at the corner of his mouth. If Zhang Yi hadn't arrived just in time, it's really hard to say who would have survived. Between him and Elias, there's no need to be polite to me. I won't be polite to you anyway. Zhang Yi picked up Elias's body and said to Deng Shentong that the credit belongs to you, and his origin belongs to me. You have no objection? What opinions can Deng Shentong have? Zhang Yi saved his life. That's fair enough, Deng Shentong said with a smile. Zhang Yi originally planned to leave, but looking at Deng Shentong's seriously injured appearance, he frowned slightly. If Deng Shentong is thrown here, someone might pick him up and kill him. He has a good relationship with the Deng family, so there is no reason to see anything happen to him here. I'll send you back for treatment first. Come back after recovering from your injuries. Although his injuries seemed serious, as long as he was not terminally ill, such physical injuries could be healed quickly. Deng Shentong will be able to come back in a day or two at most. Deng Shentong looked at Zhang Yi gratefully, smiled brightly, and said thank you. But before that, let's clean up the battlefield first. Zhang Yi glanced around. The battle on this battlefield is over, but the battle for other team members is not over yet. This is why I don't want to bring Bailey and the others here, Zhang Yi said with emotion. The brutality of this battlefield is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even captain-level people are in danger of dying if they come here, let alone ordinary team members. Their presence here can only play a supporting role in assisting in investigations, and it is almost impossible for them to intervene in battles above the captain level, Deng Shentong said helplessly. Maybe. No one thought that strangers from Colombia and other countries would also appear, Zhang Yi said lightly. Yes. Who knows? I'm going to clean up the battlefield first. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving Hua and Lele to protect Deng Shentong. 1 minute later, the team of Tapel Elias, the strongest man in the Malay Kingdom, was completely wiped out. Zhang Yi came back to find Deng Shentong and told him that I can only take you back alone, and the others must stay here first. Deng Shentong thought for a while and called Bai Chunyu. Loud Bai. Take everyone with you and hide nearby first. Don't act rashly until I come back. Don't even have conflicts with others. Bai Chunyu nodded. After this battle, they also realized the cruelty of the island. Zhang Yi asked, Do you want them to die so much? Deng Shentong and Bai Chunyu looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said lightly, I was attracted by the sound of your fighting, although it is not certain that there must be strangers from the joint forces nearby. But what if there is someone? Deng Shentong was silent for a moment. Zhang Yi just came over and didn't know that he had discovered the mysterious creature. But now that he is injured, he is indeed unable to continue performing the mission. So he ordered Bai Chunyu to take people back to a shopping mall where he came from. After the arrangements are completed here, Zhang Yi asked Lele to carry Deng Shentong on his back, then opened the door to another dimension and began to travel through space. Although he couldn't tell the direction. When he came, Zhang Yi had already made coordinates along the way in his own way, so he only needed to return along the original path. Deng Shentong looked at Zhang Yi and couldn't help but sigh. Space is a foreigner. How convenient it is. I wish I could have let you join the celestial team. Zhang Yi glanced at him and asked with a half-smile. Then you will be my vice-captain? Deng Shentong raised his eyebrows. Double captain. You are the captain and I am also the captain, so we don't have to fight. Zhang Yi smiled. We can chat after we get back. By the way, I will take you fishing in Tianhai City next time when I have time. The two were joking, and Zhang Yi led Deng Shentong all the way back. Deng Shentong suddenly said to Zhang Yi, Chaos! Wait a moment! I have something very important to talk to you about. Zhang Yi stopped. Oh, what's the matter? More important than your life? Deng Shentong smiled and shook his head. I can't die from this injury. Also, don't think that because I am the 6th generation of rich people, I am so squeamish. Zhang Yi nodded. That's good. What you said makes me want to beat you. Deng Shentong coughed and looked around cautiously. But this move was entirely out of instinct. With Zhang Yi and Hua Lulu around, it was almost impossible for anyone nearby to ambush him. We will be back on the Xuanwu soon. I originally planned to hide this matter and live alone. But now I'm hurt. And sooner or later it will be discovered. So I'll just tell you. As a way of repaying your kindness for saving me. What was Zhang Yi looking at him? Source of God. Deng Shitong said leisurely. Zhang Yi met his eyes, and could feel that Deng Shitong was not joking. Zhang Yi said calmly that you must have read it wrong. The source of God is in Foggy Valley. Deng Shitong shook his head. No. That must be it. The source of God is not a dead thing, but a living thing. He told Zhang Yi how he met that kind of elf. And after absorbing it, his supernatural powers rapidly improved. However, after Zhang Yi heard this, he just smiled faintly. I can tell you with absolute certainty that it is not the source of God. However, it should also be a magical existence. Possibly a companion to the source of God. Zhang Yi said. He has been exposed to fragments of the source of God, and knows this better than anyone here. Deng Shitong looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Why did he say that? Zhang Yi said lightly because the ability of the source of God allows people to break through the limitations of genes. If it's just pure energy, then you can give more by killing a captain-level alien. Chapter 959 Jealous Dog. Zhang Yi's words immediately calmed down Deng Shitong's originally fiery heart. However, he immediately thought of the large elf. And after thinking about it for a while, he did not tell Zhang Yi. If according to what Zhang Yi said, the small elves are just energy bodies, then what about the big one? Maybe that is the true source of God. Deng Shitong also had selfish motives, and he kept this matter in his heart. Anyway, thank you for the information you shared. I'll keep an eye out. Zhang Yi said to Deng Shitong with a smile. Deng Shitong felt a little guilty. But people are selfish. His talent is not as high as Zhang Yi, so he must consider himself. He wants to become stronger, and no longer wants to be someone's foil. Soon after, the two left Star Island. Zhang Yi took Deng Shitong all the way back to Xuanwu. Their return surprised everyone in Xuanwu, because today is only the first day. Deng Shitong came back with injuries all over his body. After several officers from the Donghai region saw it, they couldn't help laughing jokingly. Did the captain level of Jiangnan region withdraw from the battlefield so quickly? Fortunately, my life was saved. Yin Yunwei from the Jiangnan region hurried over to respond. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but have an angry look in his eyes. But Deng Shitong was indeed seriously injured, and they didn't know how to refute. Zhang Yi glanced at the few members of the Hailong force who were making sarcastic remarks, and said calmly, Yes, we just killed 3 alien teams from the United Forces and wiped them out. I wonder how your Donghai region's performance is now. Several officers from the Donghai region's Hailong force suddenly changed their expressions. This kind of thing can be clarified with a single investigation, and with their identities. Zhang Yi and Deng Shitong would not be able to lie about it. Their expressions were so embarrassing that they had to cough to cover it up for a while. Zhang Yi didn't bother to pay attention to them at all, so he sent Deng Shitong to the treatment cabin for treatment. After hearing the news that Zhang Yi and Deng Shitong were back, Li Tianong, Situ Xian, and others also came. They cannot grasp the situation on the island in real time. After all the alien troops landed on the island, they all dispersed their operations. Since everyone has their own concerns about the source of God, the situation on the battlefield will not be synchronized in real time. Only when encountering special events will they communicate with the command center. Chaos. Erlangshan. Why are you back so soon? Li Tianyang asked with a frown and his hands behind his back. Zhang Yi glanced at him. Erlangshan alone annihilated an alien force from the Malai Kingdom. The other party claimed to be the strongest man in the Malai Kingdom. What's coming? The name is too long and hard to remember. Deng Shitong smiled and said to Pel Elias. The expressions of Li Tianyang and others suddenly changed. Elias? Of course, they had heard of the reputation of the strange man from Marais. Li Tianyang couldn't help but look at the seriously injured Deng Shitong. Did you kill Elias? No. Chaos and I teamed up to kill him, Deng Shitong said generously. Zhang Yi looked at him in surprise. Didn't the two of them agree that the origin should go to Zhang Yi and the credit should go to Deng Shitong? Deng Shitong smiled and looked at his false reputation. I have received too many things in my life. That's not important to me. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly and said the same thing. As the son of the Deng family, he didn't care about the mission points. Li Tianyang stared at Zhang Yi, his eyes as sharp as a shark staring at its prey. Zhang Yi also slowly narrowed his eyes. This Li Tianyang had never dealt with him, and it seemed that after hearing about his record, he started to feel unhappy. But Zhang Yi didn't care about him at all. Even though the Donghai region was taking the lead in this operation, it didn't mean that the Jiangnan region could be manipulated by others. What's more, Li Tianyang is just the chief of operations. He is not the regional commander. I want to receive a batch of new equipment. Please help me prepare it. Especially high-yield explosives and weapons. As well as food and fresh water. Zhang Yi said to Situ Xian. Situ Xian nodded. Okay. No problem. You can have as much as you want. Situ Xian's face was almost crooked with a smile. Zhang Yi's performance today can be regarded as a big win for Jiangnan region. Let the people in the Donghai region take a look to see if their Jiangnan region is weak. Wait! Just when Zhang Yi was about to leave with the person in charge of military supplies, Li Tianyang suddenly called him. Zhang Yi glanced at him coldly. What's the matter? Li Tianyang asked in a deep voice. How can you act without permission on the battlefield? Why don't you follow my orders and actively move towards Foggy Valley? Instead, they fight guerrillas on the edge of the battlefield to disturb the enemy. This will affect the entire battle. He raised his chin and snorted coldly. Isn't it impressive to kill a few trash troops? Why didn't I see you going to Columbia? Hell's locks. A touch? Don't forget. What is the biggest purpose of our trip? It's not about showing off your power. It's about obtaining the source of God. After listening to Li Tianyang's words, Zhang Yi slowly narrowed his eyes. This bitch actually used public service for his own benefit and came here to criticize and teach him a lesson. Zhang Yi glanced at Xuanwu behind him. Although Xuanwu kept his head down and played video games, Zhang Yi couldn't deal with Li Tianyang as long as he was around. He could only sneer and look at Li Tianyang with disdain. When will we have to report to you when we take action on the island? Li Tianyang didn't expect Zhang Yi to dare to refute him. He immediately yelled loudly and said, You are presumptuous! I am the commander-in-chief of this operation. You must obey all my orders on the battlefield. Otherwise, it is a violation of military orders. Situ Xian walked up to Li Tianyang with a smile and put his hand on his shoulder. Ministerly, calm down. As the saying goes, you will not be affected by your fate. The situation on Star Island is complicated, and some situations need to be dealt with randomly. There are many environmental reasons why chaos does this. Deep in Zhang Yi's eyes, there was a flash of murderous intention. Although Li Tianyang's attitude was very annoying, Zhang Yi would not be stupid enough to attack him here. Perhaps Li Tianyang deliberately wanted to anger him, and then force Zhang Yi to take action. When the time comes, with Xuanwu here, he can be taken down naturally. Then, he was placed under house arrest in Xuanwu's body in the name of disobeying military orders. In this way, Zhang Yi would not be able to participate in the fight for the source of God. After thinking about all this, Zhang Yi regained his calm expression. But he will keep this in mind. Xuanwu noticed that the trace of murderous intent on Zhang Yi disappeared and showed him a bright smile. This couldn't help but make Zhang Yi feel nervous. It seemed that he was ready to deal with me. Although Xuanwu is in a spiritual form at this time, in his true body, he is the absolute master. Zhang Yi doesn't know his methods, and he won't be stupid enough to fight against him. Chapter 960 The Chaser. Situ Xian stood up for Zhang Yi and said some special words. Li Tianyang actually had nothing to do with Zhang Yi. Everyone acted independently after landing on the island. It was originally a rule that everyone knew well. After all, everyone has their own ideas and wants to get the source of God. Who would obediently obey the words of Li Tianyang? The nominal commander-in-chief? He just used the topic to deliberately anger Zhang Yi. Li Tianyang pointed his finger at Zhang Yi, frowned and said sternly, You will only waste our strength by doing this. So next, you have to take more aggressive action. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and nodded. Okay, I will do that. Zhang Yi's cooperative attitude made Li Tianyang a little unhappy, and his plan to anger Zhang Yi did not come true. Zhang Yi left with the quartermaster and received a large number of weapons, ammunition, food and fresh water. In addition to the standard quota, he also spent all his extra points to receive more supplies. Although they only killed 2 teams, and then shared the points for killing Elias' team with Deng Shitong. The supplies in exchange were enough for several containers. The original rule was to collect supplies after the war. How could Zhang Yi take it away on the spot? Everyone in the munitions office was dumbfounded. Zhang Yi ignored them. In fact, he does not lack these things. But if he doesn't take them, he won't take them for nothing. After all, he came here, so he couldn't leave empty-handed. And he was used to it. Just thinking of Li Tianyang's attitude made the smile in Zhang Yi's eyes start to turn cold. This guy is probably afraid that I will steal the source of God with him. Presumably they will continue to target me in the future. But it doesn't matter. I won't come back until my goal is achieved. If he hadn't given Deng Shitong away, there would be no need for him to come back here. I just didn't expect that after I came back, I would have to suffer from Li Tianyang's aura. So after Zhang Yi collected the supplies, he planned to leave without stopping and return to Star Island. Situ Xian came over. Captain Chaos, you did a great job here. I have reported the situation to the regional headquarters. Zhu Shuai is very satisfied with your performance. Zhang Yi looked at Situ Xian's always smiling face, smiled and told Zhu Shuai, I will continue to work hard. Strive to bring the source of God back to Jiangnan region. Situ Xian smiled and nodded. I will convey it to you. Zhang Yi left Xuanwu and returned to Qingdao with Huahua and Lei to continue his hunting. Li Tianyang watched Zhang Yi leave, his eyes becoming increasingly gloomy. Will he really become a variable? Li Tianyang whispered. Beside him stood officers from the Donghai region. Xuanwu held a game console in his hand and wore headphones on his head, and said absently, it may not be a good thing. People with the potential of Epsilon may not be able to become Epsilon. The closer you get to the limit, the harder it is to improve. Everyone looked at Xuanwu, wondering what he meant. Xuanwu raised his eyelids. The so-called power points were just artificial boundaries. They were actually dispensable. But the barrier between Delta and Epsilon is real. The farther back he goes, the stronger the source he needs to absorb to break through. Once you break down the barriers, the world will be brighter. But the hard part is breaking down this layer of barriers. Speaking of this, he smiled meaningfully and said that if he reached more than 9,900 points, he would have to kill at least 2 strangers of the same level before he could break through. How can this be so simple? When Li Tianyang heard this, he suddenly thought of some legends about Xuanwu, and the expression on his face suddenly relaxed a little. Makes sense. If Epsilon breaks through so easily, you won't be the only one in our Donghai region to reach this level. Zhang Yi returned to Star Island again, and followed the direction he traveled in before, heading deeper into Star Island. The death of Elias finally made the Colombian Navy unable to sit still. The 2 alien teams sent by the Malay Kingdom were all annihilated in one day. Horn's face looked a little solemn. This was not an accident, but someone was deliberately hunting. But what's the point of doing this? Those are all allies of the Colombian Navy. But the existence of allies is originally due to interests. Therefore, their demise is not a loss to the Colombian Navy. As long as they can get the source of God, it doesn't matter how much this team loses. After all, an Epsilon-level alien is worth more than all the alien troops on the entire island. His subordinate Lieutenant Colonel Kaludi pondered for a long time, then suddenly thought of something and said, is there another possibility? Is the other party's goal itself aimed at these high-level strangers? Horn glanced at him. What do you mean? Kaludi responded that there is only one copy of the source of God, and not everyone has the opportunity to get it. Our navy is naturally eager to get it, but our allies dare not hide it secretly even if they get the source of God. So, can I say that in fact, most of the strangers on the island have no chance of obtaining the source of God? Naturally, there are some smart people who simply give up competing for the source of God and hunt down strangers to obtain the source. Horn nodded. If this is the case, then the existence of such people will be much less threatening to our mission. However, he cannot be allowed to continue killing. Any unexpected existence must be erased. Kaludi said that Hamed Boone had gone after him, and that he wouldn't live long. Zhang Yi returned to the island with Huahua and Lei. He remembered what Dane Shatong had said before, and after thinking about it in his mind, he had sorted out the context of the matter. It seems that his encounter with Saavedra was no accident. The magical creature he mentioned should be the trigger. The 2 sides may have discovered the existence of that kind of thing at the same time, and then fought over it. Otherwise, it may not be a life-and-death struggle. Zhang Yi was near the previous battlefield at this time, and he touched Lei's head. Its dog nose is very useful. Deng Shatong is hiding something from me. Take a good smell around here to see if there is any suspicious smell. Lei lowered his head, opened his nostrils, and smelled hard. Soon, it raised its head and told Zhang Yi that the damage here was too serious. I did smell a special scent in the air, but it was so weak that it was difficult to pinpoint its location. Zhang Yi judged his current position. It should be deep in Jifeng City, or on the edge of Bateau City. Judging from the map, it is far away from Foggy Valley. That is a very interesting thing, but it may not be the source of God. However, if we have time, we can follow it by the way, Zhang Yi said lightly. However, they were in no hurry to take the next step. He has been busy for a long time today, and Zhang Yi plans to find a place to take a good rest before taking action. Chapter 961 Faint Thunder. Zhang Yi took Huahua and Lei to find a relatively intact building among the ruins of the city. They entered the house, which was still dry. But the sudden heavy snow blocked everything outside the house. Because everyone in the surrounding area died quickly when the poisonous miasma broke out. A lot of supplies were still preserved. But Zhang Yi didn't dare to eat this thing. He opened the tent he carried with him, and took the antidote before he dared to sleep in the tent. The outside world is still surrounded by poisonous miasma. If you are not wearing combat uniforms, if this thing touches the skin, it will quickly poison people. Therefore, Zhang Yi and Huahua Lele have to take the antidote every day. Huahua and Lele have good physical fitness. As ferocious beasts, they are relatively resistant to poison. Zhang Yi is not at this level. When Zhang Yi went to bed, Huahua and Lele slept outside his tent. Both of them are natural radars. Once there is any abnormal movement, they will detect it immediately and wake up Zhang Yi. This is something that ordinary people cannot do. Again, Zhang Yi brought only the two of them here. Not without reason. At this time, Zhang Yi still didn't know that the alien troops of the Colombian Navy, Hell's Locks, over there, strangers have been sent to hunt him. That night, the night was as deep as water. The sky was dim, and the hazy moonlight could not penetrate the dense poisonous miasma on the Star Island to reach the ground. Deep in the huge fog, a faint sway of air slowly came. A pair of sharp white teeth pierced the poisonous miasma and slowly moved forward. It was a huge black wild boar that was over 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Its butt was raised high, and its long nose was sniffing the ground. Next to it, a man covered in a gray-blue combat uniform lowered his hands naturally and followed step by step. How about, Megorian? Can you find his scent? Hellock member. Hemet Boone said softly to his lieutenant Remagrian. And next to Mountain Boar King. Megorian replied that their scent was still lingering in the air. Very clear. Because I smell the murderous intent in the beast. The murderous intent in the beast? Boone glanced at him. Are you saying that the other person is a manic beast? Megorian shook his head no. It was a real beast. That guy was either accompanied by a tamed alien beast or a beastman-type ability user. Boone shrugged. It doesn't matter to me how many of them they have. Importantly, I need to lock in their orientation. Megorian nodded. Yes, I understand. I can already tell where they are. Great. Then our hunting should begin, Boone said, stretching out his right hand. The white glove could sense the slightest changes in humidity and temperature in the air. The weather is very nice tonight. He looked up. The moonlight was hazy, and dark clouds shrouded the sky over the city. There was faint thunder and a cloudy sky. I hope that when the wind and snow come, I can keep you here. As if in response to his words, the dark clouds slowly covered the bright moon. The wind and snow are falling even harder. At this time, inside the abandoned building where Zhang Yi was resting, Huahua suddenly opened her eyes, and she quickly jumped onto Zhang Yi. Meow! Master! An enemy has appeared. Zhang Yi, who was sleeping, opened his eyes in an instant. At this moment, he seemed to hear a faint but terrifying sound in his ears. Approaching quickly, the instinct of time echo made him aware of the birth of crisis. High in the sky, a thick black cloud began to gather above their ruins. Then a huge white lightning struck down in an instant. Boom! White lightning struck down from the top of the building and penetrated directly through the entire building. The entire building collapsed quickly, and the rubble fell on each other in a messy manner, burying the area. But soon, those stones were blown away by a huge force. Deep in the thick smoke, a spherical piece of pure land was formed, which was not affected by any impact. Zhang Yi launched the two-realm knot and blocked all attacks at the critical moment. Huahua and Lele had already been beside him, making fighting postures. Unexpectedly, I have always been hunting others, and now someone is coming to hunt me. Zhang Yi glanced around, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. On Star Island, you may encounter any enemy at any time, but he was not sure whether the other party met him by chance or came here specifically to hunt him. If it is the former, it is not a big problem. But if it is the latter, it means that he has attracted the attention of the Colombian Navy. But no matter which situation, Zhang Yi doesn't care. It can even be said that even if it is the latter, he will not feel nervous, but will be happy, because that way, he can hunt and kill strangers with higher superpower index to his heart's content. It is much more convenient to wait for the prey to be delivered to your door than to track them one by one. Boss, they are in this direction, and the other side is 2 guys. The distance is about 5 kilometers away. Lele's keen sense of smell discovered the enemy's location. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. What did you say? Can you attack me from 5 kilometers away? This surprised him. Why on earth did the enemy lock his position and strike with precision? Before he had time to think, the powerful thunder and lightning in the clouds above his head had condensed again. Disperse. Zhang Yi would not stupidly resist the opponent's attack, and immediately made a decision. Hua and Lei dispersed around, and Zhang Yi immediately used space to shuttle away from his location. The ground beneath his feet was struck by lightning, creating a huge crater. The opponent's attack range is farther than mine. At such a distance, I can't lock his position and attack, so I have to get closer. After Zhang Yi thought about this clearly, he quickly began to arrange tactics. Lei, help me pay attention to the movements around me and avoid the other party's traps and ambush. Hua, cut from the direction to my right to attract the other party's attention. I break from the left. Woof. Yes, boss. Meow. Hua and Lei had already developed their intelligence, and their IQs were not weaker than those of humans, so they immediately cooperated with Zhang Yi to start the operation. Lei's combat power is insufficient, but she is very good at sensing danger and searching for enemies. And Hua, after continuous growth, has now become one of Zhang Yi's most important combat forces. A cat and a dog ran forward from two directions. Zhang Yi started the space shuttle and cautiously closed the distance. 5 kilometers away, the mountain boar King Megorian suddenly raised his head, with a cautious look in his eyes. They are approaching at an extremely fast speed. Is Boone a little surprised? Didn't my attack work? Then he sneered. It seemed that the guy who dared to hunt strangers on this battlefield did have some strength. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes, as an invisible wave began to spread from the center of his eyebrows. In the sky above the surrounding area, the dark and dense cumulonimbus clouds became larger and larger. The moment Zhang Yi's space shuttle appeared, a blast of thunder struck straight at his head like a sharp sword. Chapter 962 Thor, God of Thunder. There was a feeling of hair standing on end on the top of Zhang Yi's head. This is no joke. My hair actually stood up. Caught off guard. He was likely to be hit the moment he walked out of the dimensional door. But fortunately he has Time Echoes. This BUG level time-based passive skill can help him sense the existence of danger in advance and dodge it. Divine Power. It was too late to dodge. Zhang Yi directly activated his divine power with his right eye, distorting an area above his head. As the space distorted, the terrifying thunder and lightning was split from the middle like a split, and then boomed, fall to the ground. The surrounding ground was electrocuted with dozens of terrifying craters, and black smoke filled the air. Boss, there is no ambush. You can move on. Lei had already searched for Zhang Yi in front. Zhang Yi heard this, and used space shuttle for the second time. Boone's 2 consecutive shots were offset by Zhang Yi, which made his face become serious. He is indeed a formidable opponent. A second later, Zhang Yi was only 3 kilometers away from him. There was a flash of white light in his eyes. Mind Realm. Activate instantly. Now, he could also see each other. A humanoid guy. And a huge one. Is it an elephant? But why is the nose so short? Zhang Yi didn't waste time thinking. He directly took out the thunderbolt and began to aim at the opponent. And the moment he pulled the trigger, he and Boone felt a huge crisis approaching at the same time. The holy silver bullets, packed with incomparable power, were shot from the barrel of the gun and towards Boone 3 kilometers away, and above Zhang Yi's head. A more turbulent and terrifying thunder and lightning had already struck down. The holy silver bullet cut through the thick poisonous miasma, leaving a long bullet mark in the thick fog. Wherever the bullet passed, Boone's body suddenly turned into a white lightning and disappeared. Zhang Yi was well prepared this time, so he had already used his body technique to accelerate 30 times to dodge the thunder and lightning attack. Is he an alien who can control lightning? The operating range is at least 5 kilometers. And the power is terrifying. The visual ability index is above 9,600 points. Zhang Yi made a basic analysis and judgment in his mind at this moment. He's better at long-range attacks than me. And he's not slow either. I just don't know what his close combat strength is. After thinking about this, Zhang Yi understood one thing. It is definitely not that simple to kill this enemy quickly. So he changed his mind. He raised the sniper rifle in his hand and turned it around to aim at his helper, the huge wild boar. However, Boone can also sense Zhang Yi's movements. His pupils flashed with white lightning, and one after another thunder fell from the sky. This kind of power doesn't seem to be caused by supernatural powers. He can attract thunder and lightning from the sky to attack. Right? The power of natural thunder and lightning cannot be compared to other people's techniques, let alone such a high frequency of use. In other words, the other party does not produce thunder and lightning, but is just a porter of nature. This time it was not Zhang Yi who took the initiative. But he was hunted, and therefore lost the initiative. But he already had enough combat experience, and made a reasonable judgment immediately. It is difficult to cause too much damage to the opponent with long-range attacks, because the opponent's movement speed is also extremely fast. Then, just post it and fight. Zhang Yi put away Lei Shu, and once again activated the space shuttle to get closer. This speed of approach shocked both Boone and Megorian. No trace of movement was found, as if it suddenly appeared near us. He is a space system user. And just when Zhang Yi was approaching, Hua had already rushed to their side. It opened its mouth wide, and suddenly let out a deafening roar. Meow! The sound waves dispersed the thick fog, destroyed many buildings within a kilometer radius, and headed straight for Boone and Megorian. The two of them were so shocked that their heads hurt, and they felt dizzy. This is Hua's ability. Beast King Roar can seriously affect the enemy's mind. Boone and Megorian were caught off guard and briefly mentally confused. But in this short period of time, Zhang Yi got close to them. 1 kilometer. Zhang Yi stopped here and did not move forward. He raised his left arm and fired a dozen micro-missiles at them. Each of the new weapons created by Liu Karen is as powerful as a tomahawk missile. That is a terrifying weapon that can destroy an entire street. By the time Boone and Megorian came to their senses, missiles had exploded around them. Boom! Boom! In the area where Boone and Megorian were, the ground was violently lifted up. Raging fire shot into the sky, and everything within a few hundred meters was completely destroyed. The terrifying shock wave made Zhang Yi have to step back to avoid being affected. But before the explosion ended, a white figure emerged from the raging flames. It was a white lightning that turned into a human shape and jumped in front of Zhang Yi. The white lightning only has the shape of a human being, but its face cannot be seen clearly. He stared hard at Zhang Yi. He is a stranger from the space system, and has such a powerful force. You should be from the Jiangnan region of Washu country. Chaos. Right? Zhang Yi quickly finished changing the missiles, and at the same time took out Bai Xiao with his left hand. He thought silently in his mind that if the other party could energize his body, then the holy silver bullet would definitely work. Who are you? Zhang Yi asked coldly. Boone raised his right hand and remembered my name. Thor. Zhang Yi didn't have time to remember his name, because the holy silver bullet in Zhang Yi's hand had already been shot towards him. Precise shooting. Locking on the acceleration. The bullet fired from his gun has a Mach speed 3 times faster than that of a supersonic fighter jet. Boone's speed is also very fast, but he can't be faster than Zhang Yi's bullets. Boom! 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 3 bullets reached his body instantly within 100 meters, penetrating his body first. And then the gunshots were heard. Boone glanced at his chest, where there were 3 bullet holes. However, Zhang Yi did not see the blood flowing out. An energized body? Isn't it even difficult to find the vital points? Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Boone murmured in a low voice that it did hurt a little. Then take a few more rounds of my holy silver bullets. Zhang Yi continued to pull the trigger. But Boone was no longer so stupid this time. His body passed through a silver shadow in the air, and then disappeared instantly. You are very fast. But I am faster. He really didn't lie, because when he started moving at high speed, Zhang Yi's eyes were a little blurry and unable to capture Boone's figure. He is lightning, and the speed of lightning is difficult to catch. Chapter 963 Thor's Hammer. Boone was moving at high speed around Zhang Yi, and the charge concentration in the air was getting higher and higher. His speed was so fast that even if Zhang Yi turned on 30 times acceleration, he could not clearly capture his figure. Boom! As Boone moved, huge electric current began to scurry in the air like a silver snake, and then it bit Zhang Yi crazily. But the moment those terrifying thunder and lightning approached Zhang Yi, they submerged into his alien space without causing any splash. Boone frowned, and this is it. Absolute defense. The power of? The foreigner who mainly focuses on defensive attributes seems to be difficult to kill. But he doesn't believe this. There is no such thing as absolute defense. If there is, it's just that the attack power is not strong enough. Boone's body was also releasing electric charges, and the lightning in his eyes became more intense. And high in the sky, the thick cloud layer began to slowly fall. Zhang Yi stood there, with the white owl in his left hand, and the holy judge in his right hand. He was not in a hurry to take action, but was thinking about how to deal with it. This code name, Thor. As a member of Hell's Lock, Zhang Yi's attack power has been clearly grasped. Although the power is strong, it cannot reach the limit of breaking through his defense. After all, his power index has reached 9,800 points at this time, and his defense power is terrifying. At this time, the area that had just exploded. Mud flew from the sunken ground, and a huge pig snout climbed out of the black soil. But when it raised its head, it saw a huge black cat demon appearing in front of it. There were black markings, and a gray-white king character appeared on the top of his head. The sharp teeth are more oppressive than its fangs. Wawa just stared at it, opened her mouth wide and meowed. Wild killing intent filled the eyes of the mountain boar king, and he quickly jumped out of the pit and fought with Wawa. Zhang Yi stood in the center of the thunder and lightning, enduring Boone's continuous attacks. He was not in a hurry to fight back, because the opponent's movement speed was too fast. If he could not lock on, his attack would not be able to hit the opponent. Even using the power of the Void Spear can seriously injure or even kill him. But the moment I took action, I could dodge it with his speed. This still makes no sense. Zhang Yi remained calm and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, always looking for the right opportunity. However, it looked like he was being beaten all the time. But in fact, none of Boone's attacks caused any harm to him. The raging thunder and lightning has been attacking Zhang Yi's two realms, trying to break his spatial barrier. However, no matter how terrible the thunder and lightning is, once it gets close to the transparent barrier, it will be like a mud cow entering the sea. Is this the strength of the #1 master in Jiangnan region? Boone frowned, then turned into a sneer. How boring. What kind of top master is the top master who can only shrink? Although he said that, the more he was beaten, the more frightened he became. Even the masters of Hell's Lock dared not take his attack head-on, and could only choose to dodge it. But Zhang Yi never avoided it once from beginning to end, choosing to eat them all. Well, this of course also has something to do with Zhang Yi's inability to open the dimensional door again and move when he used the two worlds absolute knot. But falling into Boone's eyes made him feel tremendous pressure. Ordinary attacks have no effect on Zhang Yi. Boone suddenly rushed high into the sky, and then pointed with his right hand at the cumulonimbus clouds hanging down in the sky. Chaos. I heard that your defense is very terrifying. Then I don't know if you can take this move of mine. He pointed his right hand to the sky and looked down at Zhang Yi. Don't even think about avoiding this move, because the speed of lightning can be faster than anything else. He held his right hand empty, and from the cumulonimbus clouds, a long snake-like thunder and lightning suddenly surged out, and then quickly condensed in his palm. In the end, it turned into a huge war hammer dozens of meters long. The shape is like a giant silver cross. Thor's hammer. Boone deliberately waited for good weather for this hunt. Under such cumulonimbus clouds, his combat effectiveness will also increase by at least 1 level. Even if he meets a stranger with 9,900 points, he is still confident that he can give it a try. As Boone slammed it down hard, the huge Thor's hammer, packed with terrifying power, smashed towards Zhang Yi. The power of thunder and lightning was so terrifying that the surrounding air crackled due to the electric charge. Zhang Yi stood there, feeling the terrifying power of the Thor's hammer, and could clearly sense how large the area it covered was. There is no way to avoid this move. Once the knot between the two realms is untied, it is very likely to be hit during the displacement process. Therefore, Zhang Yi's choice is very simple. That is, to use different spaces to resist. Boom! The huge silver warhammer struck down, seemingly slowly, but in fact it was so fast that it caused delusions on one's nerves. It descended from high altitude and crushed Zhang Yi on the ground. Before the warhammer even got close, the surrounding earth had begun to crack, and the earth was deeply sunken. Zhang Yi raised his head and stared at Boone and the warhammer. In Boone's cold and murderous eyes, the warhammer approached the dimensional gate. Do you really dare to take it hard? A sarcastic smile appeared on Boone's lips. Do you still think you are that bastard from Cardals? The white lightning flooded everything around it, and the violent explosion caused silver charges to boil on the Star Island. Thunder shot into the sky, and even people as far away as Xuanwu could clearly see it. Li Tianyang looked at the image on the big screen and couldn't help but ask solemnly, have the high-level aliens collided? This power is simply terrifyingly powerful. He immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate who was in the area. Soon, reports from subordinates came over. It seems that no one from our Donghai region is around that area. There is only the Chaos Captain in Jiangnan region. After Li Tianyang heard this, a smile immediately appeared in the corners of his eyes. That's good. Let this guy pay the way for our Donghai region. Immediately, there was a hint of joking in the corner of his mouth. But if he was not strong enough and was killed by others, I would also solemnly mourn him. The Colombian Navy also felt the powerful energy fluctuations. General Horn was a little surprised that Boone could use Mjolnir. It seemed that the other party was also a troublesome guy. But Horn has no worries about whether him and Boone can get the job done. Boone may not be the strongest among the members of Hell Locks, but his life-saving ability must be the best. Even if he can't kill his opponent, he can still save his life, although he only has a power index of 9,600 points. As long as he wants to escape, there are probably only 2 people in the Hell Locks who can kill him. Chapter 964 The World in the Mirror. The huge thunder fell from the sky with extremely terrifying power, and hit Johnny on the ground accurately. The terrifying pressure swept directly out, destroying everything within a few kilometers. Boone was panting heavily. Using this move was also a huge drain on him. Now, even if you are absolutely defensive, you still have to lose half your life. But when the lightning in the sky dissipated, Boone saw an extremely astonishing scene. Zhang Yi was suspended in midair. His body was spotless and his expression was equally indifferent, even a little disappointed. Zhang Yi looked at Boone and said lightly that your move looks very bluffing. I thought it was very strong. The result? Uh-huh. This contemptuous tone and this unharmed appearance made Boone's mentality explode. How so? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The decisive kill that he was so proud of did not cause any harm to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had already raised the Bai Shao in his hand and shot out a stream of silver bullets. It's my turn. The holy silver bullet penetrated Boone's thunderous body. Boone was stunned for a moment, but then he laughed. Although this holy silver bullet can cause damage to him, the loss is nothing compared to his energy-enhanced body. Sure enough, you only have stronger defense. He opened his arms, condensed 2 thunder spears in his hands, and then shot at Zhang Yi. Are you an idiot? The attack just now was useless to me. So what can I do now? Zhang Yi watched calmly as the 2 spears shot into the different space. Then, the vector reversed, shooting the spear back. As soon as Boone stretched out his hand, the thunder and lightning dissipated in the air and returned to his body. At this time, he already had an understanding of Zhang Yi's abilities. A supernatural space that can withstand powerful attacks and has natural defense against physical attacks. What a troublesome ability. Space-based aliens are extremely rare because their abilities touch one of the highest rules on the physical level. At this time, Boone had already begun to think about quitting. He knew that his ability alone could not defeat Zhang Yi. At least, he could not kill Zhang Yi. But this time, I already know what your abilities are. The next time we meet, it won't be like this. Boone knew in his heart that as long as he could find a way to limit the troublesome space of chaos, then, he can easily kill Zhang Yi. So he planned to retreat temporarily. Anyway, he had almost collected the information he needed to collect this time. But just when he was about to leave, Zhang Yi said coldly, "Did I give you permission to leave?" Boone laughed and said that a mortal body cannot keep lightning away. With a flash of his body, he was about to leave here and take Megorian away. But Zhang Yi stretched out his left hand towards him, and his fingers relaxed lightly. Mirror world. The space produced an invisible fluctuation. With Zhang Yi as the center, 12 huge doors suddenly appeared within a 3-kilometer radius. They have no form, and even light can naturally pass through from behind. But each one is as huge as a heavenly door. These 12 doors appeared suddenly and blocked the area around Zhang Yi and Boone. Boone was completely unaware of this. His attention was all on Zhang Yi, and he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. And he transformed into lightning and fled in the direction of Megorian at high Mach speed. The lightning flashed in the air and then disappeared in midair. The next moment, he entered a strange space. A vast white space with nothing in it. I just don't know why. But his body suddenly slowed down, and the movements of his hands and feet seemed to be slowed down tens of thousands of times. What's wrong with me? Where have I been? This is still Star Island? His body was infinitely slowed down, but his thinking ability still existed. The flow rate of time in a different space is much lower than that in the outside world, but it cannot restrict people's thinking. Therefore, when a creature enters a different space, it will experience a sense of sluggishness that makes life worse than death. Thoughts can survive for a long time, but they can only face endless blanks and their own body that is almost impossible to move. This is a torture worse than death. Zhang Yi put away his dimensional door, and the 12 mirror images of the mirror world were a new ability he developed to deal with such high-speed moving opponents. The source of inspiration was his fight with Nero. It's like a sports car running at high speed. Even if it encounters a raised pebble, it may cause a car accident. Too fast may not be a good thing. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to kill Boone, so he could just let him suffer in a different space. It usually takes no more than 2 minutes for a person to have a nervous breakdown. A powerful alien like Boone might be a Colombian soldier who has received professional training and has a strong willpower. so he should be tortured for a while. At this time, there was a rustling sound of footsteps in the woods. Wawa slowly walked over with a huge wild boar carcass in her mouth, followed by her incompetent little brother demon dog Lele. Lele looked fawning, wagging his tail, hoping that Wawa would give him a bite to eat. Zhang Yi walked over and stroked Wawa's big head with a smile. Well done. This period of time has not been in vain to train you. Wawa. One day you will also become an Epsilon level cat. Wawa raised her neck proudly. Looking proud, Lele watched with envy. Zhang Yi smiled and said to it, You're not even close. The gap in talent level is too big. Lele was helpless, and wagged her tail aggrievedly. Zhang Yi looked into the distance, and said in a deep voice, The members of Helllock are here. It seems that I have attracted their attention. Interesting. But so interesting. We have to be more careful, as more powerful aliens may come later. Even if his eyes are focused, Cardiels will take action. Although both parties had an agreement, Epsilon would not leave the field and let the people below fight. But Zhang Yi scoffed at this statement. Agreements made on the battlefield are all temporary. Once the source of God really appears, he does not believe that people like Cardiels will abide by the rules, including Xuanwu. There may also be some action, even if neither of them are overlords on land. As powerful beings at the Epsilon level, Delta-level aliens cannot be provoked when they come to land. I should have been more careful. Then, kill a little more. Chapter 965 Obtaining Information. Zhang Yi was in no rush to kill Hemed Boon. After defeating his opponent, he immediately chose to open the dimensional door and left this place. Prevent the opponent's reinforcements from arriving here. After a while, he arrived at a place more than 10 kilometers away from the battlefield. Hope this guy is still alive. Zhang Yi's mind entered the different space. At this time, Boon had been in the different space for more than 5 minutes, and his thinking consciousness had gone through a blank for more than 10 years. This kind of torture is unacceptable to any normal human being and can easily turn people into lunatics. But Zhang Yi was not careless. The opponent is an elite member of the Colombian Navy, and his willpower must be much stronger than ordinary people. So the first thing he did was to remove Boon's combat effectiveness. Zhang Yi opened the dimensional door, leaving only one arm vacant, and then took out his arm. Huawa's big paw pressed up immediately. Zhang Yi pulled out the holy seal and cut off the combat uniform on his body. Then he took out a shot of number 3 compound and injected it into Boon. Injections, direct intravenous injection, are more effective and faster than taking them. He has personally experienced this drug, which can completely suppress the supernatural powers in his body in 1 minute. So Zhang Yi waited for another 5 minutes. After all, people's physiques are different. 5 minutes passed before he released Boon from the alien space. At this time, Boon's eyes were empty, and he was lying on the ground like a vegetable. Zhang Yi asked Hua to hold down his body. Even though he had been injected with the drug, he had to prevent him from becoming resistant to the drug and suddenly rebelling. Facts have proved that Zhang Yi's caution was unnecessary. But he would rather do some useless work than make mistakes. In a game between high-level aliens, a small oversight can lead to death. Zhang Yi is fully prepared to open the knot between the two realms. He then force-fed Boon a bottle of Veritaserum. The hardships he endured were not in vain, and they gave him a lot of battlefield experience. This thing is very useful for interrogating enemies and obtaining information. Now, tell me how many of you came this time, and what each one is capable of. Zhang Yi stared into Boon's eyes and said to him, If he makes any weird movements, Zhang Yi will cut off his head directly. However, things did not turn around. Boon's mood was close to collapse, and coupled with the effect of Veritaserum, he confided all the information he knew to Zhang Yi. This time we landed on the island with forces from all directions. The Colombian Navy dispatched the Hell Locks. Neon Zuzumo organization is here. Imperial Pillar. The two highest combat powers are Tsukuyomi and Kaguto-Ming. Organized by Pelican, Takamagara, Amaterasu and Susanoo came. We have no intelligence on their capabilities. As for Scylla and Mireille, that group of rubbish is too weak, and they just came here to make up the numbers. When Boon mentioned Scylla and Mireille, his tone was calm and contemptuous. But for Neon Stranger, he obviously paid a lot of attention to it. Zhang Yi also realized that Neon Iron was obviously more powerful. However, after experiencing the turmoil of the eclipse, he had already had this suspicion in his mind. After all, Neon itself has a large population and considerable strength. Analyzing from the perspective of strength, perhaps the power of the entire Neon is close to the level of a large region in Huashu Kingdom. So, where are your H.L. locks? How many people came? And what was each person's ability and ability index? Answer me. Johnny asked coldly. All members of Hell's Lock came over. Except for that bastard Cardeals. The members are deputy captains. Billy the Kid. Yasin Canero. With a power index of 9,900 points. Is the real hidden boss of the Colombian Navy, and is even more valued than Cartier's. Ural. God of Hunting. Vito Baldia. With a power index of 9,800 points. He is a madman who is good at hunting. Once he targets anyone, no one can survive. Johnny listened silently to Boone's explanation, and had a rough understanding of the opponent he was about to face. This information is very important to me, and I should thank you. Johnny looked at Boone, whose eyes were dull, and a smile appeared on his lips. If he hadn't obtained this information and learned the other party's abilities in advance, he might have to go to great lengths to guess the other party's abilities and weaknesses when they met again in the future. And Boone helped him solve this problem perfectly. Perhaps the Colombian Navy itself could not have imagined that their powerful members of the Hell Locks would be captured alive. Thank you very much for your dedication. Johnny took off his combat uniform. After carefully getting started and feeling it, I couldn't help but feel emotional. Colombia's military and technological power are indeed superior to those of Washu. The annual military expenditure that is several times that of Washu Kingdom is not in vain. Even the combat uniforms worn by Iran are better than those worn by Zhang Yi. However, it's not a big problem. Now that the combat uniform is in hand, Luke Karen can have it re-engraved later. And this good thing will be his. Zhang Yi plundered all the supplies on Boone's body, including combat uniforms, clothes-fitting combat clothes, and various other things. Let's just say that in the end, he only left Boone with a pair of Columbia shorts. Then, Zhang Yi pierced his heart with a knife, and the dark void flames burned and swallowed Boone's body. After Zhang Yi confirmed that Boone would not suddenly attack and counterattack, he stretched out his hand and began to absorb Boone's original power. The members of Hell Chain are all high-level aliens, and their original power is very rich. This absorption is like drinking a cup of sweet milk tea for Zhang Yi, which can be regarded as a great tonic. Let his consumed abilities be restored to their original state. However, the effect on improving his abilities was not particularly great. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough. Is it harder to improve the further you go? This level of aliens can be regarded as the first-class combat power in the alien world today. But it is difficult for me to make much improvement. Sure enough. We still have to find more prey. Zhang Yi thought of this, and immediately made a decision. He took out the communication device from Boone's combat uniform, and then slashed it with a knife. Electricity splashed everywhere, and even the strongest material was broken into several pieces under the chopping of adamant's metal. Zhang Yi stood up, and behind him were the giant Huahua and Lele, who had finished eating the wild boar king. I'm here waiting for you to come to me. Hell's Lock. A meaningful smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Then he turned around and disappeared into the thick poisonous miasma, and Boone's head, which had become an empty SHL, was thrown on the spot by him. Chapter 966 The Difficulty of Promotion. Hermit Boone's contact signal was lost. Throughout the Colombian Navy's temporary command center, red alarms echoed in the conference room. Rapid and heart racing. This is an emergency alarm that only goes off when something really big happens. An officer came over in a hurry and said to the commander of the operation, General Horn. Your Excellency General. So, the communication signal is interrupted. There should be something wrong with the communication equipment. Horn suddenly raised his head, his eyes as sharp as a bald eagle. Communication signal interrupted? How can this be? Communication equipment is connected to the combat uniform. The combat uniforms of Hell Lock are made of the highest quality military materials. Even if there is a mechanical failure, there will still be a spare. So this news means that Boone is very likely to have died in the battle. The officer said, General, although I don't want to say this, this is indeed what the intelligence shows. And not long ago, Thor was hunting down that codename, Chaos, of aliens, and he raised his head and glanced at Horn carefully before continuing that they had a fierce battle. Horn's huge aquiline nose opened uncontrollably, and his breathing suddenly became heavier. He turned his head, and the red dot marking Boone's area was flashing at a very fast speed. You mean? Thor has been killed. Right? The officer responded truthfully that such a possibility existed. If not killed, then captured. I think the former is more likely. He couldn't imagine that anyone could capture a member of Hell's Chain alive. Horn's eyes were extremely gloomy. He stared at the position on the three-dimensional map and said nothing for a long time. Only the second day after the operation started, a member of Hell Locks was suspected of being killed? This was a huge deviation from their plans. Lieutenant Colonel McCurdy walked over and looked at General Horn's gloomy face. He couldn't help but swallow. When Boone was asked to hunt Chaos, they all thought it was a sure thing, even if they couldn't complete the task. With Thor's ability, few people could kill him if he wanted to escape. But now, the ironclad reality is before them. Boone was most likely killed in action. General Horn. Horn didn't look at him, but said, "Bring out the chaotic information. I want to see how he can defeat Thor." The information they collected about Zhang Yi was not comprehensive, because Zhang Yi had no success at sea before, and basically all the Navy who had seen him take action were killed. Cardiles had a brief fight with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi only showed his strong defensive ability. Nothing more. Therefore, the intelligence collection was incomplete. Horn looked at the information retrieved by his men and stared deeply at Zhang Yi's information. This guy. What does he want to do? General Horn's face was full of confusion. If he is so powerful, he should fight for the sacred source of matter. But why are we hunting strangers in the outer area? Could it be that he was a smoke bomb deliberately sent by Huashu Kingdom to interfere with our sight? No. It's impossible. Who would let such a high-level alien be used as a smoke bomb? It's the equivalent of sending a Navy SEAL team to find a missing child. Kaludi gave his opinion. Perhaps for him, hunting strangers is more valuable than fighting for the source of God. According to our intelligence, chaos comes from the Jiangnan region. The Jiangnan region is weaker than the Donghai region, so the Donghai region takes the lead in this operation. Therefore, even if chaos obtains the source of God, it may not truly possess it. Horn looked strange when he heard this. Does hunting still make sense to him? His ability index must be at least 9,800 points, close to the threshold of 10,000 points. Only the Holy Source can allow him to break through the Delta-level bottleneck. Kaludi pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Maybe. He has no threshold?" Horn frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Kaludi touched his chin. Perhaps his potential itself was Epsilon. So for him, he only needs to hunt high-level aliens to complete the upgrade, instead of having to compete with others for the source of God. Having said this, he paused for a moment and then said, "Billy the Kid." Same. When Horn heard this, he frowned. If you put it this way, it would be even more unreasonable. We all know that even for aliens with Epsilon talent, it is not that easy to cross that threshold. If it were that easy, the current number of Epsilon in Columbia would have to at least triple. A strange smile appeared on Kaludi's face. "Oh, General Horn. Maybe he didn't know about it at all?" According to the information we have received, the relationship between this alien codenamed Chaos and the Jiangnan region is a cooperative relationship, and is not directly affiliated with the Jiangnan region headquarters. Horn thought for a while, and said with some surprise, "Do you mean that the Jiangnan region of Huashu Kingdom did not go all out to train him? So a foreigner, who was supposed to become an Epsilon-level alien, had his promotion slowed down due to internal friction?" Kaludi smiled and said, "Isn't this a very common thing? Their place has always been like this. If a capable person does not show loyalty and becomes a direct descendant of a certain party, he will definitely not be reused due to suspicion. Relation, which is greater than their ability." Horn let out a long sigh, shook his head and said, "I don't quite understand." However, in recent years, many outstanding talents from Huashu country have indeed joined us in Columbia. Kaludi said this is good news for us. His eyes sharpened. If Chaos is really a quasi-Epsilon alien, we can completely kill him before he grows up. This will help us eliminate a powerful opponent in advance. Horn nodded, agreeing with Kaludi's approach. And Boone is dead. No matter what, they must give a thunderous counterattack to maintain the majesty of the Colombian Navy and deter their opponents. Horn put his hands on the workbench and stared at the three-dimensional map in front of him. Billy the Kid has important work to do, and let no one disturb him in obtaining the source of God. So hunting. Chaos. Let Euler do the work. Chapter 967 Euler. Each of the 7 Hell Locks is a top-notch stranger. Everyone has extraordinary abilities. And the third person in the team. Codename. Ural. God of Hunting. Vito Baldio is a stranger who is best at hunting, with a power index of 9,800 points. No prey he targeted has ever escaped. If we make a comparison, comparing him with the heavenly dragon king Li Fengxian, who also has 9,800 points. His combat effectiveness is completely one level ahead of Li Fengxian, because he is the most elite Navy SEAL in Colombia and has undergone the most rigorous training. And he is a veteran who has participated in many battles. Even on the battlefield, the number of enemies killed by him exceeded 3 digits. This is an extremely terrifying number in modern warfare. coupled with the most advanced weapons and equipment provided by the Colombian Navy. Let this person's name make many people feel cold all over after hearing it. Horn realized how terrifying chaos was, so he directly dispatched Olal to hunt for it. However, he also learned from the previous lessons. The members of the Hell Chains all have their own jobs, and it is impossible to send out more than 2 Hell Chains at the same time to encircle and suppress an alien on the other side. But the fueling tactic is definitely not advisable. Horn ordered people to announce the news to every foreigner from the allied countries on Star Island. Chaos. The reward amount was directly increased to 1 billion points. These points are enough to exchange for supplies worth 1 billion Colombian coins. Such a huge bounty shocked every alien on the battlefield. Even the officers in the command center looked surprised. Such a high reward amount is a huge expense even for our naval base. Do you want to ask Commander Douglas for instructions first? Horn's eyes were fixed on the position where Boone was killed, and he said coldly no. An enemy with Epsilon potential is definitely worthy of such a bounty. He must mobilize the power of Star Island as much as possible to kill this potential threat. On the Star Island, in the ruins, blood and corpses were everywhere. A reconnaissance force from the East China Sea region that came here in advance to explore has been all killed. On the red snow, several huge gray wolves bared their teeth and looked around fiercely. There are no other enemies around here. A man wearing a gray-white combat uniform came over. He reached out and gently stroked the gray wolf's head. In his left hand, he held a huge compound bow wrapped in gray cloth. He is the third person in Helllock's codename. Erler. Vito Baldia. Uller is the god of hunting and snow in Norse mythology. When winter comes, he will take the place of God King Odin and rule the divine realm. And this ice age seems to belong to his era. Baldia was stroking the gray wolf's fur with his gloves when suddenly an order from the command center came from the communication equipment. Baldia listened silently, with a sarcastic look in his eyes. Well, I get it. He ended the call, looked at the sky, and suddenly sighed. Hammett Boone. What a useless guy. Died so quickly. However, a very good prey seems to have appeared here. He couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. The feeling of meeting a powerful prey made his whole body excited. So, let's start the hunt. After Zhang Yi killed Boone, he sent the news back to the command center. After all, there was no way he would not want the points for killing a high-level alien. At the command center, the aliens he killed were quickly analyzed based on the images sent back by Zhang Yi. Is a member of Helllock's codename Thor. His ability index is as high as 9,600 points. The intelligence agent quickly reported the news to the senior management of the command center. Situ Xian's eyes suddenly widened, and his face was full of uncontrollable ecstasy. Chaos did a great job. He killed a member of the Hell Chain so quickly. As Situ Xian spoke, he looked at the officers of the Donghai region with a smile, especially Li Tianong. The faces of the officers in Jiangnan region also showed expressions of joy and pride. When standing, my waist is straighter. From the beginning to the present of the joint operations, the Donghai region has always shown a domineering feeling, overwhelming them. Li Tianyang even mocked them unceremoniously for their lack of strength. However, now, good news is coming frequently on the battlefield. But they are all strangers from the Jiangnan region. This was a bit of a slap in the face. Li Tianyang's face was indeed a little ugly. Chaos again? Before, he could say that all Zhang Yi killed were small fish and shrimps. Not worth mentioning. But no matter how he dares to treat the members of Hell Chain as shrimps. They had many years of dealings with the Colombian Navy at sea. They know very well the strength of the Hell Chain members. It is those people who forced them to be unable to leave the blockade and enter the ocean area. Although Li Tianyang's face looked ugly, he couldn't continue to be so weird this time. He could only endure the discomfort in his heart and said coldly that he did a good job. Inform everyone of this news, and let them know that the Hell Locks are not that powerful. Soon. Chaos. Killed. Soul. The news spread throughout the entire Star Island to the alien team of Huashu Kingdom. This news surprised everyone. When Lu Huang, the captain of the demon squad, heard the news, his eyes became sharp. This guy is always in the limelight. I can't let him be more beautiful than before. He clenched his fists, wishing he could immediately find a stranger from the joint forces on this battlefield and start a fight. However, the entire poisonous miasma area is equivalent to 3 Tianhai cities. If he wasn't a stranger with special abilities like Zhang Yi, how could he find prey so easily? Everyone moved forward cautiously in the thick fog. While looking for prey that is weaker than yourself, you must avoid encountering opponents that are too powerful. Just when Lu Huang was in high spirits, and with murderous intent filling his eyes. A soft and slender hand with silver gloves placed on his shoulder. "Captain, control your emotions." Lu Huang turned around, and saw a sweet and gentle face facing him with a smile on his face. Lu Huang is not tall. Only 1.6 meters tall. But that pretty and lovely woman had to lean down to comfort him. So her height was a bit exaggerated. She is Liu, the vice captain of the demon team. She is 180 centimeters tall, has a slender figure, a sweet face, and long flowing hair. But none of this is the point. The point is that her exaggerated figure, which is enough to make most women feel inferior, gives people a glorious sense of motherhood. Coupled with her rare body shape of 180 centimeters, the visual impact is simply full. Chapter 968 Billy the Kid. Liu's comfort brought a blush to Lu Huang's face. He turned his head coldly to prevent others from seeing his expression. Lu Huang said, "I know it without you reminding me." He quietly shook his fist. But at this moment, the desire to kill in his body was rising. The most dangerous person among the investigation team could no longer suppress the wildness in his heart from the moment he landed on the island. Also receiving the news were other strangers from the 2 districts. Some of them were shocked. Some were envious. And some just smiled, thinking that they should continue to work hard. But without exception, they were all happy and greatly encouraged by Zhang Yi's record of killing Boone. The iron-blooded team was currently traveling through a poisonous miasma in Macabeo City. Captain Li Long always looks wrapped up. Even his face is tightly covered by the mask. And not even a trace of skin can be seen. He had just learned that Zhang Yi had killed Boone. And his dry throat made a hoarse sound. He's such an amazing guy. He straightened his white gloves and said calmly, "Our mission is not to kill, but to find the source of God. If we can avoid fighting, we should avoid it as much as possible. Because in the coming time, battles will become more and more frequent. Only those who survive to the end are qualified to join the fight for the source of God." Like him, the team members behind him were also wrapped in dark green combat uniforms. Even the mask on their head looked like an old-fashioned gas mask. Zhang Yi attracted the attention of the combined forces on the periphery and created favorable conditions for them. Li Long led his team members and walked calmly along the marks left by the reconnaissance troops. But suddenly, Li Long's combat uniform received a sound signal. Rustle. Rustle. That was the sound of leather boots on the snow. Somebody is coming. As soon as Li Long stretched out his hand, all the alien members stopped in a well-trained manner, and then quickly expanded into formation. The gunman raised the weapon in his hand and pointed it forward. And several strong enhanced aliens stood in front of the team. Li Long himself was walking at the front of the queue. He flicked his hands to both sides and pulled out 10 metal blades, like claws from his combat uniform. All are weapons made of adamantium metal, which can even penetrate diamonds. Just from his weapons, it can be seen that he is an extremely dangerous melee fighter. The poisonous miasma slowly dispersed, and a strange-looking Western man came out and appeared in front of the iron-blooded team. The reason why he has a strange appearance is because the combat uniform style he wears is very novel. It has the look of a retro Western cowboy, with a big felt hat on his head and calfskin boots on his feet. There are 2 revolvers at the waist, one gold and one silver, both decorated with elegant gorse. It seems I have found my prey too. A smile appeared on the man's lips. Now that it is confirmed that they are not allies, they are enemies. The men of the iron-blooded team launched the attack without any hesitation. In the hands of Li Long, 10 claws. It opened with a squeaking sound, and the red blood around him began to boil. However, it was obviously them who attacked first. But before they could take action, the world in front of them underwent a strange change. White rays of light passed through the space in front of him, as if dividing the space into countless pieces. Time slowed down, as if a century had passed. And the scene in front of every jagged team member is changing. They left this poisonous miasma in a trance, returned to their hometown, and saw their childhood and past events. Only Li Long escaped the fatal attack at the critical moment. However, in an instant, the heads of all the team members around him were penetrated by the white light. And the only reason they feel time slowing down is because they are dying. Li Long's pupils narrowed suddenly. He had never seen such a terrifying opponent in his life. From beginning to end, he didn't even see how the enemy in front of him took action. But all his team members were killed. But now, he has no time to think about that. Because although he dodged the bullet fired at his head, he was still hit hard on the shoulder. The shot pierced his combat uniform, shattered his shoulder, and scattered metal parts flew in the air. The cowboy still didn't reach for his gun. Or maybe he had already drawn his gun, just because his speed was so fast that these strangers didn't even notice that he had fired. He didn't realize that he was dead. Call out! Call out! Call out! The bullet streaked through the space, making a sharp and weak chirp. When faced with life and death, the world in front of a person would become blurry and slow. Li Long's body was penetrated by 3 bullets, and his arm and right chest and waist were shot at the same time. But what flew out were all mechanical parts. Boom! There was a violent explosion in Li Long's body. His head flew high from his neck. And then, he quickly escaped into the distance, with the help of the power of the explosion. The cowboy looked at the half-wrecked android left in front of him with some surprise. It's so cyberpunk. A leisurely smile appeared on his lips. But deep in the wreckage, a red light was flashing crazily. Soon after, the entire area was shrouded in dazzling white light. And the shock wave caused by the violent explosion destroyed everything within a few kilometers. Captain-level aliens are all equipped with self-destruction devices that kill them all. Li Long, as an artificial human, his bomb is in his body. This move is his last trump card. But after using it, he didn't pause at all, but quickly ran away, because he could feel that the stranger he encountered was terrifyingly powerful. After just one confrontation, he was hit so hard that he had no ability to fight back. Li Long never imagined that his luck would be so bad. The first enemy he encountered was the vice captain of Hell Locks, Billy the Kid. Yasin Canero. I have to escape. There is absolutely no chance of winning when encountering this kind of monster. In the face of absolute strength, even the tactics he was proud of were completely useless. The opponent only used one move to destroy the entire iron-blooded team. How is he going to fight this kind of person? But the next moment, a bullet shot from a distant place and penetrated Li Long's head. Li Long's head was hit from front to back, and the most important part of his body was also destroyed at this time. At the last moment of his death, Li Long's eyes flashed like a revolving door. He relayed everything that happened today to the command center. Soon after, the cowboy came over, reached out, and picked up his head. After just one glance, he threw it to the ground in disappointment. The head was completely destroyed. Its origin dissipated, and it was no longer useful. Chapter 969 Destiny. The death of Li Long and the entire iron-blooded team poured cold water on the command centers of the 2 regions. Billy the Kid. This guy's strength is even more terrifying than before, Li Tianyong said in a deep voice. And through the information Li Long passed back before his death, they didn't even give much useful information. Situ Xian felt a little depressed because an investigation captain died like this. Moreover, he was still killed instantly by the opponent. He looked at Li Tianyong. Minister Li, who is this person? Li Tianyong replied that he was the number 2 figure in the Hell Locks, and his combat power was second only to the Lord of the Ocean. We had several encounters with Hell's Lock at sea, and never took advantage of Billy the Kid. When he said this, Situ Xian immediately understood that the Donghai region had not suffered at the hands of Billy the Kid. He came over and told the technicians to slow down the video that Li Long said back before he died. I want to see how he did it. Technicians immediately began analyzing the video. 8 times, 16 times, 32 times. When it was slowed down more than 1,000 times, they could vaguely see Billy the Kid's action. He didn't do anything special. Just put your hands on the revolver and pull the trigger 6 times in a row. After that, stop. There wasn't any fancy operation. It was just the speed of his shot that was too fast. After reading it, Situ Xian fell into a long silence. If you are caught off guard and encounter such an opponent, who can dodge his bullets? The first person that came to his mind was Zhang Yi. I'm afraid only Zhang Yi's defensive ability, which almost ignores physical attacks, can resist it. He looked at Li Tianyong with a faint smile on his lips. Minister Li, with such a powerful opponent, our Jiangnan region is weak and may not be able to withstand it. Now an entire investigation team has been sacrificed. I wonder if you have any way to deal with such a powerful enemy. Li Tianyong glanced at Situ Xian coldly, snorted coldly, and proudly clasped his hands behind his back. Certainly, they have experts in the Colombian Navy. And we in the East China Sea region also have experts who are not weaker than them. Who will win is still unknown. Situ Xian was non-committal, but he began to feel worried. If more than 2 captain-level aliens were sacrificed in this operation, it would be an unbearable price for them. Now that the matter is over, it's better to tell everyone about Billy the Kid's abilities as soon as possible. Let them take precautions early. Li Tianyong nodded. Naturally, he knew this in his heart. However, when faced with that kind of unpretentious ability, even prevention may not be useful. I can only notify everyone as a routine and let them think of ways to deal with Billy the Kid. When Zhang Yi received the image, He thought for a while. In the end, he just said lightly, I'm not going to argue with them about the so-called source of God. It's irrelevant. However, this guy looks delicious. 2 days after landing on Star Island, captain-level figures finally began to die. Zhang Yi killed him at Boone. Yasin Canelo killed Li Long. This also gave everyone on the island a severe sense of crisis. The top aliens who were once arrogant in the outside world can die so easily here. This also caused the alien team's progress to slow down. Because if you move forward too hastily, you may expose your position and be hunted by others. However, there are also people who are marching forward with great strides. For example, Billy the Kid, Yasin Canero, Qin Long, Su Xiaolong, and an old acquaintance of Zhang Yi, Dragon King, Li Fengxian. People from various forces began to fight openly and secretly in this misty forest, hunting each other. The goal of almost everyone is the ultimate source of God. Except Zhang Yi. He took a cat and a dog with him. And after killing Boone, he continued to hide himself in the darkness. On the one hand, they prevent the joint forces from retaliating. And on the other hand, they wait for the opportunity to continue hunting new prey. The most ideal situation, of course, is for him to sneak attack while other aliens are fighting. However, as everyone began to be careful, such opportunities began to gradually become less and less. However, there is no absolute safety in this area. Not long after Zhang Yi disappeared into the darkness. On the battlefield where he killed Boone, a huge gray wolf nearly as tall as a person slowly walked out of the poisonous miasma. It came to the place where Boone died. The blood stains on the ground had long been cleaned up by Zhang Yi. However, the breath cannot be completely removed. Gray wolves have a very keen sense of smell. It sniffed carefully on the ground. And after a while, another gray wolf came out of the fog in other directions. They gathered in this area and never let go of any suspicious atmosphere. Behind the gray wolf, a muscular middle-aged man holding a huge compound bow walked out. He has a hard stubble on his chin and is not tall. But his body covered in combat uniform gives people a stocky look, just like the powerful dwarf in myths and legends. After he arrived, the gray wolf next to him automatically gave way to the road and bowed his head to him, as if he was in awe of the Wolf King. Ural, god of hunting. Vito Baldia puts his hand on the head of a gray wolf. Remember that guy's breath? The gray wolves gathered together quietly, surrounding Bardia like a pilgrim. They closed their eyes, and a hazy white mark began to appear from the center of their foreheads. Like broken puzzle pieces, the pieces converged on the compound bow in Bardia's hand. As the puzzle pieces slowly came together, they gradually turned into a silver-white six-pointed star, which flashed clearly. At the same time, the same white six-pointed star lit up in Bardia's eyes. He has been killed. Destiny. Caught. After Bardia said that, he raised the compound bow in his hand, and then slowly opened it with his right hand. A silver feather arrow condensed between his fingers and rested on the bowstring of the compound bow. Bardia pointed the arrow in the direction of the sky, and in his eyes, he saw a white six-pointed star twinkling in the sky. Bardia released his right hand, and the arrow whizzed. A loud sound shot towards the sky. At this time, Zhang Yi had just found a new hiding place. It was an inconspicuous apartment building. He took Huahua and Lele and hid in a room of more than 100 square meters. Just when he set up his sniper rifle and planned to ambush the strangers passing by, suddenly, a sense of crisis enveloped him. Chapter 970 Lock. In the night sky of Jifeng City, a huge six-pointed star twinkled above the poisonous miasma. A moment later, a stream of light was like a comet hitting the moon, passing between the six-pointed star, and then drew an arc in the air and shot to a place more than 10 kilometers away. Zhang Yi raised his head and saw the light spot in the sky, carrying deadly lethality, heading straight for him. Have I been discovered? Zhang Yi frowned. Sure enough, being a hunter is risky. While talking, Zhang Yi had already opened the dimensional door in front of the building. A huge space door almost completely enveloped the entire building. The stream of light came here in the blink of an eye. Buzz! There was a strange fluctuation in the air, and the flowing arrow disappeared into Zhang Yi's alien space. Zhang Yi closed the door to the different space. However, a strange scene occurred. The arrow was in his alien space, running rampant and not stopping for a moment. Even though time is infinitely slowed down, it still flies forward hard. What a powerful force. Zhang Yi's eyes also became serious. He didn't want to absorb this power, so he opened the dimensional door and released the arrow. As a result, after the arrow flew out, it turned directly in midair and shot towards Zhang Yi again. Lock attack? This was the first time Zhang Yi saw this outrageous method, which looked very much like a Sidewinder missile. The speed of the arrow was too fast, and Zhang Yi had to open another space to intercept it. The arrow entered another space again, but its existence left Zhang Yi with a lot of trouble. It is always flying, trying to find the entrance to leave another space. And once Zhang Yi opens the dimensional door, it will escape and continue to attack Zhang Yi. In other words, this kind of attack can only be forcibly destroyed by force. And can it bounce back like in the past? Zhang Yi murmured to himself. At this time, Hua's warning whine sounded. Lei also looked up to the sky and let out a continuous low bark. Zhang Yi turned his head and looked into the air. At this moment, he saw a sky full of stars. Approaching here, dozens of identical silver feather arrows drew a perfect arc from midair and shot towards Zhang Yi. If it cannot be absorbed, it can only be destroyed. Zhang Yi's eyes became cold, and he knew that he had met a very powerful opponent this time. The intelligent combat system has already figured out the opponent's location through arrow analysis. The target is 13.8 kilometers away from here. So, you can lock my position half a city away and launch an attack. There are experts too. Zhang Yi directly activated the space acceleration, pulled out the Holy Inquisitor with his right hand, and the cold black flames of the void covered the blade. Facing the huge swarm of meteors, he slashed out into the air with his backhand. The black flames burned blazingly, rising up into the sky, like a long dark river, directly submerging dozens of feather arrows. But after a moment, Zhang Yi's pupils shrank, because he saw several arrows passing through his defense line and piercing through the black flames. The power of this arrow is stronger than I imagined. The speed of the arrow was so fast, and its power was so powerful that even Zhang Yi's void slash could not completely intercept it. He made a decision in his heart, and opened the dimensional door directly. The arrow inside flew out instantly. Zhang Yi opened the second dimensional door at the same time and retreated 1 kilometer away in an instant. The speed of those arrows did not slow down at all, and they flew straight towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took out the white owl and shot it in a few bursts. With the blessing of Zhang Yi's ability, the speed of the holy silver bullet has reached Mach level. With just one thought, you can automatically lock onto the target within your field of vision. Boom! 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 The holy silver bullet collided with the silver arrow in midair, causing a violent explosion. That is the huge kinetic energy generated by supersonic flight, which makes people's ears hurt. Zhang Yi saw the nature of the arrow immediately. It is a pure energy body, so it is very suitable to use holy silver bullet to deal with it. Now, what he needs to consider is, who is hunting him? It can pose a threat to me from more than 10 kilometers away. It's not easy. Zhang Yi looked into the distance, and the intelligent system of the combat uniform could give him the distance and position based on the arc. But Zhang Yi must not attack rashly at this moment, because if you put yourself in his shoes, if he were an alien who was good at long-range attacks, he would definitely not put himself in a position where he could be easily attacked at close range before taking action. If it were me, I would place various traps nearby that are enough to kill the opponent, then wait for the other party to come and die. Zhang Yi quickly got the answer in his heart. But if I don't get close to the past, I can only become a living target for the other party. The opponent's attack range is too large. The attack across half the city is comparable to a tactical missile. Even Zhang Yi couldn't do this. It's just that he doesn't know yet how the other party locked him. At this time, Bardia was looking into the distance in the distance. He could feel the reverberation of the arrows before the six-pointed star disappeared, which meant that the arrows did not kill the target. Bardia was not in any hurry, but once again fully drew the compound bow. Then a new round of arrow rain broke out like a waterfall. Before Zhang Yi could figure out how to proceed, he saw hundreds of white light rains coming towards him in the sky. The attack was beautiful, like a meteor shower, but every arrow was full of possible power and killing intent. This seems to be some kind of rules-based attack that locks the target, even if the different space is used to absorb it. It cannot be completely erased. Once the different space is opened again, it will still fly out and continue to attack Zhang Yi. In other words, facing this kind of attack method, the only way is to confront it head-on and eliminate them one by one. What a hunter! Zhang Yi dual-wielded by Xiao, increased his speed to the maximum, and locked every arrow with the power of space. Then, the holy silver bullet quickly shot out of the air. Hua, go find him. Zhang Yi gave orders to Hua at the same time. The other party's attack seemed to be aimed at him alone, not Hua and Lei. Then, Zhang Yi would confront the opponent here, and then let Hua find the opponent's location. Today's Hua's defense has reached an extremely terrifying level, and her reaction ability far exceeds that of humans. In terms of pure close combat, Zhang Yi is far from its opponent. Meow. Hua howled, then disappeared like a whirlwind, and rushed towards the place where the arrow came from, following the direction directed by Zhang Yi. Chapter 971 The Hexagram of Destiny. After Bardya shot 2 rounds of arrows, he did not continue to use the distance advantage of long-range attacks to continue hunting. He looked cautiously into the distance and whispered that he was indeed a tough prey. The wolves around him also let out low whimpers, as if to remind him that something dangerous was approaching. Bardya patted the wolf on the head and whispered, "Let's go. It's time for us to leave." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the ruins. The wolves also followed his figure and slowly submerged into the thick poisonous miasma. But when they left, an amazing scene happened. All traces left on the snow were quickly wiped away as the wolves left, including the remaining scent in the air. It was as if Bardya and the wolves had never been here. A good hunter must have enough patience. When hunting beasts, you don't use brute force to fight them. Instead, you need to collect intelligence, make traps, and then find a suitable opportunity to kill them with one strike. When Hua found someone nearby, she raised her head and wrinkled her nose. But her expression became cautious and confused. Why can't I smell the enemy's breath? The master obviously said that he was nearby. After searching for a long time, Hua found no trace of the enemy, so she had no choice but to rush back to Zhang Yi. At this time, Zhang Yi was cautiously waiting for Hua to come back. Hua explained the situation to Zhang Yi. After Zhang Yi heard this, he immediately frowned. No trace of the enemy found? According to Hemet Boone's information, the person in Hell's Lock who meets this ability should be their number 3 figure. Erler. And Boone only knew that he had the ability to snipe at super long distances and was an extremely powerful hunter. Just like the relationship between Zhang Yi and other captains. Unless the relationship is too close, even teammates will have reservations about each other's abilities, because you never guess when you will become the opponent's enemy. Could it be said that he is a stranger with the ability to levitate? But the hardest thing is that there is no breath left. This is difficult to do. After he uses his superpower, it is impossible to completely eliminate the fluctuations of the superpower in the air, unless he has some special ability that allows him to hide himself perfectly. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. This was a very troublesome enemy. Since the end of the world, Zhang Yi has encountered many opponents, but he has always found ways to trick others and make them extremely uncomfortable. This was the first time that he was beaten and had no way to fight back. A little bit, he understood how his previous opponent was feeling. However, this matter cannot be delayed forever. Otherwise, if someone keeps watching him, Zhang Yi's hunting operation will not be able to continue. He thought for a while, and quickly came up with a battle plan in his mind. The enemy's attack will not stop. He is just waiting for the best time to attack me. And the attack just now was just a test. We can't delay it for too long. Otherwise we will be in trouble once the other party knows our trump card. He looked at Lele. Don't sleep tonight. Please give me a warning. Lele nodded obediently. Zhang Yi looked at Hua again, with a meaningful smile on his lips. Hua. The set of armor that Karen built for you can be put to use if you have a chance. Hua's head suddenly tilted. Master, I feel like you are using your bad brain again. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Don't say that. I haven't treated you badly. Well, that's it. If that guy attacks you for the second time, just run over and clear the way. Then Lele and I will follow you there. This is obviously the safest approach. After Hua became gigantic, its own defensive power was astonishing. Coupled with the armor built for it by Liu Karen, it completely turned into a biological tank. Simply put, Zhang Yi's strategy is to let Hua go to Lei first and eliminate traps and ambushes along the way. However, he took Lele over and faced off directly with the hunter in the dark. Hua tilted her head, feeling a little speechless about her 6th master. But when I think about how powerful my defense is, and the 6th master is mortal, it really doesn't make him stand out. It had no choice but to raise its chin. Okay. It's a pity that this stupid dog is too weak. Otherwise it should be allowed to clear the way. Lele lay aggrievedly in front of Zhang Yi, her eyes full of sadness. But unfortunately it couldn't defeat Hua, so it could only endure it. Zhang Yi held Bai Xiao in his hand, raised his head cautiously, and scanned the surroundings with squinted eyes. Military drugs had been used to remove the odor from his body, coupled with the poisonous miasma surrounding him. There was almost no chance for others to track him through his breath. However, what exactly was missing that allowed the opponent to lock his position? Let's go and find another place to rest. Zhang Yi directly opened the dimensional door, and then took Hua and Lei to the central area of Jinfeng City. There are many buildings here, and the poisonous miasma is strong. The key is that there are high-rise buildings, which can make it easier for them to observe attacks coming from a distance. This place is more than 30 kilometers away from the place where he was attacked. It would be interesting if he was attacked again. He wanted to see how the other party locked onto him. Bardya didn't stay away. Wearing a heavy felt hat on his head, he tried hard to hide his entire face in the shadows. But only his chin, which was covered with hard stubble, was exposed. Zhang Yi discovered it as soon as he set out. Stained with the blood of his teammates, the flavor of karma will never go away, as long as it's locked by him. The six-pointed star of destiny. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, you can't escape. The attack range of the arrow of fate can cover an area of 50 kilometers. Almost half of the area covered by the poisonous miasma. However, no matter how fast, numerous, and powerful his arrows were, they still failed to kill the prey. He couldn't even cause a trace of damage to the opponent, which already made Baldya understand that the opponent's ability index was definitely not lower than his. 9,800 points. This is almost the peak level of Delta level. As an excellent hunter, Bardya's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up slightly at this time. He breathed heavily, trying to calm down his emotions, because a fast heartbeat would affect his thinking and five senses. He didn't feel afraid, but felt unprecedented pleasure. It's like an old hunter in the forest encountering a beast that can be called the king of the forest. This may be my once-in-a-lifetime hunt. He held a huge compound bow in his hand, sat on the branch of a dead tree, and then waited silently for the night to fall. On the snow under his feet, dozens of huge gray wolves hovered for a while, then dispersed in a tacit understanding and disappeared into the thick fog. That night, Zhang Yi didn't sleep, and neither did Bardya. When the clock showed 2 o'clock in the evening, Bardya slowly raised his head. In his field of vision, the huge white six-pointed star in the sky was still shining. Bardya opened the compound bow in his hand, and the silver brilliance condensed in his palm, turning into a long arrow. Zheng! As soon as he let go, an arrow split apart and turned into hundreds of silver arrows that shot into the air. Chapter 972 Silver Arrows and Silver Bullets. Bardya took action. In the middle of the night, when everyone's defenses were at their weakest, he shot an arrow at Zhang Yi from dozens of kilometers away. One arrow is 100 arrows. And Zhang Yi is also waiting for this secret hunter to take action again. The moment the opponent took action, brilliant stars lit up the night sky, shining above the poisonous miasma. Zhang Yi saw the arrow coming and walked out of the tent suddenly. Hua. Before Zhang Yi finished speaking, Hua had instantly grown huge, turning into a ferocious black beast that was 7 or 8 meters long and 4 meters tall. Every hair stood up like a steel needle, and at the same time, the silver metal collar around its neck quickly unfolded, turning into a set of silver armor covering its torso. Roar! The sound of flowers was like thunder, setting off a gust of wind, and quickly rushed towards the direction from which the arrow flew. Zhang Yi took out 2 white owls without any hesitation. After 30 times the space acceleration, he could see clearly the original appearance of the arrows. The 2 silver pistols sprayed out the brilliance of holy silver and violently collided with the arrows in midair. Silver light rain scattered all over the sky. Extremely brilliant. Boom! 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 The sound of impact was endless. But it all happened in just an instant. After shooting down all the arrows, Zhang Yi opened the dimensional door and rode on Lei's back. Follow me! Zhang Yi shouted with cold eyes. Woof! Lei passed through the dimensional gate and followed the direction Hua left. As long as the location of the other party can be confirmed, the distance of dozens of kilometers will only take a few minutes. Hua was like a chariot, running rampant, but it was very cautious, using its keen sense of smell to detect everything along the way. Zhang Yi's combat uniform intelligence system can accurately determine the enemy's location based on the trajectory of the arrow, so no need to worry about going in the wrong direction. Not long after, Hua stopped among the ruins, and her huge claws slid out a long trace on the ground. Its amber vertical pupils looked at everything around it coldly. Zhang Yi arrived soon after. Along the way, they didn't see any traps. This did not make Zhang Yi feel reassured, but instead made him feel more uneasy. In a fight between top aliens, any negligence may result in death. The other party did not lay an ordinary trap, which only meant that something bigger was waiting for him. Be careful. That guy won't get far. Zhang Yi looked around and said lightly, Hua, blow away the fog. When Hua heard this, She immediately took a deep breath, and then blew it out fiercely around her. The weapon surged and rolled, and an open space of several hundred meters was immediately cleared. And deep in the mist, pairs of cold blue eyes were staring at them silently. A bowstring was pulled silently into a full moon. Bardya was hiding in the dark. The compound bow in his hand was completely wrapped in powerful supernatural powers. The silver light was like a storm, surging crazily on the bow. Between his two fingers, an arrow has already taken shape. The rich superpower is now close to reality. And even the naked eye cannot tell whether it is an arrow transformed by superpower or an arrow made of steel. Call out. The small sound sent a tremor through the air. In the blink of an eye, the arrow cut through a passage thousands of meters long in midair, unusually conspicuous in the fog. Zhang Yi sensed the attack coming, but he had already used the two realm knot to protect all the spaces around him and Hua Lele, including the underground. There is no angle for the enemy to attack at all. That ray of silver light came through the air and sank directly into Zhang Yi's space door. The next moment, Zhang Yi felt the tremor of that power. His pupils narrowed slightly. The power of this arrow was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous one. Just like the previous arrows, they cannot be absorbed and can only be forcibly erased. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! Silver arrows kept flying around the perimeter of the spherical barrier. Unless Zhang Yi completely closes the dimensional door. Otherwise, he will keep flying out of different spaces just to find the target's location. However, there is a whole different world between it and Zhang Yi. Therefore, it can never find its target. If it is not destroyed, it can only fly in vain outside. Bardya's eyes became serious in the dark. He is a space system user, and even my arrows cannot penetrate his space. However, he opened his bow again and drew an arrow. This arrow was more fierce than before, and the energy was even more violent. My arrows will never stop until they can kill the enemy. Unless you can maintain this state, sooner or later you will be killed by my arrows. The second arrow shot through the air, and like the first arrow, it continuously shuttled in and out of the two-dimensional doors that formed the knot between the two realms. Zhang Yi knew that he could not drag it out any longer. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be tortured to death by the opponent's locking attack. Hua, get out. Zhang Yi gave orders to Hua. The opponent's target is him, not Hua. So cooperating with Hua Butin is the best way to deal with the enemy. Hua rushed out of the defensive circle between the two realms without hesitation, and then rushed towards the opponent from the side in a roundabout way. And Zhang Yi also set up his own big sniper. From this distance, I can also snipe you. Zhang Yi took the initiative to close the distance, even though he knew that he would be trapped in the opponent's home court and passive. But with his absolute defensive ability, as long as he and the opponent are in an environment where they can attack each other, he can quickly take the initiative. The trajectory of the two arrows allowed him to lock the opponent's position. Mind Realm. It was also launched immediately. Sure enough, he saw the enemy hidden deep in the fog. It was okay just not to look at it. But this look also surprised him, because he saw dozens of figures in the direction around him. Only one figure is in the form of a human, while the other figures are in the form of beasts, seemingly hounds or wolves. But Zhang Yi doesn't have to worry about these things for the time being. He is located within the knot between the two realms. Unless he takes the initiative to unlock his abilities, almost no one below Epsilon can harm him. The dark silver sniper aimed at the hunter in the distance. Zhang Yi didn't need to use his eyes to see. Once his eyes were locked, the bullet would not deflect in any way. And Hua's rapid approach obviously had a certain impact on the other party, and made the other party feel confused. At this moment, Zhang Yi pulled the trigger in his hand. Chapter 973, Boil the Eagle. Zhang Yi's shot made Bardya dare not neglect him. He raised his bow and nocked an arrow. And shot an arrow. It was unbiased and directly collided with the holy silver bullet in the air. But at this time, the howling wind not far away had already struck. Hua rushed to the vicinity of Bardya, her body like a chariot, destroying everything along the way. Bardya's eyes darkened, and 7 or 8 huge gray wolves stood in front of Hua. Meow! Hua roared, her voice sharp and harsh. It was not as gentle as when she was in front of Zhang Yi, but like a ghost crying. It didn't care about the giant wolves at all, and rushed over directly. The poor wolf cubs were as fragile as toys in front of it, and they were knocked away directly. It seems that the wolves are not fighting beasts. Otherwise they would not be so fragile. Bardya put away her long bow, and quietly disappeared into the thick fog. When Zhang Yi raised his gun and planned to continue shooting, in the realm of his mind, the hunter disappeared. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. The other party obviously had some powerful method of concealing his aura. Are you planning to run away? If the attack fails, he will immediately run away. This is a very cunning hunter. More difficult than Zhang Yi imagined. Hua Hua angrily killed several gray wolves. However, after those gray wolves died, they turned into little bits of silver light and dissipated in midair. They are not real beasts, but supernatural beasts transformed by supernatural powers. Zhang Yi did not continue to chase, but called Hua Hua back. He found a place to stop and rest, leaving Hua Hua and Lei Lei to be on guard. He turned on the intelligence system and carefully checked the information he had obtained from Hemed Boot a few days ago. It is information about the members of Hell Lock. Although it is not complete, you can definitely gain something. Soon, he found information that matched this difficult opponent. Vito Baldia. Codename Erler, the god of hunting and snow in Norse mythology. The title is in line with the ability. A Navy SEAL. A powerful sniper who specializes in assassinations. His abilities are unknown, but he is known to have ultra-long-range sniping ability. During the confrontation in the ocean, he once hunted and killed more than 20 officers and strangers from the East China Sea region. Zhang Yi felt sad after reading the information. This information meant little to him. He had already learned all this through 2 encounters. But just through this information, it is impossible to know how to kill the opponent. It seems that he is not good at close combat. Of course, this may be an illusion. The main means of attack are supernatural arrows, which are powerful, but they cannot break through my dimensional door. Although judging from his current abilities, he cannot pose a fatal threat to me for the time being. But it will affect my hunting operations. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and had to find a way to kill this guy. However, how easy is it to kill a powerful seal on the battlefield? In terms of battlefield experience, the opponent is far superior to him. For a time, Zhang Yi fell into the long exam. On the other hand, Bardya is more sad than Zhang Yi. The space system is alien, and the defense has no blind spots. I have used my strongest arrows, but I still can't penetrate his attack. It was much more difficult to kill him than imagined. At this time, he felt helpless in his heart. It's like holding a sniper rifle to ambush a heavy tank. Even if he gets the upper hand, all his attacks can only tickle the opponent. More importantly, he discovered that the other party acted extremely cautiously and did not give him any chance. Every time he escapes, the opponent will never pursue him, because the opponent obviously has super high movement speed. If the other party really dares to blindly pursue him, he can set up a trap based on this next time. How to deal with him? Bardya felt a little worried. But compared to Zhang Yi, there is one thing he does differently. From the beginning to the end, he took the initiative to communicate with the temporary command center of the Colombian Navy, including providing real-time combat video data. Then they will provide him with data analysis. As for Zhang Yi, he never communicated with Li Tianyang once from beginning to end. Bardya sent back the information he learned about Zhang Yi, and the command center immediately received the information about Zhang Yi, the alien captain of Jiangnan region. Chaos. His ability is space, and his ability codename is Absolute Defense. Is an alien who focuses on defense, but his personal combat effectiveness is also very strong. Horn gave Bardya Zhang Yi's information. We currently have relatively little information about Jiangnan region. We only know that he can transfer physical attacks to different dimensions. However, this ability is not absolutely invincible. Cardiels has fought with him before, and as long as the power is strong enough, he can forcibly tear his space. Bardya. He was silent for a long time before saying, "The problem is, I'm not that guy from Cartier's. What's the use of mentioning this to me?" Horn was silent for a moment. "I just want to remind you that this may be useful information." In fact, the command center couldn't give Bardya much help. Just like the ADC with the Lucian outfit, there is nothing he can do against Gwen who has W activated. However, Bardya also has his own considerations in mind. I will solve it in my own way. He ended the call, mentally prepared. Since Zhang Yi's space ability defense is invincible, then just wait for the CD of his skills. He didn't believe that Zhang Yi could keep his skills activated 24 hours a day. I don't even believe that Zhang Yi won't sleep 24 hours a day. This is a protracted battle. He has an absolute distance advantage, so there is no need to rush to win the opponent. Next, he will remotely attack Zhang Yi at irregular times every day. Then, rest using the Da Vinci sleep technique. He can take the initiative on the battlefield and sleep at any time. However, because his attacks were irregular, Zhang Yi had to be on guard at all times, and was unable to sleep. If this continues, after 3 days, 5 days, or even 10 days and half a month, The opponent will be tortured and driven crazy. Bardya squinted his eyes, and he could still see the six-pointed star hanging high in the sky. Even if your abilities are incomprehensible, you are still human after all. As long as we are human, we will definitely be tired, anxious, and crazy. Let's see who of us can survive. Zhang Yi leaned on Hua Hua and fell into deep thought. A cat and a dog were like two walls surrounding him, and the hard hair drooped down, soft and warm. If I were that guy, what would I do after meeting an opponent like me? Or use more powerful offensive methods to break through the opponent's defense. But this is extremely difficult to achieve. It is almost impossible for aliens below Epsilon to break through my alien space. Or just hold me back and call my teammates. Anyway, he can lock my position. But on Star Island, the number of strangers who can help him deal with me is extremely rare. There is no way the Colombian Navy would give up fighting for the source of God for me. What would I do if it were me? What if it were me? Zhang Yi suddenly felt that the situation in front of him was somewhat familiar. He couldn't help but think of the time he hunted Yuan Kongya in Tianhai City half a year ago. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Will he play with me like an eagle? Chapter 974 Testing the Boundary of Ability. Zhang Yi soon realized that the hunter in the dark was Ural, god of hunting. Vito Bardya will surely do the same. Take advantage of your advantage in ultra-long distance combat and your ability to hide your whereabouts without being discovered, and fight him in a war of attrition. The opponent is a professional soldier and is very good at using his own advantages to win. Therefore, the other party will not directly conflict with him. This point has been confirmed twice before. Once he or Hua Hua approaches, the other party's choice is to escape as soon as possible. It is impossible to determine that the opponent's melee level is not strong enough. But there is no need for the opponent to take such a risk. In Zhang Yi's heart, there was a feeling of meeting someone of the same kind. That feeling did not excite him, but made him extremely disgusted. The most critical thing now is to get rid of the opponent's ability to lock on attacks. When Zhang Yi thought of this, he immediately unfolded the two-realm knot, and then began to take off his clothes. He planned to take a good bath, and after the two realms were unfolded, he could also isolate himself from the low temperature of the outside world. After all, the place where he is at this time is already two different worlds from the outside world. He naturally has more than one set of combat uniforms and black suits. And of course, he has spare ones. So after he took off his clothes, he took out water from another space, and then carefully scrubbed his whole body with military odor-eliminating drugs. Then he put on brand new clothes. Even the weapons in his hands were carefully cleaned by him. After doing this, Zhang Yi asked Hua Hua and Lei to stay where they were, while he used space to travel several kilometers away, to prevent the smell of Hua Hua and Lei from affecting the results of his experiment. Zhang Yi found an empty house and stayed there. A few hours later, the familiar rain of arrows struck again. Zhang Yi's eyes were gloomy. Now he can completely confirm that the other party's method of determining his location is not through smell. But if it's not that, what could it be? Zhang Yi raised his pistol and smashed the arrows in the air one by one. He knew that he couldn't continue like this. The other party's plan was to overwhelm the eagle and drag him alive until he collapsed. Zhang Yi himself is an expert at playing this way, and he will never allow others to treat him like this. So Zhang Yi changed places again. But this time, he opened the knot between the two realms and completely sealed himself off. The opening of the dimensional gate does not require the consumption of any powers. So theoretically speaking, Zhang Yi can always expand the barrier. But this time, Zhang Yi waited for half a day. But the familiar arrow never flew over again. Zhang Yi had some vague guesses in his mind. But he was not in a hurry. He just continued to unfold the knot between the two worlds, and then leisurely took out some kitchen utensils and fresh ingredients, and cooked hot pot in an empty room. At this time, in the distant ice and snow, Bardya fell into deep melancholy. The six-pointed star in the sky began to become blurry. He didn't know why. He could no longer determine the other party's location. This is impossible. The six-pointed star of destiny. His cause and effect has been locked. And unless he dies, the cause and effect will not be eliminated. But why can't I see him? This is the first unexpected situation that Bardya has faced since awakening his superpower. No matter how powerful the alien is, even John Cardiel's, after being locked by this move, he cannot hide his whereabouts. The ability of the law of cause and effect has nothing to do with the strength of strength. It is a necessity. It's just that Bardya couldn't imagine that the person his cause and effect locked was, in a sense, no longer in the world he was in. Bardya couldn't sit still. He stood up from the ground. His eyes moved slightly, and from the thick fog around him, dozens of huge gray wolves walked over. Go ahead. My eyes. Find our prey. Dozens of huge gray wolves lowered their heads and howled before quickly disappearing into the thick fog. 12 hours passed. Zhang Yi still didn't see the familiar arrow coming. He finally determined that different spaces could isolate that locked ability. It will be easy to handle next. As long as I continue to expand the two realms, he will not be able to discover my location. Zhang Yi touched his chin, his eyes flashing coldly. I now have two choices. To turn against the enemy and find a way to hunt down the guy. Or is there a second way? Which is to leave this thing behind and hunt others. Soon. Zhang Yi rejected this plan. With the opponent's ability, as long as he continues to be active on this island, he will be reattached soon. If Bardia is not dealt with first, dealing with others will be a luxury. But, how can we kill him? Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. He must have a way to lock my existence. But how can it be considered my existence? Part of my body. Does it count? Zhang Yi suddenly raised his head. He felt that this method was indeed good. He subconsciously glanced at his hands and shook his head. Then looked at his feet and shook his head. Is the hair fine? Zhang Yi twisted his hair and said with a smile that connective tissue should not be considered a part of the body. But you can give it a try. He pulled off 2 strands of hair and placed them outside the barrier, hoping to see if the other party could lock his position in this way. As a result, a long time passed, but there was no response. But at this moment, Zhang Yi heard Leilei's dog barking outside. He picked up the gun and went outside to check. He saw the transformed Huahua killing 2 huge gray wolves, and the poisonous miasma around him was surging, as if something was leaving. Zhang Yi immediately expanded his mental realm. Through this method, he immediately discovered that there were 3 gray wolves around him, running in different directions. Zhang Yi took action without hesitation, raised his gun and shot. After the 3 gray wolves were shot, they instantly disintegrated into silver points of light. The same goes for the gray wolves that Huahua killed. A supernatural beast? Zhang Yi frowned. But the next moment, that familiar feeling appeared again. A hail of arrows flew towards him from the air. Zhang Yi thought for a while, and didn't use the holy silver bullet anymore. It was quite expensive, and he felt distressed because it consumed too much. He pulled out the holy judge, and after several duels, he had figured out the power and speed of the opponent's arrows. Just need to focus more and increase the power of the black flames of the void to stop all those arrows. Several knives were slashed in the air, intertwining a dozen black crescent moons and sweeping away the arrows. The previous method lost its effect, and then started using supernatural beasts as eyes and ears. Right? So, I seem to understand a little bit. Chapter 975 Wolves. Bardia's wolves do not have particularly strong fighting power, but only exist as his eyes. Huahua can kill these things at will, but the meaning of its existence is only to confirm the enemy's location for Bardia. Then Bardia attack from a distance. When I don't open the 2 realms, he uses cause and effect to judge my position. When I open the knot between the 2 realms, he used the wolves as eyes to look for me. In other words, no matter what I do, he has a way to find my location. However, these 2 methods may not be consistent. Zhang Yi immediately called Huahua and Leilei and moved to another place. He was now beginning to figure out the pattern of Bardia's attacks, so he was not in a hurry. That night, wolves appeared again around Zhang Yi's habitat. A gray wolf squinted its eyes and wrinkled its nose, smelling the man's scent. Soon, there was a rain of arrows coming from the sky. Zhang Yi was hiding in the dark and could see clearly. The arrow rain fell from the sky, but it did not shoot towards Zhang Yi, but towards the distant place. There, Huahua ran very fast, and when he saw the arrow that was following him, he let out a sharp roar. I already know your attack methods. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. He jumped down from the air. After a few flashes, he came to Huahua and slashed out with more than a dozen knives with his backhand. The black void power collided with the silver arrows, bursting into brilliant sparks. When the wolves saw this, they turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Zhang Yi shot them with his backhand and killed them one by one. Although these are supernatural beasts and will appear again after killing them, at least killing them can avoid being followed. Zhang Yi took Huahua and Leilei, opened the dimensional door again, and ran more than 10 kilometers away. It has been clarified that the tracking of wolves is based on smell, and these beasts have very sensitive noses. Zhang Yi rubbed his nose. Huahua and Leilei looked at him strangely. He said that wolves are beasts. So who do they think they are? Zhang Yi touched their heads with a deep smile in his eyes. I can hide the aura on my body and use the two-realm knot to completely block Bardia's induction. But you can't. The smell of the beast is too obvious. Especially excrement. And he also took advantage of this and conducted experiments on wolves. Wawa carried a urine bag containing his urine. So when it runs away, the wolves will mistakenly think that Zhang Yi is riding on Wawa. Only Bardia's arrows will hit it. I basically have the count. Zhang Yi took out a doll from another space and put the combat uniform he wore before on it. If the wolves can pinpoint my location based on my scent, they only need to repeat their tricks. However, the effect of urine may not be optimal. Bodily fluids are the best. Zhang Yi glanced at his hands, and countless heroic figures appeared in his mind. At this time, people usually get upset and cut their palms to bleed. In fact, you may not necessarily use this. Zhang Yi shook his head. It was quite difficult for him to be cruel to himself. But I have an alternative. Soon, Zhang Yi had everything ready. He asked Hua Hua to carry the dummy on his back, out of the boundary between the two realms, and then hid in a house. And he himself left quietly and observed this place from a distance. Sure enough, not long after, the disappeared wolves reappeared from the poisonous miasma. They come chasing the breath in the wind. As long as Zhang Yi and Hua Hua Lele come out of the knot between the two realms, they will quickly find their location. Whoosh! Hua Hua ran out of the ruins carrying Zhang Yi's dummy. The wolves raised their heads, and they smelled a familiar smell in the air. That was the smell of prey. Soon, Bardia, who was dozens of kilometers away, opened his eyes. He fully drew the compound bow in his hand, pointed it at the distant sky, and fired hundreds of silver arrows. He knew that this would not kill Zhang Yi, but as long as it could consume Zhang Yi's patience and energy, that would be enough. Hundreds of silver arrows streaked across the night sky, and Zhang Yi quickly calculated the opponent's location based on the arrow's trajectory on his tactical mask. Without saying a word, he directly activated the two-realm knot and rushed over before the arrow even landed. He knew that the opponent would immediately flee if he failed to hit the target. So he must seize the opportunity. We can't let the other party escape again. Hua Hua was wearing silver armor, facing the murderous attack in the air. His amber and ice blue pupils were full of vigilance. It meowed with a cry. Its speed increased to the fastest, and it almost became a phantom. Call out! Call out! Call out! Arrows fell from the sky and kept hitting the dummy on Hua Hua's back. No matter how fast Hua Hua was, she still couldn't bear that they could track the aura. Bardia closed his eyes tightly. The wolves were his eyes, and the arrows condensed his will. Therefore, his arrows will only be cut off. But they will not miss. He will chase the enemy until death. Hua Hua ran rampant among the ruins, entangled with hundreds of arrows. But its speed is fast, and the speed of arrows is not slow either. They weave into a large net in the air, covering it like a cage. Poof! A silver arrow penetrated the dummy's body. Bardia was startled for a moment, then became alert. He knew that the opponent's ability was impossible to be easily penetrated by such a simple arrow. Either the other party is testing him, or this is the trap the other party has prepared for him. But when he realized everything, it was already too late. The time Hua Hua delayed was enough for Zhang Yi to rush over at full speed. But he was silent within the barrier. Not even the wind was blowing. He finally found Bardia. Go to H.L. Zhang Yi raised the thunderbolt in his hand. He was focused on it, and without aiming, a holy silver bullet condensed with powerful power was fired at Bardia's head. As a top hunter and soldier, Bardia can feel the danger of bullet lock. The hair on his back stood up, and it was too late to draw his bow and arrow in the flash of lightning. Boom! A crisp explosion sounded deep in the poisonous miasma. That wasn't the sound of a bullet coming out of a barrel. Zhang Yi's ability could erase the explosion caused by space vibrations. That sound is caused by bullets hitting hard objects. Bardia's feet plowed two deep ravines on the ground, and his hands tightly held the compound bow in his hand, blocking it in front of his head. On the bow body of the compound bow, there is a small concave spot left. The compound bow made of adamantium alloy was deeply dented by Zhang Yi's shot.